After awakening I conquered the whole world. Chapter 175 to Chapter 349. Xiaofei paused for a long time before she regained her composure. What's with the change of a boy? Xiao Jin said, when she gave birth to me, she wanted to have a son. She was very disappointed when it turned out to be a girl. Her eldest son told her that she could only enter the Ji family if she gave birth to a boy. So, she gave birth to another boy and abandoned me. She spoke very calmly as if she was telling someone else's story. She didn't feel sad at all. Now that she had Xiaofei, she didn't care who her biological parents were. Xiaofei was extremely shocked. But these things are so secretive. How did you know? You're just a little girl. Xiao Jin said very naturally, I don't want to talk to you anymore. I know how to read people's faces and fortune-telling. Naturally, I could tell. I learned all of this from the internet. Xiaofei, the room fell into a long silence. After a long time, Xiaofei's tone became blank. CA, fortune-telling? Xiao Jin didn't intend to hide it anymore. She had to prepare some excuses. She nodded. Yes, fortune-telling. I've always known how to do it. I just didn't tell you. Don't ask for the reason. If you ask, she learned it from the internet. The internet was a good place. You could learn anything and buy anything. Xiaofei fell into doubt about life. If he was a fortune teller, would he be able to calculate his own life experience clearly? Could it be wrong? Xiaofei was a simple-minded person. Even if she had doubts, she didn't dare to think too deeply. She only said worriedly, you know so clearly. Could it be that you're overthinking? I won't talk about these things carelessly. If you want to see it, I can find a way to get the Ji family's blood and do a DNA test. No, Xiaofei immediately stopped her. She panicked at first, but she didn't dare to believe it. Moreover, she instinctively didn't want Xiao Jin's biological parents to know about her existence. She looked terrible. Then, will you want to go back? But what if Xiao Jin wanted to go back? Xiao Jin shook his head. Fei, you're so naive. My biological mother abandoned me for a boy for wealth and glory. Do you think she would let me ruin her current life? Xiaofei's face turned pale. Yes, if such a thing really happened back then, the Ji family would definitely not allow such a scandal to exist. There was also the boy who had been swapped with Xiao Jin. If the Ji family found out, what if Xiao Jin was in danger? Xiaofei was naive and sweet, but she had heard of some of the filthiness of the rich and powerful. It was far worse than what she had seen on TV. We can't let anyone know. You're not allowed to tell anyone. Xiaofei immediately said to Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin nodded. I don't intend to tell anyone. Xiaofei had raised her for so many years, so he had the right to know. Okay. I'll go out and see if your grandpa Ji has left. She still looked a little pale. Xiao Jin walked forward and held her hand gently. Fei, don't worry. There won't be any accidents. I'm your daughter in this life, and I'll only be your daughter. Upon hearing this, Xiaofei, who had been in a daze, finally calmed down. Yes. It didn't matter if they were biological parents or not, as long as Xiao Jin didn't leave. She wasn't his biological mother in the first place. This was a fact that she had always known. Thinking of this, she relaxed a little. She went out to check on Ji Pingan. As expected, he hadn't left. Seeing the two elders chatting happily, it was very likely that Ji Pingan would stay for dinner tonight. Of course, Xiaofei couldn't chase him away. As a good mistress of the house, she had to arrange a good dinner to entertain the elders. Of course, because of her conflicted feelings, she didn't want Ji Pingan to see Xiao Jin now. She wanted Xiao Jin to find an excuse not to come out. She wasn't a selfish mother. She just thought of what Xiao Jin said just now. Her biological mother could abandon her for wealth and glory, so she definitely wouldn't let her disturb everything now. If she found out, she was afraid that something would happen to Xiao Jin. However, she was someone who couldn't hide her thoughts. If she acted too strange when she saw Ji Pingan, it would definitely arouse his suspicion. She could only say that she wasn't feeling well and wanted to go to bed early. Mu Xiangshan found a topic at this time. Your girl is so good at reading faces. Let her help you see what's wrong with you. Xiaofei, reading faces? This caught Ji Pinggan's attention. Who knows how to read faces? Before Xiaofei could stop him, Mu Xiangshan said, "It's Xiao Jin. I don't know where that little girl learned how to read faces. When she saw me last night, she said that I had high blood pressure. She was right. I only found out that I had high blood pressure after the doctor checked me last night. I didn't have it before." Humph, it's all because of their family. Ji Pinggan smiled and was a little puzzled. Isn't reading faces looking at one's fate? How can she tell if I have an illness? Mu Xiangshan waved his hand. How would I know? Since she's so good at reading faces, let her take a look at you. Feifei is just feeling unwell. She'll be fine after some rest. Xiao Jin happened to appear at the top floor of the hall and continued the conversation. Xiaofei saw Xiao Jin and her eyelids twitched. Xiao Jin nodded at her. Feifei, go and rest. Xiaofei was a little reluctant, but seeing how calm her daughter was, she went up. She also knew that if she stayed, she would be frightened and affect Xiao Jin's performance. Xiao Jin walked down and smiled at the two elders. Xiangshan, do you need me to read your friend's face? Mu Xiangshan pulled a long face. What friend? This is your grandpa Ji. Will you die if you call him? And you're calling me by my name? Don't you know how to call me? Xiao Jin waved his hand. Xiangshan, a promise is a promise. You're the one who didn't allow me to call you that, so you can't go back on your words. Mu Xiangshan, Ji Pinggan was a little stunned by the way their family got along, but after a while, he reacted and laughed. It's good, it's good. When I was abroad, there were many families there who didn't call them parents, but called them by their names. They were quite approachable. We're not those old-fashioned people. If she likes to call us that, then let her be. Mu Xiangshan, haha. Ji Pinggan was still a little interested in Xiao Jin. He felt that this girl had a kind of spiritual aura that couldn't be found in the younger generation. Yes, spiritual aura. It was very eye-catching. Jin, do you know how to read faces? Why don't you help me? Xiao Jin looked at Ji Pinggan and nodded with a smile. Sure, not only do I know how to read faces, but I also know how to read fortunes. What do you want to know? Oh? Fortune-telling? Ji Pinggan was even more interested. Of course, he didn't believe that Xiao Jin really knew how to read fortunes. He was just teasing her. Mu Xiangshan's sneer deepened. She can read fortunes? What a joke. Ji Pinggan said, why don't you tell me about my health first? Xiao Jin scanned Ji Pinggan from head to toe and said, you're very healthy. You're no worse than a young man, but your immune system is weaker. Once you catch a cold, it's harder for you to recover quickly. Other than that, you're stronger than Xiangshan. Mu Xiangshan was speechless. After all, he was an old man. He couldn't force his body to be strong. Ji Pinggan nodded. He had just had a physical examination and there was nothing wrong with him. His mentality was one of the best among the older generation, so he didn't have to worry. As long as his mentality was good, his body was even better. Then you said you can read fortunes. What can you read? Can you read my face and tell me about my family's situation? Xiao Jin shook his head. I can read fortunes, but I won't tell others. You should know that the secrets of the heavens are not to be divulged. If you want to know some things, you have to pay a price. You're in good health, so there's no need for you to know anything else. Mu Xiangshan sneered. It's enough to tell a person's illness just by looking at their face. Do you really believe that she can read fortunes? How could a little girl like her be able to master it? Ji Pinggan was even more intrigued. If I really want to know, what price do I have to pay? Xiao Jin, then it can only be a matter for your children and grandchildren. But the price is too high for you to pay. Ji Pinggan said, can't I pay? Mu Xiangshan was furious. Ji Pinggan, don't mess around. She's just a child. You're taking her seriously, and you still want to pay? Even if she wants to read your fortune, she'll do it for free. How dare she charge you? How dare she? Xiao Jin glanced at Mu Xiangshan and said, I won't charge you. You don't have anything for me to read. Even if this was a bluff, it was at least reassuring. At least he knew that nothing would happen to his family. Ji Pingan nodded. This girl from the Mu family was really interesting. And the more he looked at her, the more he felt that this girl was familiar. What part of it was familiar, but he couldn't remember. Not long after, Mu Qilian and Mu Qichu came back one after another. Mu Zhenming was a little late because of work, but after the examination of myocardial strain, he was forced by Qiao Fei to return home on time. If there was anything, he had to come home. At the same time, Mu Qichu began to learn how to take over Mu Zhenming's domestic affairs to help. Mu Qichu was temporarily abroad and also couldn't do anything else. Ji Pingan smiled faintly and said, "This is a good thing. Zhenming dotes on his wife so much. If you can't stand it, you can also find a partner." Mu Xiangshan's wife passed away more than 10 years ago, and Mu Xiangshan didn't remarry since then. Mu Xiangshan rolled his eyes. Forget it. He's already so old, and he still has high blood pressure. Who knows when he'll die from anger? What's the point of looking for a wife? He's tired of living. The atmosphere at the dinner table was too suffocating. Muzilian and Muzichu both ran away after eating. Xiao Jin also left after eating slowly. The two old people had their own topics to talk about, and the young people didn't fit in. Jin City, an unknown area, Jingchang Temple. It was really hard to find this place. Mama Lin and Mama Zhao spent some time asking around before they finally arrived at Jingchang Temple. The temple could be considered shabby and there weren't even many monks. The only thing that could be considered magnificent was the path up the mountain in the temple. There was a very tall Buddha statue. It had a benevolent face and a solemn face. It looked as if it was compassionate to all living beings. Mama Lin and Mama Zhao felt a little pressured when they saw it for the first time. When they arrived at the temple, they saw an abbot standing in front of the temple with his hands clasped together and looking at them. He also had a benevolent face. When he looked at them, he bowed and said, "Amiba." Without waiting for Mama Zhao and Mama Lin's response, he sighed and said, "This benefactor is quite good at finding trouble for others." Forget it. She's a variable, but she's also doing good. Mama Lin and Mama Zhao were confused. They didn't know what he was talking about. Then, they went to the temple and donated 1,000,000 yuan. The abbot accepted it and really gave them a jade pendant. It was a benevolent and pessimistic image. It looked like a good piece of jade. However, they felt like they were in a daze along the way. After they got the jade pendant and returned to the capital, they felt a little dazed. It was as if something was deceiving them. Although it felt strange, it also felt like a guide. After that, Lin C sent a message to Xiao Jin, saying that they had gotten the jade pendant and had returned to America. When Xiao Jin saw the message, he smiled and stuffed a piece of candy into his mouth. The sweet taste was indeed delightful. The people of the future generation really made a lot of good things. She checked the official website and saw a piece of news. An unknown monk donated 1,000,000 yuan to a poor mountain village to build a school. It was a great merit. She smiled and thought to herself that she had to find a chance to meet this monk. In this world, there were very few powerful formation masters who could make her feel something. At that moment, her computer made a ding sound. There was business. Anonymous buyer XX, a fortune-telling shop is so expensive. Are you a black shop, today, so what do you want to know? Anonymous buyer XX, do you know how old I am this year? If you can't, I'll report your shop. Today, my shop only has 3 business deals and your shop is in a hurry to ruin my business? Beware of retribution. Anonymous buyer XX, on the other side of the computer, Jiang Hongbin's forehead was suddenly covered in sweat. Damn, how did she know that he was from another shop? He was from another fortune-telling shop. His business wasn't very good, but it wasn't bad either. It wasn't because it was accurate, but because the fees were cheap. With a consultation fee of 10 yuan, it was possible to get some knowledge out of a few blind guesses. Therefore, it was a legitimate fortune-telling shop. Xia Jin's shop wasn't anything special. However, it was too much to have comments on all 3 of his businesses. It's so expensive, yet you're still paying the bill. How shameless. Who didn't know that fortune-telling shops nowadays were all fake? Therefore, he came with the intention of picking a fight, but in the end, no. Perhaps his tone was too harsh. It did seem like he was deliberately looking for trouble. Nowadays, there were quite a number of such sellers. They would hire people to cause trouble for other shops. She must have guessed it. She didn't know which shop she was in. Anonymous buyer XX, hee, you're just spouting nonsense if you don't know. Anonymous buyer XX, I asked you to guess my age, why are you talking about other things? Today, you place an order. Anonymous buyer XX. How can I place an order if I don't check first? Today, fine, don't blame me for not warning you if you get retribution. Jiang Hongbin, 26 years old, male, customer service of you're not allowed to be free shop. Jiang Hongbin cursed. F***CKU. Jiang Hongbin's forehead was covered in sweat. He was indeed in the shop next to Xiao Jin's. That was because their shop was cheap and their business was good. But most of them were just to fool people. The customer service staff would read some books about horoscopes and make up some nonsense. Of course, they wouldn't be accurate. At least they could make people feel that there was something fishy about it. After all, in this line of work, it depended on how good one was at fooling people. But Jiang Hongbin had never seen anyone who could accurately predict his personal information through the internet. Information leak? Impossible. He definitely wouldn't use his own account to do this. It would be someone else's account. And Xiao Jin couldn't see his real information before he placed the order, let alone guess that it was him. But the truth was right in front of him. Even if there were surveillance cameras, it shouldn't be so ridiculous. Hacker? That was the only thing Jiang Hongbin could think of. Could it be that the other party had instantly hacked into his computer and obtained his personal information? Was that why he could be so clear? Hackers could be real, but people who relied on their own calculations couldn't be real. The other party knew his real information immediately. Jiang Hongbin had to admit that he was terrified. Anonymous buyer XX, I'm sorry. You're a magnanimous person. Can you not lower yourself to my level? Anonymous buyer XX, I just wanted to take a look. I didn't mean anything else. I didn't mean to cause trouble. I'm really sorry. He was terrified very quickly. It was mainly because people on the internet these days had your personal information. It was too scary. Once it was leaked, he might face some harassment. Especially when the other party was a hacker. Xiao Jin saw that the other party was terrified. He clicked his tongue lightly. Today, you didn't offend me. Why are you apologizing? Today, it's just that you have bad intentions. Are you afraid that I'll steal your business? Today, you're all liars. We're fundamentally different. Jiang Hongbin, the corner of his mouth twitched. Everyone was a liar. Why did he sound so righteous? Wasn't he just relying on the fact that he was a hacker and could hack into other people's computers? But even though he thought that, he didn't dare to type it out for the other party. Today, have you thought it through? If you have, I'll give you the money. I'll calculate it for you. Won't you know if I'm right? It's 100 yuan. The fees were so high that it was equivalent to 10 of his family's businesses. Especially during the holidays, they had discounts. Xiao Jin's family did not have that. Oh, it's currently in the discounted phase. Soon, it will actually return to the original price. Although he was somewhat unwilling, Jiang Hongbin still added the money. Of course, what he chose was a simple life calamity set meal. Although it was called life calamity, it was just to calculate the events in his life. Jiang Hongbin did not feel that he was unlucky. He wanted to see what other information the other party could dig out from his computer. The more detailed the information was, the more it proved that the other party had taken the information from his computer. Who knew that the other party didn't take the usual route at all? 3 seconds after he placed the order, he directly sent a message. Today, I advise you to go to the hospital to have your brain checked. These words sounded like a scolding. Jiang Hongbin immediately panicked. This was too much. I've already given him the money, yet he's still mocking me. He couldn't help but type, but Xiao Jin sent another message. Today, it may be a little ambiguous, but I seriously advise you to go to the hospital to have your brain checked. The later you delay it, the worse it will be. Jiang Hongbin, what was the meaning of this? Are you mocking me again and again? Even if it was wrong of him to come looking for trouble first, why did he scold him all of a sudden? Jiang Hongbin didn't believe Qiao Jin's words, but when he thought about how he had paid 99 yuan for this, his heart ached a little. Whether or not the other party was a hacker was just his own imagination. He clearly didn't believe it, but he still stared at the sentence on the computer screen for a long time. If he wasn't scolding him, could it be that? How was that possible? He shuddered. Although he didn't like to exercise and sat in front of the computer every day, his body was considered healthy. How could the problem be in the brain? Thinking of this, Jiang Hongbin's lips trembled. In the end, he still doubtfully made an appointment to the hospital for a physical examination. The time was next week. It wasn't that he really believed Qiao Jin's words, but he originally planned to make an appointment for a physical examination. He just didn't think of checking his brain. Now, because of Qiao Jin's words, he specially added a routine check about the brain. It must be fake. How could the fortune-telling on the internet be real? If it was so accurate, why would the other party lie on the internet? Jiang Hongbin made a tisk sound on the computer, but he still turned it off. When this person came looking for trouble, Qiao Jin went to the other party's shop to take a look. It wasn't considered fortune-telling. The other party just used tarot cards to deceive people and used the mysterious knowledge on the internet to solve puzzles. In fact, it was useless. However, because the price was cheap, there were many people who did it. After reading the general idea, Qiao Jin smiled slightly. She knew that Jiang Hongbin wouldn't leave any messages, so she raised her hand and turned off the computer. She got up and opened the door. Xiao Fei, who was about to knock, was stunned. Ah, Jean, what a coincidence. Do you still remember Feihe's birthday banquet tonight? Xiao Jin nodded. I remember. Of course she remembered. Today happened to be Feng Feihe's birthday. She agreed to the invitation, so naturally, she wouldn't forget. Xiao Fei nodded, but her expression was a little hesitant. Are you feeling unwell? Why don't we not go? To be honest, Xiao Fei wasn't willing to let Qiao Jin attend any public events. He was afraid that the Ji family would notice. After Qiao Jin told her about the matter that day, she went to check on the Ji family's information. There wasn't much information on the eldest son of the Ji family, but there were a few photos. She looked at them. To be honest, they didn't look alike. There might be some similarities between their eyebrows. From this, it could be seen that Qiao Jin looked more like her biological mother. Xiao Fei heaved a sigh of relief. She had got abroad a long time ago. If he wasn't particularly familiar with her, it would be difficult for him to tell that they were related based on their appearance. What's more, the other party had a son on the surface. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. What if the other party suddenly returned to the country and met him or recognized him? Why would I feel uncomfortable? Qiao Jin smiled and looked at Xiao Fei. Fei, you don't have to worry about anything. Today is the Feng family's banquet. There's nothing else. It would be inappropriate if she didn't go. She just wanted to see how good the array master of the Feng family had become. Xiao Fei couldn't say more, so he could only nod. She had been thinking about this for the past 2 days, but she didn't tell Mu Zhenming. He was already suspicious. She had to tell Mu Zhenming sooner or later. Now, she could only take one step at a time. No matter what, she couldn't let Qiao Jin be recognized by the Ji family. Feng Feihe's parents had business cooperation with Mu Zhenming, so it was normal for the family to attend Feng Feihe's birthday banquet. However, although Feng Feihe belonged to the Feng family, she was not a core member of the younger generation, so the birthday banquet was not very grand. At least, the Feng family only sent a representative. As for the rest of the younger generation or elders, if they had a good relationship, they would come. If they did not have a good relationship, they would not come. The Feng family's network was complicated yet simple. Sitting in the car was Qiao Jin and the Mu family's twins. Other than them, there was Xiao Fei and Mu Zhenming. Mu Xiangxian's relationship with the Feng family was not very close. He went out with other old friends, so he did not come. Although he quarreled with his son for more than a year, he did not lack his own social circle after returning to the country. Feng Feihe's banquet was held in the most luxurious hotel in the capital. It was a building with dozens of floors. From the bottom to the top, the middle of the hall was open. There was a huge crystal palace chandelier hanging at the top, which was more than 10 meters long. Between the cups, everything showed the extravagance of the upper class. In such a place, walking was probably accompanied by the wind. There were many people at the banquet. Even though it was not unusual for the Feng concubine to be from the same branch, the Feng family had sent a special old man over. This old man was an existence that everyone in the Feng family respected. He was also known as the ancestor. He was the legend of the Feng family. Outsiders did not know what kind of legend he was, but they knew that the Feng family respected him very much. Today, he came to Feng Feihe's banquet, giving Feng Feihe enough face. It made the Feng Feihe family, which was originally not valued, have more important uninvited people. Although everyone came for Ah Zhu. Compared with them, Mu Zhenming's family was not very extraordinary. Although there was a lot of gossip in their family, everyone's target was now Ah Zhu. After entering the banquet hall, Mu Zhenming took Xiao Fei to meet others, leaving the 3 children to play by themselves. Of course, he specifically asked Mu Zichu and Mu Zhenming to look after Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin didn't care about what they thought at all. He just lowered his head and typed on WeChat. Mu Zilian stepped forward and glanced at her curiously. "Who are you messaging? You've been texting since we arrived." Xiao Jin didn't even raise his head. Song Yanqing. Mu Zilian. He was an existence he could not imagine. Goodbye. Others would never have imagined that the legendary and sickly young master of the Song family would be able to exchange WeChat messages with a girl like an ordinary person. Especially when this person was his sister. Once again, he lamented how lucky Xiao Jin was to be able to hook up with Song Yanqing. Mu Zilian thought it was a good thing that Xiao Jin was obediently staying there and sending WeChat messages. He glanced at Mu Zichu and said, "Xiao Jin, just sit here and chat with brother Yanqing. You're not allowed to run around, okay?" It was as if he was instructing a child. Xiao Jin nodded perfunctorily. "Got it, Qi Lian. If you want to meet your friend, go ahead." Many people knew Mu Zilian and the others at the Feng family's event. Many of their friends wanted to come over. However, Mu Zilian didn't want those people to meet Xiao Jin. He was still a little worried. "Then you stay here. You're not allowed to run around. Remember?" Mu Zichu was a little impatient. He lowered his eyes. Xiao Jin is 20 years old. Not 2 years old. Mu Zilian, in my eyes, her IQ is only 2 years old. Xiao Jin. She didn't care about the two of them. She lowered her head and chatted happily with Song Yanqing. It wasn't idle chatter. Instead, it was about important matters. It was about the Feng family. She couldn't tell others about the Feng family, but now she could tell Song Yanqing. Song Yanqing was very interested in these things. He naturally knew about the Feng family, not to mention that his aunt had married into the Feng family. However, the Feng family's tradition was somewhat opposite to the Song family's. Song Yin usually didn't want her son to have anything to do with the Feng family. Even his aunt's cousins were rarely seen. "Song Yanqing, can you tell me more about borrowing luck, powerful kid?" "It's not that I can't. It's just that I'm at a banquet now, so it's not convenient. I'll call you tonight to tell you in detail." Song Yanqing, okay. Song Yanqing, I've heard of the Feng family's Azu. He's a bit mysterious. Not only does their family have this Azu, but there's also a person called the Great Ancestor. He basically doesn't appear. No one knows where he came from. He should be the Feng family's ancestor. The ancestor he was talking about was the one with the highest seniority in the Feng family who was still alive. It wasn't far off. Xiao Jin knew who the great ancestor was, but there was no movement from the other party now. She wasn't interested in exploring for the time being. After chatting with Song Yanqing for a while, she felt someone in front of her. When she looked up, Feng Feihe's graceful figure in an aqua blue haute couture dress appeared in front of her. She looked at Xiao Jin with a smile. "Xiao Jin, you're here." "I'm too busy. There are so many people today. I only saw you now. I'm really sorry." Xiao Jin turned off her phone and smiled faintly. "Happy birthday." Simple and direct. Fingfei paused for a moment and smiled again. Thank you. She wore this aqua blue haute couture dress. Her long hair fell like a waterfall, making her look even more ethereal. She was a goddess that everyone needed to look up to. However, after not seeing each other for a few days, Fingfei's pupils shrank when she saw the current Xiao Jin. She knew what Xiao Jin was like in the past. Now that she looked at him again, why was he becoming more and more indescribably intelligent? Xiao Jin's hair had also grown longer. Compared to Fingfei's straight hair, Xiao Jin's hair was like seaweed, delicate and curly. The last time she saw it, it wasn't so curly. Apart from that, her skin had become even whiter and more flawless. Now that he looked at it up close, it seemed to be glowing. That was an effect that no good skincare products could achieve. It was so good that it made Fingfei jealous. Half a year ago, she was just an ordinary little girl. With such a huge change in her appearance, the Phoenix consort would never believe that there was nothing wrong with her. Her guess was very accurate. Unfortunately, Xiao Jin would not tell her the truth. With Fingfei's arrival, she was the focus of attention today. Many people in the hall followed her figure and looked over. They saw Xiao Jin. At first glance, they did not recognize her. Later, someone found out that she came with the Mu family and knew that she was Xiao Jin, who had recently become a little famous in the upper-class circle. Of course, this fame was caused by her suicide. The Mu family was full of melodramatic events. First, it was the parents, then it was the children. However, looking at the situation now, the family seemed to be getting along well. Not to mention, was the daughter brought back by Madame Mu also so beautiful? This was a little surprising. Noticing that others were looking at her, Fingfei faintly smiled. Xiao Jin, I still have something to do. I'll go and entertain the other guests first. If you have anything to say, just tell me. Her tone was so gentle that people who didn't know her would think that she had a good relationship with Xiao Jin before. Even Muzilian, who had noticed it, was a little surprised. He asked Muzichu, brother, is Xiao Jin close to Fingfei? Muzichu lowered his eyes, and his eyes were a little gloomy. It was impossible. He knew very well that Xiao Jin and Fingfei didn't know each other at all. If it was in private, it would be fine. Xiao Jin was just an adopted daughter of the Mu family. She didn't need to have too much contact with Xiao Jin at all. Now she made such a gesture to make others think that Xiao Jin was in her circle of friends. Was there a problem? He also had some doubts in his heart. Xiao Jin's clear eyes looked at Fingfei as she walked away. The other party's aqua blue haute couture was sleeveless. Fingfei's exposed skin was delicate and white. It was so smooth that it could be used in a shower gel commercial without any scars. Muzilian sat over and asked curiously, what did Fingfei say to you just now? Xiao Jin didn't answer directly. Instead, he said with a deeper meaning, she was paralyzed in the car accident some time ago. It's fine if she wasn't paralyzed, but now there is no scar on her body. TSK, a medical miracle. Just like when she saved Song Yanqing, a medical miracle. That's right. Muzilian was also a little stunned. He looked at Fingfei. Her back was indeed flawless. Fingfei's paralysis could be said to be a rumor, but the car accident was absolutely true. Muzichu even went to the hospital to see her. Now looking at Fingfei again, she was very normal. There was no sign of injury. Was there something wrong with her car accident? Muzilian doubted life. He wasn't the only one who had these doubts. The others also had these doubts. More and more people knew that Fingfei had a serious accident. Lying in bed was not a joke. Who knew that it had only been a short while, but the other party was still alive and kicking, without any signs of being in a car accident. It was really unbelievable. Those who knew kept their mouths shut, while those who didn't knew let their imaginations run wild. They couldn't think of anything more, so they could only attribute it to rumors. Perhaps it was only on the surface, but in reality, nothing major had happened. That was why he recovered so quickly. Azu is here. Azu. Is that Azu? Whoa. He does look impressive. Look at his aura and the bodyguards around him. He doesn't look like an old man at all. He looks much more energetic than many young people. There was a slight commotion at the banquet because the legendary Azu had appeared. The other party was not dressed in a suit. Instead, he was wearing a well-made tang suit. He had white hair and a youthful complexion. His face looked old, but in fact, if one looked closely, the flesh on his cheeks was very firm and plump. He did not look like a normal old man. It was as tight as an old man who had undergone a facelift. However, this was not an effect that could be achieved by facelifts. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. When he appeared, his expression was serious. He looked around the banquet. Whoever his gaze landed on would feel their scalp tingle. He was very imposing. Xiaojin sat on the sofa next to him. There was someone in front of him, so he was lucky to hide from the other party's eyes. When Azu arrived, he did not say anything. It seemed that he had no interest in saying a few words of congratulations for Feng Feihe. Feng Feihe and her parents did not dare to neglect him. Her parents welcomed Azu to the main seat and sat down. When Xiaojin saw Azu's figure, a strange smile appeared on his face. She did not underestimate her karma. The Feng family began to have problems. Of course, they could not see this problem. Xiaojin's karma had not been realized on Feng Feihe, and it had begun to invade the Feng family's fate. She should have died, but she was saved by someone. She was also saved when she was paralyzed in bed. Unfortunately, the other party did not know that this rescue was the beginning of the destruction of the Feng family's foundation. If the karma could not be appeased, it would also implicate the person who saved Feng Feihe. This person must be closely related to the Feng family's fate. So now when Xiaojin saw Azu, there was a faint trace of gray aura between his eyebrows. After all, for the Feng family, the appearance of gray aura was already something wrong. This family's fate was borrowed. Once Xiaojin's karma invaded, the consequences of the backlash would be much more serious. This was not something that could be smoothed out by borrowing luck. Now it was just gray aura. Karma was slowly invading. Once it expanded, the entire Feng family would not be able to escape decline. They now suspected Xiaojin, and their suspicion was indeed correct. But if they wanted to attack Xiaojin, it would speed up the process of decline. The other party now sat down, ignoring the fearful and respectful gazes of the people around him. He looked around, and his gaze wandered in the center of the scene. Obviously, he was looking for someone. When the crowd dispersed, he naturally saw Xiaojin. Because Xiaojin was staring at him. That gaze was faint and quiet like moonlight. It was as if he did not feel anything. About a few seconds later, he felt a little cold in his heart. He had never been stared at with such a gaze, so this target was immediately found. Azu looked at Xiaojin, and his face gradually became gloomy. As Xiaojin expected, he was an array master. His level was too low, and he could not see through Xiaojin. Based on his experience, he thought that he would at least be able to sense something from everyone he saw. However, he couldn't sense anything from Xiaojin. So after the gloominess, he was a little probing and sizing up. After reaching this position, no one would be so stupid. If he couldn't see the problem, it could only mean one of two things. Either it was too ordinary, or it was too mysterious and powerful. But to him, it was impossible for Xiaojin to be ordinary. If Xiaojin was really ordinary, he would be able to see something. But if he couldn't see anything, it would be a little strange. She was very young, like a little girl who stood aloof from worldly affairs. Azu's eyes gradually narrowed. Feng Feihe stayed by his side and whispered, "Azu, do you see anything?" Azu's eagle-like eyes looked at Feng Feihe, causing her body to tremble. "What can you tell?" Feng Feihe, her face was a little pale. She quickly lowered her head and didn't dare to speak again. In reality, he was already cursing madly in his heart. Damned old man, just you wait until she gets that kind of power. It wasn't as if she didn't have to pay a price for being cured. Thinking of the price of being saved, Feng Feihe's face was deathly pale. Her fingernails dug into her palms. It was probably because of the extreme pain, but she could still smile. When she looked at Xiaojin again, his calm eyes happened to look over. When their eyes met, she saw a sea of clarity. This made her feel even more jealous. He had already done such a terrible thing. He had taken drugs and tried to commit suicide. but now, he could still look so calm. He was really good at pretending. Of course, Xiao Jin could see the jealousy in Feng Feihe's eyes. And because he could see it, he clicked his tongue. Her rank was too low. In the past, she wouldn't even live for 3 days. With this performance, it was no wonder that she was not valued in the Feng family. If it didn't affect the Feng family's fortune and make them suspect that something was wrong, Xiao Jin felt that the 2 array masters of the Feng family probably didn't want to save Feng Feihe. Maybe they even thought that Feng Feihe was a hindrance. Of course, if they knew the truth in the end, they would really feel that Feng Feihe's existence was a hindrance. Feng Feihe's birthday banquet went well. Although Aju was staring at Xiao Jin, he couldn't let others see it openly. It was just that there was a high probability that he would send someone to monitor him later, like the spirit group. Xiao Jin didn't care at all. After the banquet, when everyone returned home, Xiao Jin saw Mu Zhenming supporting Xiao Fei. Her face was red, and she began to talk nonsense. She even began to giggle. Mu Zhenming hugged her very tightly, and his face was a little gloomy. When they got in the car, he let Xiao Fei sit in the back, let Mu Zilian and Xiao Jin watch her, and let Muzichu sit in the front passenger seat. Muzichu frowned a little. Mom drank? Mu Zhenming got in the car and began to fasten his seat belt. I didn't pay attention when we were talking. She took a glass of wine and thought it was juice. Who knew that it was mixed with alcohol? She drank it and became like this. Xiao Fei couldn't drink. Her alcohol tolerance was very poor. Basically, she would blush after eating liqueur chocolate. Not to mention drinking directly. Xiao Jin sat in the back and stared at Xiao Fei silently. He saw Xiao Fei lying on Mu Zilian's shoulder happily cooking a duck. She even struggled and said, I'm not drunk. At the same time, he was counting happily. She pointed at Mu Zhenming with a serious expression. Ignoring the abnormal blush on her face, she said, a duck. Mu Zhenming, he then pointed at Muzichu, 2 ducks. He then pointed at Mu Zilian. 3 ducks. Its delirious eyes fell on Xiao Jin. It seemed to be at a loss. 4. You don't seem to be a duckling. Xiao Jin's expression was serious. He held Xiao Fei's hand and asked seriously, Fei Fei, are you crazy? Everyone, don't you know who's the crazy one in the family? Xiao Fei misheard and let go of Xiao Jin's hand. I'm not drunk. Drunk people are all like this. Xiao Jin looked at Mu Zhenming. There seems to be something wrong with Fei Fei's brain. Send her to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow. Mu Zhenming was speechless. You're like this when you're drunk. Are you crazy? Xiao Jin, oh. Mu Zhenming, he drove in silence. She was just saying it casually. Who knew that after Xiao Fei let go of her hand, she suddenly started crying. Hubby, what should I do? Jin is the granddaughter of old Master Ji. I don't dare to tell anyone. Burp. The 3 moved father and son, Xiao Jin. The car suddenly fell into a strange silence. Mu Zhenming suddenly braked the car. He turned around and looked at Xiao Fei in disbelief. Fei Fei, what did you say? Mu Zilian was so shocked that a goose egg could be stuffed in his mouth. Muzichu was also a little uneasy. Xiao Fei didn't know what she said at all. She started crying after shouting that sentence. After crying for a while, she burped and then fell asleep in Mu Zilian's arms. Tonight was destined to not be peaceful. After returning home, Xiao Jin attended an emergency meeting that did not include Xiao Fei. It was mainly because she was drunk. After Mu Zhenming brought her back to her room and settled her down, he came downstairs and said that he wanted to talk to them about this. Even if Xiao Fei was drunk, she would not speak nonsense. Since she said this, it meant that it was true. Xiao Jin also heard it. No wonder Mu Zhenming had been feeling that Xiao Fei was preoccupied these past 2 days. It was also a reason why she did not come out for dinner when old Master Ji was around that day. Mu Zhenming sat at the head of the table and pinched the bridge of his nose with his fingers. He looked at Xiao Jin and asked, Did you hear what your mother said in the car? Xiao Jin nodded and said, I heard it. I know what she said. I was the one who told her. Mu Zhenming, Mu Qilian originally wanted to drink some water to calm down his shock after hearing the news, but this time, he almost spat out the water. In the end, he accidentally choked and started coughing violently. Musicha looked at Xiao Jin and was a little confused. You knew? How did you know? Xiao Jin had been in the Mu family for so long and had not interacted much with others. Moreover, it had been so many years. When she was adopted by Xiao Fei, she was just a baby. How could she know about her biological parents? How did she know? Xiao Jin raised his hand and rubbed his thumb. I got it from fortune-telling. Everyone, they felt that this conversation could not continue. Mu Zilian felt that he could not drink his saliva anymore. Otherwise, he might choke to death. Mu Zhenming rubbed his brows again and said to Xiao Jin nicely, Xiao Jin, you can't speak carelessly. There's no evidence for this kind of thing. It's just a rumor. Besides, it's Grandpa Ji. Grandpa Ji and Grandpa Ji are very good friends. If he heard this, he would be unhappy. I didn't say anything wrong. Xiao Jin only concealed his true identity, but he wouldn't hide anything about such trivial matters. He casually repeated what he had said to Xiao Jin that day. Thus, the entire Mu clan once again fell into a deathly silence. For this kind of thing, if you say that it's a fortune teller, it's too unconvincing. Mu Zhenming looked at Xiao Jin and reminded him, the Ji family will do a full body checkup every year. If there's anything wrong with that child, the Ji family would have discovered it long ago. No matter how powerful Xiao Jin's biological mother was, it was impossible for her to hide the truth from a child who was not related to her by blood. In this way, Xiao Jin's suggestion of swapping would not be valid. Xiao Jin smiled. I didn't say that the child wasn't his. Mu Zilian, F***ck, I'm interested now. It's too complicated. As soon as he finished speaking, Musicha knocked him on the head. At this moment, Mu Xianxia came back in his overcoat. Even though he was walking with a walking stick, it was just for show. When he came back to the living room, he saw that his family members were all gathered together, which was a rare sight. They even came back earlier than him. Mu Xianxia narrowed his eyes. What are you all doing here? Why are all of you here? Mu Zhenming was very busy. Except for the day when Mu Xianxia came back, it was basically impossible for him to appear at the Mu clan's dinner table on time. Although they were attending a banquet tonight, they were all gathered together after coming back. There was only tea on the table. It was obvious that they were chatting. Mu Xianxia's face instantly darkened. You're talking behind my back. Everyone. In the silence, Mu Zilian whispered to Musichu, Grandpa is a little overconfident. Musichu, Mu Xianxia walked over and glared at everyone. If you have something to say it in front of me. Why do you have to say it behind my back? Are you ashamed? Everyone, Mu Zhenming rubbed his temples again. He felt physically and mentally exhausted in this house. Dad. He sighed softly, as if he was carrying too much burden. The topic we're discussing has nothing to do with you. Mu Xianxia straightened his neck. I don't believe it. Mu Zilian agreed happily. Grandpa, it's really not. If we're talking about you, we've already talked about it in the past. Mu Xianxia's face darkened. Mu Zhenming waved at him. Just in time. Dad, sit down. We're talking about Xiao Jin. We need you to know. Mu Xianxia walked over to Mu Zhenming. What's the matter? She failed the exam? Everyone, Xiao Jin smiled slowly. She hasn't taken the exam yet. Mu Zhenming gave the main seat to Mu Xianxia. After Mu Xianxia sat down, he glanced at Xiao Jin from the corner of his eyes. Looking at you, I knew you wouldn't pass. How embarrassing. Mu Zhenming sat down beside him again and said helplessly, Dad. Mu Xianxia didn't like Xiao Jin no matter how he looked at her, but Mu Zhenming couldn't do anything about it. Xiao Jin's matter wasn't a small matter, especially when it involved Old Master Ji. After weighing the pros and cons, Mu Zhenming told Mu Xianxia about it. Isn't this nonsense? Mu Xianxia's eyes widened when he heard this. He slammed the table. There's no evidence. How can you prove it? He then looked at Xiao Jin. How can you be the daughter of the Ji family? Ji Chiyue's wife gave birth to a son. Ji Chiyue was Ji Pinggan's eldest son and Xiao Jin's biological father. Of course, Mu Xiangshan would not believe such a bizarre thing. Xiao Jin took a sip of water and said calmly, I'm telling you. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. I don't care if you want to do a test to verify my identity. I'm just informing you of a possible hidden danger. After all, Feifei doesn't want me to go back. Hidden danger? Musichu caught the key point in her words. If you are really the daughter of the Ji family, you can recognize your ancestors, but you can also continue to live with us. How is that a hidden danger? Xiao Jin did not say anything. Mu Zhenming and Mu Xiangshan's faces sank at the same time. Mu Zillion was a little curious. What kind of expression is that? My brother is right. If Xiao Jin is really the daughter of the Ji family, she can go back and recognize them. After all, they are her biological parents, aren't they? What are you doing? Mu Xiangshan scolded Mu Zillion, don't talk nonsense here. He stood up and looked at Xiao Jin. What kind of place is the Ji family? It has nothing to do with you at all. Don't have such messy thoughts. They only have one son. He looked quite angry and turned to leave with a flick of his sleeves. Mu Zhenming looked at his stunned son and then at Xiao Jin. He sighed. Grandpa didn't mean that. If Xiao Jin is really the daughter of the Ji family, she can't go back. Mu Zillion and his brother were still puzzled. Why? How could there be a family where the biological daughter couldn't go back? Mu Zhenming frowned slightly and said simply, the juniors of the Ji family have been fighting fiercely recently. His words were implicit. Mu Zillion and Musichu were in this circle after all, so they understood a little. Although the Ji family was a family with a strong foundation, the internal power struggle was equally fierce. There were even people who secretly tampered with things. Musichu and the others had heard some news. Ji Chiyue's son, the boy brought back by Xiao Jin's biological mother, was one of the most influential people in the Ji family now. The competition between the younger generation was very fierce. Ji Chiyue's second wife, a mistress, had already caused a lot of criticism. If Xiao Jin's matter was exposed, that woman had actually brought back Ji Chiyue's biological son back then. She must have used some tricks. What was going on wasn't something that others could imagine. It wasn't wise for Xiao Jin to get involved with the Ji family now. This was because Xiao Jin had just said that the boy was Ji Chiyue's biological son, but he wasn't Xiao Jin's biological mother's biological son. If the biological mother abandoned Xiao Jin and brought the boy back, there were many reasons behind this. Mu Zillion was also deep in thought. That's indeed not suitable for Xiao Jin to go back. We can't tell anyone about this. After he said this, he looked excited and gossipy. I want to know how Xiao Jin's biological mother did it. She sounded like a powerful person. After all, in a family like the Ji family that valued status, being able to rise as a mistress was simply a skill. Of course, that was Xiao Jin's biological mother. Xiao Jin himself was innocent. They didn't have any dislike for Xiao Jin. Furthermore, he had been abandoned at birth. There was nothing worse than this. If he hadn't met Xiao Fei, who knew what his life would have been like? This biological mother was really ruthless. They all looked at Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin just shook his head. I've only divined so much for now. I'll only know more when I meet this woman. After all, there were no clues. It was already heaven-defying to be able to tell their relationship. If they wanted to know more, they had to see the real person and use an array formation to divine. Only then could they know the inside door. The three of them unconsciously realized that all this was based on Xiao Jin's divination. She spoke with certainty, but there was no evidence. They couldn't verify whether she was the daughter of the Ji family or not. What if she was talking nonsense? Mu Zhenming changed the topic. When did you learn to do fortune-telling? Xiao Jin, recently, self-taught on the internet. Everyone, there was no way to chat. Mu Zhenming even had the illusion that he was a mentally retarded person if he were to seriously analyze the situation for her. Perhaps Xiao Fei was right. After all, she was in the hospital and her brain was a little stimulated. She might not have recovered yet. As an adoptive father, he couldn't be too harsh on this adopted daughter. Thus, he nodded and lost interest in asking. He only said, "I'll go in and take care of your mother." After he left, Muzillian directly said, "Whether it's true or not, we'll know if Uncle G's wife looks like Xiao Jin. If they were biological, they would at least look alike, right?" Muzillian had seen Ji Qiue before. To be honest, he didn't think he looked like Xiao Jin. Now, they could only see what his wife looked like. The Mu family and the Ji family only got to know each other in recent years, and Ji Qiue's first wife had accompanied her son abroad for many years. Therefore, these juniors had never seen her before and naturally had no memory of her. They didn't know if they looked alike. Musachu frowned and said, "Don't cause trouble. This matter couldn't be known by the Ji family." Muzillian was a restless person. Muzillian rolled his eyes. "I'm just looking for a chance to take a look. Who knows what I want to do? Besides, I might not be able to see her. It is said that his wife only comes back during the new year. We might not be able to see her even if we visit her during the new year." He was telling the truth. If they wanted to see her, they had to see if they had the luck. Xiao Jin stood up and said, "Qi Lian, Qi Chu, I just said it to let you know. There is no other meaning." She paused for a moment before continuing, "You are my family." She was not good at saying such warm words. She just wanted to reassure them. Muzillian was still a little awkward at this moment. Not biological. After saying that, he went back to his room. Musachu also looked at Xiao Jin and said, "You make your own decisions." Xiao Jin pursed her lips and smiled. The people of the Mu family were all open-minded. Even if they had any doubts, they would be considerate and not ask too much. It made it convenient for her to do many things. After Xiao Jin returned to her room, she still remembered that she had promised Song Yanqing. She called him and told him about the Feng family. The Feng family, Song Yanqing on the other side of the phone muttered and revealed some information that he had known before. "My father had contact with them in the early years and said that their family was indeed strange. Now it seems that everything has a reason. It was because of other people's luck that they could reproduce and grow to this day." Xiao Jin asked, "I remember that you have an aunt who married into the Feng family?" "Yes." Song Yanqing answered her naturally. At the same time, he didn't avoid telling her the real reason: the business marriage is secondary. "My aunt took a fancy to the uncle of the Feng family. Since that's the case, I want to know if the matter of borrowing luck will affect her?" "Yes." Xiao Jin also answered straightforwardly, "She married into the Feng family and was tainted with the Feng family's fortune. If there is a problem with the clan's fortune, she will naturally be affected. However, this kind of thing can't be said for sure. If she is blessed and is a kind-hearted person, it won't have too much of an impact on her. The clan's fate is most deeply implicated in the bloodline. Outsiders who have no connection with the Feng family will at most be enveloped by the Feng family's fate. The consequences will depend on themselves." For example, Song Yanqing's aunt had nothing to do with Xiao Jin. She married into the Feng family, and she had nothing to do with the Feng family in terms of bloodline. If something happened to the clan's fortune, it would ruin the good news that the Feng family's descendants enjoyed. If this aunt was an outsider, the ones who would have an accident when the clan's fortune was broken would only be those who had evil intentions, such as Feng Feihe and Azu. It had nothing to do with outsiders. The premise was that they really didn't borrow the Feng family's fate to do anything. Otherwise, the karma would still be settled. Who let Xiao Jin's karma be too strong? Song Yanqing understood. He thought for a while and didn't say too much to Xiao Jin on this matter. It was probably inappropriate. However, the matter of borrowing luck made Song Yanqing vigilant. The Feng family and the Song family had indeed cooperated closely recently. It seemed that it was necessary to distinguish clearly. The next day, it was time for Xiao Jin to take the exam. The professional exam and the basic exam. Xiao Jin had been studying for so long. Needless to say, the professional exam was not a problem. With Song Yanqing's tutoring, the basic exam was not a problem. The school was a key school. Xiao Jin's personal requirements were not so strict. It was fine as long as it was good enough. After all, she did not expect to do well in the exam to be of much use to her. Her academic performance used to be above average. Later, it slipped and became bad. Now, it was good enough to be above average. Of course, there were a lot of excellent students in this school. They also had a lot of certificates. They had even started to study for a master's degree in advance to participate in various competitions. Even Musilian and Musichu had to go abroad to participate in some competition finals. They were not at the same level as Qiao Jin, who was a salted fish. Qiao Jin did not care. She was even happy to be relaxed. After the exam, Qiao Jin received a call from Xianxia. "Have you finished the exam?" As Qiao Jin sipped on her milk tea, she listened to the low and deep voice on the other end of the line. "Just in time. I'm in a restaurant near your school. Do you want to come over for a meal?" "Sure." Qiao Jin answered very directly. After asking for the address, she went to Song Yanqing. Anyway, the food she ate with Song Yanqing tasted very good. She arrived at a restaurant in Sakura Island. When she entered the private room, Qiao Jin saw that not only was Song Yanqing sitting in the private room, but there was also an unfamiliar face. With a handsome and clean face and a sunny and cheerful feeling, he was like the boy next door. His hair was flaxen curls. The fluffy feeling added a bit of childishness to him, showing a bit of cuteness. His eyes were very bright, especially when he saw Qiao Jin. Qiao Jin raised her eyebrows. Song Yanqing had already raised his head naturally and explained to her, "My aunt's son, who married into the Feng family, is my cousin, Feng Qianen." They had just talked about the other party's mother yesterday, and now their son was here. Qiao Jin sat down and nodded in greeting. "Hello." Song Yanqing added, "Qianen just came back from abroad." Qiao Jin's relationship with the Feng family was relatively ordinary, but it was not to the extent that he disliked everyone in the Feng family. This Feng Qianen was still okay. The gray aura between his eyebrows was not heavy. Obviously, he was affected, but it was not to the extent of serious harm. Then this person was not the same type as Feng Feihe. The man looked at Qiao Jin as if he was looking at a wonder. "Your brother Yanqing's friends." Song Yanqing spoke very naturally. His light eyes slowly landed on Phoenix Grace. "Qiao Jin grew up in China. He's not as open as you. Watch your words." "Wow." Phoenix Qianen pursed her lips and acted coquettishly towards Song Yanqing. "Isn't it because I haven't seen any other friends around brother Yanqing?" When he smiled, he even had dimples on his cheeks. Qiao Jin could not help but glance at Phoenix Qianen. In a place like the Feng family, was he pretending to have such a temperament, or was it real? She could not see a person with a hard fate, so she had to guess. Phoenix Qianen belonged to those with a hard fate, which meant that he was a person with a good fate. Song Yanqing handed the menu to Qiao Jin and let her order what she liked. He then looked at Phoenix Qianen. "I heard that you have a girlfriend?" "Yes." Phoenix Qianen's eyes turned. "But she's not my girlfriend. I'm still chasing her. I just met her." "You definitely haven't heard of her. She's a female celebrity called Fan Jin." Qiao Jin, so this was involved. Fan Jin was one of the female celebrities who came to her for fortune-telling. In the end, she found out that she was cheated and left the industry sadly. After reading the news, she probably went abroad to relax. Logically speaking, Fan Jin shouldn't know Feng Qianen. Now that Feng Qianen mentioned it, it could only mean that the two met abroad. It wasn't too long ago. Qiao Jin didn't show that he knew her, but Song Yanqing didn't know. Female celebrity? He frowned slightly. It seemed that he wasn't very optimistic. Feng Qianen knew what his cousin was thinking. He immediately sat up straight and said, "Brother, I know what you're thinking. Don't worry, Fan Jin isn't like other female celebrities. Her path is clean and there are no messy things. If that was the case, my mother wouldn't have agreed to let me pursue her." Although the Feng family's reputation wasn't very good, it was impossible for their outstanding bloodline to pursue a female celebrity with a bad reputation. Although many of the Feng family's children and grandchildren were involved with many female celebrities, Song Yanqing didn't have much interaction with the entertainment industry, but he had heard a lot of messy things in it. There were too few innocent female celebrities who could reach this stage of fame without messy things. Hearing Feng Qianen say this, Song Yanqing's voice was calm. As long as you like it. Feng Qian'an suddenly smiled very brightly. When he smiled, his eyes seemed to have starlight. It gave people a very sweet feeling. It was as sweet as honey. Xiao Jin pursed his lips and smiled. It wasn't that he was bewitched by the other party's smile, but he felt that such a boy was really rare. Feng Qian'an noticed Xiao Jin's smile and looked at Xiao Jin with bright eyes. Little sister, how old are you this year? How do you know my brother? Song Yanqing, 20 years old, younger than you. I'm still in my second year of university. Feng Qian'an. I'm sorry, little sister. He thought that someone who could play with his brother would at least be of the same age. Xiao Jin, Feng Qian'an was 2 years younger than Song Yanqing. He was 23 years old this year. As if he wanted to make up for it, Phoenix Qian'an looked at Xiao Jin and said, "You are so beautiful." He wasn't trying to flatter her on purpose. At the very least, everyone who saw Xiao Jin could say that she was beautiful. There was no trace of makeup on her face. He didn't know if she was born without makeup, but at least her skin was really good. It was delicate and white, and could be called flawless jade, just like his brother's. Feng Qian'an's praise was so sweet that it was easy to make people burst with joy. However, Xiao Jin was not as excited as he had imagined. He even said with a serious expression, "I know." She was very clear about the fact that she was beautiful. Phoenix Qian'an, when Song Yanqing saw that Phoenix Qian'an was about to lose control of her expression, he actually let out a chuckle. When Phoenix Gray saw the smile on Song Yanqing's face, he opened his mouth wide in disbelief. Song Yanqing quickly noticed his gaffe. The smile on his lips softened a little. He turned his head and slightly lowered his head to look at Xiao Jin. "What do you like to eat? Have you decided?" His tone was a little gentler than the others. Xiao Jin didn't remember eating Sakura cuisine. She didn't like raw food, so she ordered a few fruit sushi and eel rolls. Other than that, Xiao Jin had been very quiet. Song Yanqing and Feng Qian'an talked about some trivial things. He suddenly came back. He heard about Song Yanqing's incident some time ago and specially came to see him. If it weren't for the fact that the news of Song Yanqing's accident was kept secret, he would have rushed back. Phoenix Qian'an was a talkative person. Most of the time, he was the one who spoke while Song Yanqing listened. Phoenix Qian'an only thought that Song Yanqing was like this, but when he talked to Xiao Jin responded lazily and occasionally used 2 words to brush him off. He was just like his brother. He now knew why the other party could get along well with his cousin. The eel rolls tasted good, and the fruit sushi was also very delicious. Xiao Jin ate happily. After eating, Song Yanqing asked someone to send Phoenix Qian'an away. He and Xiao Jin talked alone. 2 days ago, Xiao Jin mentioned something. Song Yanqing gave him a clear answer at this time. "It's not appropriate for me to go to the spirit group." Xiao Jin made a sound of and turned to look at him. He did not directly ask why. Song Yanqing slowly explained, "I learned some information about the spirit group. Several families are involved. The Song family originally did not get involved in these things. If I join the spirit group, people will suspect that I want to get involved. They will be on guard against me in advance. It will be somewhat disadvantageous to your plan." Xiao Jin nodded. "That's true." Song Yanqing smiled slowly. "But it doesn't matter. I have arranged for people in the spirit group. When I get any clues, you will know." Xiao Jin thought for a moment. "You said that the Song family does not participate in these things. Then how do you know about the spirit group?" "Some things are just not involved, so they ignore the clues. My father also learned about the spirit group. After I learned about it, he transferred the information in his hands to me. In the past, he did not let Song Yanqing know about these things. Now that he knew, it was not a big deal to participate." Xiao Jin suddenly understood. Song Yanqing glanced at her. "Is today's sushi delicious?" Xiao Jin, "Delicious." Song Yanqing pursed his lips and smiled. "You can come more often if you like." "Okay, I'll come here more often when I earn some money," Wang Yao said. The food was delicious, and the price was also very good. A single meal was equivalent to half a year's worth of expenses for an ordinary family. For the current Xiaojin, it was too outrageous. Xianxia laughed. If you want to eat, I can bring you here anytime. That won't do. There are some things that need to be clarified. Xiaojin shook his head. I can't take advantage of you. I'll treat you another day. I'll make a lot of money soon. Song Yanqing's expression became even gentler. Okay. He didn't ask how Xiaojin was going to make a lot of money. Presumably, she had her own considerations. At this moment, Xiaojin's expression froze. Put me down in front, I have something to do. Song Yanqing was going to take her home, and the car was still on the way. Song Yanqing found it a little strange, but he didn't ask much. He only said, okay. He asked the driver to stop on the street in front and watched Xiaojin get out of the car. Looking at her disappearing back view, Song Yanqing fell into deep thought. The dim light from the street lamps outside the car window refracted in, casting an arc on his perfect jawline. Occasionally, the sound of laughter and chatter from passers-by drifted past the car window. Song Yanqing felt that Xiaojin's departure just now had a deeper meaning. In the dim light, the man was silent for a long time before he finally said, "Stop here for a while." The driver replied respectfully, "Okay, young master." There were many expensive cars in the capital, but now, they saw one parked on the side of the road, and passers-by took a few photos as they passed by. Song Yanqing raised his hand and looked at the watch on his wrist. It was 6:30. His break time was almost up. The reason why Xiaojin got out of the car was because she sensed danger. This danger was none other than the fact that a month was up and her backlash was coming. Under such circumstances, she couldn't predict what would happen to her. Song Yanqing's life providence was unstable to begin with. It was best not to get close to him. Otherwise, not only would it easily cause an accident, but both of them would be easily implicated. The intuition of danger was very strong and mysterious. In fact, Xiaojin couldn't sense where the danger was. After all, this was her backlash. If she knew everything, the punishment for her resurrection would be too easy. The coldness that seeped into her bones had already begun to invade Xiaojin's body. The streets were extremely lively. Passers-by laughed as they walked past. It was a bustling scene. In such an atmosphere, there were occasional dark corners. It was as if there were ferocious beasts that were waiting for the right time to tear Xiaojin apart and devour her. Xiaojin had accumulated a few cadaveric auras and demonized spirit seeds. She wasn't afraid of today's danger. However, when danger came, she needed to react quickly. She stood on the streets and attracted the attention of many people because of her beautiful appearance. She was dressed casually today. She had seaweed-like long hair, exquisite facial features, and porcelain-white skin. Her eyes seemed to glow as she stood there without any makeup. She really looked like a character who had walked out of an anime. A few passers-by walked past and couldn't help but take out their phones to secretly take photos of Xiaojin. There were both men and women. When it came to the matter of wanting to look good, all humans were actually the same. Under normal circumstances, normal people would admire a beautiful person. Xiaojin scanned her surroundings. The chances of something happening on the streets weren't high. However, with her backlash, anything could happen. She wanted to avoid it. After all, she was only a mortal. Even if she was stabbed, the chances of her dying were very high. Although the chances of others hurting her weren't high, she had to guard against sudden accidents. Gotcha. It was a very soft sound. The streets were very noisy. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have been heard. But Xiaojin heard it. The voice came out of nowhere. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and she turned around without hesitation in the next second. Bang! A huge billboard came crashing down from where she had been standing. It almost brushed past Xiaojin's body as it fell. The chill was enough to make one's scalp tingle. The huge accident caused the passers-by to scream. Xiaojin suddenly turned around, and in less than a second, the billboard in front of her fell into two halves. Just the strength of the steel bars, if it had hit her directly, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Even the debris from the fall splashed onto her body. Because the speed was too fast, a piece of debris even brushed against her exposed arm, leaving a sharp wound. Dark red blood instantly gushed out of the wound. Even so, her expression remained calm. He only covered his arm and narrowed his eyes. It was not over yet. This scene was like a scene from a foreign blockbuster, Final Destination. The danger was undetectable. Everything happened reasonably and naturally, so no one could see any problems with it. If Xiao Jin had reacted a little slower, she wouldn't have been able to dodge it. "Miss, your hand is bleeding. Are you okay?" A passerby girl came forward in a panic. At the same time, she hurriedly took out a pack of tissues and band-aids from her bag and handed them to Xiao Jin. In the face of the passerby's kindness, Xiao Jin pursed her lips and smiled. "Thank you." The passerby was bewitched by her smile and blushed. At the same time, she asked worriedly, "Do you need me to send you to the hospital?" It was too dangerous just now. Many people gathered around. Some of them clearly saw that if Xiao Jin hadn't suddenly turned around, she would have been hit by the billboard. It was simply too terrifying. The reason was simple. She had been resurrected in an unreasonable way, so karma would make her disappear in a reasonable way. Just like how accidents would happen to ordinary people, no one knew that these things were predestined. "No need, I'm fine." Xiao Jin took the tissue and band-aid from the passerby and looked at the girl again with a bright smile. "Thank you. You're a good person. So, good karma will come." She turned around and quickly left. If she was here, she might have implicated others because this kind of thing couldn't be said to be targeted only at her. If she bumped into an unlucky person who was about to die, it was very likely that they would suffer together. The passerby watched her leave in a daze. She had almost been hit by the billboard just now. As passers-by, they were all scared, but this girl didn't have any reaction at all. But she was really beautiful. Her skin was really good up close. She looked like a porcelain doll. As Xiao Jin walked, she put the band-aid that the passerby had given her on her wrist. The wound wasn't big. After wiping it with the tissue and applying the band-aid, the bleeding stopped. However, there were still people following her in secret. Naturally, it was the spirit group. Seeing that Xiao Jin had almost been hit by the billboard, the two people who were watching her were stunned. Her precognitive ability is so strong? That was a fatal danger, just for a second? That's not right. If she knew there was danger, why was she still there? The two people were suspicious, but they continued to follow Xiao Jin. The place where the billboard had fallen had attracted a lot of attention. Because it happened to be outside a shop, the shop owner was almost scared to death. Fortunately, no one was hurt. The young lady standing under the billboard was too lucky. As Xiao Jin walked forward, the sense of danger lingered around her like a shadow. There was an even greater danger. This feeling of not being able to test was actually not very good, but Xiao Jin did not seem to be too flustered. He had experienced similar things several times, so he had a little experience. When she reached a crossroad, she knew that it was very dangerous. Because of the dense traffic here, accidents were more likely to happen. But sometimes, Xiao Jin's intuition told him to go there because he knew it was more dangerous. If he could avoid it, then so be it. I can't avoid it. Oh, it's just another death, not to mention that I can still use death energy at the crucial moment. When she was walking on the side of the road, an arrogant roar of a car came from behind her. The sound was so loud that it attracted people's attention. She turned her head and saw a dazzling white supercar speeding over, but it stopped in front of Xiao Jin in an instant. Seeing Xiao Jin, a handsome face wearing sunglasses appeared in the sports car. The other party had an evil smile on his face. Alone? Clearly, this was a rich second-generation heir. A rich second-generation heir who was ready to pick up girls. The other party's appearance was also not bad. Coupled with the high-end shirt he was wearing and his appearance, it was enough to make the hearts of many girls flutter. Xiao Jin stared at the other party, but the smile at the corner of her mouth was a little cold. "Why did you follow me?" "What?" The other party was stunned for a moment. He saw Xiao Jin just now because he saw that Xiao Jin was beautiful, a type he had never seen before. He wanted to hunt for a beauty, so he took the initiative to chase after her. Otherwise, with his identity, there were plenty of women following him, so he didn't have to find a random one on the side of the road. A rich second generation driving a sports car to hit on a beauty, this scene attracted a lot of attention, and many people looked over. "Let's get to know each other, my name is..." Before he finished speaking, Xiao Jin's eyes showed a trace of pity. "It's too late." Squeak, boom, de-room, a few hurried honks and screeching brakes sounded. Xiao Jin was originally standing on the side of the road, and the traffic opposite her was clearly red, but suddenly a car rushed out and ran the red light as if it had lost control. That wasn't all. A large truck drove straight from the green light, and its speed wasn't slow. Seeing that it couldn't dodge in time, it subconsciously turned the steering wheel. Bang! The two cars collided in an instant. All of this happened in a short 2 seconds, and no one knew that such an accident would happen. Amid the shocking screams of the passers-by, the collision caused a chain reaction. Another large truck sped out at the same time and was forced to change direction, implicating a few cars at the same time. The steering wheels of the cars were all messed up, but they all seemed to be rushing in the same direction. It was the direction of Xiao Jin. The car parked in front of Xiao Jin was the rich second-generation Air sports car. When he saw the big truck coming toward him, his pupils constricted. However, it was too late for him to drive away because the two cars were connected. The car that ran the red light and was hit by the big truck was brought over, blocking his way forward. Moreover, all of this happened too quickly. In just a few seconds, the large truck went straight for him. Bang! A tragic car accident occurred at the scene. The large truck and several cars collided directly with the sports car. At that moment, the passers-by were almost scared out of their wits. They saw the white sports car being smashed into pieces with their own eyes. With such a tragic degree, even if the person in the car was a god, he wouldn't be able to survive, and there was a girl at the intersection next to the car. A few passers-by happened to pass by in that direction, and Xiao Jin had already run in the other direction when the large truck rushed over. The large truck happened suddenly, and 1 or 2 seconds was enough for Xiao Jin to react to the extreme. More importantly, there was an unlucky person in front of her to block. She was so fast that she almost brushed against the truck's tires and fell to the ground. Bang! The truck and the car crashed into the wall before coming to a stop. The entire front of the truck was smashed into pieces, and the driver inside was knocked unconscious. However, it was obvious that he would be fine. Because of the sudden braking, the truck hit the white sports car and was slowed down. When it crashed into the wall, it happened to stop and reduce the impact. Xiao Jin fell next to the large truck, and the split door of the sports car smashed toward her. She became calmer when she was in extreme danger. While others couldn't see, she moved her fingers, and the door was forced to smash to the side. The sense of danger disappeared. She lay on the ground, panting a little, but she was relieved. She lay on the ground and looked at the sports car that had been completely flattened at this time from the corner of her eyes. The people inside definitely couldn't survive. They were the people from the Feng family. There were earth-shattering screams all around, as well as the sound of countless people crying in fear. The scene of the car accident was a mess. The white sports car was crushed without a trace. However, Xiao Jin knew that only one member of the Feng family had an accident. The others might have suffered minor injuries, but it did not affect them too much. The accident was targeted at her. Who knew that a member of the Feng family would suddenly appear? This was really unstoppable. The Feng family had recently accepted her karma. If this person did not follow, he could still be free for a while. The aura of death on his body was extremely heavy. The karma erosion had just begun. He should not have been affected so much. It could only mean that this person was not a kind person. His hands were stained with human lives and most of the backlash was forcefully suppressed after borrowing the Feng family's luck. As a result, as soon as he came into contact with Xiao Jin, the family's luck lost its protection and died a tragic death. She spat out a mouthful of dust. When she fell to the ground just now, she still had some impact on her body. The backlash of karma was really ruthless. It blinded her perception and tried to kill her. Although her own karma was extremely strong, she would not be careless when she suffered the backlash. After all, being reborn was against the heavens. The front of the truck was blocked by a car. She was lying in the middle. She could not use her strength to directly lift the car. Otherwise, she would be on the headlines. She was lying on her stomach at this time. When she turned her head, she could still see the remains of the man's body. The car was already in such a state and he had died a tragic death. The upper half of his body that was still attached to his head was still staring at Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin just watched calmly. Now that she saw the evil dead on the other party's body, even she wanted to sneer. Is he dead? Oh my god, the car is completely cracked. Woo woo woo, I will have psychological trauma for the rest of my life. What is that? Is that a leg? Ugh, there is also a beautiful girl. I saw it. A beautiful girl was also hit. It's too tragic. It's really unfortunate. People were discussing. Some people collapsed and screamed. Some people cried on the spot. Some people were so frightened by the tragic scene that they lost their minds. This was probably a psychological trauma for many people. There were a few drivers in the car. They opened the door and walked out, trembling. They were only dizzy and slightly injured. To be chosen as the accident to kill Xiao Jin, they were more or less unlucky recently. The drivers were scared out of their wits. They did not expect such a tragic thing to happen. There was a female driver in the car that was blocking Xiao Jin's way. Her car door was deformed and she could not squeeze out. She sat in the car and sobbed. Xiao Jin raised her hand and patted her car door. She sighed and shouted, "Help!" His voice was weak, and if one listened carefully, it sounded a little perfunctory. The female driver screamed in fright. When she came to her senses and saw Xiao Jin, she let out an "ah," and shouted excitedly, "Someone is injured here." She's still alive. Fortunately, it was just a car accident. She did not lose her mind. Of course, the premise was that she did not see the man's body. When the crowd heard the cry for help, they moved over. There were already traffic police nearby. They were probably having a heart attack. It had been a long time since they saw such a big car accident. Xiao Jin lay there for about half an hour before a tow truck came to drag the deformed car out. Xiao Jin was successfully rescued. Of course, as a normal girl who saw a man's body, she was naturally scared out of her wits. In fact, Xiao Jin could feel everything. About 10 minutes later, she felt a familiar figure approaching. How is she? As usual, the elegant harp voice, gentle tone, and every word was powerful, but at this moment, it seemed a little anxious. There was a faint gasp in the crowd. Obviously, they were shocked by his appearance. Then, Xiao Jin felt that her arm was held by someone. She fainted. It should be the shock of the car accident. We are now sending the injured to the hospital for examination. Song Yanqing was silent for a moment. Aze squeezed in from the back and saw Song Yanqing in the crowd. He was frightened. "Young master, you go first." Then, he saw that it was Xiao Jin who was being carried on the stretcher. He was shocked. How could Miss Zhao? Obviously, in his mind, Miss Zhao would be fine. But Song Yanqing had already caused a stir. There was no other reason than that he was too beautiful. His tall and straight figure, his elegant bearing, and his handsome face were all gathered on one person. Even the passers-by who came to watch the fun did not dare to even think of getting close to him. They always felt that he had a special kind of arrogance, and if they got closer, it would be sullying him. At this moment, he frowned and looked at the girl lying on the hospital bed. There was obvious worry between his eyebrows. He wished that someone could smooth out the wrinkles between his eyebrows. Song Yanqing felt that something was wrong with Xiao Jin, but Xiao Jin walked fast after all. He stopped and waited for a while until the vibration of the billboard came. He seemed to feel it and was a little worried. He ordered the driver to follow him. In fact, it had only been 10 minutes since Xiao Jin left him. Such a terrible thing happened in a few minutes. He even regretted that he did not follow him earlier. In his mind, Xiao Jin would be fine. Now that something happened to her, he was a little caught off guard. He held Xiao Jin's hand and used his ability to transmit a belief. She would be fine. He was a spiritualist of words. Not only could he speak, but he could also make his thoughts come true if he was capable enough. Recently, he had been practicing with some small objects, and he had mastered them very quickly. However, just as the thought passed through his mind, he suddenly felt an itch in his palm. Xiao Jin tapped his palm when no one was looking, indicating that he was fine. Song Yanqing paused for a moment, then reacted quickly. His heart immediately relaxed, and his eyebrows flattened. He let go of Qiao Jin's hand. Aze didn't know what was going on. He was still trying to persuade Song Yanqing, "Young master, let's go out first. I have something urgent to tell you." The person who had the accident was a little unexpected. "I will watch Miss Qiao go to the hospital." Song Yanqing nodded and withdrew from the crowd. Others even automatically opened a path for him. They just spread out unconsciously. After getting into the car, of course, he would not go back. Instead, he would accompany Qiao Jin to the hospital. This happened too strangely. As soon as Aze got into the car, his expression was a little ugly. "Young master, a person died in the car accident just now. Do you know who that person is?" Song Yanqing raised his eyes slightly. "Who?" Aze sighed and said, "The third son of the second son of the Feng family, Feng Yibing." Although he was born outside, he was very favored by his father. Relying on the fact that his father was a member of the Feng family, he did a lot of evil outside. He killed a few people and was suppressed by the Feng family. Now that he died like this, the Feng family will probably go crazy. Hearing this, Song Yanqing's eyes suddenly became cold. Qiao Jin told him about borrowing luck. He knew about the Feng family's tricks. Now the Feng family was dead. After all, Feng Qianan was his cousin. There was nothing wrong with the Song family looking after him. Song Yanqing didn't know much about the other Feng family members, but he knew that some of the younger generation of the Feng family did terrible things, but they were suppressed by the Feng family. Even Song Shirin cursed a few words in front of him, saying that the Feng family would be finished sooner or later. It was incredible that no one had an accident for so many years. Now a younger generation died. After being explained by Qiao Jin, he knew the reason why the Feng family was strange. Song Yanqing's first thought was that Feng Yibing and Qiao Jin were at the same car accident scene. Feng Yibing was dead, but she was fine. Would the Feng family think that there was something strange? No, he couldn't let the Feng family trouble Qiao Jin. Under certain circumstances, Song Yanqing was also cold. He wouldn't take a second look at the trash of the Feng family. Others were not worth mentioning to him. Song Yanqing completely calmed down, let people deal with the car accident scene and keep an eye on the Feng family. If they contact Qiao Jin, let me know at any time. Dan was a little confused, but he still nodded. "Okay, young master, let's go to the hospital now." Song Yanqing nodded, "Let's go together." "I'm worried about Qiao Jin." He didn't say that Qiao Jin was fine. Dan also understood and immediately asked the driver to go to the hospital with the ambulance. After going to the hospital, Qiao Jin woke up. After a round of examination, Qiao Jin was really fine. He could even be discharged from the hospital immediately. Song Yanqing stayed with her and booked a separate VIP ward for her, but Qiao Jin didn't agree. "I haven't informed Feifei yet." "Sigh, she will cry eventually. It's better to cry at home." Song Yanqing, the people in the hospital originally wanted to inform her family to come over. Seeing that she was fine and that she had her own request, they didn't inform the Mu family for the time being. The Mu family didn't get the news so quickly. After all, no one informed them of the sudden car accident. Qiao Jin looked at Song Yanqing's appearance and smiled. "I'm really fine. Take me back." Song Yanqing thought for a moment. "Okay." Sitting in the car, Song Yanqing, he thought for a moment and then asked Qiao Jin, "What's going on?" Qiao Jin answered vaguely, "Just a small matter." "Why would Feng Yibing appear there?" "That dead man is Feng Yibing?" Because she was dead, she didn't bother to find out who he was. Song Yanqing nodded and explained to her, "Her father is the Feng family's Feng Yingbai, second in rank. Her mother is a mistress." Qiao Jin did not care who it was. This matter had nothing to do with her. During the backfire, she was blinded by karma. It was impossible for her to calculate that there was a member of the Feng family who was about to die there. Since he was dead, it meant that he deserved to die. She had a lot of debts, and she became the first member of the Feng family to be sacrificed. This became a breakthrough. If there was a first, there would be a second. Even if Qiao Jin didn't care, the Feng family had to pay back what they owed others. With the death of Feng Yibing, the gap in the family's luck became more and more obvious. It couldn't be repaired. The two array masters were probably flying into a rage right now. It had nothing to do with her, but as long as she was there, the Feng family would keep an eye on her. It would be troublesome during this time. She clicked her tongue softly. Xianxia suddenly touched her wound with a band-aid with his finger. His eyes were deep. Does it hurt? Xiao Jin was a little puzzled. What's so painful about this? It was just a scratch on her arm. This wound was basically nothing to Xiao Jin. At least it was better than losing her life. Tong glanced at Xiao Jin in the rearview mirror and thought that she was too straightforward. She should at least show the weakness of a woman so that our young master has a reason to comfort her. Now there was no reason to comfort her. Sigh. He sighed like a bodyguard. Xianxia pursed his lips and showed a trace of hesitation. Will a similar situation happen again? He still noticed something. Because he had experienced something related to Xiao Jin, he could roughly sense that something was wrong with her. Since her suicide, her personality didn't match her previous experiences. Ordinary people might not be able to see the problem, but now that Xianxia had begun to come into contact with this world, he vaguely felt something. Xiao Jin paused for a moment, nodded, and then shook her head. It shouldn't be a big problem. This was the first time that the death aura and the demonic spirit seed she had accumulated weren't enough. If she continued to increase, the backlash wouldn't have much effect on her. She was just testing it today. Sure enough, after being blinded, her intuition was at least still there. Her reaction was also quite fast. The most important thing was that there was someone who wanted to die. It wasn't until they got home that Mu Zhenming learned about Xiao Jin's car accident because of the news from the Feng family. It wasn't the Feng family who said it, but Feng Yibing's death was now known by the entire upper-class circle. The key was that she died without a complete corpse. Then there was another girl who didn't have any major problems. Mu Zhenming asked around and almost knew that it was Xiao Jin. He knew some things about the Feng family and vaguely felt that something was wrong. Feng Fei he had a car accident not long ago, and now Feng Yibing was dead. Recently, the Feng family, Mu Zhenming still informed the family. Xiao Fei cried when she heard the news. When she was about to call Xiao Jin had already arrived home. She came in through the door. When everyone in the house saw Xiao Jin, they were quickly stunned. Heavens, Jin! Are you okay? Are you all right? Xiao Fei rushed over. Seeing Xiao Jin come back safely, tears fell out of his eyes. I'm fine. Xiao Jin put his arm around her shoulder and said earnestly, Fei, if I had something to do, would I still be able to come back now? Are you really, all right? Didn't you get into a car accident? Xiao Fei raised his head and looked at Xiao Jin from head to toe. Seeing that Xiao Jin was all right, he let out a sigh of relief. Then, she saw the wound on Xiao Jin's arm and became agitated again. Aren't you fine? Xiao Jin. Does that count? Xiao Fei, there are wounds. Oh my god. Xiao Jin, the men behind them calmed down. Seeing that Xiao Jin was indeed fine, they knew that there was nothing serious. Xiao Fei was naturally worried and couldn't stop crying. How long have you been fine? Why did this happen again? In the back hall, Mu Xiangshan slowly walked out and said with a sullen face, we don't know how she is. Why didn't you bring her back to sit down? Why did you let her stand outside? Xiao Fei finally reacted and quickly grabbed Xiao Jin's hand. Let's go in and sit down first. You must be afraid. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Xiao Jin. After entering the house, Mu Zhenming looked Xiao Jin up and down. Are you sure you're okay? Xiao Jin was very calm. If not, I should be in the hospital now, not back. Mu Zhenming nodded and asked, who sent you back? Xiao Jin, Xianxia. Everyone, Mu Xiangshan's eyes widened. I'm hallucinating. Who? Who's Xianxia? It wasn't that he didn't know who Xianxia was, but it was hard for him to imagine that Xiao Jin would know Xianxia. Muzichu and the others were able to take it. Muzilian said calmly, Grandpa, it's Xianxia, the young master of the Song family, the one with a weak body. Don't be surprised. This is nothing. Our Qiao Jin is very capable. Mu Xiangshan, how did she get close to Song Yanqing? Xiaofei was much more tolerant than before. He sent you back. Why didn't you invite him over? That's so embarrassing. Qiao Jin said naturally, it's okay. He should be resting now. When he's free, he'll come over. Qiao Jin knew that if Song Yanqing came to the Mu family, it would probably cause a commotion. But now wasn't the time. Moreover, Song Yanqing didn't mention coming to the Mu family as a guest. He sent Qiao Jin home and said with a smile, I'll visit uncle and auntie another day. Go home and rest first. Goodbye, Qiao Jin. Then, the two of them said goodbye. Xiao Fei, on the other hand, was much more relieved. If young Master Song really came, she would feel embarrassed. Mu Zhenming looked at Qiao Jin with a heavy gaze. The man who had an accident today was Feng Yibing of the Feng family? Qiao Jin looked at him and smiled. I don't know. I don't know him. She should not have known Feng Yibing in the first place. Mu Xiangshan couldn't care less about being shocked by Song Yanqing. His face changed a little. What happened? The person who died in the car accident with Qiao Jin was from the Feng family? Mu Zhenming nodded solemnly. I haven't received any specific news from the Feng family yet, but Feng Yongshi called and asked me. I guess this matter is a little troublesome. The Feng family is dead? Muzillian and Musicha looked at each other. They had heard of Feng Yibing's name, but they had never seen her before. The other party was different from Feng Feihe. She was favored by the Feng family. She was usually arrogant and did not interact with them. However, he had heard quite a lot of bad things about him. Muzillian curled his lips and sneered, isn't it better if he dies? He should have died 1,000 times over for what he did. Mu Zhenming's eyes were cold. Shut up. Even if he deserved to die, he couldn't say it out loud. With the Feng family's character of seeking revenge for the smallest grievance, they would never let Muzillian have an easy time. Mu Xiangshan also frowned. The Feng family is in trouble, but what does this have to do with Qiao Jin? Qiao Jin also looked innocent. Yes, what does this have to do with me? I don't even know him. Xiao Fei was also a little worried. Why do you make it sound so scary? What's wrong with the Feng family? It's not because of Jin's car accident. Mu Zhenming asked her, what is the specific cause of the car accident? Qiao Jin, a car ran the red light. As a result, the big truck couldn't avoid it and crashed into it. It came in the direction where I was standing. At that time, Feng Yibing's car was also parked there. I was lucky and dodged quickly. I only scratched my skin a little. He didn't dodge in the car. What does this have to do with me? I don't even know him. If others wanted to die quickly, could she stop them? However, Mu Zhenming and Mu Xiangshan's expressions did not look relaxed. They weren't worried for no reason. After cooperating with the Feng family, they knew a little about the Feng family's style of doing things. The current Feng family was regarded as a wealthy family in the capital. Unfortunately, among the many families, the Feng family was really petty. This wasn't referring to business, but the character of seeking revenge for the smallest grievance. It was fine if they didn't offend the Feng family. If they offended the Feng family, they would be forced to a dead end. Many families in the capital were destroyed by the Feng family. Even if it was just some basic friction, they would suffer some revenge. On the surface, of course, the Feng family still looked generous. In private, everyone knew the Feng family's style of doing things. Feng Yibing's death indeed had nothing to do with Qiao Jin. But Qiao Jin was the party involved in the car accident, but she was fine. If the Feng family knew, it was hard not to think too much. Now everyone's expressions were a little dignified. Only Xiao Fei, who didn't understand this, was a little confused. Jin had a car accident. She must still be a little scared. Let her go in and rest. Mu Zhenming nodded to Qiao Jin and said, your mother is right. You go up and rest first. We will deal with the rest. Qiao Jin said softly, I'm not afraid, and I'll be fine. You can rest assured. She was referring to the Feng family, but Mu Zhenming and the others thought that Qiao Jin just didn't want them to worry about her being scared in a car accident. After Xiao Fei accompanied Xiao Jin up, Musicha said directly, "This has nothing to do with Xiao Jin. It's impossible for the Feng family not to understand." Mu Xiangshan had a meaningful look. "It's hard to say." Mu Zhenming said, "The surveillance video of the scene needs to be found. Get someone to check it now. Let me see how the car accident happened." His intuition told him that something was wrong. So that night, several people in the Mu family were a little restless. However, their worries were not unreasonable. There was nothing strange in the surveillance video, so there was no need to hide. They found it very clearly. But after watching the car accident, Mu Zhenming felt that this matter probably wouldn't end like this. In the video, Feng Yibing was clearly captured. At that time, he stopped the car and talked to Xiao Jin. In the end, the car accident happened within a few seconds. No one would have thought of such an accident, but if Feng Yibing hadn't stopped. Normal people would not think of pushing the responsibility to others, but it was hard to say for the group of people in the Feng family. Feng Yibing was Feng Yingbai's only son. Mu Zhenming had heard of this person in the business world. He was sinister and vicious. Now that his son was dead, he would definitely go crazy. Feng Yingbai's family had no contact with the Mu family, and this matter could not be traced back to the Mu family. But early the next morning, Mu Zhenming received a call from Feng Yongshi. "Feng," Yongshi said with some hesitation on the phone, "my second brother watched the video of the accident and found that Yibing seemed to be talking to your daughter in the video. Did they know each other before?" Mu Zhenming's eyes darkened. "Of course not. Xiao Jin said last night that she didn't know why Feng Yibing was talking to her." Feng Yongshi sighed. "Zhenming, this call was not my intention, but my second brother wants to see your adopted daughter," Mu Zhenming said directly. "Xiao Jin was frightened after the car accident, so it's not convenient for her to see people. Moreover, the car accident has nothing to do with Xiao Jin. No one wants such an accident to happen. Express my condolences to your second brother." Feng Yongshi, he sneered. Feng Yingbai had his eyes on the Mu family. How could this matter be settled? As the Mu family expected, when they received the news of Feng Yibing's car accident that night, the Feng family went crazy. Not only Feng Yingbai. Azu was even more shocked. Someone from the Feng family died, someone died. This was even more terrifying than the accident itself. For so many years, it was a luxury for the younger generation of the Feng family to get sick. Their family's fate and the Feng family's bloodline were well aware. Now that a younger generation of the Feng family died, this was enough to make the Feng family furious. Not to mention that the one who died was Feng Yibing. Feng Yingbai almost went crazy on the spot when he found out. He only had this one son, and it was a very tragic way of dying. He died without an intact body. Feng Yibing's mother was so shocked by the news that she fainted and didn't wake up until the next day. The Feng family's power couldn't be underestimated. They figured out everything within an hour of the car accident. It was indeed an accident, but it was too much of an accident. They couldn't find evidence of intentional murder, but there was a fatal problem in the surveillance video. Xiao Jin was there. Azu of the Feng family was suspicious of Xiao Jin. Now she saw a younger generation and Xiao Jin appear at the scene of a car accident at the same time. The younger generation of the Feng family died, but she heard that nothing happened. Other people might not understand, but Azu felt cold after seeing the video. She definitely did something. This matter was related to her. Azu gritted her teeth so hard that they almost broke. The impact of this incident on the Feng family was too great. Feng Yongshi's phone call was just the beginning. After Feng Yibing's mother woke up and learned about this, she cried and shouted for people to bring Xiao Jin over. She had to ask face to face what was going on. It was clear in the video that if Feng Yibing hadn't stopped to talk to Xiao Jin, he wouldn't have died. Others might think that this couldn't be blamed on Xiao Jin. It could only be said that her son was unlucky. But Feng Yibing's mother didn't think so. She felt that this girl killed her son. If it weren't for this jinx, Feng Yibing wouldn't have died. Before they even met, Feng Yibing's mother already hated Xiao Jin to the core. Even if she was innocent, if Feng Yibing had not stopped, none of this would have happened. Feng Yingbai naturally thought so too. Their Feng family would never look for a reason from themselves. When Xiao Jin woke up in the morning, Mu Zhenming had already gone to the company. Xiaofei didn't know what was going to happen. Seeing that Xiao Jin woke up, he asked her with concern, "Did you sleep well last night, Jin?" Xiao Jin nodded. Mu Xiangshan sat on the sofa and looked at the news on his phone. He glanced at Xiao Jin but didn't say anything. "You were in a car accident. Mom was worried that you didn't have a good rest. The school has already applied for leave for you. You can go when you want." Xiao Jin shook his head. "The exam just ended. I'm fine. I'll go tomorrow." "Xiaofei, that won't do." Before she finished speaking, a servant hurried in from outside. She looked a little flustered. "Madam, there are people from the Feng family outside. They want Miss to go to the Feng family." Xiaofei's expression changed slightly. "Feng family? Why is the Feng family looking for us?" She knew that Feng Yibing died yesterday, but she didn't think much about it. "The car accident has nothing to do with our family's Jean. The servant just came to report. She didn't know anything." Mu Xiangshan's face sank. He stood up. "Let them in. Ask them what they want to do. Why do they need to go to the Feng family?" The servant nodded and went out to bring him in. Xiao Jin just blinked quietly. "Feng Yibing talked to me yesterday. Maybe they saw the video and wanted to ask about it." Xiaofei was a little flustered. "Feng Yibing talked to you before he died? Didn't you not know each other?" Xiao Jin looked at her. "Of course not. He stopped because he wanted to know my name, hit on me." Xiaofei, she could only say, "This is too unlucky." But the car accident had nothing to do with her daughter. Who knew that such a tragic car accident would happen? The servant brought him in. It was only the housekeeper of Feng Yingbai's family who came. The Feng family was a big family. Except for some core members, of course, not everyone lived in the Feng family. Everyone had their own villa. This time, it was the housekeeper of Feng Yingbai's villa who came to the Mu family. The other party was quite arrogant. When he came in, his tone was a little rude. "My master wants to invite Miss Chiao to go over and find out about the situation of the car accident. We also saw the video last night." Mu Xiangshan stood up. When he faced the housekeeper, he had the style of the Feng family when he was in charge of the Mu family. His voice was stern. "We are very sorry about what happened to your son. We can only advise you to restrain your grief. We have already asked about the situation in the video. Jean and your son didn't know each other. Last night, he stopped the car to ask for Jin's name. With just one sentence, the accident happened. No one wants to see it." The housekeeper looked at Mu Xiangshan with a slightly gloomy expression. "As for what happened, Miss Chiao needs to come forward and explain it to our master. The young master is our master's only son. Now that something like this has happened, he just wants to know it clearly and avoid some unpleasant scenes from happening. Mr. Mu, you should understand, right?" Xiaofei felt a little uncomfortable when he heard the other party's tone. "We've already explained everything clearly. Jean and your son don't know each other. No one wanted this to happen. Mr. Feng asked our Jean to go over because of this. What else do you want to know?" The butler's gaze landed on Xiao Jin, who was standing behind her. His eyes were like an eagle's as he said, "I'm just here to pass on a message. The choice lies with Miss Chiao herself. I only hope that you can understand a man who can do anything when he's in extreme grief." Xiaofei's face turned red. "Are you here to threaten us?" She stood in front of Xiao Jin and said, "I won't let Jean go with you today. If you think we're at fault, then let the police be the judge. Yesterday's incident was already an accident. Even the police didn't come to our door to look for Jean. What's going on with you?" Xiaofei didn't know much about the Feng family. He only felt that the other party was too aggressive. Mu Xiangshan glanced at Xiaofei and sighed silently. Xiao Jin pulled Xiaofei's sleeve and smiled. "Fei, forget it. I'll go with him. Mr. Feng is a middle-aged man. It's unacceptable that his beloved son met with such an accident. Young Master Feng said something to me last night. I'll explain it in person. Maybe Mr. Feng will find it easier to accept." The butler's face twitched. "Miss Chiao is much more sensible than your wife." "Is that so?" Xiao Jin's smile became gentler. But you're quite insensible. There was a hint of coldness in her words, but unfortunately, the housekeeper didn't hear it. He just thought that Xiao Jin knew what to do, but his face immediately stiffened because of her words. Mu Xiangshan frowned and looked at Xiao Jin. Are you going? Xiao Jin nodded. Mu Xiangshan thought for a moment and put his crutch on the ground. I'll go with you. No need. Xiao Jin refused lightly. You wait for me at home with Feifei. I'll come back after explaining to Mr. Feng. It won't take too long. What kind of place was the Feng family? For the current Xiao Jin, it was a den of devils. Mu Xiangshan was worried about letting her go alone, but of course, he couldn't show it too obviously. He just raised his head and asked again, it's not appropriate to go without an adult, right? Xiao Jin smiled, I'm already an adult. Can't I handle such a small matter? Xiangshan, you should rest at home. Be careful of high blood pressure. Mu Xiangshan, she had no sense of propriety in front of outsiders. Xiao Jin nodded to the housekeeper. Mu Xiangshan's face was gloomy. This is my Mu family's child. I hope that after explaining clearly, you can send her back safely. The housekeeper smiled. Of course, after explaining clearly, Miss Xiao will naturally be sent back. Xiao Fei was still a little worried and only watched worriedly as Xiao Jin left with the housekeeper. She didn't quite understand the angle of this matter. After being worried, she still called Mu Zhenming. Mu Zhenming was shocked when he heard that Xiao Jin went to the Feng family. Why did you let her go? After the incident this morning, the Feng family went crazy. Many people went to Feng Yingbai's place. He came to the company to deal with this matter, but now Xiao Jin actually took the initiative to go. This is too ridiculous. Now that Feng Yingbai's son is dead, there's already something wrong. Xiao Jin is still going there, He originally wanted to say that the Feng family had always been unreasonable, but when he thought of his wife's worry, he held back. He only said in a deep voice, I will rush to the Feng family now. Don't worry. Xiao Jin will be fine. At least, this matter had nothing to do with Xiao Jin. The Feng family might find trouble with the Mu family, but nothing should happen to Xiao Jin. He was not afraid of trouble, but he felt that he could not ignore it. He put on his suit jacket and asked his assistant to arrange a car for him. He then drove to the Feng family. Xiao Jin might have arrived a long time ago. He could only hope that Xiao Jin was just asking. On the way to the Feng family, the housekeeper and Xiao Jin sat in the last row. His face was gloomy, and he only saw Xiao Jin curiously looking out the window with a faint smile on her lips. He felt incomparable anger in his heart. The young master was dead, yet she could still smile? Miss Jiao, now that the deceased is in front of you, isn't it inappropriate for you to have this expression? What expression? Your young master and I don't know each other. We have nothing to do with each other. Xiao Jin looked at him strangely. I didn't kill him. Housekeeper, I didn't kill him. How could she say such a thing? The housekeeper's face became more and more gloomy. He only felt that this adopted daughter of the Mu family really didn't understand the ways of the world. When she arrived at the Feng family, she would know how powerful she was. Would the Mu family really think that this matter had nothing to do with Xiao Jin and simply let it go? Who told Xiao Jin to appear there at that time? The anger of Feng Yingbai's family needed someone to calm it down. The Mu family was finished. When they arrived outside the Feng family villa, the housekeeper brought people in. At this time, the black and white cloth of the funeral had been hung in the villa, and the whole villa showed a suffocating and depressing atmosphere. What had already become a fact, no one could change it. Feng Yibing's body was transported back to the Feng family villa last night, and now the coffin was placed in the Feng family's hall. Many people received the news and came to mourn early in the morning. Because this was no small matter, many people from the Feng family came, including many of the Feng family's children. Some people put on a fake smile and didn't look sad at all, and even came to watch the show. After all, the Feng family's network was here, and the competition was so fierce, one death was one less, and they weren't real brothers. Even real brothers might not be sad for someone like Feng Yibing. At the very least, she was pretending to be sad. When Xiao Jin got out of the car and appeared, he attracted the attention of some people. The first was the Feng family. Many people in the Feng family saw the surveillance video last night. Because of the family's fortune, everyone paid attention. Now that they saw Qiao Jin appear here, they knew that Feng Yingbai asked people to bring him. Compared to the sadness of others, her expression was calm, and no sadness could be seen at all. Of course, the dead Feng Yibing had nothing to do with her, so what was there to be sad about? She stood on the ground, and the housekeeper whispered, "Please." But it seemed like a storm was about to come. She walked into the hall of Feng Yingbai's house. The hall had been decorated to look like a morning hall. Feng Yibing's body was not cold yet, and they arranged it quickly. There were many people sitting and standing around. Most of the people sitting were old, and most of the people standing were young. The only difference was that they all looked very outstanding. They were all the children of the Feng family who were related to Feng Yingbai. When those people looked over at the same time, ordinary people might feel nervous. In front of Feng Yibing's coffin, a woman in a black dress was crying. From her expression, it could be seen that she was really desperate. Someone next to her comforted her in a low voice, and it wasn't difficult to guess her identity. The housekeeper said in the crowd, "Madam, Miss Qiao is here." The woman who was weeping suddenly stopped crying. In an instant, she turned her head. When she saw Qiao Jin, her red eyes revealed undisguised extreme hatred. "You're here." Her voice was choked with sobs, but it sounded like she was gnashing her teeth. She was old, but it could be seen that she had taken good care of herself. At this moment, her beautiful face was just a little more haggard. Everyone in the morning hall turned to look at the scene. Some people were waiting to watch a good show. Some of the men from the Feng family looked at Qiao Jin with amazement. She could probably understand why Feng Yibing had stopped in front of her. She did have the capital for Feng Yibing to strike up a conversation. Qiao Jin glanced at Feng Yibing's portrait in the morning hall and then looked at her without saying anything. Seeing her like this, Feng Yibing's mother hated her even more. She sent off her son. Her son was already lying inside, and even the body was pieced together. This girl who should have died with him was so calm, as if everything had nothing to do with her. How could she have the face to think that everything had nothing to do with her? She couldn't help but suddenly stand up and walk quickly toward Qiao Jin. She raised her hand as if she wanted to slap Qiao Jin. But before her hand fell, Qiao Jin easily grabbed her wrist. Qiao Jin's eyes turned from calm to cold. "I understand the pain of losing your child, but that's not a reason for you to go crazy. You want to hit me? You're really crazy." Feng Yingbai's wife was not the legal wife, but because the one who died was her son, Feng Yingbai's first wife did not come forward and let her cry here. After being an outside wife for a long time, her brain was probably not normal. Li Wujin, Feng Yibing's mother, looked at Qiao Jin and was particularly agitated. "My son died because of you." She still wanted to move her hand, but it was held tightly by Qiao Jin. When she wanted to move her other hand, Qiao Jin pushed her away. He didn't use much strength, and she was only pushed back a little. Otherwise, how could she withstand Qiao Jin's push? Qiao Jin said slowly, "Your son died because of me. Do you believe it yourself? I almost lost my life. What does he have to do with me?" The girl's voice was light, but each word was like a bell, with a sense of emptiness that made people feel comfortable. The people in the room were watching a good show. They were even more surprised that Qiao Jin dared to resist the Feng family. Even if Feng Yibing's parents were angry now, shouldn't she endure it? Did she want something to happen to the Mu family? Li Wujin trembled with anger. "What did my son say to you before he died? Wasn't it you who led him there? If he didn't stop in front of you, he wouldn't have died. You jinx." Now that her son was gone, her position in the Feng family and the favor she had in front of Feng Yingbai might disappear with him. And it was her own son. This made her heart collapse. Naturally, she could say anything at this moment. Qiao Jin's eyes instantly froze. "I came here just because Mr. Feng asked me to explain what happened last night. I don't know your son, so there's nothing else to talk about. You can go crazy, but if you dare to talk nonsense again, do you not want your tongue?" What a joke. She had lived for so many years. Who dared to say such nonsense in front of her? Others were afraid of the Feng family, but was she afraid? Her direct threat shocked Li Wujin. The people of the Feng family looked at each other. They never thought that the adopted daughter of the Mu family would be so bold. "Miss Qiao, how dare you threaten my son's mother in front of his morning hall? Threatening people from the Feng family. Feng Yingbai appeared. He was wearing a black suit and looked a little tired. At this moment, he looked at Xiao Jin with a sinister look. Xiao Jin turned to look at him, his expression indifferent. "Oh, Mr. Feng? Didn't you ask me to come over to explain? I've already explained that I have nothing to do with this matter. Instead, you insist on pushing me into this matter. Do you think that your son died because of me? Aren't you afraid that people will laugh their heads off if this matter gets out? How could a normal person do such a thing? They couldn't do it, so the Feng family was abnormal." Feng Yingbai was so angry that he laughed. "I know in my heart how my son died. As a mother, she was just too sad. At that time, if my son didn't stand in front of you, Miss Jiao, you would have died together with him. My son saved you, but you don't know how to be grateful. You even threaten his mother. You simply have no conscience. Say it again. Your son saved me?" Xiao Jin's eyes widened. "If your son didn't stop the car and talk to me, I would have walked away. Then, there wouldn't have been an accident. I was almost killed by your son. You actually said that your son saved me. Who didn't know how to say shameless words?" Feng Yingbai almost had a heart attack because of this sentence. Because he couldn't appear too fierce, he looked at Xiao Jin with an extremely gloomy face at this time. Some people could be shameless, but if others' words didn't go along with their wishes, they would feel uncomfortable. The Feng family was used to tyrannizing others because of their own reasons. Any normal person would feel that borrowing other people's luck was a shameless thing. Most people in the Feng family never thought so. They only thought that this was their family's ancestors' ability. Even if it was borrowing luck, such a mysterious thing, who knew if the Feng family's luck was that good? Even if there were normal people, in the high-pressure environment of the Feng family, they were not allowed to show different thoughts. This kind of atmosphere encouraged the arrogance of the Feng family's children. In the hearts of most of the Feng family's children, others couldn't compare to them. Feng Yingbai thought like this. How could an adopted daughter of the Mu family be compared to his son? With their Feng family's ability, it was too easy to make the Mu family collapse. The people who came to offer their condolences were extremely shocked. They didn't expect that an adopted daughter of the Mu family would dare to talk back to the Feng family like this. Feng Yingbai only pointed at Xiao Jin, his voice trembling. "My son is already dead. Not even a whole body was left. I'm sending off my son. Miss Jiao, if you have a little conscience, you shouldn't say such things." Xiao Jin was not moved by his words. He just sneered. "Okay, then I'll ask you. What do you want to do by calling me here today? Your son is indeed dead, but it just so happened that he was in the same car accident as me. I'm lucky. I didn't die, so what? What do you want to do by calling me here? Kneel in front of your son's mourning hall and confess my mistakes? Confess that I shouldn't have appeared in the same place as him?" Feng Yingbai froze. Indeed, this matter had nothing to do with Xiao Jin. Even if he was too harsh, it would be in private. He couldn't make it too ugly. Today, not all of the people who came were from the Feng family. There were so many businessmen. He couldn't let others see him as a joke. Feng Yingbai calmed himself down and forced a sneer on his face. "Okay, I understand this matter. It's true that it has nothing to do with you, Miss Jiao, but you were also implicated. Miss Jiao, why don't you kneel down and offer my son an incense stick?" In the end, it was still Xiao Jin who had to bear this responsibility. Xiao Jin stood there with a sweet smile on her face. "Is your son worthy? Are you worthy?" Throughout the entire human world, this was the first time she had seen such shamelessness. After all, no one in the past dared to be so shameless in front of her. Everyone in the hall sucked in a breath of cold air. Li Wujin couldn't take it anymore and screamed at Xiao Jin. "Woman, what is the meaning of this? You are standing in front of my son's mourning hall and you dare to say such things. You are so shameless." She didn't choose her words carefully. Feng Yingbai's eyes were also red from anger. He looked like he wanted to rush up and slap Xiao Jin to death. Just when it was a bit difficult to control, a voice came from outside. "He's already dead. Why are you still making a scene here?" The tone was strict, with a kind of absolute majesty. Everyone turned to look. Feng Yingbai's expression changed greatly. It was actually Ah Zhu, And what surprised Xiao Jin was that Song Yanqing was standing next to Zhu. He wore a custom-made black coat, as cold as pine trees. But the moment he saw Xiao Jin, his cold temperament seemed to melt a little. The corner of his lips pursed into a very shallow arc, and he nodded imperceptibly at Xiao Jin. He seemed to be reassuring her. Xiao Jin wasn't worried about anything. When he saw Song Yanqing, he was just a little surprised. Although the Feng family and the Song family had a relationship, it was just a dead junior. It wasn't enough for Song Yanqing to come personally. When everyone saw Zhu, their faces immediately showed a respectful look. Especially when they saw Song Yanqing come, they were even more surprised. Song Yanqing didn't often appear in front of people, but there were still many people in this circle who had seen him. It was because they were too surprised and didn't know what his purpose was for coming here. Zhu was also wearing black, which represented a funeral. When he looked at Xiao Jin, his expression was very heavy, but when he looked at Feng Yingbai, he was even more furious. How did he raise such a group of idiots? Although Zhu and the others did things insidiously, their IQ wasn't low. They clearly suspected Xiao Jin. Now that the Feng family's junior had an accident in front of Xiao Jin, they should know that this matter was big even without evidence. The Feng family's fortune was destroyed, and the juniors had already begun to die. It couldn't be separated from Xiao Jin. But a woman who could cause problems in the Feng family's fortune definitely couldn't be underestimated. Zhu hadn't made a move yet, but Feng Yingbai and the other idiots couldn't wait to offend her. If she wanted to kill someone, dozens of Feng Yingbai wouldn't be enough. What's more, the most important thing now was to know what she did to cause a crack in the Feng family's fortune. No matter how much he hated, he had to endure it. What Zhu didn't expect was that when he came, he actually ran into Song Yanqing. Zhu didn't avoid the Song family's junior, but he couldn't easily offend him. After all, the Song family's foundation was there. The other party had nothing to do with Feng Yingbai's family. When Zhu asked, the other party said straightforwardly, a child was in a car accident last night and was a little frightened. I heard that Uncle Yingbai thinks that she is related to the accident last night. I was worried, so I came to take a look. He didn't care about the dead Feng Yibing at all. Zhu knew very well who he was referring to. He didn't expect Xiao Jin and Song Yanqing to have such a good relationship. Last time, it was said that Song Yanqing had died, but in the end, he came back to life. Although this news was kept a secret, I heard that a girl once broke into the hospital. Zhu thought of something and immediately understood what was at stake. He followed Song Yanqing in and happened to bump into Feng Yingbai and his lover farting. Glaring angrily at Feng Yingbai, Zhu was furious. Your son's body hasn't even turned cold yet. What are you doing in front of his coffin? It was one thing to think in secret, but another thing to think on the surface. This car accident couldn't be related to Xiao Jin no matter how hard you tried. At least have some face. Feng Yingbai's lips were pale. Zhu. He was as afraid of Zhu as Feng Yongshi. There was no one in the Feng family who wasn't afraid of Zhu. Not only did they know the old man's prestige, but they also knew his terrifying methods. His face was blue, but when he thought of his son's miserable death, he was a little unwilling. His eyes were red, but his sadness was sincere. My son. Before he could finish speaking, Song Yanqing, who had come with him, spoke softly with a deep frown on his face. Does Uncle Yingbai think that your son's death is related to Xiao Jin? Because of the Feng family, Song Yanqing called him uncle. In fact, it was just seniority. Before this, Feng Yingbai hadn't even seen Song Yanqing's face a few times. With his status, it was an honor for someone to call him uncle. When he heard Song Yanqing speak, he instinctively felt that something was wrong. He looked at Song Yanqing, somewhat at a loss. Because he didn't know why Song Yanqing would come here. He instinctively felt that he couldn't directly say that it was related, but he was unwilling. In the video, my son stopped to talk to her. He still wanted to press the blame to death. Xiao Jin couldn't hold back and laughed out loud, making Feng Yingbai glare at her with hatred. Song Yanqing's tone became gentle. According to what Uncle Yingbai said, why don't you just go and sue the person who killed your son? Those drivers are the main reason. It's the government's fault. They shouldn't have built that road. Otherwise, your son wouldn't have passed through there, wouldn't have met Xiao Jin, and wouldn't have died. Don't you think so? Feng Yingbai's face was ashen. Some outsiders heard Song Yanqing's words and almost wanted to laugh out loud. Yes, this wasn't just Xiao Jin. His son's appearance, there was a mistake. That road shouldn't have been built there. According to the Feng family's logic, no one walking on that road was innocent. Li Wujin couldn't help it. According to what you said, isn't my son even more innocent? What did he do wrong? He died in vain. When she received the news last night, she fainted. Now that she woke up, she kept crying. Her whole mind wasn't right. Feng Yingbai saw her yelling at Song Yanqing and hurriedly grabbed her. You, so? Song Yanqing's eyes gradually became cold. Uncle and auntie, now that you've lost your beloved son, I can understand your feelings. But in this matter, Xiao Jin is innocent. She also almost had an accident and was frightened. Uncle and auntie, why did you call her to your Feng family? Don't tell me you want her to pay with her life for your son? These words made Feng Yingbai and Li Wujin freeze. The others' expressions were also very subtle. The young master of the Song family was rumored to be as cold as jade. Who would have thought that there would be a time when he would be so overbearing? The key point was that even when he said these words, he spoke in a soft voice. His tone was not harsh, but every word was like a soft nail, piercing into people's hearts. Even if it did not hurt, it could not be ignored. No one dared to refute his words. At least now everyone could see that this young master was here to stand up for Xiao Jin. She just didn't know how he got to know Xiao Jin. How did they get to this point? It was nothing more than that between men and women. If they stepped out of here today, there would probably be big news. Song Yanqing was 25 years old. For a man, this was still the best age, but he had also reached the age where he should have some affairs. There hadn't been any news about it. Who would have thought that it would be here? How old is this adopted daughter of the Mu clan? It was said that she seemed to be around 20 years old. Who knew how outstanding she was to be treated differently by Song Yanqing? Although Feng Yingbai wanted to refute, under Azu's ruthless expression, he did not dare to speak. Xiao Jin also did not speak. He just looked at Feng Yingbai with a slightly meaningful smile. Song Yanqing continued, Uncle Yingbai, so what do you want to do by calling Xiao Jin here? Every word and sentence carried a meaning that could not be ignored. The Feng family could be unreasonable. He could make the Feng family have to be reasonable. Feng Yingbai didn't dare to say anything. Under Aju's cold gaze, he could only force a smile. Yes, it was my lack of consideration as an uncle. We invited Miss Chiao to come over just to understand what happened that day. It was all a misunderstanding. We also know that Miss Chiao was frightened. We spoke inappropriately. What else could he do? He wasn't important in the Feng family. Aju was also here. Song Yanqing was the noble young master of the Song family. His aunt was also here in the Feng family. No matter how bold Feng Yingbai was, he couldn't ignore Song Yanqing. He didn't have the capital. His son was dead. He had no way to find evidence that this matter was related to Xiao Jin. This matter had to pass. Li Wujin's eyes were red and swollen. She wanted to say something, but she was firmly held back by Feng Yingbai. Only then did Song Yanqing's expression gradually melt like a spring breeze. His tone was also as elegant and clear as usual. Since it's a misunderstanding, it's fine to talk it out. Xiao Jin is still just a child. It's easy to scare her with such a big scene. Feng Yingbai, did you see how she was just now? Xiao Jin blinked. The reason why she didn't say a word was to see what Song Yanqing wanted to say. Although she didn't know why Song Yanqing specially came, to be honest, as a friend, Song Yanqing was so protective of her. She was happy in her heart. She naturally wasn't afraid of the Feng family, but she didn't need to accept Song Yanqing's favor. Moreover, she had saved Song Yanqing and helped him awaken his identity as a spirit master of speech. There were favors, so she didn't think there was anything wrong with it. The Feng family was bullying others. Feng Yingbai naturally wouldn't let it go. On the surface, he could only swallow his anger. In private, Xiao Jin wasn't afraid. At this moment, seeing his forbearing appearance, she sneered. She walked to Song Yanqing's side and nodded. I wasn't scared. Song Yanqing pursed his lips in amusement. Of course, he knew that Xiao Jin was not frightened. Azu didn't say a word because he knew Song Yanqing's purpose. He was also sizing up Qiao Jin. The more he looked at it, the more suspicious he became. When he came in, he had set up an array. If the other party was an array master, they would feel uncomfortable. However, Qiao Jin did not have any reaction. Could it be that it wasn't Qiao Jin, but someone behind Qiao Jin? He frowned. Since Song Yanqing was here to get Feng Yibing out, he had to be polite. He lit a stick of incense in front of Feng Yibing's portrait and left with Qiao Jin. At that moment, the others suddenly felt that Feng Yibing's death was too glorious. Even the young master of the Song family came to offer incense to him. When they went outside, Azu was sitting in the car. Song Yanqing dismissed the people sent by Azu to send them off and let Qiao Jin get in the car first. After getting in the car, Qiao Jin still said, "In fact, you don't have to come here today. I'm not afraid of the Feng family. I also have my purpose for coming here." Since Song Yanqing awakened her identity as a spiritual master, she could not see the other party's movements very much. Song Yanqing paused for a moment, then nodded, "I know, but I believe that what you want to do can't be done in a short time. Since the Feng family dares to bring you here, it's hard to guarantee that they won't do other things in the future. I'm here today. At least they know that I'm on your side, and they won't do anything to the Mu family." Qiao Jin thought about it. It was indeed reasonable, although she would not let the Mu family be hurt. However, as a friend, Song Yanqing was indeed thoughtful. She sincerely praised, "You are a good person." Azu. Young master didn't understand, but Atong, who often surfed the internet, understood. Wasn't Miss Chiao's words a bit too hurtful? Could young master's kindness be explained? He didn't see young master being so kind before. He cursed crazily in his heart. However, when Song Yanqing heard Qiao Jin's words, he was a bit surprised and then laughed. "You really know how to praise people." It was also the first time he heard someone praise him with the word good person. Qiao Jin nodded with a serious expression. "I rarely praise others." People who could get a word of praise from her were very rare. Song Yanqing, it seems that I'm very honored. Atong, he felt that these two people were quite amazing. However, what else could a bodyguard say? He could only drive silently and send Qiao Jin home first. Mu Zhenming's company was a bit far away. As a result, when he arrived at Feng Yingbai's house, he received the news that Qiao Jin was picked up by Song Yanqing. Of course, it wasn't the Feng family who told him this news. It was those gossipy people. They all wanted to know the relationship between Qiao Jin and Song Yanqing. The dignified young master of the Song family actually went to the Feng family to pick up someone and even dissed Feng Yingbai. Although they also felt that Feng Yingbai's family was particularly unreasonable, they could understand that he lost his only son and went crazy. There were also some who didn't make it to the show and came late to offer their condolences and felt particularly regretful. After Mu Zhenming heard the news, he looked at the Feng family villa area in front of him and finally chose to return with a complicated expression. He worried too much. His adopted daughter didn't need him to worry about anything at all. Mu Zhenming quickly returned home, but at this time, there was only Qiao Fei and Mu Xiangshan in the house. When Mu Zhenming arrived home, he looked at the two and asked, "Where's Qiao Jin?" "She went to school. She still has to check the results after the exam." Qiao Fei was a bit puzzled. "When she came back, I also asked about the Feng family. She only said it was fine, so it's fine?" Mu Zhenming paused. Mu Xiangshan looked at Mu Zhenming with a meaningful gaze. No one told her about Qiao Fei, but Mu Xiangshan had some connections. Someone reported the news to him. He roughly knew what happened in the Feng family. The main point now was not the Feng family, but Song Yanqing actually went to the Feng family for Qiao Jin. The significance of this was too extraordinary. Compared with the shameless Feng family, Mu Xiangshan was now only concerned about Qiao Jin's gossip. When did she have such a good relationship with that person from the Song family? For so many years, Mu Xiangshan had only heard of his existence from the mouths of others. In addition, when he retired, Song Yanqing just began to take charge of the Song family. Mu Xiangshan had never seen Song Yanqing before. Mu Zhenming was also a little confused at this moment. "I'm not too sure either. I'll have to ask her when I come back. After all, she's my adopted daughter. There are many things that I can't ask too much about." she was an adopted daughter. She used to be raised by Xiao Fei. Xiao Jin had only recently returned to the Mu family. It was impossible to establish a relationship so quickly. Mu Jinming knew that many things were wrong, but he was in no position to talk to Xiao Jin. After all, she was 20 years old. Why should he, an uncle who was not related by blood, care so much? Mu Xiangshan snorted coldly. She lacks discipline, so look at her. Xiao Fei suddenly felt wronged again. I used to teach Jin very well. Mu Xiangshan, I didn't see it. Xiao Fei. After Xiao Jin was sent home by Song Yanqing, she simply told Xiao Fei that she was fine and then went to school. No matter how big the world was, it couldn't delay the release of her exam results. And this time's results were not out of Xiao Jin's expectations. They were quite good. Not to mention how amazing it was, at least compared to the decline of her grades in the past 6 months, her grades had recovered to their previous standards. Needless to say, her grades for the professional courses were excellent. With the help of Song Yanqing's notes for the basic courses, her progress was quite great. It was borderline excellent. At least next time, she should be excellent. Her grades couldn't be underestimated. In this school, there was a group of students who were particularly outstanding. Usually, their homework was guaranteed to be excellent. Basically, they were the top students in other schools. At least after the results came out, even the homeroom teacher specially praised her. You've made great progress recently. If you keep this standard, I don't have to worry too much about your studies. Now that you're a sophomore, you'll be a junior next year. Whether you want to take the postgraduate entrance exam or study abroad, you have to have a plan for your future. Xiao Jin nodded and smiled. I know. There was still some time now. She didn't think too much about the future for the time being. The most important thing was to solve the backfire of rebirth and get rid of the enemies who might still be alive. Then, she could plan for herself. This result could at least give Fei Fei an explanation. It would prevent her from nagging and feeling guilty all day long. Her grades were good, which proved that she wasn't affected by those things. This would make Fei Fei feel better in her heart. As for today in the Feng family, to be honest, Xiao Jin had no reason to be bullied. The Feng family was aggressive because they were used to being arrogant and domineering. They felt that no one in the world could control them. Xiao Jin reached out and pinched her wrist. A wisp of black gas drilled out from her wrist. No one could see it. Since the Feng family wanted to die early, she might as well fulfill their wish. She took the report card and was about to leave the school. Her footsteps were neither fast nor slow. Many people in the school were still muttering when they saw her. Is that Xiao Jin? Yeah, the one from the German department. She's so beautiful. Why is she different from what I remember? That's right. It's so strange. She's so pretty, yet she wasn't chosen as the department belle or school belle? Some people were discussing. Many of them knew Xiao Jin, but there were also some who didn't. The school was so big. Even if the matter on the forum caused a ruckus, it would at most attract the attention of the active group. There were also some who buried their heads in the books of the sages. Now that they saw Xiao Jin, they were a little stunned. Her beauty was imperceptible. It was just that at first glance, she didn't seem to have much of an impression in the past, but now, looking at her again, she felt that she had become much more stunning. Her facial features were still the same, but they had become brighter, more lively, and had an indescribable elegance. His hair was so thick that it made many young men envious, her back was straight and her posture was very calm. At this moment, a girl walked towards her. The girl was walking in a hurry and bumped into Xiao Jin. The person who was hit didn't have any reaction. Instead, the person who was hit felt a sharp pain in his shoulder as if he had hit a rock. She rubbed her painful shoulder and subconsciously raised her head to apologize. I'm sorry. However, the moment she saw Xiao Jin's face, she swallowed the rest of her words. It's okay. Before she could react, Xiao Jin had already calmly said these words and left. The girl was left in the same spot. Her expression was uncertain, and there was a hint of disbelief. She hadn't seen Xiao Jin for a while. How did she become so beautiful? She couldn't tell what had changed, but she was beautiful at a glance. She was so beautiful that she was eye-catching and made people jealous. She was Yusuke. She was the girl who had posted a post on the forum to slander Xiaojin. She had been unlucky recently, but there had been an unexpected change recently. This made her panic. Now that she had met Xiaojin, the shock in her heart was greater than the accident that had happened. Seeing the other party's radiant appearance, Yusuke bit her lip. She couldn't help but feel jealous. Compared to Xiaojin, her family background in the imperial capital was not bad. At least her family could provide her with food and clothing for the rest of her life. However, Yusuke had been spoiled by her family since she was young. She didn't care about others when she did things, and she was only willing to believe in her own judgment. If others were just a little better than her, she would feel very uncomfortable. Now that she saw the girl she used to look down on getting better and better, while she herself was extremely unlucky because of a series of things, Yusuke suddenly had a bad feeling when she suddenly bumped into Xiaojin. She stared at Xiaojin's back. In an instant, she felt that the bewitching voice in her head these past few days had become louder and louder. Following her strange behavior, a strange fluctuation seemed to appear around her. An inexplicable force followed the smooth stone floor under her feet and jumped in the direction of Xiaojin. With a bang, a stone slab behind Xiaojin suddenly exploded. It didn't hurt her, but the sudden movement made her turn around. The stone slab behind her seemed to have been blown up by something. It was now scattered into pieces, revealing the green grass below. There were screams from the surrounding students. How could a perfectly fine stone slab fly out like that? Xiaojin's expression was calm. His gaze shifted from the pile of shattered stone slabs to Yusuke. Yusuke had already felt an inexplicable palpitation earlier. Now that she saw the stone slab explode behind Xiaojin and not under Xiaojin's feet, she actually felt an unreconciled vexation, and because of Xiaojin's calm gaze, her heart inexplicably felt weak. She was afraid that she would see through something, so she hurriedly left. No one would link this kind of thing to a person. This was an accident. Xiaojin watched Yusuke leave. 2 seconds later, he turned around and continued walking out of the school as if nothing had happened. What did you do just now? If she had hurt someone, wouldn't they have a valid reason to take her away? In the dark, there were also 2 people who looked like students arguing. They were a man and a woman. The one who opened his mouth to question was the man, but the woman shook her head. I think something's wrong. The traces of demonization on her body aren't very strong. When she saw Xiaojin, they deepened. Could it be that there's something about Xiaojin that's bewitching? Also, this is a school. If she causes trouble, it won't be easy for us to clean it up. Don't forget that Xiaojin has the ability to foresee. Could it be that she didn't know that this girl would attack her? Her expression was grave. She didn't react. I don't know what she's thinking, but since she's a student who hasn't completely demonized, there's still hope. The boy scoffed. I've never seen a spiritualist who can recover after becoming a half-devil. The 2 of them were sent to follow Xiaojin. Because they happened to be students of this school, they were responsible for Xiaojin's whereabouts in the school. Outside, there were other spiritualists who were responsible for following Xiaojin. Today, they bumped into Yusuke. This was because she was a tagger on the spiritualist's recent arrest list. The so-called tagger was a half-devil spiritualist who had yet to be completely demonized and remained to be observed. The other party had only recently awakened. The reason was still unknown. Her ability should be to manipulate a part of the air and transform it into a substantial airflow attack. Just now, she wanted to attack Xiaojin. The girl saw that the situation was not right and stopped her. Otherwise, the airflow would have exploded under Xiaojin's feet. If it exploded under her feet, what if Xiaojin was really injured? However, the information said that Xiaojin had the ability to predict. The girl was confused. At this time, she shook her head and said, "Continue to observe. Yusuke is not our target. We can report to the headquarters first." The boy rolled his eyes but did not object. The news of a stone slab suddenly exploding quickly spread throughout the school and was known by the leaders. Although the students were not injured, the principal was very worried about the school's recent feng shui. It was really not right. A large number of students had lost items. At a glance, it was obvious that it was because of all kinds of carelessness. There were also some minor problems. Now, it was the stone slab that exploded. There was a smell of bad feng shui everywhere. The principal was worried. The principal's hair was about to fall off. The principal decided to invite a master to check the school's feng shui. It was sneaky and could not be known by the students. Otherwise, a group of students who were receiving higher education would know that the principal had invited a master to check the feng shui. This school would not be good. Xiao Jin was taken home by the driver. Of course, she knew about Jusike. At first glance, she even knew that she was about to become a spiritualist. What did it have to do with her? No matter the reason, as long as she became a spiritualist and attacked her, it was a spirit seed delivered to her door. It would be a waste not to accept it. She went home first and showed her results to Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei was overjoyed. Compared to her son, who often told her good news, she knew how the university judged the results. Xiao Jin's results were excellent. She was finally relieved. Fortunately, after a month, Xiao Jin was not affected by the previous events. He even studied hard. She was such a good child. Seeing how happy Xiao Fei was with her results, Xiao Jin said, "Fei Fei, now that you're happy and they're not here, why don't you tell me about your past with Xinming?" When Xiao Fei heard this, his face froze for a moment. But after a while, he felt a little complicated and muttered, "You want to know?" Xiao Jin nodded. "Yes, I want to know." Xiao Fei recalled the past and was a little worried. "Actually, there's nothing to say. He and I are the kind of how should I put it? To be honest, I don't quite understand why he liked me back then. His father's opposition to us back then was not without reason. Whether it was my family background, character, talent, or appearance, I'm not worthy of him," Xiao Jin comforted her. "Fei Fei, don't belittle yourself. You and Jinming are actually very compatible. You complement each other." Xiao Fei's eyes lit up. "Really?" Xiao Jin nodded. "Yes, you're optimistic. Jinming is smart." Xiao Fei, was her daughter humiliating her? In fact, what happened in the past wasn't that dramatic. It was normal that Mu Jinming and Xiao Fei fell in love with each other. However, at that time, Xiao Fei was indeed beautiful. She was the legendary naive and sweet girl, but her family background wasn't good either. Because Xiao Fei and Xiao Jin were the same, they had no parents. The reason why Mu Xiangshan didn't agree at that time was very simple. Xiao Fei couldn't provide help to the Mu family. The gap between him and Mu Jinming was too big. At that time, he was still old-fashioned. Because he was in control of the Mu family, he had always been used to being arrogant. He also implemented a high-pressure policy on Mu Jinming. In such a family, the father and son fought for decades. Only on the matter of Xiao Fei, Mu Jinming didn't give in. Even after she and Xiao Fei had 3 sons, Mu Xiangshan still didn't agree to let Xiao Fei marry into the family. Xiao Fei felt that such a life was a little undignified. After all, she liked Mu Jinming, but she couldn't stand someone rolling his eyes at her every day. She still had some backbone. So she didn't take her sons and left Mu Jinming. It wasn't that she didn't contact Mu Jinming for so many years, but she did adopt Xiao Jin to relieve her loneliness of not being able to see her sons. In addition, Xiao Jin was abandoned in an orphanage like her. Xiao Fei also really liked Xiao Jin and raised Xiao Jin to this age. Later, when Mu Jinming completely controlled the Mu family, Mu Xiangshan couldn't take it anymore and went abroad. Mu Jinming took Xiao Fei back. The two of them had been fighting for decades. As they gradually grew older, they became more open-minded about the past. There were no other disputes between the two of them, so Xiao Fei was very calm about returning to Mu Jinming's side. Of course, because her 3 sons weren't by her side, they weren't very close to her. She also expressed her dislike for Xiao Jin, so she didn't take Xiao Jin back. Then, a series of events happened. Because of this, Xiao Fei still regretted. She was afraid that Xiao Jin would do something stupid. Now that things were over, Xiao Fei's eyes were still red. "Do you think that Mom was particularly bad to you? If I insisted at that time, I could have taken you back home without your brothers. What's wrong with that?" Xiao Jin's tone was relaxed. "You don't have to think too much. You've already treated me very well. I was too extreme in the past. Everyone had to understand each other. Anyway, the matter was in the past now. She was no longer the cowardly Xiao Jin from the past. She would live her own life from now on. Seeing Xiao Jin's serious expression, Xiao Fei felt relieved. Xiao Jin continued to ask, so now that Xianxia is back, he doesn't care about what happened to you? Xiao Fei smiled embarrassedly. What's there to care about? He's already so old. He's been causing trouble for a year. Since he chose to come back, it meant that he had at least accepted it. Otherwise, why would he come back? Didn't he feel uncomfortable looking at him? Xiao Fei didn't say it, but she could tell that Grandpa Mu's attitude towards them was awkward, but he didn't hate them. He was just like Xiao Jin's brothers. The corners of Xiao Jin's mouth curled up. Xiao Fei looked at Xiao Jin and suddenly said cautiously, Xiao Jin, actually, Mom has something to ask of you. Xiao Jin raised his eyebrows. Tell me. What is it? Xiao Fei was a little embarrassed. Mom thinks that it's fine if you call me by my name, but your Uncle Zhenming. If you don't call Dad, at least call him Uncle. Considering that Xiao Jin was hospitalized some time ago, Xiao Fei didn't mention it. She didn't mind Xiao Jin calling her by her name, but Mu Zhenming was an uncle after all. She had to call him by his name. Of course, she didn't know Xiao Jin's real thoughts. Xiao Jin looked at her with a deep look. After a long while, he said, okay. A month had passed. Xiao Jin began to accept everything in the modern world. As for calling him by his name would make her feel at ease. Because she knew that if she only called his name, Xiao Fei would think that she had a problem with the Mu family. Although some habits couldn't be changed, some things still needed to be changed by herself in the modern era. She could learn the habits as long as she was willing to do so. Seeing that she agreed, Xiao Fei smiled happily, I know you are very sensible. As for your grandfather, Xiao Jin, I'll see. Xiao Fei, after talking with Xiao Jin, Musicha came back. Seeing that he was alone, Xiao Fei wondered, where is your brother? Musicha glanced at Xiao Jin behind Xiao Fei, I don't know. He said he had something to do. How could Xiao Fei not know Mu Qilian's character? He must have gone out to have fun with his bad friends. Instantly, he sighed silently. Musicha looked at Xiao Jin and said lightly, I heard that someone from the Feng family came to take Xiao Jin there this morning? Xiao Fei was stunned for a moment. You already know about this at school? Musicha paused. That was because the news had spread. Students also had their own circles. With Musicha's status, there were also people who told him such gossipy things. Now, it was the Song family that was related to them. Song Yanqing personally went to the Feng family to pick him up. There would definitely be people who were curious. Everyone was now asking if Xiao Jin had a special relationship with Song Yanqing. Their Mu family was involved. Naturally, they could not escape the questioning of their circle of friends. Xiao Fei saw his unreadable expression and said, I called him over to ask. It's not a big deal. Isn't your sister fine now? By the way, her exam results are out. She did pretty well this time. She looked like a proud mother. Musicha knew that Xiao Fei didn't know the truth. Most likely, no one had told her what had happened. However, this was also good. She did not have to worry about anything. He only exchanged a glance with Xiao Jin before turning his head away. I'm going upstairs to read. Xiao Fei waved her hand. Go ahead. Her second son had been preparing for a competition recently and was very busy. In this family, only Xiao Jin and she were here to relax. However, Xiao Fei was still thinking about Xiao Jin's future. She said in distress, Jin, is there anything you like? For example, learning to play the piano or something. But it may be a little late to learn it now. How about I take you to horse races or watch musicals to cultivate your temperament? Xiao Jin's eyes fell on her. Do you like these things? Xiao Fei. To be honest, I don't like them very much. Xiao Jin, then ask me. Xiao Fei, oh, I just want you to learn something to distract yourself. She deeply realized that although Xiao Jin was good now, he was getting more and more difficult to deal with. Don't you have anything else you want to do besides studying? It's good to watch movies with friends occasionally. Xiao Jin was thoughtful. Friends? Then I'll ask Yanqing out. Xiao Fei, I didn't ask you to ask a man out. Xiao Fei felt that the relationship between Xiao Jin and Song Yanqing was too abnormal. She was a normal mother. Naturally, she would be suspicious. What's the relationship between you and Song Yanqing? Xiao Fei knew that the young master of the Song family was very powerful, but she didn't know how powerful he was. But she also knew that it was not something her family could touch. Although the Mu family and the Song family had some connections, it was not too special. Why did Xiao Jin suddenly have such a good relationship with Song Yanqing? We're friends. He's my friend. Xiao Jin said it so naturally that Xiao Fei didn't feel anything wrong. Perhaps his attitude was too calm. Although pure friendship between men and women was rare nowadays, Xiao Jin did look like a pure friend. Xiao Fei was certainly not that stupid. She was suspicious. You, like the young master of the Song family? Like? Xiao Jin looked at Xiao Fei in disbelief. Fei, what are you thinking? He and I are friends. Why can't I have friends? Xiao Fei, that was the truth, but she felt that something was wrong. Friends, Xiao Jin's tone sounded as if Xiao Fei was talking nonsense. Xiao Fei felt that she might be thinking too much. Yes, maybe they were friends. Moreover, Xiao Jin was indeed friends with Song Yanqing now. Even if Xiao Fei said so, Xiao Jin knew very well that she only regarded Song Yanqing as a good friend. After all, he was the only one who could talk about something with her. He was also good-looking. Why did Xiao Fei think that she liked Song Yanqing? What gave them such a misconception? Thinking of this, Xiao Jin corrected Xiao Fei seriously. Fei, I think your way of thinking is too dangerous. Xiao Fei, his daughter's serious tone made Xiao Fei feel that his thoughts were too wretched. She stammered, I think too much. After all, young Master Song is a man. All these years, you've only said that he's your friend. Thinking of this, Xiao Fei also felt that his daughter's popularity was a little worrying. It seemed that ever since they came to the capital, Xiao Jin had never mentioned that she had any particularly good friends. The current Song Yanqing was an exception, and he had only met her recently. She was now the young lady of the Mu family. Wouldn't it be inappropriate if she didn't go out and socialize? Thinking of this, Xiao Fei asked, Xiao Jin, do you have any classmates in school that you're close to? If you do, you can invite them to our house. Besides, you're 20 years old. If you have someone you like, you can tell him. I'm not that kind of old-fashioned parent. Xiao Jin, no. Xiao Fei, after saying this, she looked at Xiao Fei in disbelief. Fei, are you too free all day long? How can you think of such a ridiculous thing? Xiao Fei, wasn't it normal for a 20-year-old girl to have someone she liked? Now Xiao Fei completely believed that Song Yanqing was just Xiao Jin's friend. Judging from her tone and attitude, she didn't seem like a little girl who was in love. Xiao Fei suddenly felt a little worried. She didn't have anyone she liked at the age of 20. Was it because she didn't like the people around her? Her brothers were indeed good-looking, and her friends were at the level of Song Yanqing. If Xiao Jin wanted to be moved by others, it seemed a little difficult. Xiao Fei and Xiao Jin's mother-daughter talk didn't last long because Mu Jinming came back. Although he was busy with work now, since he was diagnosed with a heart problem, he was forced by Xiao Fei to come home every night for dinner to accompany the family. Even if he was free, he had to go to bed before 12 o'clock unless it was something that the company had to do. Otherwise, he would deal with it for Mu Qiji, who was abroad. During dinner, Mu Zilian, who was playing outside, was also forcibly summoned back. Because of what happened in the morning, when Mu Jinming came back and saw Xiao Jin, he specifically asked, did anyone go to school to find you? He heard a little about what happened at the funeral and felt that what the Feng family did was unreasonable. He was also afraid that someone would really go to school to find trouble with Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin shook his head, no. Mu Jinming nodded, then it should be fine. After all, Song Yanqing came forward. If the Feng family also came forward to find trouble with Xiao Jin, it would be a bit unappreciative. Feng Yibing's death was not the main reason. Xiao Jin was not the main reason. Feng Yingbai was not an important person in the Feng family. It was impossible to offend Song Yanqing for him. Mu Zilian also heard a little, but he didn't express any opinion about Song Yanqing taking Xiao Jin away. He just curled his lips and said, after Feng Yibing died, the things he did were exposed. The Feng family is in a bit of trouble now. Mu Zhenming didn't directly stop Mu Zillion this time. Instead, he looked at him. What trouble? Mu Zillion saw that his father asked him, and he was proud of having an exclusive secret. You didn't see the internet, right? Feng Yibing died at the right time. During the investigation of the car accident, I don't know who exposed what Feng Yibing did on the internet. Although there was no information about his identity, he raped a girl and caused her to commit suicide a year ago. The girl's father also committed suicide after that was exposed. The Feng family reacted quickly. As soon as the news came out, it was suppressed. However, the person who leaked the news definitely knows about the Feng family and doesn't like the Feng family. No one dared to do this kind of thing before. Mu Zillion stopped mid-sentence. Mu Zhenming was clear even before he finished speaking. In the past, people didn't dare to say a word because of the Feng family's power. Now that Feng Yibing was dead, he exposed it. Although it wouldn't have any impact on the Feng family, it was obvious that someone didn't like Feng Yingbai and wanted to expose and stab him in the back. Even if they couldn't hurt him, they wanted to disgust him to death. His son was already dead, and he was still being exposed. Feng Yingbai must be angry. Although he shouldn't have the face to be angry. Suicide? It was the first time that Xiao Fei had heard about this. He was so scared that his face turned pale. Feng Yibing is such a jerk? Didn't you call the police? Where's the evidence? She refuses to admit it, and she has the protection of the Feng family. Mu Zillion was getting excited. Just as he was about to say something, Mu Xiangshan stopped him. That's enough. He hasn't fallen yet. Stop talking about it. Everyone, didn't this mean that they were waiting for something to happen to the Feng family before discussing it? This was just one of the sins that Feng Yibing had done. He was a person who deserved to die. Being crushed to death in a car accident was considered a light punishment. However, the Feng family was indeed in huge trouble now. Karma had begun to show its power. In the past, no one dared to expose things about the Feng family, but now someone was trying to fish in troubled waters. Xiao Jin curled his lips. Everything had just begun. The Feng family now knew that something was wrong. The fate of the family couldn't be protected. With Feng Yibing's death, other juniors also began to have problems. There was one who caused trouble abroad and was directly detained by the foreign police. He needed to spend a large sum of money to bail him out. It didn't hurt them, but it began to gradually disgust the Feng family. It seemed that everything couldn't be stopped once it started. Of course, flies don't bite seamless eggs. If the Feng family didn't cause trouble, how could there be today's result? Even if they suspected Xiao Jin, they had no evidence. Especially when Xiao Jin was at home every day as if nothing had happened. He went to school as usual and didn't have any other schedule. The Feng family couldn't find anything to use against him. In the Feng family's Azu's mind, array masters were powerful, but it was impossible for someone to be so powerful to do it without any news. Azu felt that someone had secretly used a lot of strength. They definitely didn't dare to show up now. Xiao Jin was just one of the suspects, not the mastermind. So the Feng family had no clue who did it. During this period, Xiao Jin's fortune-telling shop had new movements. Jiang Hongbin, who came to the shop next door looking for trouble, went to the hospital for a physical examination. He checked his brain, and the result almost made him break out in a cold sweat. There was a shadow in his brain. In the end, it was found to be a blood clot. Fortunately, it was found in time. The blood clot was big enough, and the part was not too sensitive. It could be removed by surgery. The reason for his blood clot was that he fell and hurt his head half a year ago. At that time, he was fine and didn't take this matter to heart. He never thought that it would form a blood clot. There were many conditions caused by a blood clot. The doctor said that it might be the same as ordinary people, but if it wasn't found in time, it was easy to have a sudden death within a year or two. Fortunately, Jiang Hongbin was checked early. If the problem was found, the surgery could be done as soon as possible. Jiang Hongbin was dumbfounded at that time. Then he reacted and his whole body was cold. Generally speaking, if it wasn't for Xiao Jin's reminder, he wouldn't check his brain during the physical examination. For ordinary people like them, it was difficult to do a physical examination all year round. If the problem couldn't be found. He was also in the customer service industry. There was a high risk of sudden death at any time. Is this him? Jiang Hongbin immediately realized that he had met a true expert. Previously, he had thought that she was scolding him, but now he realized that she had saved his life. Jiang Hongbin broke out in cold sweat again. Didn't that mean he had offended someone? After setting the time for the surgery, Jiang Hongbin immediately went to Mao Bao to thank Xiao Jin for saving his life. Anonymous buyer XX, thank you, master. You're a god of fortune. I found blood clots in my brain today. Anonymous buyer XX, you saved my life. I'll drink a toast to punish myself for my previous recklessness, today, yes. A master was indeed a master. Look at how calm he was in replying. What a good temper. Although they were all in the same profession, Jiang Hongbin was really convinced at this moment. After all, the blood clot in his brain was real. If it weren't for this master's reminder, he didn't know what would happen to him in the future. He didn't dare to say anything else, but when he saw that the master's cat treasure shop was so quiet, Jiang Hongbin's eyes turned, and he came up with a plan. His fortune-telling shop was opened casually. There was also a girl who did horoscopes with him. They were definitely the kind of people who were fooling around. Jiang Hongbin had met an expert this time, so he simply put up an address under the link of his shop. If you want to have your fortune told, please go to the "You Come to Have Your Fortune Told Today" shop. Please click here for the link. It was considered an advertisement for Xiao Jin. After all, he had nothing to repay. He had the intention of finding trouble with Fang Ning, but who knew that he would find a truly capable master? This was what it meant to be unbelievably lucky. He worked in customer service, so he knew that if he continued to look for Xiao Jin, he might not be able to get anything out of it. However, he still had a glimmer of hope. Anonymous buyer XX, Master, I helped to advertise your shop in my cat treasure shop. It's just a small token of my appreciation. Anonymous buyer XX, I have already made an appointment for the surgery. May I know if my surgery was successful? Since the other party could see the shadow in his mind, it should be a piece of cake for him to calculate the safety of his surgery, right? Today, leave it to fate. Don't be greedy. Jiang Hongbin was stunned. The other party's words meant to remind him that since he had already gotten a chance, he should not forget it. As for the surgery, the hospital had said that the surgery's safety rate was 99%. Unless he was unlucky enough to encounter that 1% accident. Jiang Hongbin immediately felt relieved. However, he was surprised and doubtful. Why would such an awesome master bother to open an online shop? If he found a random person, wouldn't he be treated like a god? However, gods had their own ideas. Perhaps the other party was just following the trend. It was not a coincidence that Xiao Jin saved Jiang Hongbin. Finding trouble was one thing, but the other party would indeed bring business to him. He was very tactful. After knowing that Xiao Jin was awesome, the first thing he did was to help her in the shop. Although their business was small, it was not bad. It would bring some benefits to Xiao Jin. At this moment, Xiao Jin received a message from He Yao on WeChat. The other party sent her a message. A demonized spiritualist appeared in your school. Her name is Yusuke. We have now received a mission to catch her. When Xiao Jin saw the message, she was a little interested. This time, He Yao had told her this news out of her own selfishness. She definitely wouldn't let the spirit group know about it. She told Xiao Jin that she clearly wanted Xiao Jin to find this demonized spirit reader master. This woman was quite interesting. Xiao Jin was indeed going to take Yusuke's demonized spirit seed. She had already expected this, but she was still grateful to He Yao. It's Jin Jinyo, okay. But this time, she didn't intend to take it herself. Yusuke could be Song Yanqing's guinea pig. Generally speaking, everyone's awakened abilities were not only different, but also different in strength. Some people were born strong, while some people's awakened abilities were only average. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a difference in strength. Just how strong was Song Yanqing? Just relying on the awakening of the Rakshasa realm was not enough. Xiao Jin needed to test it out. This Yusuke was just right. Of course, she would not expose Song Yanqing. She sent a message to Song Yanqing, asking him to come out. She had something to tell him. Song Yanqing quickly replied. Xiao Jin glanced at the address He Yao gave. It was Yusike's house. Xiao Jin didn't care why Yusike awakened and demonized. But since the spirit group had already made a move, it meant that Yusike had done something irreversible. Then, it wouldn't be difficult to take this demonized spirit seed. Yusike was in an apartment in her neighborhood. She was sitting against the corner of the bathroom in her house. She was wearing white silk pajamas and her face was pale. Her pajamas were splattered with red blood, and in front of her lay a dead woman's corpse. Her face was contorted, and her eyes were wide open. From the expression on the woman's face, it was obvious that she had died unwillingly and in an undignified manner. Yusike never thought that she would kill her cousin. She didn't do it on purpose, but her cousin's words were too annoying. She had only taken a liking to her cousin's boyfriend, but she came to her and made a scene. Yusike was noisy, and she just wanted her cousin to shut up. Who knew that she would lose control and kill her? Power surged out of her body, turning into a material weapon that drew the surrounding air and strangled her cousin's throat. She watched as her cousin's expression became more and more contorted. She watched as she struggled helplessly, and blood gushed out from her nose, eyes, and ears. Not only did she not stop, she even found her cousin's contorted face amusing. She had great power, and her cousin, who had always been aggressive, couldn't fight back at all. She had become the ruler of this area. But she didn't want to kill her. She was too weak, and in just a few seconds, she stopped breathing. Yusike looked at her cousin on the ground. Although her face was pale, there wasn't much fear on her face. She was just a little vexed and scared. Since young, her cousin had given in to her so much. So what if she gave in to a boyfriend? Would it kill her to give in to a boyfriend? Yes, it would kill her. She was dead. Yusike's lips curled up into a strange smile. Someone pushed the door open and came in. CK, your cousin seems to be very angry. Her voice came to an abrupt halt when she saw the corpse on the ground. Then, a series of earth-shattering screams rose from the ground. Xianxia. The woman's shrill scream could almost pierce through one's eardrums, and it hurt Yusike's ears. Seeing her mother come in, Yusike seemed to have reacted. She revealed some fear and hurried over. Don't scream, don't scream. It's not good for you to attract others. You can't let anyone see you. She could deal with one person, but she couldn't kill a group of people with her current strength. Mother would betray her, she would betray her. When she spoke, her eyes unconsciously revealed a trace of ferocity. The middle-aged woman in front of her had a pale face. She tried to cover her mouth, but she found that she could not control herself at all. She looked at her beautiful and intelligent daughter, but at this moment, she was like a man-eating demon. Yusike knew that the person in front of her was her mother, so she could still control herself. She smiled and looked a little creepy. Mom, don't scream. It's easy to deal with it if there's no one. Don't make such a fuss. Go get me a knife. Before she could finish her words, her mother let out another shrill scream. It was as if her throat was going to break from screaming. Her mother instinctively ran outside. Stop talking, I told you not to scream. Yusike felt very irritable, completely irritable. The moment her mother dashed out of the door, a suffocating force enveloped the air and forced her mother to flee. However, in the blink of an eye, the steel door of the apartment suddenly opened. A small knife shot out like a bullet, piercing through the air and shooting towards Yusike. Ah! The knife stabbed into Yusike's shoulder. She couldn't dodge in time and screamed. Fortunately, the high-rise apartment had good soundproofing. If they were so noisy, the neighbors would have called the police. Yusike clutched her shoulder and fell down. She looked up and saw her mother falling into the arms of a woman in a red coat. The woman had a high ponytail and wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. She looked valiant and sharp. Behind her were 3 other men and a woman. He Yao saw her and was furious. She's already demonized to this extent. Why did you only call us to catch her now? They saw the body on the ground and their faces turned ugly. Especially Xianxia, his eyes narrowed as he looked at Yusike. Yusike immediately held her head and screamed as she rolled around on the ground. Yusuke's mother, who was caught by Hiyao, had already fainted. Ishuadai was also shocked by the scene in front of her. She swallowed her saliva. Damn, she killed someone. Is she completely demonized? Let's not talk about it. Hiyao's face darkened. She stretched out her hand and the knife in Yusuke's shoulder flew out. Because of this, Yusuke screamed in pain again. At this moment, she gritted her teeth and suddenly waved her hand forcefully. In an instant, several strange air currents appeared in front of Hiyao and the others and directly exploded in front of him. When Hiyao and the others raised their hands to block, Yusuke crawled up from the ground and ran into her room. With a bang, she locked the door. Her actions were sudden. Ishuadai didn't expect her to have the strength to fight back after being attacked by Xianxia. She glanced at Xianxia subconsciously. Xianxia's face stiffened. Hiyao threw Yusuke to Hua Yanming and waved her hand. The door handle opened, but Yusuke's voice was gone. A series of banging sounds came from outside. Hiyao saw that Yusuke's window was wide open. She walked over to take a look and saw that Yusuke was actually jumping down along the outside of the air conditioner. There was an air conditioner installed on almost every floor of the apartment, and it was hung in the same position for aesthetic reasons. However, it was too high up, and there was no protection around it. Hiyao didn't expect Yusuke to be so bold as to jump down. Of course, she could control the air and stabilize herself. Seeing Yusuke jump down slowly, Hiyao's face darkened. There were plenty of surveillance cameras outside. She would be too conspicuous if she made a move. Moreover, they were usually in charge of capturing people alive. If they were to make a move now, Yusuke would most likely fall to her death. In just a short while, Yusuke had already jumped halfway. She controlled the air and jumped very quickly, which attracted the attention of the other residents. When they saw someone jump down, they were dumbfounded. Hiyao and the others turned around and ran downstairs. If they took the elevator, they might be faster. However, when she reached the last few floors, Yusuke had already skillfully controlled the air to reduce her speed. She directly jumped down from the external machine. After a few floors, she landed on the ground. Although she fell in a sorry state, she was not seriously injured. At that time, he ran out of the neighborhood with a ferocious expression. There was something wrong with Yusuke's ability. When Hiyao saw the red that represented her land outside the neighborhood, her expression changed drastically. After being attacked by Xianxia and himself, she was still able to control herself and escape? Yusuke ran onto the street in her blood-stained pajamas. Her crazy appearance attracted the attention of the passers-by. No one knew what was going on. Some suspected that she was crazy, while others called the police. But there was no doubt that it was dangerous for Yusuke to appear in the crowd. She could expose her abilities and take the passers-by hostage. Usually, the spirit group acted alone and rarely received help. Because of the complicated internal structure, the various groups rarely cooperated. At this moment, Hiyao felt extremely lucky that she had called Xiaojin. Moreover, it was almost night time. Under the shocked gazes of the passers-by, Yusuke ran forward. She knew that she was in danger and she had to run away. If the group behind her caught her, she would definitely die. She would die, she couldn't die. She hadn't lived long enough. How could she die, however, when she ran to a place, her body trembled imperceptibly. Then, she froze in her tracks. It was an elegantly decorated coffee shop. With a low level of luxury. Across the road, she saw the second floor opposite her. In front of the transparent glass window stood a tall figure. He was wearing a cream-colored high-collared woolen sweater and a blue coat. He was holding a cat with tiger stripes in his arms. There was a faint smile on his face. Looking at her, he was cold and quiet, like the bright moon in the sky. His face was as handsome as a banished immortal. He was like a god. He had the most elegant and compassionate light. Every part of his body exuded a seductive aura. It made Yusuke want to get closer to him as if she had smelled the most delicious candy. However, she froze in her tracks. There was an external voice in her mind. It was absolutely oppressive, but it also had a fatally seductive and gentle tone. Go back. Go back. She wanted to go back, she knew that she shouldn't go back. She couldn't go back. Yusuke froze in her tracks. That seductive voice occupied more and more space in her mind. Her eardrums and her thoughts were all occupied by this voice. Go back. Go back, like an endless cycle, this word kept echoing in her mind. Her body stiffly turned around. Step by step, she moved back in the direction she came from. She couldn't go back. She would die if she went back. Tears flowed out of Yusuke's eyes. She couldn't control herself. Her body seemed to be controlled by someone else. When Yao and the others appeared in front of her, she despaired. She could not summon the power in her body. It was as if she was being controlled by the word. Every organ in her body, other than her brain, was fulfilling the meaning of the word wholeheartedly. Yao and the others were surprised to see Yusuke slowly walking back. However, she had already attracted their attention. They immediately went forward to take Yusuke away, using the Soul Group's tools to ensure that Yusuke could no longer fight. Only then did they relax. Yao subconsciously looked around, but she didn't see that familiar figure. However, Yusuke's return for no reason had nothing to do with the other party. And in the same cafe, what Yusuke didn't notice earlier was that by the window downstairs, a girl was sitting there with her chin propped up. Her seaweed-like hair was draped over her shoulders, and the corners of her lips were curved. She was as beautiful as a painting. Someone passed by and saw this scene. He couldn't help but put her face in the photo album on his phone. Xiaojin didn't stop him, because it would disappear for no reason. She ordered a cup of coffee and added a few packets of sugar to get rid of the bitterness. Her phone vibrated. She looked down and saw a message from Song Yanqing. Song Yanqing, okay. Of course, she saw it. Song Yanqing's strength was stronger than she thought. There was something strange about Yusuke. She wasn't an ordinary wizard. Someone maliciously put an enhancement array on her. This was something that only an array master could do. They could increase the potential of a spiritual psychic in a short period of time, and then destroy it. A wisp of black gas dissipated on her fingertips. She set up an array nearby. When Yusuke came over, she took the spirit seed. This enhancement array wasn't set up by the Feng family. She narrowed her eyes slightly. It seemed that another force was starting to emerge. Putting an array on an ordinary female student, unfortunately, even if there was a spirit seed, she didn't have many chances to investigate. At this moment, a woman with dyed blonde hair pushed open the door of the coffee shop. She was tall and had a great figure wrapped in a coat. She walked in a pair of high heels and looked like she was in a hurry. She ordered 2 cups of coffee at the counter and packed them. What attracted attention was that she was wearing sunglasses and a mask. This kind of equipment was either a celebrity, an internet celebrity, or a pretentious one. Unfortunately, it was covered so tightly that it was hard to see who it was. Xiaojin recognized it at a glance. It was Fan Jin. She was a little surprised. It was mainly because Fan Jin's image in the past was that of a well-behaved mature woman. She didn't deliberately pretend to be young at 30 years old. The feeling she presented on TV was that of a mature woman. In the past, her hair was pure black. Now, her hair was dyed blonde and curled at the bottom. She covered it so tightly. In addition, she hadn't appeared for a while. She wasn't in the entertainment industry anymore, so the news was worthless. There weren't many paparazzi chasing her. Even if fans stood in front of her, they probably wouldn't be able to recognize her. Other than that, Fan Jin was calm. She just stood there quietly and waited for the coffee to be ready. However, as she was waiting, something caught her attention. She turned around and saw Xiaojin. She was stunned by Xiaojin's temperament for a few seconds. Even Fan Jin, who had seen many handsome men and beautiful women, was shocked at that moment. The girl in front of him had a kind of sacred beauty that even the entertainment industry didn't have. It was probably the kind where no one would say that the girl in front of them was unsuitable to play the role of a deity. He looked like he had walked out of a comic book. The other party stared at her and smiled. Beautiful people looked good when they smiled. Fan Jin nodded slightly at Xiaojin. Then, he walked out with 2 cups of coffee. Outside, a low-profile car was parked. Fan Jin walked over and the chauffeur revealed an exquisite and lazy handsome face. He gave Fan Jin an obedient smile. sister. Fan Jin nodded. As he got into the car, he casually said, there's a particularly good-looking girl inside. If I were still in the industry, I would definitely ask my manager to approach her. Phoenix Qianan raised his eyebrows slightly. No matter how pretty she is, she's not as pretty as sister. Fan Jin smiled, you're such a sweet talker. I'm serious. That girl is the only one I've seen. She looks so otherworldly. It's quite novel. Actually, Feng Qianan saw it. He saw Qiao Jin sitting inside and knew that Fan Jin was talking about Qiao Jin. After all, the only one who could give people such a feeling was Qiao Jin. Actually, there was also his cousin. Recently, he didn't know what was going on, but the more he looked, the more he felt like he was going to become an immortal. No wonder these two were friends. However, now was a special time, so Feng Qianan wouldn't go up and greet Qiao Jin. He just smiled obediently and said, no matter how different a woman is, she's not as beautiful as sister. Fan Jin waved her hand, don't be so sweet. When I left the industry, I was in a hurry. There are some things that I haven't dealt with yet. Next month, I will go to a remote town to see the left-behind children. I promised them that I might not be able to come to your birthday. The smile on Feng Qianan's face disappeared for a moment, and then he smiled brightly again, it's okay, sister. This means that you keep your promise. Can I go with you? I've never been to such a place. My mother used to ask me to do some charity. My birthday is celebrated every year, but it's meaningless. If I go with you to see the left-behind children, will it make my birthday more meaningful? Fan Jin was stunned, you want to go with me? She thought of something and frowned, I don't mind, but you've never been there before so you don't know. The conditions in those places are really bad. You've never experienced such hardship, so I'm afraid you won't be able to take it. The conditions aren't important. What's important is that it's meaningful, right? Sister, don't look down on me. Although I'm rich, it doesn't mean I don't know these things. When I was abroad, I worked part-time. How could this be a concept? Fan Jin smiled bitterly, but seeing Feng Qianan smile at her, her heart softened, okay, I won't stop you if you want to go. Feng Qianan's eyes curved, okay, sister. Qiao Jin finished his coffee and went upstairs to find Song Yanqing. There was a private room on the second floor. Song Yanqing was sitting there, playing with a cat. Ding Dang, who was walking around the table, saw that Qiao Jin had arrived and meowed before jumping into Song Yanqing's embrace. Song Yanqing stroked its belly, and it lay on its back, allowing Song Yanqing to stroke it without any dignity of a cat. Qiao Jin sat opposite him and asked straightforwardly, did you feel anything when you controlled her just now? Song Yanqing looked at Qiao Jin and smiled faintly. I felt a struggle. It was very light. If it was very light, it meant that it could not be blocked at all. Song Yanqing's ability was awakened by the stimulation of the Rakshasa realm. Yusuke was a spiritualist who had been bewitched by the demonization, so it was natural that she couldn't block Song Yanqing. His ability was that of a spiritual speaker. His thoughts were real. Since he wanted Yusuke to return, Yusuke had no choice but to do so. Even if she didn't want to go back at all. This was the terrifying part of a spiritual speaker. They could easily control your actions. This was under the condition that Yusuke had some reaction. At a high level, Song Yanqing could even easily control a person's thoughts. If a person's thoughts were controlled, so the existence of karma had its benefits. Without restrictions, this world would have long been taken over by spiritualists. Qiao Jin saw him stroke the cat and lowered his eyelids. He suddenly reached out and said, I want to touch it too. Okay. Song Yanqing lifted Ding Dang up without any hesitation and handed her over. Ding Dang saw that her master didn't even think before selling her out and she let out a pitiful cry. Her body stiffened and she stopped moving. Qiao Jin did not like furry things, so when she touched Ding Dang, she felt a soft but stiff body. Ding Dang, don't dare move, don't dare move. Qiao Jin had never touched a cat before, she had never even raised a pet before. Even if she did raise one, it would definitely not be a weak and powerless creature like a cat. So she did not even know how to hug Ding Dang, she only used one hand to grab onto its back. Because it was lying on its back and its body was stiff, she felt as if she was grabbing onto a toy. Upon seeing this, Xianxia found it a bit funny. Ding Dang is just not familiar with you, you can touch its stomach or the back of its neck. If you slowly touch it, it will relax. Xiaojin placed Ding Dang in her arms and touched its stomach. Its stiff paws reacted a bit, it raised its paws as if it wanted to block its stomach, but found that it could not block it. Its golden eyes looked at Xiaojin, not fiercely, but with a bit of fear. Animals have intelligence, it can distinguish which are the most dangerous existences. Without a doubt, Xiaojin was this dangerous in its eyes. Xiaojin touched it a few times and lost her patience, she put Ding Dang back on the table, not fun. Ding Dang saw that it was let go, but it seemed to be uninterested. Its eyes stared at Xiaojin, but its body automatically rolled around, and after 2 rounds, it rolled back into Xianxia's arms. Xianxia could not help but laugh. Raising a cat is like this, it seems like you don't like small animals. They are very troublesome, aren't they? Xiaojin only stared at him, who wants you to feed it, who wants you to tease it, if it can't serve you, then what's the point of raising it? Xianxia, his shoulders shook as if he was amused by Xiaojin's naivety. He looked at her helplessly and said, that's what it's like to have a pet. It's better to have something to accompany you than to be alone, isn't it? Xiaojin felt that his words had another meaning. She paused. I'm not alone now. She had Xiao Fei and the others. In the past, Xiaojin did not have the concept of family. She seemed to have forgotten how she came to be. It was as if she was born from heaven and earth, but also as if she had parents. But it had been too long, and she had forgotten. Even if she did, her parents had already disappeared in the long river of history. Her current parents were Xiao Fei. Of course you're not alone. You have your family, and you have me. His voice was very gentle. He was just telling a simple fact, and he said it so naturally. It didn't make Xiaojin feel that it was unreasonable. She nodded. Yes, and you, my friend. His eyes flashed as he rubbed Ding Dong's belly but did not say anything. After a long silence, Xianxia asked her, did you get the spirit seed? Xiaojin nodded. There is a problem with this Yusuke. She has been given an amplification array, something that can only be done by an array master. It can temporarily increase her strength. I need to investigate her. I have a feeling that this array master is related to the person who changed your fate. Xianxia's hand that was stroking the cat paused, and his voice was calm. Then why did he give an unrelated female student an amplification array? Even if he wanted to cause trouble for us, this girl is too far away. Yes, so I need to know more about her. I'm waiting for He Yao's results. Xianxia nodded. I will also investigate her. He hugged the cat and stood up. It's about time, I'll send you back. Xianxia sent Xiaojin back. Of course, he still didn't enter the Mu family's house. Xiaojin also didn't have the intention to invite him into the Mu family's house. Firstly, Xianxia's identity was special. If he was willing, he would find a suitable time to visit. Xiaojin returned home. Not long after, He Yao sent a message to Xiaojin. He Yao, Yusuke's spirit seed is gone. They were ordered to bring Yusuke back this time. The result was as expected. The spirit seed was gone. This time, Xiaojin didn't even appear. He Yao couldn't figure out how Xiaojin did it. Even if he could snatch a spiritual seed, it was too scary for him to take the spiritual seed of a spiritual psyche master without even showing up. She even suspected that Xiaojin didn't appear at the scene. It's Jin Jinyo, oh. One word. The coldness made He Yao understand that the spirit seed was taken away by Xiaojin. Although she didn't understand how he did it, He Yao was very clear about one thing. To be able to do this, Xiaojin's power was beyond her imagination. After all, she was the leader of the spirit group. No matter how fast she was, she had to be quick-witted. The spirit seed had always been something they didn't understand. It represented the ability of a spiritual reader, but others didn't have the ability to steal it. If Xiaojin had this ability, why did he use the spirit seed? Furthermore, she had once said that the spirit group's headquarters might not have personally dealt with the demonized spiritualist when they brought the demonized spiritualist back. He Yao felt that there was a very serious premeditated plan behind this. Unfortunately, with her current status, she couldn't interfere with the headquarters at all. UCK's spirit seed was gone again. Everyone in the group was speechless. Even if there were people who were suspicious, they didn't even see Xiao Jin's shadow this time. In the face of the headquarters personnel who came to receive them, they couldn't explain themselves. This is the third time. Xianxia was parachuted into this unit, so he didn't understand what was going on. However, Yusi was the third person he had dealt with without a spirit seed. The first time, the headquarters had sent him over because they were suspicious. The second and third time, he didn't even know what was going on. The people he caught just didn't have a spirit seed. Without a spirit seed, how could he possess abilities? When they captured Yusi, she must have had a spirit seed. Why did the spirit seed disappear after she was captured? Not to mention the headquarters, even Xianxia himself suspected that there was something wrong with He Yao's group. Ishuadai couldn't stand his anger. It's useless even if you're angry. How would we know where the spirit seed went? Weren't you there the whole time? If they had this ability, why would they still be members of the team? Yuxia's face stiffened. He looked at He Yao, but He Yao just turned her head and said coldly, "We can only let the headquarters investigate." In other words, it was useless to ask her. Even if she knew, she couldn't say it out loud. Xiao Jin had only told He Yao about the spirit seed. In the group, Yi Shuadai and Hua Yanming had seen strange situations and were suspicious of Xiao Jin. However, the three of them at least maintained a certain level of consensus. Xiao Jin might not be someone they could afford to offend, so there was no need to create more trouble and say it out loud. Anyway, they didn't do it. If there was trouble, it should be the headquarters. As for Chao Kai, he was even more confused. UCK was handed over to the spirit group headquarters that night. After investigation, they found that there was indeed no spirit seed. The spirit group felt uneasy. There was an inexplicable existence that could absorb the spirit seed of a demonized spiritualist and use an ability that they didn't know. This was already the third time. The spirit group couldn't let it go. Zhongli Shiyu and Zhongli Peining once again appeared in Xiao Jin's living area. The only clue they had was that the demonized spiritualist had come into contact with Xiao Jin the previous 2 times. This time, Xiao Jin didn't appear, but she appeared in a nearby coffee shop. In other words, she was the only person other than the members of the spirit group present in the area where the demonized spiritualist appeared 3 times. Moreover, she was also a spiritualist. Xiao Jin could erase the traces of the surveillance video, but she didn't do so. Because she didn't care whether the spirit group suspected her or not. What was the use of suspicion? They could only suspect. She erased the traces of Song Yanqing's appearance. After all, she was already exposed on the surface. Song Yanqing could stay in the dark as a trump card. The spirit group realized that Xiao Jin was a girl with a big problem. This time, they directly sent Zhongli Shiyu and Zhongli Peining over. Transfer schools. Just as they were approaching Xiao Jin. Even though the school was about to be on holiday, Xiao Jin, who was now a second-year student, still had 2 years of school. As long as they were in the same school, it would be easy to investigate. Xiao Jin wasn't surprised when she saw Zhongli Peining appear in the school. She just had a faint smile. Zhongli Peining looked delicate and weak. Her surname was special, and she was in the same German department as Xiao Jin. Her brother was in the finance department next door. When she saw Xiao Jin, Zhongli Peining revealed a friendly smile. "Xiao Jin, we meet again." Xiao Jin smiled. "There aren't enough people monitoring, so now you have to do it personally?" The Zhongli family had quite a bit of prestige in the spirit group. Sending these 2 siblings to investigate Xiao Jin meant that they valued Xiao Jin very much. Zhongli Peining's smile froze. In any case, they were in school. She thought that Xiao Jin would put on an act, but she directly said it, making Zhongli Peining feel a little embarrassed. "It's not that. It's just a problem with my studies. I transferred here normally. You don't have to think too much." Even if it was the truth, he couldn't say it out loud. How disgusting would that be? Xiao Jin only nodded. "That's true. After all, this school is not bad. The German department is a good major." In fact, there were several members of the spirit group in this school, but without this identity, they were like Ishuadai. They had to live their own lives, and different members had different missions. There were exposed members of the spirit team, and there were also spiritual readers who were not exposed. When Zhongli Peining saw that Xiao Jin was about to leave after speaking, she felt a little timid. She wasn't a bad person, but the spirit group was suspicious of Xiao Jin. She had always grown up under the protection of her brother. In the face of Xiao Jin's direct attack, she was at a loss. She wanted to call out to Xiao Jin, but she didn't have a proper reason. She felt a little frustrated. She knew that it was a little impossible for her to get close to Xiao Jin by being his friend. After school in the afternoon, the school announced that there would be a summer vacation activity. A group of outstanding students would be specially selected. Of course, they could also sign up themselves. This activity didn't seem to be anything special, and it didn't have much to do with ordinary students. However, Musilian and Musichu had both signed up. This was because Xiao Jin had signed up. It was a little surprising that Xiao Jin signed up. Musilian and Musichu felt that she was not the kind of person who would like to go abroad. It was not an understanding, but an intuition. However, Xiao Jin signed up this time. They only found out that Xiao Jin signed up when she came back and told Xiao Fei that night. Xiao Fei was quite happy. Summer activities? Going abroad? That's good. You don't have to stay at home all the time. You can go abroad to broaden your horizons. It's quite fun overseas. Do you want Mom to go with you? Xiao Jin, no, I want to go with the school. Xiao Fei, sob sob sob, my daughter is cold and heartless. Musilian was a little surprised. Why did you sign up for a summer activity? That activity is actually not very useful. It's just for fun. Although there was an exchange activity, it was just going to take a look at the school. There were very few basic exchange activities. The purpose of this activity was to give students who were not very well off a chance to apply for an exchange because all the travel expenses were paid by the school. Logically speaking, Xiao Jin was not on this list now. Xiao Fei did not quite agree. Since Jin wants to go abroad to have fun, she can go too. Your younger sister has never been abroad in her entire life. In the past, Xiao Fei did not have the means to let Xiao Jin go abroad. Now that she had the means, she definitely wanted Xiao Jin to go abroad to broaden her horizons. Musichu also looked up at Xiao Jin. If you want to go abroad, we can go together during the summer vacation. The school is going to the US this time. There's actually not much to go. If you want to go, you can go to other countries in Europe. There are many scenic spots. Xiao Jin said lightly, no, I can still learn if I go with the school. I'm doing it for my studies. Musilian, it was fine when she did not say it. Now that she said it, he suddenly did not believe it. I see, Xiao Fei was supportive, but Mu Zhenming suddenly said, in that case, don't go alone. Qi Lian and Qi Chu will accompany you. With her two brothers around, her safety was at least somewhat guaranteed. Xiao Jin nodded, indicating that it didn't matter. Musilian opened his mouth as if to say something, but he didn't say anything. Forget it, I'll just go. There was only a month left until the summer vacation. Xiao Jin wanted to go on this trip not because of anything else, but because she felt that she would encounter something beneficial during this school trip. As soon as the trip came out, this feeling came out. Xiao Jin couldn't figure out exactly how beneficial it would be, because Xiao Jin was always rather vague about his own matters. But since she had this intuition, of course she would go. Her instincts were never wrong. After the Zhong siblings knew that Xiao Jin would be participating in this foreign event, they immediately signed up and wanted to go with him. Right now, Xiao Jin was under the surveillance of the spirit group. Even if they couldn't find anything wrong with her, it didn't mean that they wouldn't pay attention to her abnormal behavior. It was quite abnormal to go abroad now. After the investigation on Yusuke came out, Hiel also told Xiao Jin about it. This time, it was Xiao Jin's special request. Although Hiel was a little strange, her matters weren't a secret, so she didn't hide it. Moreover, there didn't seem to be any harm in telling someone like Xiao Jin. After seeing the reason for Yusuke's awakening, Xiao Jin raised his eyebrows. Because it seemed like she had contributed to it, Yusuke's spirit seed had disappeared, and she still had to be dealt with. Moreover, she killed her own cousin, so she couldn't live anymore. Xiao Jin still had an impression of Yusuke. Even if she didn't, when she saw Yusuke, she was able to recognize her because of her karma. Yusuke was a weirdo. She was born in a wealthy family and was very lucky. However, her family spoiled her, causing her to have a supercilious personality. She had to get what she liked. If she couldn't get it, she would think of ways to destroy it. If she didn't like it, she would wantonly slander it. Xiaojin was targeted by her in this way. She liked Mizuchu. Of course, with her identity, she couldn't come into contact with Mizuchu. She was just secretly in love with a girl in Mizuchu who was especially deformed. Logically speaking, a person like her shouldn't be able to awaken as a spiritual reader. After she was unlucky because of Xiaojin's karma, she felt that the heavens were against her. Due to her bad mood, she had a strong feeling of disliking everything. Yusuke didn't awaken through normal means. She should have been deliberately stimulated as a spiritual reader. However, the disadvantage of this ability was that one would definitely be demonized. The consequence of demonization was to prevent the evil in one's heart from growing infinitely. Even if one could barely control it in the beginning, they would become more and more blind and cruel later on. They would only live for evil. This was why Xiaojin dared to seize the spirit seed. It was because they weren't protected by karma at all. Just like Zhao Chunfeng, even if they were demonized because they killed people, they would become more and more blind later on. Revenge wasn't their goal, but only the beginning of their demonization. If they could be controlled, they wouldn't be demonized. This was because there were spiritual readers with tragic backgrounds who could hide and even work for the spirit group. This was the difference. He Yao and the others definitely didn't know the difference between deliberately stimulating one's ability. According to their words, Yusuke didn't have any points to awaken as a spiritual reader. They said that she was tragic, but she was just a little unlucky recently and came from a good family. It was like her awakening was inexplicable. According to the information about Yusuke that He Yao had given him, Xiaojin was able to figure out the cause and effect as soon as he set up the formation. Someone saw that Yusuke's body was stained with karma, so they deliberately activated their abilities, causing Yusuke to demonize and even cast an amplification array on her. Interestingly, the other party's ability was not necessarily as strong as Xiaojin's, but he was very good at hiding himself. She could not figure out who the other party was. In this world, other than her sworn enemy, she couldn't think of anyone else. Of course, in these 10,000 years, it was possible that her sworn enemy had taught an even more outstanding array master, but at most, he could only hide it from her. It was just like how a sworn enemy wasn't sure if he would survive. Karma was a very mysterious thing. Ordinary people could not come into contact with it at all. Even Azu of the Feng family could only see some clues at most. It was impossible to directly see a person's karma. The other party's level wasn't low. It was just that it was hidden very well. The fact that he had set up a formation against Yusuke meant that there was a high chance that this person was in the imperial capital. Her eyes drooped slightly. The capital, there seemed to be a hint of a smile in his murmur. It seemed that she was too high profile and caused others to feel uneasy. Well, therefore, she needed to be more high profile. This kind of thing happened a few more times. Only then would the rat hiding behind the scenes reveal his true face. Anyway, she was bored to death. When she went downstairs early in the morning, Xiaojin saw Muzilian staring at the table in a daze. Mizuchu saw Xiaojin and said lightly, "Good morning." Xiaojin smiled and replied, "Good morning, Xiaojin." Mizuchu, who was used to her not calling him brother, nodded indifferently. Muzilian didn't say anything. He was still in a daze. Mizuchu opened his eyes and asked, "What time did you sleep last night?" He woke up at 3 in the morning and glanced at his phone. Muzilian was still fighting in the game. It was only 8 in the morning and he was already awake. He didn't know if he was asleep or not. 4. Muzilian thought for a moment and suddenly propped himself up and said, "I think I've been very strange recently. I used to have a headache when I woke up early in the morning after staying up late. Recently, I've been sleeping in the early hours of the morning. When Mom woke me up in the morning, I didn't have any reaction, he was quite energetic the whole day. When did his physical fitness become so high? Isn't this good?" Mizuchu sneered. "You're waiting for your body to collapse before you think it's normal?" He was the little prince of the night scene. If he didn't stay up late, how could he live up to his name? Musilian was a little confused. No, I just feel strange. Xiao Jin sat down and began to eat breakfast. The servant served her a bowl of delicious meat porridge. She took a sip and said slowly, "Think positively of Qi Lian. Maybe it's the final radiance of a setting sun. The final struggle of the body before it collapsed." Musilian, he slammed the table. "Do you know how to talk?" Xiao Jin, no. Musilian, F***ck, Musilian didn't have time to argue with Xiao Jin. Instead, he sighed. "Brother, to be honest, I really admire Grandpa. Last night, he went out to play chess with friends and came back at 2 in the morning. This morning, I heard from Mom that he woke up at 7. Don't they say that the elderly are healthy? Don't you think he's better than me? How could he be so strong at such an advanced age? Isn't he also high blood pressure? Isn't he afraid?" Musichu, Grandpa's health was indeed amazing. Although he had high blood pressure, he didn't look like he had high blood pressure. Every day, he might not necessarily go to bed earlier than Musilian, and he could even wake up earlier than the rooster. The key was that his body was still quite energetic. In fact, there was something Musichu didn't say. His perception was sharper. Recently, he felt that even the servants in the house were more energetic than before. Even if they had to wake up early to prepare breakfast for them, they were still in high spirits, unlike the decadent look they had in the past. He knew that he usually studied until late at night, especially with his father's health. He had more things to learn. Every night, he would read for a long time. If it was in the past, he would not be able to take it. Recently, he would only go to bed in the wee hours after reading. There was nothing wrong with waking up early. Just like what Musilian had said, his mental state was abnormal. Of course, neither of them knew the reason. Xiao Jin had set up a big array in the Mu family to nourish himself. For ordinary people, it was equivalent to taking advantage of a long-term health care. No matter how hard they worked, their bodies would get better and better under the nourishment of the array. Naturally, it was not a problem for them to be energetic. Even the servants who worked here had received great benefits. This was the limit of health that others pursued. Otherwise, with Musilian's practice of getting up early in the wee hours of the morning, how could he be in good spirits? It was already good enough that he didn't die suddenly. Of course, Xiao Jin didn't say anything. She kept the credit to herself. Mu Xiangshan went out early in the morning and came back from a walk looking quite relaxed. Then, he saw Xiao Jin leaving after eating. He glanced and snorted coldly. Lazy bum. He only woke up when it was almost noon. In fact, it was only 9 in the morning. Xiao Jin was about to go to school after eating. When he saw Mu Xiangshan, Xiao Jin was all smiles. Facing the morning light, he looked fresh and lively. He even called out, "Old master." His tone was gentle and clear. Although she didn't call him grandpa, calling him grandpa was enough to make him sing and weep. Mu Xiangshan's entire family was shocked. He looked at Xiao Jin's back view as he left. Coincidentally, a servant came over to water the flowers in the garden. Mu Xiangshan asked, "Is there something wrong with his head?" Servant, how could he dare to say anything? Xiao Jin arrived at school and handed in the registration form for the activity. In the past, such activities were rare except for a group of outstanding students who came from good schools and ordinary families. Because the places to go were fixed, it didn't attract the interest of most students. This time, Xiao Jin signed up, Musilian and Musichu also signed up. Fortunately, they signed up late. If the news of them signing up also spread, there would probably be a lot of people fighting for the spots. There were only about 30 spots this time and they were all arranged. However, when they found out that Musilian and Musichu were going to participate in the summer vacation activity, most of the girls in school who just got the news almost had their intestines turned green. If they knew that the handsome twins were going to go, they would have signed up. By the time they asked the teachers, the spots were already gone. The students who went became the targets of envy, jealousy, and hatred. There were even people who came up with a strange idea and spent more money to buy the spots of other students. But even if the students who went agreed, the spots weren't fixed. Once the spots were empty, the teachers might consider other applicants. The gains didn't make up for the losses. Master, please come this way. Look, this is our school's language major. This side is German, and that side is Arabic. During the lunch break, Xiao Jin took a stroll after finishing his lunch. He saw the vice principal leading a middle-aged man in a baseball shirt and a baseball cap over to him. The man had a benevolent look. Although he was wearing a baseball cap, the exposed forehead and back of his head revealed the fact that he might be bald. The vice principal and principal both held important positions. Usually, they would not walk around in the school. Although they appeared natural, Xiao Jin could tell at a glance that the middle-aged man was not simple. It was lunchtime and there were not many people in the building. Xiao Jin was the only one walking on the road. He did not expect to bump into a student, and the vice principal coughed. When the middle-aged man saw Xiao Jin, he revealed an amiable smile. He put his palms together and bowed slightly to Xiao Jin. The vice principal was a little embarrassed and whispered, "Master, we have an agreement." The principal was worried that there might be a problem with the feng shui. He asked someone to pull some strings and found a master who was said to have real skills to come to the school to take a look. Because he was worried that the students would be suspicious, he asked the master to disguise himself as an ordinary person and come to the school to see what was wrong with the feng shui. The principal asked the vice principal to lead the way. It would be too high profile if they appeared together, so he only asked the vice principal to lead the way. Now that they bumped into a student, who had seen someone with their palms together, the master smiled and shook his head. "It's okay." Xiao Jin walked closer and didn't show any curiosity. She simply said, "Hello, vice principal." He didn't even wait for the vice principal to wave his hand and walked away. The vice principal wiped the sweat on his forehead and asked, "Master, did you see anything?" The master smiled. "There's nothing wrong with the school's feng shui." Vice principal, that's hard to say. Dozens of Moonlight's cell phones have been reported missing. The master, usually, it's a thief. Vice principal, there were surveillance cameras everywhere in the school. It wasn't just one person who lost their phones, but a large group. Which thief was so awesome? The master looked around. Hasn't this kind of thing been decreasing recently? Even if there was a problem, it's almost over now. The post about Xiao Jin was deleted. No one said anything bad about her, so the karma was almost over. It wasn't a big deal for the previous students to lose some money. The vice principal felt that the master's words were very unreliable. They spent hundreds of thousands to invite him. Although the vice principal didn't know what was wrong with the principal, he still felt sorry for the money. The master glanced at the vice principal and knew that he didn't believe him. He said, "If you don't believe me, you can see later." The vice principal had no choice but to agree. After all, the master was a master and he wasn't. No one knew that the school wanted to invite a master to check the school's feng shui. Xiao Jin just didn't expect him to appear in the school. When she came to this world, she felt that there were a few powerful forces. They could be considered as array masters in this world who could barely catch her eye. After Lin Xi's family matters, she asked Lin Xi to go to a place called Jingcheng Temple to burn incense and pray for a jade pendant. Even if she hadn't seen him before, she now knew that the middle-aged man was the array master of Jingcheng Temple. He looked kind and his karma was complete. He was a kind person. If it wasn't the wrong time, she wouldn't mind talking to this person. Since the school could invite him, it seemed that there were still many channels to investigate. After class, on the way home, Xiao Jin's cat treasure shop had 2 more customers. This time, they were attracted by Jiang Hongbin's recommendation. However, after all, there were tens of thousands of top-notch people, and Xiao Jin would definitely encounter them. Anonymous buyer XX, you're not allowed to recommend this shop for free. I think your shop is really overcharging. I can't believe someone would buy such an expensive item. Is 600 renminbi considered a bad fortune? Are you crazy? Anonymous buyer XX, are you accurate? What's the latest lottery number? Tell me. I'll believe you if you win. Xiao Jin rolled his eyes and replied, this is just an ordinary top-notch buyer. Today, dear, sure, as long as you can pay the price. You are not destined to win the lottery, so it is not recommended to consult the lottery numbers. Of course, winning the lottery depended on fate, but it wouldn't be good to say it out loud. The buyer was excited. Anonymous buyer XX, hey, what do you mean? I'm not fated to win the lottery? How did you know? A fortune-telling shop like yours is full of nonsense, isn't it? Isn't it just to see if your prediction is accurate? If you don't tell me, how would I know if your prediction is accurate? Anonymous buyer XX, if I didn't see the recommendation from the shop next door, I wouldn't have come to you. You charge so much and so much. Are your comments all fake? Xiao Jin really didn't like to deal with such people, but since everyone was a customer, today, kiss, you really can't. You're not destined to win the lottery. You can't even win 5 yuan. This person was a fan of lottery tickets, but his luck was extremely bad. He was not destined to win the lottery at all. So far, he had not even won 5 yuan. 2 yuan for a lottery ticket, this was heart-wrenching. Anonymous buyer XX, your shop is a scam shop. How dare you open such an expensive shop if you don't have any skills? Anonymous buyer XX, and you said that I'm not destined to win the lottery. Hehe, are you that accurate? Xiao Jin didn't plan to reply. She opened the shop to earn some pocket money. Sooner or later, she would have a chance to become famous. This troublemaker couldn't do anything to her. She didn't reply, but the other party seemed to be quite irritable. He kept sending messages to complain. In the end, he even said that he would take screenshots and post them on the internet to let everyone see what Xiao Jin's shop was like. Today, kiss, all the best. Screenshot it and post it on Weibo and the forum. Anonymous buyer XX, Anonymous buyer XX, are you provoking me? Is this the attitude of your customer service? Anonymous buyer XX, the tone of a fortune-telling shop is really impressive. Just you wait. I'll post it on Weibo for you. Xiao Jin waited. The other party was a middle-aged man who had nothing to do. He was old and still looked for fortune-tellers on the internet all day. He was the kind of unrealistic person who dreamed of winning the lottery and getting rich one day. However, the Weibo matter made Xiao Jin have a new idea. She would occasionally look at Weibo. Originally, she had a Weibo account, but she was more casual about it and never cared about it. Since the other party wanted to post on Weibo, why not prepare early? In the future, when the business was good, she might not be able to read it. The main thing was that there were too many people, and it was impossible to read every trivial thing. She might as well pick lucky users from Weibo. Moreover, there were many such famous people on Weibo now. Xiao Jin changed her Weibo name to "You're here to get your fortune told today." Well, it was a username on Weibo and Maobao. It was simple and easy to remember. After this troublemaker, another one came. The other party also inquired about the price, but didn't take it into consideration because the price was too high. After all, Jiang Hongban's fortune-telling shop only charged 10 renminbi. This shop charged 100 renminbi, and they were not sure if it was accurate. They would hesitate. Of course, his attitude was much better. He asked if he could lower the price, so be it. He was much better than the man from before. The middle-aged man who had consulted her before was not only a failure, but also a keyboard warrior who liked to scold people. This time, he was angered by Xiao Jin's attitude and thought that it was just a fortune-telling shop. If he exposed it on Weibo and saw the other party's attitude, coupled with complaints, Maobao would definitely force the other party to close down. Anyway, even if he was unhappy, he would not let this kind of customer service be happy. Thinking of this, he quickly compiled a screenshot of his chat history and submitted it to a Big V account with 5 million fans, the world's greatest reward. In order to deliberately make this shop famous, he did not hide the shop's name. He even took screenshots of the information of several other buyers, indicating that this shop had made a few more orders. He also said that only a crazy person would spend a few hundred yuan to find this kind of fortune-telling shop. Let everyone avoid the lightning. After the submission was posted, he came back an hour later and saw a reply from the Big V account. World's greatest reward V, okay, I'll post it tonight. Gao Zhou was very pleased with himself. He was the fortune teller on the internet. Since this fortune-telling shop made customers like him unhappy, it would become famous. Of course, it was malicious. Cyberbullying was very scary now. He obviously knew the consequences of his message, but he didn't care. At most, he would shut down this cat treasure shop. When Xiaojin got home, she saw Mu Xiangshan, who was very shocked because she called him grandpa in the morning. At this moment, he looked at her with a deep gaze, probably wondering if Xiaojin had suffered some kind of shock today. Mu Zhenming still didn't come back for dinner because of work. Everyone was eating happily at the dinner table when Mu Xiangshan suddenly said, Ji Pinggan's eldest son's wife has returned to the country. I heard that she'll be here tonight. Everyone, Xiao Fei's body stiffened. She knew about it, but she had never said it out loud. She didn't even know that she had said it out loud when she was drunk. Therefore, she always thought that she was the only one in the family who knew about this. Now that she heard Mu Xiangshan mention it, she subconsciously felt that this topic wasn't suitable for Xiaojin to hear. Muzilian and Musicha glanced at each other, hiding their thoughts. Muzilian asked, Didn't you say that this auntie only comes back during the holidays? Why did she come back at this time? Seems like something happened at home, so she came back for a short time, Mu Xiangshan said casually, and Xiaojin didn't seem to have any special reaction. Xiao Fei was relieved and hurriedly changed the topic. Dad, did your high blood pressure relapse recently? You have to take care of your body. I saw you go out last night and come back so late. Mu Xiangshan glared at her. You're touching my sore spot. Do you want me to have a relapse even if I didn't? Xiao Fei felt wronged. Muzilian said, Grandpa, Mom is just concerned about you. Don't be like this all the time. You're like a contrarian. Mu Xiangshan, you little brat, say that again. However, his casual remark was still diverted from the topic. Xiao Fei was relieved to see that no one mentioned the matter of the Ji family's wife. After the meal, she felt a little uneasy. Didn't the other party say that he would only come back during the holidays? She was a little worried that he would come back at this juncture. However, she didn't have any contact with this woman from the Ji family. Especially now that she was related to Xiaojin, Xiao Fei didn't want to see her. She was afraid that she would see a face that resembled Xiaojin the moment she saw him. Thus, she found an opportunity to go to Xiaojin's room. When she saw Xiaojin, before she could say anything, Xiaojin said calmly, Fei Fei, don't think too much about it. I already said that we won't acknowledge each other. Xiao Fei was still a little worried. I'm not worried about whether you'll acknowledge each other. Didn't you say that she used the child exchange to enter the Ji family? I'm afraid that if she finds out about your existence, she might do something to you. It was said that even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. However, a woman who could abandon her own daughter for a boy and marry into a rich family after being a mistress. Even if Xiao Fei didn't understand, she should know that she wasn't someone to be trifled with. She had seen many people by Mu Zhenming's side. How could she enter the Ji family with such an awkward identity without any tricks? Xiao Fei was concerned about him. Although Xiaojin wasn't too worried, he still smiled and comforted her. Don't think too much. She doesn't have that ability. Her casual words showed how casual she was. Indeed, so what if she knew about her existence? She did have the ability to enter the Ji family. No matter what methods she used, Xiaojin was her biological daughter. If she pretended not to know her when she saw her, Xiaojin wouldn't find trouble with her. But if she did something, however, that was the worst way to think. The other party might not do that. However, the probability of not wanting Xiaojin to be known by the Ji family was 100%. Xiao Fei was a little confused. She hasn't lived in the Ji family for so many years. Is it because her identity is still a little awkward, so she has to go abroad? It was better for her to go abroad. So many people wouldn't know about it. This way, even if someone saw Xiaojin, they wouldn't be able to recall any similarities with her. After all, their identities were worlds apart. Just like when Ji Pinggan saw Xiaojin, he didn't think that Xiaojin was similar to his son and daughter-in-law. Xiaojin nodded. That might be the reason. The Ji family was a big family, and it was the kind of family that paid special attention to identity. It was already a miracle that she could be promoted. It seemed a little difficult to ask the Ji family to treat her as an equal. The other party hadn't been in the country for so many years because she wasn't welcome in the Ji family. Xiao Fei was afraid that her words would make Xiaojin think too much. Mom doesn't mean anything by saying this. I won't have any opinions about you because of your mother's identity. You're innocent, so Mom just wants to protect you. I've already made a mistake once. I don't want to make the same mistake again. The drug incident was her negligence. This time, she would never let Xiao Jin get hurt under her nose. Xiao Jin shook his head and sighed. Fei, I've said it before. You really don't owe me anything. You don't have to feel guilty. If you feel worried, I won't let the things you're worried about happen. Don't worry, the Ji family is busy right now. They don't have time to pay attention to me. She had raised Xiao Jin for 20 years, so there was karma between them. However, there was one thing that she did not say. It was because the Ji family wasn't peaceful now. This biological mother's son was fighting for power in the Ji family. Many people wanted to find Ji Chiyua's weakness and cause trouble for his son. If people found out about Xiao Jin's existence at this juncture, TSK. She could predict the future, but she could not predict herself. It was hard to say whether the Ji family would notice her or not. Xiaofei nodded. That's true. She thought about what Mu Xiangshan said in the living room and suddenly asked cautiously, your grandpa and the others don't know about this yet. Should I find a time to tell them? But will they believe me? Xiao Jin said, you don't have to. They already know. You said it yourself when you were drunk at Fengfei's birthday party. Xiaofei. She was shocked. She never thought that she would expose such an important secret. Xiaofei was shocked and scared. Fake wine is harmful. Fake wine is harmful. Xiao Jin, how could there be fake wine at that kind of event? Xiaofei must have drunk something wrong. Xiaofei did not know how bad her alcohol tolerance was. Xiaofei was angry that he had blurted out such an important thing when he was drunk. What made her even angrier was that Mu Zhenming actually didn't tell her after he found out. He had left her alone in fear. For a moment, she didn't want to ask Xiao Jin. Of course, it was more reliable to discuss this with Mu Zhenming. As for Xiao Jin, after Xiaofei left, he saw the news on Weibo. Karma came one after another, and it was impossible for her not to sense it. The world's greatest rewards user posted a screenshot of Gao Zhou's complaint against Xiao Jin and even exposed the name of the store. Now, a small number of comments were that the author was also a weirdo, but they all agreed on one point. The fortune-telling shop must be lying. Moreover, the customer service in the screenshot said that this person was not destined to win the lottery. Anyone who saw this would be angry, but some people would never win the lottery. It was not hard to guess. They couldn't tell what this customer service employee was capable of. His attitude was also blunt. The netizens below expressed that they had learned something new. Although they thought that the author was also a weirdo, it didn't stop them from going to Xiao Jin's shop for sightseeing. One of the advantages of Maobao's website was that people who hadn't bought anything before couldn't comment. Therefore, a group of idle netizens came to the online store to harass Xiao Jin. Some came with a thirst for knowledge, while others came to ridicule him. Your fortune-telling is so accurate that you can even tell that people won't be able to win the lottery in their lifetime. Why don't you help me read if I can win the lottery? What era is it now? You're still using fortune-telling to deceive people? If you're really good at fortune-telling, why would you open a cat treasure shop online? Of all the things you can sell, why do you have to sell such a scam? Do you have no hands or legs? Do you need to scam people? Such an expensive fortune-telling shop? Is the shop owner here? I'll place the order first. Can you help me calculate if I'll succeed in confessing to my idol tomorrow? If you don't agree, I'll complain about you. Most of the people reprimanded Xiao Jin for being a liar, but there were also people who maintained a realistic attitude. Whether it was accurate or not, he would only know after he placed the order. He wanted to see how capable this shop owner was. She completely ignored Xiao Jin, who came to scold her. One of the people who confessed to her Prince Charming to calculate his marriage, waited for the other party to place the order before replying with a few simple words. Today, it will work. Anonymous buyer XX. Anonymous buyer XX, really? Although I don't know if what you said is accurate, I'm quite happy that you said so. Anonymous buyer XX? You don't even know who I'm going to confess to. How can you be so casual? After the other party replied, she realized that she didn't say anything. She only said that she would confess to her idol, and the shop owner replied that it would be successful. He was obviously trying to make her happy. Today, won't you know tomorrow if I succeed or not? Today, bring a box of tiramisu. He'll love it. Anonymous buyer XX? She was a little confused. She didn't know how Xiao Jin could make it sound so ridiculous. Her Prince Charming was a cold and aloof Prince Charming. He was very good at his job and it was said that he hated sweets the most. Anonymous buyer XX, that's not very good. He's a grown man and hates sweets the most. Are you talking nonsense? Today, I'll say the same thing again. You'll only know if you try it yourself. Anonymous buyer XX, do you mind if I take a screenshot of the chat history? If you don't allow it, I'll go to Weibo to check it out. Today, up to you. Among the people who came to Weibo for sightseeing, she was the only one who placed an order out of curiosity. After all, it was just a complaint. The Weibo netizens who came for sightseeing wanted to report it, but they found that there was a very humane rule in the cat treasure shop. If you didn't buy the product, why would you report it? It wasn't that the buyers didn't have the right to report it directly. Although most people knew that the money could be refunded, 99 yuan was still expensive and they didn't want to spend it in vain. However, there were a few people who insisted on reporting it to the end. Plus, they also wanted to test Xiao Jin's fortune-telling skills. Instead, they placed orders and asked about some trivial things from Xiao Jin. The results were self-evident. It would be fine if it was about the future, but a few of them directly asked about their own situation. Even the information given was fake. After being exposed by Xiao Jin directly, they were horrified and didn't dare to do anything else. Just like Jiang Hongbin, they suspected that Xiao Jin was a hacker. After asking some basic questions, they found that Xiao Jin could tell the future. It was simply a scalp tingling. F*CK, isn't this 2F*, king scary? For a moment, the fortune tellers were all shocked. Xiao Jin didn't care about them. Seeing that they couldn't say anything for a long time and that there were people who kept harassing her, she was too lazy to look at the news. She turned off her phone and went to rest peacefully. Early in the morning, Bai Guogua dressed up meticulously and prepared to confess to her colleague and boss. The other party was her group leader. He was talented and cold, and many people in the company were chasing after him. She was the kind of girl who liked to take the initiative. Since she liked him, she had to say it. She planned to confess today. Yesterday, she thought for a long time. When she was browsing Weibo, she found that a fortune-telling shop was being criticized. Since she had nothing to do, she went to have her fortune told. The shop owner said that her confession would be successful and she was quite happy. However, when the other party asked her to buy desserts, Bai Guogua hesitated. Her idol said that he didn't like desserts. Would it be counterproductive if she bought tiramisu? However, she still bought it. If her idol really liked desserts, it wouldn't be a problem even if she bought tiramisu, right? Of course, if he didn't like it, it would be useless to buy anything. Bai Guogua took advantage of the time when there was no one to disturb her at work in the afternoon. She took out the tiramisu and mustered up the courage to confess to him. Who would have thought that her idol would actually agree? It turned out that he had liked her for a while. When he saw Bai Guogua bring out the tiramisu, he chuckled and said, "How did you know that I like tiramisu? Tell me, how did you find out? You're really working hard in order to confess successfully." Bai Guogua was dumbfounded. It was one thing to be overjoyed by her successful confession, but she really didn't know that her idol actually liked tiramisu. She subconsciously said, "Didn't you say that you don't like sweets?" I just bought it casually." Prince Charming looked at her and smiled again. "It's a coincidence. Actually, I like sweets. It's just that it's not appropriate for a big man to eat sweets. You little girl will cover up my hobby." Bai Guogua. Aha. Not only did she fall into ecstasy, she also recalled a terrifying matter. During the fortune-telling last night, she only said that her surname was Bai and her date of birth. She didn't even say who she was going to confess to. Not only did the shop owner know that she would succeed, but he was also the one who suggested bringing her the tiramisu. Even if someone had set this up, wasn't this too much of a coincidence? Bai Guogua came to her senses. She had met a god. If this wasn't a god, she wouldn't believe it. It was the first time in Bai Guogua's life that she had met such an accurate fortune teller. It was much better than the horoscope divination and tarot card divination that she had found on the internet before. After her successful confession, she went on a date with her idol in the afternoon. She calmed herself down halfway and then posted a screenshot on her Weibo, saying that she had met a very accurate fortune teller. It was ridiculous, she was just an ordinary Weibo user, and not many people read her posts. Therefore, Bai Guogua went to the previous post to give feedback. The owner is really awesome. It's not a joke. Attached is a screenshot of the feedback. So far, my confession was successful, and my idol really likes tiramisu. However, not many people believed it. It would be more believable if she said that her confession was successful, but adding tiramisu was not convincing. Oh, she was really a god. She even knew what people ate. How could it be so ridiculous? She had only revealed her personal information and did not even mention the person she was going to confess to. How could she know that the person she was going to confess to liked tiramisu? The netizens did not believe it, and some people even pushed Bai Guogua's comments to the top of Weibo. Trending comments meant that after people saw this Weibo post, they would continuously see this comment when they looked at the comments. Comments could also be replied to, which meant that it was a building within a building. Bai Guogua could feel her phone vibrating non-stop because someone was constantly replying to her with "at." Of course, most people said that she was ridiculous and that this kind of fortune-telling was not credible at all. Bai Guogua was probably paid to do it. Bai Guogua thought that if a fortune-telling shop hired someone to do it, wouldn't it be exposed instantly? Some people even scolded her immediately. Some people even said that she deserved to die because of how much money she had received. This made Bai Guogua's good mood disappear. She was just telling the truth. Even if they did not believe her, why did they have to scold her? However, no matter how they scolded, Xiao Jin's fortune-telling shop would not be affected. They could not directly report it. Even if they went to the customer service of the cat treasure shop would directly say that the shop did not violate any rules. If there were no buyers who reported it, the shop could not be closed based on other people's reports. As for the customers who had originally paid to cause trouble, after Xiao Jin's fortune-telling, they didn't even dare to fart. There were also 2 people who hesitantly commented that the shop owner might be a real master, but like Bai Guogua, they didn't dare to reply and could only delete their comments. This was just a small interlude in the daily quarrels on Weibo. Usually, such things were common in various circles. There was only one group of people who refused to let go. Seeing that there was no response from the cat treasure shop and Xiao Jin did not reply to their private messages, they followed the clues and found Xiao Jin's Weibo. They left comments under her Weibo, telling her not to lie and that she would die a horrible death if she did. These people's comments did not affect Xiao Jin in the slightest. Let's not talk about whether they were lying or not. Some netizens' hostility was so great that it was understandable. It was fine to scold, but what was the point of cursing the other party's 18 generations of ancestors? Xiao Jin did not even look at the comments. As those people cursed, they discovered something even more ridiculous. Xiao Jin's fortune-telling shop had increased its price. She didn't raise the price. She just returned to the original price. Her fortune-telling shop was already expensive. Now that she had restored the original price, it was basically 999 yuan per session. The people who scolded her were dumbfounded. How thick-skinned was she to raise the price? Jiang Hongbin, Bai Guogua, and the others, who had done fortune-telling before, thought that this master's price increase was expected. Instead, they were glad that they had done it quickly. Especially Jiang Hongbin. If he hadn't detected it earlier, the blood clot in his head might have killed him. However, what was the use of scolding her? It was like an internet celebrity selling expensive products or a WeChat merchant selling things. Everyone knew that it was fake, but they couldn't stand the IQ tax. It was useless to report it. Xiao Jin was certainly not a fake. It was reasonable for her to restore the original price. Those people could scold her, but it didn't affect reality at all. She even posted a sentence on her Weibo. Today you also came to fortune-telling. As long as everyone is happy, I will only say one thing. I am not someone who can be scolded. The more you scold, the faster retribution will come. Indeed, she couldn't be scolded. Just like on the forum, small things would happen to those who spread rumors about her. Of course, it was just scolding Xiao Jin, a liar, and so on. Nothing would happen. It was just a small tongue. For example, directly asking Xiao Jin's family to die for lying and asking her to die early. If she didn't suffer retribution, how could she live up to the word keyboard warrior? As soon as Xiao Jin's Weibo post was posted, there were dozens of replies one after another. Of course, everyone didn't believe it. How many people who scolded others and couldn't stand it anymore and said that scolding others or online violence would suffer retribution really suffered retribution? Everyone never believed in these things. Some people even scolded even more happily when they saw the situation. Moreover, their words were so filthy that it really made people dumbfounded. Those who didn't know would think that Xiao Jin had killed his family. There were constantly people who came to ridicule and humiliate Xiao Jin's Weibo post. The Weibo of Xiao Jin, who was unknown, had hundreds of posts. It was only a few hundred posts. Compared to the popularity of most Weibo posts, it was still too little. Xiao Jin didn't care at the moment. The things on the internet couldn't affect reality. In reality, she still lived her life as usual. At this juncture, Lindsay even looked for her. Missing isn't better than going, Master, they've gone too far with their scolding. I'm going out to clear your name. Today, why are you clarifying? If you clarify, you're going to expose yourself, and they're going to hunt you down. Today, you're just a customer. Those who scold me won't scold me for long. After a while, they'll delete their own comments. When Lin Liao saw this sentence, he was slightly startled. Would he suffer retribution for scolding a master? Some people had indeed scolded her extremely harshly. She couldn't wait for those people to really suffer retribution. But when the master said that, Lin Liao felt a little creeped out. A master was indeed a master. Even his methods were so impressive. She thought that Xiao Jin had done something, but in fact, Xiao Jin had done nothing. Moreover, the master was actually considerate of her and was afraid that she would be hunted down. She was somewhat grateful. In the Musilian residence, Musichu and Musilian found an excuse to visit the Ji residence. After all, they knew a few young people in the Ji family, so it was easy to find an excuse. When they returned and saw Xiao Jin, they were still a little confused. When Musilian saw Xiao Jin, he said straightforwardly, I don't think that auntie from the Ji family looks very similar to you. It was precisely because they didn't look alike that they suspected that Xiao Jin had guessed wrongly. Actually, she had nothing to do with the Ji family. Moreover, Ji Chiyue didn't look like Xiao Jin either. Oh? Xiao Jin raised his eyebrows. Did you see her? Musilian nodded. Yes. Not only did they see Ji Chiyue's wife, but they also saw Ji Fanjing, the child who swapped places with Xiao Jin. They actually knew Ji Fanjing, but he took a different path from them. He had been studying abroad since he was young, and he was indeed outstanding. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a place in the Ji family. It was just that they weren't familiar with each other. They hadn't seen each other for a few years. Not to mention, they hadn't seen each other a few times before, so they naturally didn't feel familiar. The Ji family also avoided Ji Fanjing's identity. Basically, it was rare to hear of anyone who got along well with Ji Fanjing. Musichu carefully looked at Xiao Jin's face and suddenly said, actually, it's a little similar, but the difference in temperament was too big. Xiao Jin now had a particularly elegant and exquisite face, and she had a special aura of an otherworldly person. Her biological mother was also very beautiful. It was because of her extreme beauty that Ji Chiyue took a liking to her back then, and she even had the ability to become a mistress. All these years, because the Ji family had raised her well, it was just that compared to Xiao Jin, she had a tacky beauty. Even though their facial features were just a little bit similar, they were still distinguished by their temperaments. It was hard to imagine that there was a relationship between them. This was also the reason why Musilian didn't believe that they were really mother and daughter. Xiao Jin said, just because they don't look alike doesn't mean that they aren't related by blood. However, it's useless to argue about this. There's no point in seeing them. Musichu added, Ji Fanjing looks very similar to Ji Chiyue. Musilian curled his lips. I don't like that kid. He looks scheming. Musichu, in such a family, if he isn't scheming, how can he survive? Musilian. You're talking as if the G family is a fire pit. Grandfather G's family is quite good. Musichu looked at him deeply and didn't say anything. Xiaojin asked, Ji Fanjing is that boy's name? Musichu nodded. But it has nothing to do with you. He didn't want Xiaojin to have anything to do with Ji Fan. Even if they didn't quite believe that Xiaojin was related to the Ji family, Xiaojin wouldn't say it for no reason. They were afraid that they were really related. Xiaojin nodded and asked no more. She was indeed not very interested in the Ji family. The final exams were around the corner, and she was going to be a junior in the next semester. There were still activities during the summer vacation, so Xiaojin was busy with these things. As for the surveillance of the spirit group, who cared, the situation on the internet was still slowly fermenting. Those who scolded her would not have no reaction, especially those who felt unwell the next day. Gaozhou was the first to bear the brunt. He was the one who first complained about Xiaojin's shop, so he didn't take it seriously. Seeing that Xiaojin's shop hadn't been closed down by complaints, he was a little dissatisfied. However, he still had to live his life in reality. That night, when he went out for dinner, he accidentally quarreled with someone. He was a coward in reality and didn't dare to cause trouble. He wanted to let it go, but in the heat of the moment, he scolded the other party. Who knew that the other party had a bad temper and fought with Gaozhou after a few words? Even if Gaozhou resisted, he was beaten up badly. Both of them were sent to the hospital and then to the police station. The other party didn't agree to peace talks. After a round of inspection, Gaozhou lost 3,000 yuan. When he was paying the bill, he suddenly saw a message pop up on his phone. Today, 3,000 yuan, so pitiful. Gaozhou's scalp went numb. He wasn't unfamiliar with this name at all. He had just voted her shop into Weibo's best reward yesterday. She was still being scolded. He didn't take her seriously at all. Then, when he was paying, she suddenly popped up such a message and said that it was 3,000 yuan. Gaozhou couldn't help but tremble in fear. People were like this. They wouldn't know what despair was until they saw something really scary. He remembered something. She seemed to have posted something on Weibo, saying that those who scolded her would suffer retribution. His fight today was quite inexplicable. He didn't want to scold her, but he couldn't hold back at that time. Plus, the other party had a bad temper. He was the one who suffered the most. His wound was stitched up several times. It wasn't a big deal, but the loss was real. The police also said that he started the conflict, so the other party didn't have much to take responsibility for. 3,000 yuan was the limit of his basic savings. He was really unlucky. Gaozhou reacted quickly, but his brain circuit was still different from ordinary people. He trembled as he typed, "You found someone to beat me up?" It was you. He definitely thought that the shop owner found someone to beat him up. But how could there be such a ridiculous thing? He went to the shop himself, and the person who beat him went in before him. Could it be that someone knew the future? Today, dear, what are you talking about? I don't even know who you are. This sentence made Gaozhou's hair stand on end. He suddenly wanted to call the police and say that someone found someone to beat him up. This was intentional. It was intentional. However, when he raised his phone to show the police the chat history, the two sentences that Xiaojin said had disappeared without a trace. The chat history stopped at the page where he threatened Xiaojin. Gaozhou was dumbfounded. Was he hallucinating? The police laughed in disbelief. What are you talking about? You went to a fortune-telling shop and didn't pay for it. Look at this chat history. No matter how you look at it, you're a little unreasonable. Now that you've been beaten up, you're still saying that someone found someone to beat you up. Did you see the surveillance video? We saw that you were the last one to enter. How accurate is this fortune teller to be able to predict that you would enter this shop? Gaozhou panicked. No, I really saw it. My medical bills cost 3,000. She sent me a message saying 3,000. If she didn't do it on purpose, how did she know that my medical bills were 3,000? The policeman felt that Gaozhou was unreasonable. Alright, it's not over yet. Hurry up and pay the fee. We still have to go back to the station to do an investigation report. What fortune-telling? The police officer looked at his wound and wanted to say something, but stopped himself. He was most likely hallucinating after being hit. After all, 3,000 yuan was fatal to such a person. He would definitely think of ways to extort money from others. Instead of finding such a ridiculous excuse, he might as well find the person who hit him. Gao Zhou was taken back to the police station for investigation with a blank face. After a round of examination, the other party did not accept the compromise. According to the condition of the wound, both of them were responsible for each other, especially for Gao Zhou. Gao Zhou said it was a conflict because he had a big mouth. Later on, when he saw that the other party's attitude was even fiercer than his, he was scared. In the end, it was settled privately, and the other party only paid 200 yuan. 3,000 yuan versus 200 yuan. Gao Zhou was almost angered to death. His living expenses were all ruined. He didn't work and had no money. What was he going to do next? Gao Zhou's situation was the worst, but the others didn't fare any better. Over the next few days, the people who cursed under Qiao Jin's Weibo suffered backlash one after another. They started to be unlucky, but at first, they didn't feel that they were unlucky at all. It wasn't until they lost money and suffered losses that they realized what went wrong. They were just too unlucky. Then, when they saw Qiao Jin's words, they felt a chill down their spines. Gao Zhou was the first to succumb. He sent another private message to the ultimate reward. Sorry, it's all my fault. I was talking nonsense. I started it. Delete your Weibo. That master isn't a scammer. He didn't lie. The world's greatest reward replied to him with a. Gao Zhou panicked, but he had to say, it's true. Delete your Weibo. Otherwise, it won't be good for you. I just cursed the shop owner. In the end, I got into a fight and ended up in the hospital. I also lost money and was sent to the police station. The other party isn't responsible. She said that anyone who curses her will be unlucky. I didn't listen to her. The ultimate reward replied, it can't be that bad. You just happened to be unlucky? But Gao Zhou didn't dare to reply no matter what. The ultimate reward was just a Weibo post. It wasn't a big deal for this kind of submission. He was just an ordinary young man in his life. At this moment, after seeing Gao Zhou's reply, he secretly cursed him for being crazy. He got up and went to the water dispenser to get some water. He put the cup under the water dispenser and yawned. At this moment, he suddenly heard a strange sound. It sounded like something was breaking. He looked down and saw that there was a crack in the cup. In just a few seconds, the cup exploded with a bang. F***CK. He shouted and dodged in time. Fortunately, the broken pieces of the cup did not explode far away. Most of them were blocked by the water dispenser. There were cracks on the surface of the water dispenser, and the other pieces splashed to the side very quickly. They almost hit him. He stared at the broken cup and was stunned for a full 10 seconds before he reacted with fear. His scalp was numb and the back of his head was stiff and cold. Then, he seemed to realize something and immediately ran to his computer to read Gao Zhou's message several times. F***CK, it can't be that bad, right? I didn't scold anyone. He muttered to himself. He had only reposted the post, not scolding the person himself. Even if retribution were to befall him, it wouldn't be retribution, right? However, he then remembered that he was the one who posted the Weibo post. If he didn't post it, there wouldn't be so many people scolding the cat treasure shop owner. Even if he didn't believe it, he couldn't help but believe it. The cup had exploded for no reason. He was a little scared. He quickly found his Weibo and looked at the comments on that Weibo post. In fact, there were only a few thousand ordinary comments. It was far from the level of being extremely popular. There were a few new comments below. Brothers, don't cause trouble. This shop is really strange. There was another person who said that the shop was very effective, but the replies below all said that he was a scammer. Superb Reward sweated and quickly deleted this Weibo. Then, he clicked on the shop owner's Weibo and found something that made his eyeballs almost pop out. Several keyboard warriors, who were active on his Weibo and often complained about this and that with righteous indignation, apologized to the shop owner one after another. Moreover, the words were so sincere that it was obvious that he had written them himself. There was also an indescribable sense of panic. Just as Xiaojin said, those who found the source quickly deleted their posts and apologized. Those who knew the reason only deleted their posts and refused to apologize. These people would continue to be unlucky for a while. On the other hand, those who were afraid and apologized had peace after that. They didn't lose money, their items didn't break, and their bad luck was gone. This was 2F** King strange. Not only that, but the spectacle of their apology also attracted the attention of passers-by. Those who scolded previously were watching. When they saw those who apologized, they sent private messages to ask about the situation and were shocked by the other party's reply. It's really strange. In this day and age, who doesn't bring their mother along when they scold others? I scolded just like that. Everything I bought these days has broken. I even quarreled with the people in the company and lost a few hundred yuan. The other things I bought from the cat treasure shop were all broken the moment they arrived. The dog at home barked when it saw me. This is too scary. I just posted an apology and the pet at home stopped barking. I really ked the dog, I step on dog sh*t when I go out. Bird. sh*t on me. My grandfather said that I've been very angry recently and asked if I've offended someone. Even if there's something wrong with this shop, I don't dare to say anything. This is too strange. Look at the few people who apologized. I'm not the only unlucky one. He said that I'll be unlucky if I scold him. This is too scary. Looking at these people's replies, some people were deep in thought. Those who didn't scold went to look at the few comments from buyers. They were all saying that the shop was super awesome and was a real master. Most importantly, even the top reward that was posted at the beginning was deleted. The hesitant passers-by entered the shop to take a look. They really couldn't afford the high price of 999 yuan. Of course, some people still didn't believe it. They felt that this might be a publicity stunt. Didn't they see the shop increasing the price after being in the limelight? However, they didn't dare to post anything openly. They were afraid that they would really meet a ghost. A few people hesitated and sent messages to Xiaojin, saying that they wanted to have their fortunes told. Just like Xiaojin had said, business was coming in one after another. After all, the person who scolded her apologized and didn't dare to say anything else. The fortune teller also did his best to praise her. Her peculiar appearance attracted some attention. The deleted Weibo post of the ultimate reward attracted the attention of other internet celebrities. Some of them were familiar with him and asked him why he deleted the post. It didn't affect anything. Shouldn't they keep it to earn more traffic? Could it really be a publicity stunt? Superb Reward replied directly, don't talk about it. That shop owner is really evil. I don't dare to provoke him. Of course, I'll delete the blog to keep myself safe. Hype? Do I have to have the ability to collaborate with him to create hype? Some people were gradually convinced, while others jumped out to court death. Some of the active fortune tellers on Weibo couldn't stand Xiaojin's behavior anymore. Wasn't this just a publicity stunt? The appearance of an active Big V meant that they were snatching away their business. Everyone more or less relied on word of mouth to rise up. What was going on with the sudden appearance of a hyper? After all, Xiaojin's fans on Weibo gradually increased by 10,000 as this incident spread. They were all active fans. Although most of them were anti-fans, they didn't dare to say anything. A fortune teller with hundreds of thousands of fans on Weibo jumped out and you come today. Publicity stunt has always been shameful in the industry. If you have real talent, why don't we have a face-to-face PK divination? This Xiaojin's verified account was called Jade Pillar Diviner. She was a relatively unique minority who used the divination method passed down by her clan to perform divination. It was quite rare and had a certain degree of credibility. There were many people who sought her out for fortune-telling, as evidenced by her hundreds of thousands of fans. However, she wasn't very brilliant. Her fortune-telling methods were mainly targeted at fans with particularly unstable minds, and she was good at studying people's psychology. Coupled with a bit of fortune-telling, she could basically calculate people's needs clearly. Of course, because of this, she didn't dare to make it too difficult. Even if it was to be calculated, it would be vague and unclear. A fortune teller like her was mostly correct. For someone like Xiao Jin, who directly described the other party's situation in full detail, it was simply a terrifying existence, and no one would believe it. No one believed that she was really capable. They all thought that this was a premeditated hype, and the purpose was to hype up this fortune teller who suddenly appeared. Didn't they see the other party's shop increasing the price? It had already increased to 1,000 yuan per session. It must be known that these fortune tellers, who had been famous for a long time, only dared to charge a few hundred yuan per session. Not to mention that the other party had the so-called full package. At first glance, it was obvious that she was doing business. If she really had the ability, why didn't she just casually calculate a lottery number and win a grand prize of millions or tens of millions? Why did she need fortune-telling? Therefore, things like cause and effect were something that ordinary people couldn't come into contact with in their lifetime. Naturally, they couldn't understand the thoughts of people like Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin set Weibo to silent mode because many people would at her and privately message her. Xiao Jin found it annoying and turned it off. Only she would occasionally be interested and go on Weibo. Perhaps she would reply when she saw the news. She didn't look at Weibo at the moment, so she didn't know that someone had challenged her. Moreover, some things were much more lively in reality. When Mu Zhenming came back that night, it was especially rare for him to talk about work. Of course, this work matter was related to the Feng family. The Feng family had a batch of goods that was found to be in violation of regulations when they were sent back to China. The nature is a bit serious, and a group of people will probably be implicated. When Mu Zhenming mentioned this, Mu Xiangshan looked at him and was obviously a little surprised. What goods? Mu Zhenming said they mistakenly caught a batch of wild animals under the first-class national protection. They thought that they were artificially bred, but in the end, they weren't. The main responsibility should be on the person who forged the certificate and sold this batch of goods to them. But because it was the Feng family head's responsibility, this time the higher-ups set an example. The person in charge of this matter is Feng Yingbai. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be arrested. Mu Xiangshan was a bit solemn. The Feng clan hasn't been settled? Logically speaking, this matter might be serious for ordinary people, but it shouldn't have happened to the Feng family. It's hard to say. I heard that the higher-ups haven't relented. No matter how powerful the Feng family was, it was impossible for them to cover the sky with one hand in this country. There must be other families involved in this matter. Feng Yibing only got into trouble because of this, and his father was about to go in as well. Catching a wild animal protected by the country was a serious matter, and he would be sentenced. Let's not talk about how many years it would take. Feng Yingbai getting into this matter was a wake-up call. If it was the Feng family of the past, how could they suffer such a small matter? Since Feng Yingbai had gone in, it was obvious that a lot of people had been caught. Mu Zilian couldn't help but sigh. Why do I feel that after Feng Yibing's death, the Feng family has started to have bad luck? Not long ago, there was a Feng family member who beat up people abroad, and after being bailed out, he went in again. In the past, nothing happened to the Feng family, but now it seemed that things were slowly being settled one by one. If one knew a little, they would definitely know what went wrong. Those who didn't know would think that the Feng family was unlucky. Of course, it was unlucky. This was just a small matter. Mu Zilian hit the nail on the head. Mu Xiangshan and Mu Zhenming looked at each other and didn't speak. Xiaofei knew some things about the Feng family, plus last time it was Feng Yingbai who brought her daughter there for no reason. She really didn't have a good impression of him. Hearing this, she curled her lips. If you know something is going to happen, you shouldn't do anything illegal. The son is not a good thing, and as expected, the old is not much better. Xiaofei was naive and sweet, but she wasn't ignorant. She still knew the good and the bad. Feng Yibing was taught like that, so she had long felt that Feng Yingbai's family was not good. Mu Xiangshan glared at her. If Feng Yingbai didn't go in, you wouldn't say this, right? There are some things we can't say now. They had to wait until the Feng family was completely finished. Just Feng Yingbai alone couldn't make any waves in the Feng family. Mu Zilian, in fact, I still think Feng Fei he is the strangest. She was paralyzed in the car accident last time, but in a few days, she acted like nothing happened. It's like she's been possessed. Mu Xianxia snorted, how can there be such a ridiculous thing? It's just that the news was spread very strictly, but in fact, nothing happened. Mu Xianxia came back later, so he wasn't very clear about the car accident. Musicha suddenly said, I saw it with my own eyes. He pursed his thin lips, glanced at Xiao Jin without a trace, and then looked at his parents. She was lying in bed at the time, unable to move her whole body. She couldn't even say a word. I saw it with my own eyes. Not saying it didn't mean they didn't doubt it. Feng Feihe's matter was really strange. Because of the Feng family's power, they didn't dare to say it. How could they care about other people's private thoughts? A person who was paralyzed on the bed seemed to be completely fine in just a few days. What kind of amazing medical treatment was involved? Mu Zhenming and the others didn't care too much about this matter, because they wouldn't think of something extremely inhuman in their bones. They said, maybe it just looks serious, but in fact, it's a small injury. However, since Feng Feihe's car accident, the Feng family has been a little. After a pause, Mu Zhenming continued, but this is not what we are worried about. The main thing is that we have some businesses that are suitable for Feng Yong. If something happens to the Feng family, he frowned and found it hard to say. This couldn't be said to add insult to injury. The Feng family was very strange now. If something really happened, the Mu family, who cooperated with Feng Yongshi, might be implicated. However, it wasn't time to worry about this. The next day, Feng Yongshi and his wife came. This time, they came to find Mu Xianxia. Muzilian and Musicha both went to school. Xiao Jin stayed in the room because the class was in the afternoon. He clearly heard them discussing Feng Feihe and Musichu in the living room. That's right, they wanted Musichu and Feng Feihe to unite by marriage. The main thing was that Feng Feihe's parents proposed this condition. They didn't look for Mu Zhenming. Instead, they hoped that Mu Xianxia could stand up and preside over this matter. Mu Xianxia didn't know Feng Feihe, but he also knew that it was best for the young people to talk about their grandchildren's matters. With his current status in this family, young people's affairs should be decided by the young people. Mu Xianxia's voice was leisurely. It was obvious that he wanted to kick this matter out. Besides, Musichu's affairs have always been decided by his father. You should look for Zhenming. Feng Yongshi's expression turned ferocious, but it was only for a moment. He smiled apologetically and said, of course we will discuss it with Zhenming, but you are still alive. You should be the one to decide this matter. My Feihe and Qichu are in love, and the two families have known each other for so many years. In love? Xiao Jin came down and said this. She stood at the stairs and seemed a little amused. Why haven't I heard Qichu say that he and Feng Feihe are in love? Feng Yongshi and Xie Jihua's expression stiffened when they saw Xiao Jin. In their eyes, this girl was not to be trifled with. Last time, Feng Yingbai provoked her and even got into trouble now. What's more, Song Yanqing personally went to pick her up. She had Song Yanqing behind her. No matter how rude Feng Yongshi was, he couldn't be rude to her like before. He was just suspicious in his heart. It's fine to call Musichu's name, but what does the engagement have to do with you? He thought so in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. He only twitched his cheek and said, Qichu's face is cold, so he doesn't often come home to talk about this. Xiao Jin walked downstairs step by step. What era is it that we still rely on parents' orders and matchmakers' words? Why don't you ask Qichu's opinion directly? It's useless to ask the old man. If Musichu agreed, they wouldn't have come directly. However, Feng Yongshi was a little anxious. Now the Feng family was a little turbulent. One incident after another had made the family panic. Even the children of the Feng family began to act in a low-key manner recently. Feng Yongshi was just an unvalued member of the Feng family. In order to stabilize his position, of course, he had to marry the Mu family. Feng Feihe had been in love with Musichu for a long time, so marriage was a normal thing. As for whether Musichu liked Feng Feihe or not, it was not within their consideration at all. If Mu Zhenming had the heart, he would know that Feng Feihe was only able to marry Musichu because the Mu family was out of their league. When Feng Yongshi heard Xiao Jin being so aggressive, he was a little unhappy. Children shouldn't interfere in our adult affairs, right? This is your brother's business. It has nothing to do with you. Of course not, but shouldn't this matter have something to do with Chi-Chu? Why didn't he inform him of his marriage? I'll call Chi-Chu right now. If you have anything to say, why don't we talk it out together? Feng Yongshi saw Qiao Jin take out his phone and was about to make a call. His anger stagnated. You, let her hit you. Xie Zhihua tugged at her husband's sleeve and glared at Qiao Jin. Even if he made the call, he and Feihe can only get married. These words caused Mu Xiangshan to immediately pull a long face, his voice stern. What do you mean by that? I'm still here. Where do you think this is? Do you think this is your Feng family? Mu Xiangshan rarely lost his temper, which made Feng Yongshi and Xie Zhihua restrain themselves a little. No matter how they were the Feng family, they were not part of the power center. Feng Yingbai's attitude towards Qiao Jin not long ago was retribution today. Many people suspected that the Song family was involved in this. Xie Zhihua was embarrassed and didn't dare to be unreasonable. Old Master Mu, I didn't mean it, please don't mind, Qiao Jin sneered. She still made the call. She called Muzichu. Not long ago, she saved the phone numbers of everyone in the Mu family in her phone. Muzichu quickly answered the call. After realizing that it was Qiao Jin, he was a little surprised. What's the matter? Qiao Jin said directly, Chi-Chu, Feng Feihe's parents came to our house and said that they wanted to talk about your marriage with Feng Feihe. Feng Yongshi and Xie Zhihua saw that she was so direct, and their faces were a little stiff. Qiao Jin turned on the speakerphone, and Muzichu's voice came clearly from the other side. Marriage? Who wants to marry her? It was cold and cheerless, without the slightest bit of emotion. And there was a hint of obvious disgust. Not to mention that Feng Feihe had an accident. Even before the accident, he didn't like Feng Feihe. The reason why the two people had a little contact was because of family reasons. Feng Feihe always came up. Muzilian didn't like her and didn't want to talk to her. Muzichu only had contact with her to maintain the basic courtesy. He didn't know what Feng Feihe misunderstood. Muzichu's ruthless words still made Xie Zhihua and Feng Yongshi's faces ugly. Qiao Jin said with a smile, You. Muzichu, not interested. Xie Zhihua couldn't help but scream, You are old enough. The marriage between the two families will only bring benefits to your family. What are you unwilling to do? My Feihe is talented and beautiful. How is she not worthy of you? He didn't want to get married because he disliked Feng Feihe. No one would feel good if their excellent daughter was disliked. Especially in Xie Zhihua's heart, the Mu family being able to marry the Feng Fei he was already considered a social climber. How could they refuse a family that was not as good as the Feng family? Muzichu said calmly, Auntie, what era are we in now? A marriage alliance should at least consider mutual feelings. I just don't like your daughter. It's that simple. If you want a marriage alliance, you can find someone else. I'm not worthy of your daughter. After that, he turned to Qiao Jin and said, Is there anything else? If not, I'm hanging up. I'm in class. Qiao Jin, no. Muzichu hung up the phone. Feng Yongshi and Xie Zhihua's faces turned even uglier. Mu Xiangshan also sighed. Sigh, in this day and age, the children make their own decisions. We are old. How can we care about what others think? Feng Yongshi couldn't keep his face straight anymore. What do young people know? I will discuss it with Xinming. The marriage is beneficial to both of us. I hope that you will consider it carefully. We won't disturb you anymore. Mu Xiangshan waved his hand, Butler, see the guest out. He didn't have the slightest intention of asking him to stay. The expressions of the two of them were ugly, but they didn't dare to get angry in front of Mu Xiangshan. They could only hold their breath and leave. After they left, Mu Xiangshan snorted coldly, still putting on airs in front of the Mu family. How important do you think you are in the Feng family? Mu Xiangshan also knew that the Feng family was a cruel place. Excluding the fact that Feng Yongshi was a child of the Feng family, it was useless if he wasn't from the Feng family. Feng Yongshi could borrow the power of the Feng family, but that was only because his surname was Feng. Qiao Jin said, Why do they want a marriage alliance with Chi-Chu at this time? Something must have gone wrong somewhere. Mu Xiangshan thought for a while. He hadn't cared about business for a long time, so he wasn't clear about some things. I need to investigate it. Zhenming may know. I'll talk about it when he comes back tonight. Before he finished speaking, he looked at Xiao Jin. Aren't you going to class? You are everywhere. He was quite disgusted. There are only classes in the afternoon. Did you forget that you didn't go to university? Sole question. Mu Xianxian glared at her. Enough, you can't be serious all day. He snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves and left. Xiao Jin smirked and returned to the bedroom upstairs. When Xiao Jin came back in the evening, Mu Zilian was sitting on the sofa with a look of watching a good show. Xiao Fei said something to Mu Zhenming anxiously, but you can't let Qiqu marry her, I don't like her. Mother's dislike was so direct. After Xiao Fei finished speaking, she said to Musicha sitting opposite, Qiqu also doesn't like her, right? Musicha nodded. Xiao Jin understood the topic they were discussing at once. Seeing her come back, everyone just simply greeted her. They were not in the mood to chat with Xiao Jin now. Mu Zhenming sat next to Xiao Fei. His expression was a bit deep, but he didn't seem to be embarrassed. He just sighed softly. Feng Yongshi mentioned this before, but at that time, he just said it casually. Now he is starting to be anxious. Indeed, with the identity of the Feng family, Feng Fei he seemed to be a better match. But there were only so many outstanding children in the capital. There were very few people with good looks and IQ. Musichu was already a rare rich second generation. Who else could Feng Fei he be thinking of? Unfortunately, they had been dreaming too much all this time. Mu Zilian said happily, AI, the Feng family just had a small incident recently. Why do I see their attitude now as if they are anxious to have a marriage alliance? The benefits of having a marriage alliance with our family are just like that. How will it affect them? Anyway, it was not him who was going to have a marriage alliance, so Mu Zilian didn't panic at all. The points he raised were also the thoughts of Mu Zhenming and Mu Xiangshan. Mu Xiangshan heard the words and looked at Mu Zhenming. Is there turmoil in the Feng family? Mu Zhenming shook his head. I haven't heard of any great upheavals for the time being. Feng Yingbai's accident could only be considered a small matter. Feng family's core bloodline had no problems at all, so Mu Zhenming couldn't understand why Feng Yongshi was so impatient. With the Feng family's power, the current problems would be resolved very quickly. Xiao Fei was still a little worried. Then Qiqu doesn't really need to marry that Feng Fei he, right? Mu Zhenming shook his head. If Qiqu is unwilling, no one can force him. It could be seen that he was a very sensible father. Xiao Jin then said faintly, Feng Fei he is a hot potato. Not only can we not have her, we also have to make sure that Qiqu doesn't come into contact with her anymore. As soon as she said this, everyone looked at her in silence and confusion. Mu Zhenming caught the key words of Xiao Jin. Hot potato? He thought about it and interpreted Xiao Jin's meaning from another perspective. She's not a hot potato for the time being. Feng family only has a small problem now, and this problem does not lie in Feng Yongshi's bloodline. Feng Fei he is not a hot potato. He only thought that Xiao Jin was saying that the Feng family was in turmoil now, and Feng Fei he had become a hot potato. In fact, in terms of identity, she was still the young miss of the Feng family, and she was still high and mighty. Xiao Jin raised the corners of her lips and smiled faintly. Feng Fei he didn't die in the car accident last time. How can there be such a good thing in this world? She did something she shouldn't have done, so she will definitely pay the price. People who get close to her will naturally be unlucky, so I advise Qiqu to stay away from her. As soon as this was said, everyone in the room was a little stunned. Mu Zilian was even more straightforward. What's wrong? Did the fortune-telling go crazy? There's nothing she shouldn't have done. Her car accident wasn't a big deal to begin with. Xiao Fei and the rest didn't believe her. Jean, don't talk about this all the time. You don't sound like a decent person. Xiao Jin. I'm very decent. Mu Zhenming listened to Xiao Jin and narrowed his eyes. You're saying that Feng Fei he didn't die in the car accident because she paid a price? Normal people would be suspicious if they heard this, but Mu Zhenming had always felt that Xiao Jin wasn't normal. He was very mysterious. Now that he heard her say this, he vaguely felt that there was something more to it. It was just that normal people found it hard to believe. Xiao Jin nodded. Mu Xianxia sneered. Listen to her boasting. Didn't you say that her brain was damaged after she came back from the hospital? What kind of price in this world could bring someone back from the dead? How can there be such a ridiculous thing? It's just a normal car accident. You're cursing her as if she was really dying. Whether he was dead or not, in fact, everyone had a conclusion in their hearts. There were so many people watching. There were many people who went to the hospital to see Fengfei. They all knew that she was lying in the hospital and was close to being paralyzed. After a few days, she was completely fine. Some people just couldn't believe it, while others probably knew something but didn't dare to say it. Xiaofei heard Mu Xianxia say that Xiao Jin's brain was damaged. He couldn't help but blush. Jin has recovered a long time ago. The doctor said that there's nothing wrong with her now. Mu Xianxia, some brain problems can't be detected by the doctor. Xiaofei, Musilian whispered to Musichu, Grandpa is always like a troll. Mu Xianxia, I can hear you, useless grandson. Mu Zhenming stepped out to smooth things over. He looked at Xiao Jin and said, what you said is too mysterious. Let's not talk about this for now. I won't agree to the matter between Fengfei and your brother. How could these men, who had been in the business world for a long time, not see Fengfei's character? He did not want to have such a daughter-in-law. Listening to their discussion, Xiao Jin just nodded. She didn't care about the rest and went upstairs. Taking out his phone to check Weibo, Xiao Jin finally noticed that the fortune teller had challenged him to a duel. However, some time had passed, and the other party's fans had already thought that Xiao Jin was a fake shop owner, but they didn't dare to stir up trouble under her Weibo. They just mixed in with sarcasm. After all, her sentence about retribution coming the faster she scolded was a little scary, not to mention that there were so many apologetic anti-fans below. Xiao Jin raised her eyebrows and entered the Jade Pillar fortune teller Weibo. At this time, a message popped up on WeChat. Song Yanqing, I found something interesting. Do you want to take a look? Xiao Jin immediately switched to WeChat. It was Jin Jinyo, I want to see. Song Yanqing sent a document over. Xiao Jin opened it and saw that it was a packaged photo album. The photos were fine, but the content was the problem. In the photo, Fengfei was standing at the entrance of an alley. She was holding a man's arm and getting out of a car. The man looked a little old. He tilted his head slightly, and his mouth was almost pressed against Fengfei's cheek as he spoke. Fengfei lowered her head and looked a little shy. From the side view of the photo, she clearly looked a little gloomy. Song Yanqing, this is her sixth uncle. Look at the location. Xiao Jin, wow. If this photo was seen by others, they would definitely think that the two people in the photo had a close relationship. They were too close, especially the man's expression. The location of the photo was an old alley that was common in the capital, but the car they were in was quite unobtrusive. On the contrary, it seemed that the alley in front of them had a lot of secrets. Xiao Jin took a look. From her point of view, there was no problem with this alley. She asked Song Yanqing directly, where is this, Song Yanqing, the place where the Feng family's great ancestor lives? Xiao Jin paused for a moment. Generally speaking, the last situation for an array master who was burdened with evil debts was to be caught by other array masters or know the real hiding place. For this great ancestor to help the Feng family do so many evil things, he should be a person who cherishes his life. In the world of array masters, there were many things that couldn't be touched. For example, borrowing luck, exchanging fate, and substituting life and hiding life. Substituting life was easy to understand. It was to let others die for oneself. As for hiding life, it was more sophisticated. That was to hide one's life on another person. As long as the person hiding life didn't die, he wouldn't die. For a character like the Feng family, Xiao Jin felt that this great ancestor must have made such preparations. Even if he knew that he lived here, it was actually useless. However, it gave Xiao Jin something to do. She was interested, so she asked Song Yanqing, are you sure that the great ancestor lives here? Song Yanqing, after investigating for a while, the Feng family's people come here from time to time. It's not too hidden. After a while, he said again, but no one has seen this great ancestor come out. In other words, no one knows what the great ancestor looks like. Except for Azu, who often appears on the surface. It's Jean Jinyo. I will take some time to take a look. Song Yanqing asked with concern, will it affect you in any way? She told a lot about the Feng family. Song Yanqing knew about the great ancestor's ability. He was worried that Xiao Jin would be affected. It's Jean Jinyo, no. No one in this world could affect her, except for the karma of backlash. Song Yanqing, okay, I'll help you look into other things. Xiao Jin raised his eyebrows and switched the WeChat interface back to Weibo. He then stared at the eccentric people for a few seconds. Divination PK, Xiao Jin was not too happy about it. The main reason was that this situation was like a university teacher bullying kindergarten children. It was really too much. Scolding her would backfire on him, but he had no desire to PK her. In the end, Xiao Jin closed Weibo. However, before she closed the door, she saw a new private message pop up. Fan Jin, do you need money? She took a look and confirmed that it was Fan Jin's main account. This was her celebrity account. Although she was no longer in the entertainment industry, she still used this account. It was just that she rarely logged in. This time, he suddenly sent a message to Xiao Jin. You're here for fortune-telling today? Why are you talking about this, Fan Jin? I came across something strange when I went to the countryside for a charity event. I want you to help me out. Fan Jin, I will pay you. You're here for fortune-telling today? You tell me first, I will collect the money. Fan Jin, you type very slowly. Do you have WeChat? I will add you on WeChat and send you a voice message. Xiao Jin sent his WeChat ID to Fan Jin. When Fan Jin saw the name and profile picture on WeChat, she thought about life for 3 seconds. Okay, maybe the master still has a girl's heart. However, because of the master's decisiveness and straightforwardness, Fan Jin always thought that Xiao Jin was a man. Fan Jin added Xiao Jin's WeChat and told Xiao Jin about the strange incident. She had gone to the countryside to finish an event she had signed in the circle. It was to look after the left-behind children. She had even sponsored a few left-behind children. Before they went there, the people in the town kept losing things. It was not that they were stolen, but they were lost for no reason. However, they would appear in another place every once in a while. Those who lost things remembered clearly that they did not place them randomly. They just disappeared and reappeared for no reason. Most people thought that they had a bad memory when they lost small things. Some of them were suspicious and found a so-called feng shui master, but he could not find anything. Fan Jin, we lost something when we went there, but we found it again. I remember clearly that I put it on the table. It disappeared right under my nose. Fan Jin, I think there is something wrong with a child. Fan Jin, picture, Fan Jin, that's the kid. She's an orphan. I wanted to sponsor her, but the people in town don't like her. She's living with her relatives. I think there's something wrong with her because every time she appears, even the dogs bark at her. Fan Jin, when I lost something, this child was nearby too. Fan Jin's suspicions were not for nothing. Although she was a little nervous, she was not as calm as the average person. She noticed something that the average person did not. Every time the little girl appeared, things would go missing for no reason. Others did not notice it, but she had noticed it after a few days. What was worth thinking about was the picture that Fan Jin took. In the picture was a little girl with a slightly distorted body. She was about 5 or 6 years old. It wasn't that the little girl's appearance was distorted, but that the photo itself was distorted, causing her face to be unclear. The only thing that could be seen was that the little girl's clothes were tattered, and there was dirt on her small face. Her pair of big eyes were looking over, and her clear black and white pupils had a kind of naivety to the world. Fan Jin, when I took a picture of her with my phone, the screen would flicker. That was what Fan Jin felt was wrong about. In a small town, no one would take a picture of a little girl for no reason. She also found out by accident, and then she found that if she took a picture of her, the phone would always have an unusual distortion and flicker, as if it was affected by some kind of magnetic field. She also experimented with Feng Qian'en's phone. However, she did not tell Phoenix Qian'en about this. In the end, it was determined that the little girl had some kind of strange phenomenon that no one knew about. She didn't know any capable people. The only person she could think of was Xiao Jin, who had told her fortune before. Fan Jin, is this a natural phenomenon? When she asked, she was actually a little confused because she had never seen it before. Xiao Jin looked at it for a while, and his expression was somewhat excited. It's Jin Jinyo, it's not a natural phenomenon. It's Jin Jinyo, it's not suitable for her to stay there. This little girl was a sorcerer, a naturally awakened spiritualist. As mentioned before, spiritual readers were divided into innate awakenings and postnatal awakenings. Innate awakenings were brought from a very early age or from the womb. Such a pure spiritual reader who had not been tainted by the Rakshasa realm was a good seedling. Moreover, his ability was one of the best among the spiritual readers. This was probably the ability to distort the magnetic field of space. There would be such a loss of control around her, so items would be lost. She was still young, and the older she grew, the stronger her ability would be, which would lead to serious consequences. Xiao Jin sent He Yao a message and a photo of the little girl. Finally, he asked for Fan Jin's address and sent it to He Yao. Of course, this kind of psychic was left to the spirit group to deal with. Xiao Jin didn't have the time. He Yao was surprised and excited that Xiao Jin had found a psychic. She could let the person behind her nurture her. There was a high probability that this little girl would follow them. There was no need to worry about her learning bad things. There were many psychics found all over the country, especially children. Because of this, there were many problems. Because of the psychic's ability, abnormal phenomena could not be explained to ordinary people. After telling He Yao about this, Xiao Jin sent Fan Jin a message that someone would come to take the little girl away. Although it was very sudden, this little girl had nothing to do with Fan Jin. She vaguely felt that this little girl was unusual, as well as this fortune teller. After a moment of silence, Fan Jin sent another message. Fan Jin, can I know? About this little girl, anyone who wasn't a fool could guess what was wrong with the little girl. What shocked Fan Jin was that it was as if a strange world was gradually unfolding in front of her. She didn't know why she suspected that there was something wrong with this little girl and told Xiao Jin immediately. It's little Jin Jinyo, if there's a day when we meet, I'll tell you. Jin, this world isn't what you think, but it's good to be an ordinary person. The spirit group maintained the normal lives of humans. Ordinary people who lived in the ordinary world wouldn't come into contact with such a vast and strange world. Psychics were powerful, but putting aside this, they were the same as ordinary people. Fan Jin seemed to understand something. Back then, when Xiao Jin had told her fortune, this fortune teller was already ridiculously accurate. Now, it seemed that she had met a legendary person with special abilities. It turned out that they really existed. She ended the WeChat chat. This strange thing was actually a psychic. She wouldn't accept money. Xiao Jin looked at Weibo again and decided to go to the alley to take a look. The ancestor was there. She wanted to know who the ancestor was. Most importantly, Feng Fei, he was really ruthless. In order to be reborn, one had to pay the price, even if it was the Feng family. The great ancestor had to pay a price to save her. This price was definitely not something that Feng Fei he could afford. Therefore, she had to pay the most worthwhile price. What was it worth to have such a woman? It was obvious. It was really a family that made people feel uncomfortable from the bottom of their bones. Xiao Jin sighed slightly. Song Yanqing and the other party also had some connections. Phoenix Grace's bloodline seemed to be passable. Otherwise, it would have been good to wipe them all out. She looked at the photo again. This time, she knew how to find the address online. It was a famous street in the imperial capital, full of alleys and old courtyard houses. It was surrounded by tall buildings. Those who lived in such a place were either residents of the old city or wealthy. It was also heavily guarded, so it was indeed a good place to stay. After she found out the location, she left early the next morning. If she went at night, she would probably find an excuse to dance to Feifei again. She took the subway to this place. However, in the subway, there were too many people holding their phones and pretending to take photos of her inadvertently. It was actually not suitable for her to go out now. It was not an exaggeration to say that she could really cause a little sensation. Being beautiful was one thing. A person with white and delicate skin and long seaweed-like hair seemed to have walked out of an anime. Her whole body seemed to have a halo, and there was a feeling of being in a different world from others. Now it was the information age. If she appeared in such a place, she would definitely attract the attention of others. Even the white-collar workers in the subway who dressed up and wore gorgeous makeup would unconsciously turn their heads when facing Xiao Jin. So beautiful, where did this fairy come from? Damn, I have never seen a girl with such a good temperament in my life. She actually came to take the subway? I think it is a sin to let her walk on the ground. These words were said by a few excited little girls. They pretended to take selfies, but they were secretly taking photos of Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin didn't care. She sat there, and the crowded morning rush hour abruptly gave her a space. It was already a wonder. Even an uncle sitting on the side squeezed to the sides awkwardly. The gap was enough for another person, but no one dared to sit down. When she arrived at the station, she got up, and the people around her scattered again as if they were afraid of squeezing her. When the iron door opened, a group of people who were about to rush in saw her and subconsciously paused. Then they waited for Xiao Jin to come out, then they turned their heads and entered the subway in disbelief. They were not particularly excited. Only some people smiled with some amazement. What a classy girl. She is so beautiful. Xiao Jin looked straight ahead the whole time. When she came out of the subway, she had a new look. Compared with the bustling and modern feeling on their side, this place was still lively and there were many tourists, but the buildings in the surrounding alleys had a special ancient charm, which filled this place with a simple and elegant atmosphere. However, it was a special place after all, and there were many luxury cars. It would not be strange if the Feng family came here. She walked to the place in the photo. Not far away, someone in the crowd noticed her. They looked at each other and frowned. If the great ancestor was here, there must be someone monitoring and protecting him in the dark. Xiao Jin was a person that the Feng family paid special attention to. Her appearance here would, of course, attract attention. The further Xiao Jin walked, the more the lively atmosphere changed. This place was surrounded by alleys. Other than the occasional tourists, it was actually a normal living environment for the residents. There were also tea houses nearby. They were real tea houses, and they could only drink tea and chat. Xiao Jin walked to the alley in the photo. This was an alley. Walking inside, there were ordinary courtyard houses on both sides. It was impossible to tell which one was where the Feng family's grand ancestor lived. If there is a guard at the entrance of the alley. They weren't guards. They were people who looked like they were in plain clothes, but from their physique and bearing, one could tell that they had received special training. They were walking back and forth in the alley. Through them, it was likely that the grand ancestor lived here. It doesn't even stop tourists from entering. After all, this was the residential area. Xiao Jin only looked inside, but did not walk in. Someone next to her was staring at her urgently. If it was an ordinary person, they probably wouldn't notice this kind of monitoring gaze. However, Xiao Jin only glanced at it for a moment before walking to the other side. The person who was monitoring her seemed to be relieved. It seemed that she probably didn't see anything. Then, Xiao Jin walked to a steamed bun shop about 100 meters away. It was close to noon. Other than breakfast, very few people would choose to eat steamed buns for lunch. Especially in a special area like this, where there were many steamed buns. The whole shop was very clean. It was small, and there were not many people inside. An old man was sitting by the window. He was eating a steamed bun and coughing from time to time. There was a cage on the table. Inside the cage was a beautiful bird of unknown species. Xiao Jin walked in, ordered a basket of steamed buns, and sat at the table next to the old man. The old man looked ordinary, but he did not look kind. He gave off a very strict feeling. He was like the old-fashioned old people at home. Xiao Jin looked at him. The old man also looked up at Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin smiled and said, "Old man, if you are still coughing, oily steamed buns are not suitable. They are not good for your health." Hearing this, the serious-looking old man laughed and looked a little kinder. "You're quite interesting, little girl. It's just that I'm old and I'm already so old. As a person, I should enjoy life as much as I can. I just want to eat a bun now. Even if I keep coughing, it won't affect the bun. Xiao Jin nodded. You are right. People should enjoy life as long as they are alive. At this time, the shop owner came in with a basket of steamed buns. When he saw Xiao Jin talking to the old man, he smiled and said, "Old man, is this your granddaughter? She is very handsome." His words showed that he was very familiar with the old man. He must have come here often to eat steamed buns. The old man smiled and shook his head. I am not so lucky to have such a beautiful granddaughter. She is so kind. She saw me coughing and ate steamed buns. She told me that steamed buns are too oily and are not good for your health. The shop owner also laughed. Young lady, don't worry. Our steamed buns are all authentic and oily. The old man eats vegetarian steamed buns. It is not a problem. He waved his hand and went to do his own things. Xiao Jin nodded and began to eat the steaming hot steamed buns. Xiao Jin's words probably made the old man interested. He asked, "You are not in school now?" Xiao Jin took a bite of the steamed bun. The soup spilled out. It tasted pretty good. She said softly, "I am in my second year. I don't have classes today, so I came out to play." The old man understood. You haven't been in the capital for long, right? Yes. Xiao Jin smiled faintly. Yes, I'm from Insignia City. Oh, that is quite far away. You were admitted to a university here? What an amazing child. In just a few sentences, the old man had already started chatting with her casually. It. Too. The old man laughed. Life is to enjoy in time and eat good food. For people of my age, being able to eat these things is a blessing. I also agree with the saying of enjoying in time. Xiao Jin picked up the third steamed bun. There were only 4 steamed buns in this basket, and they were all only the size of a baby's fist. As she ate, she smiled and looked at the old man. You should enjoy as much as you have. It is right to enjoy in time, but if you don't enjoy your own fortune, you will suffer retribution sooner or later. Don't you think so, great ancestor? The old man, who was still smiling, froze for a moment. Why didn't she enter the alley? It was because when she arrived at this place, she felt that the great ancestor didn't live there at all. He lived in another place. He usually didn't appear in the alley just now. He was just nearby like an ordinary resident living here. In fact, even those who protected him had never seen the great ancestor. What they saw was just a shadow. Those Feng family people might not have seen him. Such a person who cherished his life would definitely protect himself at all costs. He was now sitting in front of Xiao Jin without any preparation. He was just an ordinary old man. No one could recognize that he was the great ancestor of the Feng family. The best protection for a great hermit was to hide in the city among ordinary people. However, the great ancestor was cunning and vigilant all his life. Even if he was exposed, he would not easily drop the chain. In a moment, he recovered to a laughing appearance. You little girl's words are really interesting. Of course, an individual's fortune should be enjoyed by himself. Who can have this ability to enjoy others' fortune? Since it is destined, then he should enjoy it. This sentence had already made his attitude clear. Since Xiao Jin recognized him, there was no need to deliberately disguise, and he would not show his fear directly. He now just regarded Xiao Jin as an ordinary array master. But in the world, this Xiao Jin could recognize his identity at a glance. This Xiao Jin was really not simple. Of course, he knew Xiao Jin. On the suspect list given by his brother Ah Zhu, this Xiao Jin was on it. Now that the Feng family was in trouble, they suspected that Xiao Jin was behind it. He didn't doubt it before, but now that Xiao Jin came to him, he was very sure. The Feng family's matter was related to this girl. How did she do it? He could get the fortune of others, but this girl could easily disintegrate it, and she came to him, which meant that she was not afraid. It was enough to make him 100% on guard. When he first saw Xiao Jin come in, for a moment, he actually thought that the other party was just passing by accidentally. His originally kind eyes had already become somewhat gloomy. He did not say that he was a strict old man, but now that his smile had disappeared, there was a sense of coldness. Xiao Jin didn't answer him. He just finished the fourth soup dumpling slowly. When he got up to pay the bill, he chuckled and said, "Then I wish you a good life. You saved someone you shouldn't have saved. This is your own fault." She didn't speak in riddles with others. She told the grand ancestor directly. Saving Fengfei he was a mistake. This mistake was the beginning of the Feng family's destruction. Seeing her leave after paying the bill, the great ancestor's face darkened. He had lived here for more than 10 years and had never been recognized by anyone. This girl easily exposed his identity and was able to cause the Fengfei he to be in such a predicament. So, what did Fengfei he do? In the bird cage on the table, the birds chirped, which sounded crisp and pleasant. The great ancestor stroked the bird's head slowly, then he continued to eat the remaining buns. He seemed to be slow, but in fact, if a careful person was here, he could notice that his movements were a little impatient. He was not as gentle as before. He had lived here for more than 10 years, and he knew the people nearby. When the shop owner talked to him, he just nodded reluctantly, then he quickened his pace and left here. He realized that something big was really going to happen to the Feng family. He couldn't let this happen. Xiao Jin came to the side of the road, and a black car was parked not far away. The car was coated with a special film. Looking outside, she couldn't see the person inside. She walked over and raised her hand to knock on the car window without hesitation. The car window rolled down, and Xianxia's stunning face appeared in her sight, bringing a fresh and elegant aura. "You know it's me?" He chuckled. "Ah, you in the front row said, Master, the last time we met Miss Chiao, she seemed to have driven this car." Xiao Jin just shook her head and said, "I can feel you when you appear here. Why are you here?" She didn't say that she was going to look for the great ancestor today. Xianxia didn't speak. He just opened the door first and let Xiao Jin get in. Xiao Jin sat in naturally. Xianxia sat on the other side and said, "Are you here to look for the great ancestor?" Xiao Jin nodded. "Xianxia, did you find him?" Xiao Jin, "Found him." Xianxia was a little surprised. "It's so easy to see him?" The great ancestor of the Feng family has always been very secretive. Even he hasn't seen him. He hasn't heard anything for so many years. The other party is very surprising. Xiao Jin directly exposed the great ancestor's background. He doesn't live in the place in the photo, but he lives nearby and disguised himself as an ordinary resident. Even the people who protect him don't know who they are protecting. While talking, she saw the great ancestor walking over. She could feel it, but the great ancestor couldn't feel her nearby. Xiao Jin reached out and pointed, "Look, it's him." Xianxia, the real person, came unexpectedly. He used to think that the great ancestor was mysterious. Especially with the Feng family's nervous attitude, it must be very difficult to see him. Maybe he was in a more mysterious place. He never expected that the other party would appear in front of him with a birdcage. He looked at his age and found that he was about 70 or 80 years old. However, in his memories, this grand ancestor had existed for a very long time. He was also an array formation master. It was hard to say if he was over 100 years old. To be able to have such a body at the age of 100, it was indeed strange. Xianxia looked at him a few times and laughed. "I didn't expect him to be so ordinary." There was nothing wrong with his appearance. He looked at Xiao Jin again. "I remember you said that doing these things can easily backfire. People who suffered from the backlash usually didn't look too good, but this grand ancestor didn't have any problems. There will indeed be a backlash." He used the formation to borrow the luck of others to block it. Xiao Jin paused for a moment. "I didn't think carefully enough before. If the Feng family only has him and Azu, two array masters, then borrowing luck and blocking the backlash, such a big family, such an array can't be done by just the two of them." Xianxia raised his eyebrows slightly. "Is there someone behind them?" Xiao Jin nodded. "There must be. Last time, another array master appeared in Yusike's incident. It might not be involved, but after all, this world was so big." Her intuition always appeared inexplicably, but not everything would have an intuition. She lowered her head and thought for a while. "I think the array master who changed your fate probably won't be hidden for long." Speaking of this, Xianxia's pupil suddenly shrank for a moment. His expression was also a little cold. He was polite to people, but he wasn't a good person. The person who changed his fate would naturally have the same ending. Audrey got out of the car to smoke. The main reason was that he didn't quite understand what Miss Xiao talked about with the young master every time. The young master didn't hide it from him. He didn't realize it was a secret at all. In fact, he knew that this was because the young master trusted him, but people always had to be tactful. Even if he understood, Audrey would never listen. He only knew one fact. Miss Xiao was a badass character. If there is someone behind them, their strength will be even greater. Xianxia carefully analyzed the possibilities. The Feng family is such a big family. If they can control the Feng family, they will inevitably control more forces, and it will be more serious. He looked serious as if he thought of something terrible. Don't worry about this. Xiao Jin shook his head. If it is a higher level, it represents the country's national fate. No one can carry such a fate except for the destined person. It is possible that they have infiltrated some forces. Moreover, array masters and spiritual masters were extremely difficult to come by. If they really appeared, the number of array masters that still existed could be counted. Otherwise, the world would have been in chaos long ago. Xianxia asked, "You can't find out?" Xiao Jin just shook his head. "I didn't find out. It's not that I can't find out, but the other party didn't give me any clues. Just like the great ancestor, she directly found out when she arrived here. For other people, if the other party didn't show up, it would be troublesome to check people out of thin air. She was an array master, not a real fortune teller. Too far away?" Xianxia looked out of the window and thought for a moment. "I have a guess. The other party may not be active in the capital often, and the range of domestic activities is still too large. It may be abroad." "Abroad?" Xiao Jin thought for a moment. "It is very possible. The farther the place, the harder it is to check." The two chatted happily, but Xianxia's thoughts drifted to another place. Will there be spiritual masters abroad? Of course. Xiao Jin said very directly. "I haven't been there, but I know. This kind of thing must be random on a global scale. There are not only spiritual masters in China. Maybe the name abroad is different. I can feel that there is still abnormal energy overseas." "Energy?" Xianxia tilted his head and showed an interesting expression. "What do you feel in your world? How do you formation masters see this world?" "Just like you guys." Xiao Jin was very indifferent. "There's nothing special about this world. Array masters only have an extra layer of perception that they can use. The difference is that some people use it to do bad things, while others use it to benefit the world." "Xianxia, what about you? What do you think?" He turned sideways and looked at Xiao Jin seriously. "Actually, I've always wanted to ask you what your thoughts are. I was about to die at that time. Even if you needed death energy, I felt that you had more ways to get it. I felt that even without me, you could have avoided the backlash you were talking about. You saved me and even made me a spiritualist. When you did all this, did you not think about why? Do I need to think?" Xiao Jin felt that his question was very strange. "I need death aura, and you happen to be the closest to me. Saving you didn't take much effort, and doing these things is the same." She raised her eyebrows. "It's just convenient." Xianxia sighed slightly. "I understand." He was good at using complicated thoughts to speculate about others, but in the end, there was someone who didn't take the normal path. Sometimes she looks mysterious and powerful, but her thoughts are extremely simple and casual. Saving him is convenient, and so is doing other things. Because it doesn't take any effort. Perhaps in the eyes of others, this is a miracle, but in her eyes, it is natural. Xiao Jin says seriously, "In fact, there is another meaning." Xianxia looks at her. Xiao Jin says, "You are beautiful." Xianxia, Dan hears the sentence when he lowers his body and is about to return to the car. Dan, he silently straightens up again. It's not suitable for him to return to the car for the time being. He should be under the car. Xianxia laughs so hard that his shoulders are shaking. His slender fingers slide across the corners of his mouth. He can't hide his smile, and his whole body is trembling. Yes, I have to be glad that I am good-looking. Whether it is true or not, he doesn't consider that he is good-looking, but this is the first time he clearly understands how important it is to be good-looking. Xiaojin's expression is still serious. You don't have to laugh. I am not praising you. I am just stating a fact. No one can say that Song Yanqing is not good-looking. Song Yanqing now fully understands that her brain circuit is a little different from others. He takes a few seconds to calm down, but the corners of his mouth still can't hide the smile. Well, but you have to know that this sentence is a compliment. Just like you are good-looking, you are more good-looking than before. When they first met, Song Yanqing didn't have much of an impression of her. She looks like a hurt and depraved girl. Xiaojin, whom during this period of time, she has been nourishing herself well. She doesn't care whether she is good-looking or not, because her body is getting healthier and has reached the ultimate perfect state of human beings. There is no need for exercise or additional training. She can now overturn a car with her ordinary strength. This is the perverse part of an array master. As long as you know how to use array points, you can achieve all kinds of incredible goals. Xiaojin thinks for a moment. We seem to have deviated from the topic. Song Yanqing hummed softly and laughed. We were just talking about spiritual readers overseas. Xiaojin said, yes, I have to go abroad for my summer vacation. It will be around 2 to 3 weeks. Song Yanqing knew that she was going, but he didn't expect it to take so long. What if you need my death aura? Xiaojin glanced at him and said, it's okay to take it later. Song Yanqing narrowed his eyes slightly and replied, He looked at the time. Do you have anything to do at noon? Xiaojin shook his head and said gently, I'll take you to lunch. Xiaojin, okay. Song Yanqing asked Dan to come back and drive. He instructed him to go to a restaurant that Xiaojin had never heard of. He didn't need to have heard of it before. Anyway, it was delicious. In the end, she bumped into Musilian this time. It wasn't that she bumped into him, but she saw Musilian first. He was fooling around with a large group of rich second-generation young masters. But in the place they came to, even Musilian only ate in the private room on the first floor. Song Yanqing took Xiaojin directly to a private room on a higher floor, where the chef served. After going upstairs, Xiaojin said to Song Yanqing, I saw Qi Lian. Song Yanqing immediately reacted. Ask him to come up and eat with us? Xiaojin refused. No, there are too many people. If you pay, I won't be able to afford it next time. Song Yanqing. If Musilian heard this, he would probably burst into tears. While they were eating in the private room downstairs, a rich man who had just returned from the washroom sneaked around and exclaimed, F***ck. Do you know who I saw just now? All the rich men in the room looked over. Who did you see? Yeah, he looks like he hasn't seen the world yet. Musilian held his wine glass and said happily, What's the matter? Did you see your father? The rich man said, He's more of a father than my father. I saw young Master Song. Everyone. F***ck. Although there were many Lord Song in the capital, the only one who could be addressed as young Master Song by these rich men was Song Yanqing. Everyone knew who he was at the mention of him. The rich men were proud. It's so glorious. I actually ate at the same place as young Master Song today. I have to post it on my WeChat moments to celebrate. Musilian, his expression was a little strange. Aren't you exaggerating? It's not like we're eating at the same place. The rich man retorted, F***ck, we're not like you who talked to him before. Who in the capital doesn't treat him like a god? My parents don't even compare him to me at home. In their words, I'm humiliating him by comparing me to young Master Song's hair. Musilian, although it was exaggerated, it was the truth. The rich man who spoke earlier became even more excited. Do you think that's all? What's the most important thing? It's that a girl appeared beside him, okay? F***ck, I saw her just now. She looks like a fairy just like him. She's definitely not the kind of low-class goods you usually see. She doesn't look like a rich man's daughter either. I don't know if she's just returned to the country. Not to mention her figure and appearance, the key is her temperament. She's a perfect match with him. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't even be bothered to drink. How is that possible? There's someone who's not inferior to him when walking with him? Isn't it too exaggerated? How can there be such a fairy girl? F*ck, there's someone in the capital who's worthy of young master's song? Didn't they say that the Mu family's adopted daughter was very close to him? Everyone suddenly looked at Muzillion. Muzillion instantly knew that they were talking about Xiao Jin. Yes, the news that there was a girl around Xianxia had spread like wildfire recently. Some people also said that she was the adopted daughter of the Mu family, but the Song family deliberately suppressed the news. Most importantly, not many people had actually seen the current Xiao Jin. They had only heard of him. This group of rich second-generation heirs usually didn't hang out in school, so naturally, they didn't know Xiao Jin. When they saw him this time, they thought he was from another family. The key point was that Muzillion didn't really acknowledge Xiao Jin as his sister outside. Muzillion coughed. I don't know. Don't ask me. The group of brothers began to urge him, you don't know? She's already considered your younger sister, yet you still don't know? Muzillion flew into a rage out of humiliation. What kind of person is young Master Song? Didn't a fairy girl appear? My mother's adopted daughter is not presentable. He knew that they were talking about Xiao Jin, but he just didn't want to say it. Otherwise, this group of bastards would chase after him and ask for gossip. How would he know? He didn't even know how these two fairies hooked up. At this moment, a man walked in from outside. He was wearing a suit and was tall and looked quite intimidating. It was Song Yanqing's personal bodyguard, Ah Tong. Ah Tong looked around at everyone in the private room and smiled. Everyone, I didn't expect Miss Qiao's brother to be eating here. My young master said that this meal is on him. Muzillion. Mu Qilian felt a sharp pain in his face. He had just denied that the girl with Song Yanqing had nothing to do with his sister. However, everyone present knew that he was the only one who had a sister with the surname Qiao. Ah Ben went out after he finished speaking. He was so leisurely that he didn't think about the awkward situation Muzillion would face. After that, everyone looked at him with strange expressions. My mother's adopted daughter can't be presentable? I don't know. I don't know where this fairy sister came from. Everyone spoke one after another. It was a classic example of sarcasm. Muzillion, he drank a mouthful of wine to calm himself down. No, I really don't know. Who are you lying to? The rich second generation who came in to deliver the news looked wretched. How can you not know that your sister has such a good relationship with young Master Song? F*ck, your sister is really a fairy. How can she have such a good relationship with young Master Song? Isn't she a fairy? She's really good looking. This group of rich second generation usually didn't have a filter, but in front of Xiao Jin, they couldn't say anything else. They kept repeating the words good-looking and couldn't find the right adjective. Those who hadn't seen her before were curious. How good-looking? To be able to make young Master Song treat her differently, she must be good-looking. I just don't know how good-looking she is. The rich second generation said mysteriously, I can't describe it. She's just like young Master Song. She's so fairy-like that she's glowing. That's too exaggerated. Is she really that good-looking? Then we have to broaden our horizons. Ha 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 ha, Qi Lian, your sister is so good-looking. Aren't you moved at all? Someone suddenly said this in a teasing tone. Muzillion's face sank when he heard this. What do you mean? The originally cheerful atmosphere became a little stagnant. Everyone looked at the person who spoke. The person who said this realized that he had said something wrong. He quickly restrained his smile and became a little nervous. No, I just said it casually. Don't take it seriously. Everyone was used to joking and some things came out easily. Xiao Jin was not Muzillion's biological sister, which was why he had such a conjecture. But sometimes, even if he was used to joking, it didn't mean that every Muzillion could afford it. His face darkened. Don't put your filthy thoughts on me. Xiao Jin was brought back by his biological mother. She had raised him for 20 years. How could he have other thoughts? The rich second-generation heir who had first met Song Yanqing also chimed in, yes. If you see Sister Qi Lian, you definitely won't be able to say that. Encountering someone with such a temperament, he felt that anything he said would be blasphemous. Hey, Qi Lian, don't mind him. He's just an idiot who spouts nonsense. Don't lower yourself to his level. Besides, didn't young Master Song invite us? Someone came out to smooth things over, and the topic was finally diverted. Song Yanqing treating everyone was a rare thing. Almost everyone sitting in the room felt honored. They all took out their phones to edit their WeChat moments. It was as if this was something that their ancestors had never done before. After all, this group of people usually listened to Song Yanqing. To be treated to a meal by him was too significant. Okay, even if it was to rub against Musilian's sister, what did it matter? Musilian's sister was their sister. If Musilian knew these people's shameless thoughts, he probably wouldn't want to eat on the spot. How's your relationship with your family? I heard that your grandfather is back. At the dinner table, Song Yanqing suddenly brought up this question. Xiao Jin said, he came back a long time ago. You should have asked this question earlier. Song Yanqing smiled faintly. He felt that because of his relationship with Xiao Jin, it was the right time to ask her some questions. Xiao Jin suddenly asked, your father hasn't come back from abroad? Song Yanqing nodded. There are a lot of things to do. There's nothing I can do. For people at their level, especially in the family, he basically helped in the country. He had to rely on Song Meiyin to talk about many things abroad. Of course, his sister Song Suyu would also help. The Song family didn't raise idle people. Even his mother was abroad from time to time. Xiao Jin paused for a moment. I think I'll run into something this time. As for what it was, she couldn't tell. Song Yanqing asked curiously, what happened? Xiao Jin shook her head. I definitely don't know. It probably has something to do with school. I can calculate the fate of many people, but I can't calculate my own. Song Yanqing smiled. It's different from what I imagined. He thought that such a person would definitely calculate her life's fate in advance. But it was normal. In that case, wouldn't life be meaningless? Not everyone liked having their fate calculated by others. Just like those fortune tellers, not everyone was willing to calculate their own fate. The greatest novelty of a person was the unknown of fate. Xiao Jin took a bite of the meatball. My fate will be blocked by karma. I can't see everything in the future. However, my intuition is very accurate. It's an extra compensation. Song Yanqing thought of the characteristics of his spiritualist and asked her softly, how do you need to increase your ability? Xiao Jin shook her head. It's actually impossible to predict. It's true that abilities can be increased, but everyone has a corresponding way of growth. It was already 1 in 10,000 for a spiritual reader to be able to awaken. If they could still advance, they would also be 1 in 10,000 for a spiritual reader. Everyone's abilities are predestined from the moment they awaken. Generally, those who can grow are innately awakened. As they grow older, they will become stronger and stronger until they reach a certain stage. Just like her, she was able to find the demonic spirit seed and increase her defenses. In fact, she was already the strongest array master. Back then, how did she become the strongest? It was as if she was born this way. This was very infuriating. Song Yanqing smiled and said, you said at the beginning that you could strengthen your abilities through training. Xiao Jin glanced at him. That's for you. You should train more often. I have a feeling that you'll improve at some point. You're different from others. Since you were targeted by the Rakshasa realm, you are not a simple spirit master of speech. Have you seen them recently? Song Yanqing shook his head. I haven't seen you since the last time you awakened me. Just because they haven't seen it doesn't mean that they have given up. We still have to be careful. She thought for a moment and continued, the aura of death on your body is heavy. There's still a possibility of danger. If your mind is firm, you won't be disturbed by the Rakshasa realm. As long as there's a crack in your heart, they can take advantage of it and enter. Song Yanqing nodded. I know. At his level, his mind was firm. He had been like this for so many years. After dinner, Song Yanqing sent Xiao Jin to class as usual. She was about to have her final exam. After the exam, she would officially have a holiday and go abroad for school activities. Before getting out of the car, Xianxia raised his eyes slightly and said to him, "Good luck." "Xiao Jin, I'll try my best." Xianxia, he laughed and watched Xiao Jin leave. He also noticed that when Xiao Jin got out of the car, he was seen. The college student immediately became dumbfounded and was shocked by Xianxia's appearance. He hid his smile and Audan closed the car door, blocking others' view. He closed his eyes and pondered for a moment before saying in a low voice, "Call my father and ask him to arrange for me to go abroad during the summer vacation." Audan was a little shocked and stammered, "Young master. That's not very good, is it? How long do you plan to stay?" Xianxia had gone abroad before, but he used to go abroad for treatment and checkups. He usually didn't stay for long, and even if he lived there, he was strictly protected. Compared to in the country, the Song family's power would be restricted abroad. Of course, Xianxia still wanted to protect her son under her nose. Xianxia, nothing will happen now. He had a certain level of self-protection, and Xiao Jin was abroad. He didn't hide his purpose, so Audan asked directly, "Young master, is it because Miss Qiao is going abroad to participate in activities?" Xianxia nodded slightly. Audan was a little surprised. Audan didn't quite understand what young master meant to Miss Qiao. If they were in a relationship, the two of them were together every day. Every time Miss Qiao came, Audan was also present. Audan knew whether they were in a relationship or not. Miss Qiao didn't mean that at all, but young master didn't like to get along with others, except for Xiao Jin. So what did young master mean? Air was a little confused. After all, he was a solo player from his mother's womb. These things were a little too difficult for him. Moreover, only Xianxia himself knew what he was thinking. No one could guess what he was thinking. After Xiao Jin finished his classes at school and returned to the Mu family, he found that the atmosphere at home was different from usual. Xiaofei was dressed in formal attire. He was probably going to attend a party, but there was not much joy on his face. When she saw Xiao Jin, she frowned and said, "Jin." Xiao Jin asked, "What's wrong?" Coincidentally, at this moment, Mu Zhenming also came down from upstairs. When he saw Xiao Jin, he directly said, "Jin, change into your formal attire and come with us to the Ji family. It's someone's birthday in the Ji family tonight, so they invited our family." Oh, the banquet. There were many such banquets. Basically, they would be held at the Mu residence every once in a while. However, Xiao Jin didn't go most of the time. Since she was asked to go now, it meant that the other party had specially mentioned it. If it was another family, it would be fine. But it had to be the Ji family. Xiaofei didn't want Xiao Jin to see the Ji family at all. And now, face to face. At this moment, she looked at Mu Zhenming unhappily. Does Xiao Jin really have to go? Mu Zhenming sighed. If I could, I wouldn't say it. Uncle Ji specially mentioned it. I can't go against his wishes. He walked over and patted Xiaofei's shoulder. You don't have to worry too much. Maybe Xiao Jin is thinking too much. Until now, there was no way to verify whether Xiao Jin was telling the truth or not. Mu Zhenming said to Xiao Jin, "Go up and change your clothes." Xiao Jin nodded. Xiaofei was still a little worried. I'm just afraid, if she was really recognized, who knew what would happen? Xiao Jin went upstairs to change her clothes. Since she came back, Mu Zhenming had customized several dresses for her. In order to deal with these occasions, she wasn't picky about what she wore. She simply chose a pure black strapless dress. She didn't need to dress up. Her seaweed-like hair hung down, and she simply wore a swan necklace around her neck. There were no extra pendants. It was already the most noble. When she came down in her stiletto sandals, Musilian and Musichu had already returned. They had already received the notice, so the men of the Mu family were all wearing black suits. Mu Zhenming was wearing a thick gray suit, while Xiaofei was wearing a more dignified fishtail dress. There was no doubt that her beautiful figure was outlined. When they saw Xiao Jin, the men of the Mu family were still a little stunned. Although Xiaofei was depressed, she smiled when she saw Xiao Jin. My Jin is so beautiful. She was really beautiful now. Xiao Jin just smiled faintly. Xiaofei held her hand and followed the men of the Mu family. Xiao Jin looked around. Where's old master? Your grandfather has already gone. The one who answered her was Mu Zhenming. He said very naturally, he and Grandpa Ji are old friends, so he went early to catch up with his old friends. Xiao Jin nodded and didn't ask any more. The Ji family lived in the city center. Compared to the luxury of other families, the Ji family still lived in an old-fashioned courtyard. However, the courtyard had been specially renovated, and the interior had become modern. The courtyard was big enough to hold a banquet. Moreover, the location of the courtyard wasn't something that ordinary people could buy. On the way there, Mu Zhenming briefly introduced the current situation of the Ji family. This was old Master Ji's family, not the main family of the Ji family. But someone from the main family would come. Ji Chiyue was the eldest son of old man Ji. His wife was called Chiyueli. She was the woman who had returned not long ago and had yet to leave. Perhaps they had foreseen this, but when Xiao Jin and the Mu family arrived at the Ji family's courtyard, they saw Ji Pingan and his family entertaining the guests as soon as they entered the house. Ji Chiyue didn't inherit any good genes. His appearance was relatively ordinary, but he had a noble temperament that was tempered by a rich environment. He looked refined. On the other hand, the woman standing beside him was noble and generous. Her beauty was strong and compelling, making her unforgettable. This was also the capital that allowed her to rise to the top back then. Even though time had passed, it did not leave many traces on her face. She followed the Ji family's old man to entertain the guests. When the Mu family walked in, she felt it. She raised her head and saw Xiao Jin. Almost everyone around looked at the Mu family, mainly because Xiao Jin was as beautiful as the daughter-in-law of the Ji family. She was like an elegant and noble white swan. When she walked in from outside, it was enough to make people hold their breaths. Only amazement was left. Old Master Ji looked at Mu Zhenming and smiled kindly. When Ji Chiyue's wife, Chiyueli, saw Xiao Jin, she was slightly stunned. Then, as if she had thought of something, a puzzling shock slowly rose in her eyes. Xiao Jin's lips curled into an elegant and charming smile. She knew that she had recognized her. Chiyueli's strange reaction didn't attract anyone's attention. Everyone's attention was attracted by the adopted daughter of the Mu family. Someone was stunned and couldn't help but sigh. The adopted daughter of the Mu family? She's so beautiful. The Mu family are all dragons and phoenixes among men. I didn't expect the adopted daughter to be so beautiful. Someone whispered disdainfully, she's just an adopted daughter. No matter how beautiful she is, she can't be presentable. Someone else said, I heard that this adopted daughter has an unusual relationship with the young master of the Song family? Ji Pingan walked forward and chuckled at Mu Zhenming. Zhenming, you came at the right time. He said to Ji Chiyue and Chiyueli, this is old Master Mu's family. Chiyue has seen them before. Yueli, you're often abroad, so you're not familiar with them. He couldn't say that Xiao Jin was only the adopted daughter of the Mu family, so he naturally wouldn't reveal Chiyueli's identity. Here, one of them was the matriarch of old Master Ji's bloodline, and the other was the daughter of the Mu family. That was enough. Ji Chiyue revealed a gentle smile and reached out to shake Mu Zhenming's hand. Zhenming, I thought your son was already outstanding enough, but I didn't expect your daughter to be so devastatingly beautiful. You two are so lucky to have such a beautiful little jacket. Back then, I also wanted to have a daughter. Chiyueli's pupils constricted when she heard that. The Mu family also froze. Xiaofei's smile was a little stiff. She subconsciously looked at Chiyueli and noticed the change in her eyes. In an instant, Chiyueli returned to her natural and graceful state and smiled. What are you talking about? Back then, I asked you if you wanted me to give birth to a daughter for you. Didn't you feel bad that I hurt my body when giving birth to Fanjing and didn't want me to give birth to another? Her voice was so sweet that it seemed to be mixed with charm. It sounded coquettish, but it didn't seem to mean that. This was Chiyueli's capital. She had a moving face and a charming voice. When she said that, it sounded like she and Ji Chiyue had a good relationship. Ji. Chiyue only smiled and looked at her with a doting expression. Mu Zhenming had been in the business world for a long time. In the face of such a situation, he naturally laughed heartily and didn't show any problems. She even pinched Xiao Fei's palm, signaling her not to reveal any strange expressions. Otherwise, even if there was no problem, it would raise suspicions. Xiao Fei was experienced in such situations. He forced himself to stay alert and asked Xiao Jin and the two Mu brothers to call for help. They greeted him one by one, but Ji Pingan didn't notice anything. He just smiled and said, "Yes, all of you are obedient. If you feel bored, you can go to the backyard. Fan Jing and the others are there. It's good for young people to gather together." After Old Master Ji finished speaking, Xiao Fei asked Muzichu and Muzilian to take Xiao Jin away. It was better to interact with people of the same generation who knew nothing than to interact with elders. At the same time, Xiao Fei also noticed that Ji Qiyue and Chai Yueli looked different from Xiao Jin. It was impossible to tell at a glance that she wasn't their daughter. Xiao Fei was slightly relieved. It was already like this. It was impossible for the Ji family to recognize her, right? However, when Xiao Jin was taken away by Muzilian and Muzichu, she turned around and saw Chai Yueli looking at her from the corner of her eyes. When she saw Xiao Jin turn around, she quickly retracted her gaze. Muzilian said in a low voice, "She really doesn't look like her." He glanced at Xiao Jin. "See, she really doesn't look like her." Muzichu said softly, "Her mouth is quite similar." Muzilian, "What are you talking about?" Xiao Jin suddenly said, "She recognized me." Muzichu and Muzilian stopped and looked at him with stiff expressions. "What do you mean she recognized you?" Xiao Jin said with a smile, "She recognized me as the girl she abandoned back then." Muzilian. F***ck. He couldn't believe this. "You don't look very similar." "How did she recognize you?" Xiao Jin said, "I'm her daughter." "That's the truth. I don't look like them, but that doesn't mean I don't look like someone she knows. Maybe I look like her parents. She often sees familiar faces, so she recognized me when she saw me. Sometimes, children would not necessarily look like their parents. Instead, they would look like other relatives in the family. This was the intergenerational gene. Ji Qiyue and Chai Yueli didn't look like her, but that didn't mean that Chai Yueli's family didn't look like Xiao Jin. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to recognize Xiao Jin at a glance. No. Mu Qilian still felt that this was a fantasy. "How do you know that she recognized you?" "Xiao Jin, I knew when I saw her eyes." Muzilian and Muzicha looked at each other. They originally thought that this was a joke, but seeing how serious Xiao Jin was, and how even Chai Yueli recognized her, could it be the truth? She was the daughter of the Ji family? Muzilian grabbed Xiao Jin's wrist. "Let's find an excuse to go back first. Don't stay here anymore." Muzichu said, "No, what excuse do you want?" Even if she wasn't feeling well, Grandpa Ji would let her rest at the Ji residence. The best way is to keep a low profile. Other than Xiao Jin and us, who else knows about the relationship between the Ji family and Xiao Jin? You will only make Chai Yueli suspicious. Don't do anything unnecessary. Muzilian was a little anxious. That woman abandoned him for a boy. How can you believe that she won't do anything to Xiao Jin to protect herself? Muzichu analyzed, as long as she's not stupid, she won't act rashly. Xiao Jin was only discovered by her, not by the Ji family. This is the biggest bargaining chip. We can guarantee that the Mu family doesn't know about this, so she won't do anything. Muzichu was right. Xiao Jin also nodded. Muzilian looked at the two of them and put down Xiao Jin's hand. "Do whatever you want." That was true. Chai Yueli only recognized Xiao Jin, but it didn't mean that the Ji family recognized him. Everyone knew that she gave birth to a son, and that he was really Ji Qiyue's flesh and blood. Who would believe that he had a daughter outside? That being said, Muzichu wasn't going to take Xiao Jin to see Ji Fanjing's group. In the end, when he took Xiao Jin somewhere else, they bumped into a large group of people. The leader was a man with gloomy eyebrows and cold eyes. Xiao Jin had seen this man twice. They had met on different occasions. He was tall and straight, leading a group of young masters at the front. He was wearing a black suit, and his expression was cold and imposing. When Muzilian and Muzichu saw each other, they immediately stopped and called out, "Brother Sky." He and the group behind him all looked at Xiao Jin. He turned out to be a child of the Ji family's main family. Ji Sikai. He was old Master Ji's grandnephew. Among the group of people following him, there was also a boy with outstanding looks. He looked younger and was about the same age as Xiao Jin. Obviously, this person was Ji Fanjing. As for the others, they were either descendants of other families or those from the Ji family who followed Ji Sikai here. When Ji Sikai saw the two Mu brothers and Xiao Jin behind them, his lips curled into a strange smile. "You're here?" Muzilian was well behaved in front of him. Muzichu nodded. Most people didn't want to get along with Ji Sikai from the Ji family. His personality was very strange. In comparison, his way of doing things was a little overbearing and unreasonable. Those who could hang out with him were basically not ordinary people. Ji Fanjing's gaze landed on Xiao Jin. He asked curiously, "Qi Lian, this is your sister?" Muzilian put on a fake smile. "Yes." Seeing that Xiao Jin didn't speak, someone behind him said playfully, "Why don't you know how to greet people?" Muzilian immediately said, "She doesn't know anyone. And once she opened her mouth to greet people, it would be a tragedy." When they saw Ji Sikai, they had to call him Brother Sikai. Xiao Jin was probably calling him by his name. This was not very respectful to Ji Sikai. They were afraid that Xiao Jin would offend Ji Sikai. Muzilian just introduced Xiao Jin casually, "This is Brother Sikai." Beside him is Uncle Chiyua's son, Ji Fanjing. As for the group of people beside them, Muzilian introduced them. It was unknown if Xiao Jin heard it or not. After he finished, he scratched Xiao Jin's arm, still hoping that she would greet people. Ji Sikai looked at Xiao Jin playfully. "You don't know how to greet people?" The atmosphere suddenly became a little tense. Xiao Jin looked at Ji Sikai and seemed to hesitate for a while before calling out, "Ji Sikai." Her tone was light, ethereal and clear, giving others a sense of enjoyment. Ji Fanjing frowned. "You should call me brother." Not everyone could call Ji Sikai by his name. Xiao Jin called out to Ji Sikai, but she didn't even want to acknowledge Ji Fanjing and turned her head away. This attitude caused Ji Fanjing's expression to darken. Muzilian was sweating. "Brother Sky, Fanjing, don't lower yourself to her level. She calls us that at home too. You know, something happened to her earlier, so she's not very sensitive to things." In the end, there was something wrong with his brain. Muzilian had never been grateful for this reason. Xiao Jin didn't react to Muzilian's words. In any case, let them say whatever they want. Someone behind Ji Sikai sneered. "Is your brain damaged from all the drugs? We can understand." Saying it so bluntly made the Mu brothers' expressions darken. It was one thing for them to say it, but when someone else said it, it was mocking and humiliating. Moreover, Xiao Jin's drug use was a misunderstanding. Before they could react, Xiao Jin's eyes had already locked onto the person who mocked her just now. "Say that again?" She didn't have any cold emotions. She just looked at that person with a calm gaze, but it made people feel as if they were bound by an invisible net. It was a boundless sense of suffocation and heaviness. The smile of the person who spoke just now faded bit by bit. The others were puzzled. They all felt that the adopted daughter of the Mu family was really arrogant. Suddenly, Ji Sikai sneered. "Interesting. If you don't want to greet people, then so be it." He had already met Xiao Jin twice. Once, Xiao Jin was with Song Yanqing. He must know something. Ji Sikai invited, "It's still early. Shall we play cards?" Young masters also knew how to pass the time. At this time, it wasn't suitable for other forms of entertainment. The only suitable way was to play cards. The moment he said that, the tense atmosphere dissipated. If he said something that he shouldn't say, he wouldn't be giving Ji Sikai face. Since Ji Sikai had spoken, the Muzilian brothers couldn't possibly reject him. They glanced at Xiao Jin, and Xiao Jin nodded slightly. Only then did they agree. Seeing how the Mu brothers listened to Xiao Jin, Ji Sikai sneered. In the big room in the backyard, the group took out poker cards. Not everyone played, but they watched Ji Sikai and the others play. Muzichu from the Mu family went up because he was good at math and cards. On the other side, it was Ji Sikai and Ji Fanjing. The others cheered them on from the side. Although they said they were playing cards, they were more like ordinary Fight the Landlord. Xiao Jin stood behind Musachu and watched, while Musilian leaned on his brother's back and looked at the cards. The moment he picked up the cards, he complained, F***ck, you're too unlucky. Such lousy cards? These were the most taboo things when playing cards. Those who knew how to guess cards would be able to guess the cards in one's hand based on one's emotions. He was too obvious. Musachu glared at Musilian. Even Ji Fanjing sneered. Musilian said embarrassedly, I won't say any more. You play. Ji Sikai took the landlord. Ji Fanjing's face twitched. When they played, he and Musachu's family kept losing to Musachu. Musachu's cards were terrible to begin with, so he lost the first round. Musilian shouted, Ji Fanjing, do you know how to play? Can you not let others play? Ji Fanjing glared at him. Why wouldn't I? Don't tell me that you two brothers will fight Big Brother Sky? Musilian wished he could scold Ji Fanjing for being a despicable person. She only knew how to please Ji Sikai. Of course, Ji Sikai knew what was going on. After winning, he began to shuffle the cards. His shuffling movements were fast and flashy. His slender fingers flipped the cards very quickly. Even an ordinary deck of cards gave him a dazzling feeling when he shuffled them. After shuffling, he put down the cards and said casually, it's boring to just play like this. How about a bet? Musachu looked at him. What's the bet? Money was impossible. All of them added together were not as rich as Ji Sikai. He wouldn't bet money with them either. He would definitely bet on something else. Ji Sikai smiled. He took out a cigarette from the cigarette box beside him and bit it between his lips. We're not playing too hard. We'll take turns to stick the note. The loser will go down to replace the other person and stick an IOU. You can only collect it after the banquet. Everyone's faces turned green. It was one thing to stick the note, but more importantly, how embarrassing would it be? They could only collect it after the banquet. If they swaggered around, wouldn't they be laughed at like idiots? When he held the cigarette in his mouth, his long and narrow eyes glanced in Xiao Jin's direction. Someone beside him took out a lighter and lowered his body to light the cigarette for him. Xiao Jin didn't look at him. When the smoke gradually rose, Xiao Jin smelled the smoke. She frowned almost imperceptibly. This kind of smoke that humans liked was rather smelly to her. The smell was strong and choking. Even if this cigarette was of the highest quality and had a faint fragrance. She took 2 steps back, turned around, and left. When Ji Sikai saw Xiao Jin leave, his face immediately turned gloomy. He bit the cigarette and paused for a moment before putting it out. He was just thinking that the little girl's temper was unusually bad. No one would look at Xiao Jin. Now that everyone's target was on their card table, Ji Sikai couldn't ask someone to chase after him. Xiao Jin walked out. He wanted to walk around casually, but he saw Chai Yueli walking over. This was a place where young people like them would hang out, so not many people came here. When he saw Chai Yueli, he realized that she was alone. When Chai Yueli saw Xiao Jin, she stopped in her tracks. She looked at Xiao Jin and was confused for a moment. She didn't know what she should do or say. Until she pinched her thigh. The pain woke her up. She couldn't show anything in front of Xiao Jin. With a seemingly friendly smile, she said, Hello, you're Xiao Jin, right? She had never heard of Xiao Jin. She only heard about it from others when she came back. She was the adopted daughter of the Mu family. But so what? She had never thought that this girl would have anything to do with her. The daughter that she had once abandoned had long since faded from her memory. But when she saw that face, she realized that some things couldn't be forgotten just because she wanted to. She looked too much like her mother. When she was young, many people said that Chai Yueli didn't look like her mother. Her mother was a typical Jiangnan girl. She was gentle and beautiful, calm and generous. Her face was delicate and quiet. Compared to Chai Yueli's rich beauty, she wasn't too aggressive. Xiao Jin was the same. They looked too much alike. However, compared to his mother, she seemed more otherworldly. It could be seen that she was raised very well by the Mu family. Now that she was standing quietly in front of her, she was so beautiful that one couldn't take their eyes off her. Xiao Jin nodded. She couldn't be her mother's biological daughter. Her mother had passed away more than 10 years ago. This girl looked about the same age as the one he had thrown away. Another 20 years passed. It was said that Xiao Fei adopted her from the orphanage. Chai Yueli's gaze drifted. You, how old are you this year? Xiao Jin said softly, 20. This was undoubtedly the death sentence for Chai Yueli. This was indeed the daughter she had abandoned. Chai Yueli's face was twitching. She tried her best to maintain her noble and generous attitude. The first thing she thought of was that if she couldn't hide it, she would be finished. She would never let anyone know about the existence of her daughter, Xiao Jin. She was living well in the Mu family, and that was enough. Very young. You are very beautiful, just like your mother. Chai Yueli's smile did not reach her eyes. Her words were deliberate. Xiao Jin should resemble his mother. Although she was his biological mother, they did not resemble each other at all. Xiao Jin laughed, his eyes curved like crescent moons. Fei Fei is not my biological mother. Do I really look like her? Chai Yueli's entire body turned cold. She knew her background. She didn't have time to think about why Xiao Jin called Xiao Fei Fei Fei. She just looked at the girl's clear eyes, but felt that she couldn't see the depths of the other party's eyes. For a moment, she thought that the girl in front of her knew the truth and said those words deliberately for her to hear. It was impossible. Who knew that she had a daughter? Mom? A hesitant voice sounded, and Chai Yueli's expression suddenly changed. It was Ji Fanjing. There was a small white stripe on his forehead, which made him look hilarious. When he saw Chai Yueli, he looked a little confused. Chai Yueli almost couldn't hold back her smile. What are you guys playing? Ji Fanjing said, Brother Sikai insisted. On sticking the note. I lost. He looked a little annoyed. He's sticking the note now. You can only take it off after the banquet. Fortunately, the white stripe wasn't very wide. Otherwise, many people would die of laughter if it was stuck there until the banquet ended. There were many people inside who were about to face the same fate as him. Ji Fanjing felt relieved. Chai Yueli couldn't help but laugh. She walked around Xiao Jin and brushed away the white stripe on Ji Fanjing's forehead. The atmosphere between mother and son was harmonious. Your brother Sky really doesn't know his place. No one would doubt that they were the real mother and son. Xiao Jin just watched quietly from the back. She had a faint smile on her lips, but it was as if she had nothing to do with it. She had no intention of getting involved. She didn't seem to be in the same world as these two. When Chai Yueli was about to leave with Ji Fanjing turned back and said to Xiao Jin, Brother Sikai wants you to go in and play with him. Not interested. With that, Xiao Jin left in the opposite direction. Chai Yueli's eyes flashed. She heard Ji Fanjing complaining to her. Mom, this adopted daughter of the Mu family has no sense of propriety. She calls Brother Sikai by his name when she sees him. She doesn't even call the others. She has no manners at all. Chai Yueli forced a smile. You already said that she's the adopted daughter of the Mu family. I heard that she was only recently brought back by the Mu family. Maybe she doesn't know how to behave properly. It has nothing to do with you. Don't mind it too much. Ji Fanjing suddenly said, she's quite pretty. Chai Yueli, she suddenly felt lucky that she hadn't let Ji Fanjing see her mother all these years. The Ji family's banquet lasted for a while. Later, Muzilian, Muzichu, and the others came out one after another. Unsurprisingly, Ji Sikai was the final winner. Because he was the only one who didn't have a note on his face. The other young masters had more or less posted a note, but because everyone was playing together, they couldn't help but laugh and didn't have any other thoughts. Xiao Fei found Xiao Jin running around in the crowd. Holding her hand, he said earnestly, Don't run around. Do you see that Ji Sikai over there? He is the eldest young master of the Ji family's main family. His temper is very strange. Don't provoke him. Xiao Jin, Fei Fei, you're thinking too much. I don't even know him. That being said, Xiao Fei glared at his two sons who came over from behind. Both of them had banknotes on their foreheads. Musachu was cold and indifferent, while Musilian felt a little aggrieved. I almost killed Brother Sky. He is indeed sinister and cunning. I thought he had a pair of banknotes, but it turned out to be 2 banknotes. In the end, I fell into his trap. Musachu sneered. This is the difference in IQ. Musilian. Do you know how to talk? Musachu said, it's good that you let him win. He's not happy. If he loses, you're done for. Musilian was stunned. Why? How is he not happy? Musachu said directly, because Xiao Jin didn't play. He didn't give him any face. He was definitely unhappy. If Musilian really won the last round, Kai would probably remember him. Xiao Jin, Musilian paused for a moment, then reacted. Damn, it's true. Xiao Jin wasn't fooling around. He didn't give Kai any face in front of so many people. He was really a warrior. However, Musilian, who had been used to Xiao Jin's actions for so long, didn't seem to think that it was a big deal. She had been hanging out with Song Yanqing recently, so she naturally looked down on others. Whatever Kai wanted to do, he had to see if Song Yanqing would agree. Thinking of this, Musilian felt a little jealous. Sure enough, people who relied on big thighs were different. After the banquet ended, the Mu family drove back and picked up Mu Xiangshan, who was chatting with an old friend. Mu Xiangshan's face was glowing as he chatted and ate. However, the moment he got into the car, he said, there's a girl from the Ji family who just came back from abroad. I think she's knowledgeable and generous. She even asked me about Chi-Chu. Yeah, our Chi-Chu is really popular. Musachu didn't say anything. Musilian was a little jealous. I really don't know what those girls like about him. Do they like that he doesn't talk or that he doesn't give them a good look? Musachu and Musilian's personalities were very different. Musachu didn't like to talk. Even when he rejected a girl's confession, he was very direct. On the other hand, Musilian was like a little white dragon in the waves, flirting here and there. Both of them had their hearts broken. Musachu's pain was at least gone for a period of time. Musilian was often called a jerk by girls. Even so, the one who was popular was definitely Musachu. Xiaofei rolled her eyes. After leaving the Ji family, she heaved a sigh of relief. She was afraid that Xiao Jin would be recognized, so she only said, can your personality be compared to your brother's? It's normal for people to like your brother if they don't like you. Musilian wasn't convinced. Don't the two of us look the same? Doesn't liking him mean that she likes me? Xiaofei, I'm not blind, I can tell. Mu Zhenming smiled as he watched the mother and son bicker with each other. In this harmonious atmosphere, Mu Xiangshan interrupted. How is it? I told you that the Ji couple doesn't look like Xiao Jin at all. They're definitely not Xiao Jin's biological parents. Just listen to her nonsense. As soon as he said this, everyone in the car fell silent. Mu Xiangshan said, if you want to find your biological parents, it's not like we can't help you find them. We're not that stupid. Xiaofei was agitated again. Dad, stop talking. Xiao Jin directly said, old man, you're thinking too much. Chai Yueli has already recognized me. Everyone, Xiaofei was shocked. You recognized me? She couldn't help but raise her voice. You recognized her? What's going on? Did she talk to you? Mu Zhenming also looked at Xiao Jin strangely. She really recognized you? Xiao Jin nodded. She doesn't dare to let the Ji family know. I bumped into her in the backyard of the Ji family. She even asked me how old I was. That was enough to make it clear. The car fell into dead silence. Mu Xiangshan knew that he had said something he shouldn't have, so he didn't say anything. Seeing them like this, Xiao Jin smiled. I already said that you don't have to worry about what she's going to do. She won't dare to expose my existence now. Just pretend that you don't know anything. Xiaofei grabbed Xiao Jin's arm. She really didn't do anything to you? Xiao Jin said calmly, I don't have a deep grudge with her. As long as I don't make any mistakes, she won't expose me. Just treat me as a stranger. There was no need for the Mu family to worry. If Chai Yueli was so impulsive, she wouldn't have become Ji Chiyue's wife. Back home, everyone went to shower and sleep with different thoughts. Xiaojin changed into his pajamas and sat in front of the computer. His shop was beeping. There was a new business. 1,000 yuan for fortune-telling was considered expensive on the website. It wasn't like he was crazy enough to spend 1,000 yuan for a fortune-telling. However, the client this time, Xiaojin curled his lips. Anonymous buyer XX, hello, I want to have my fortune told. Today, okay, what do you want? Please tell me. Anonymous buyer XX, my husband and I have been married for more than 3 years. When I came home recently, my husband kept asking me if we will be together forever. He loves me very much, I know. But he keeps saying that and it bothers me. I want you to help me read that my husband and I will definitely be together forever, right? As long as I get a positive answer, my husband won't ask anymore. Master Yao Zhu recommended me. She said that you are very accurate. Today, Master Yao Zhu recommended you, anonymous buyer XX, yes, I asked her for a fortune-telling. But she said that you are the best person for this kind of marriage. Xiaojin curled his lips. Today, your date of birth and your husband's date of birth. And their names. Anonymous buyer XX, Su Rong XXXXX. The other party quickly sent a message. Xiaojin frowned slightly as he deduced. The other party was in the capital. It was very close, but Master Yao Zhu was quite capable. She could tell that there was something wrong with this person, but she couldn't tell more. So she sent her to find Xiaojin. She probably wanted to test something. This customer must be in contact with Yao Zhu in private. Was she using this to test her? Today, how is your husband, anonymous buyer XX, pretty good. What's wrong? Today, no. Today, pretty good. You will be together forever. Anonymous buyer XX, really? That's great. I told you, we will definitely be together forever. Anonymous buyer XX, now I am relieved. Thank you, master. Most people would be angry if they were given such a perfunctory reply. Was it so easy to earn 1,000 yuan just to get an affirmative answer? However, this customer seemed to be very grateful to Xiaojin. Today, what did Master Yao Zhu predict for you? When the guest saw this message, he was stunned for a moment, and then he said, Yao Zhu Dashi said that my life is full of twists and turns, I cannot see it clearly. Anonymous buyer XX, I won't hide it from you. Can I show the results to Master Yao Zhu? Today, sure, up to you. After saying this, she got up and went to sleep. On Weibo, after Master Yao Zhu received the feedback from his customers, he angrily posted the results in the group chat. Yao Zhu, I can say the same thing. How can he be so irresponsible? Yao Zhu, I read this person's fate. His fate line is weird, so I didn't dare to look at it. I really thought he was some kind of master, but it turned out that he was just hyping it up. There's obviously something wrong with this fate line. He can't even see the basics, so how can he have the nerve to charge such a high price? The others, Yao Zhu, what did you calculate? Is there a big problem with this customer? Yao Zhu, it's hard to say. I might have to go offline to take a look. This customer is really strange. She lives in the capital, so it's quite close. Yao Zhu, humph, wait until I solve this problem. See if I don't report this scammer to the Industry and Commerce Bureau. Who cares who I report to? Does he have a conscience when he scams people? When she woke up in the morning, Xiaojin received a message from He Yao. He Yao sent her a picture. They had already picked up the little girl and were bringing her to the capital. He Yao, it's indeed the ability to distort space. The magnetic field around her will be chaotic. Her ability is strange. It should be a pure space ability. He Yao, this is a very rare ability. You've helped us a lot. When you come back, I'll treat you to a meal and tell you in detail. It was Jean. Jinyo, you're welcome. She wasn't the one who found this person, but Fan Jean. She had other things to do now. She went to school and didn't go home immediately after school in the afternoon. Instead, she told the driver not to pick her up for the time being because she had other things to do. Someone had been watching her. She set up a camouflage so that the person who was watching her would think that she followed the car home every day so that they wouldn't disturb her. She took a taxi to the north of the city, which was very far from where she went to school. This was a more remote area in another district of the capital. Most of the people living here were ordinary people, and there were many migrant workers. There were also many old houses and apartments left behind. This area was actually the first to be developed, but it was very early. Most of the buildings were decades old. The streets were narrower than usual, but in the capital, it was bustling. There were many people. Xiao Jin walked through a vegetable market. In order to avoid being too eye-catching, she was much more low-key today. Her hair was tied up, making her look fresh and refreshing. She wore a pair of big student glasses. She looked like a pure and harmless beautiful girl. She was still attractive and otherworldly, but she was also carrying a backpack. She looked like a middle school student, which made her look more low-key. She just looked fresh. She wouldn't attract attention if she appeared nearby. She came to a huge vegetable market. Amidst the hubbub of people, she bought a bag of apples from a fruit shop nearby and ate as she walked. Her calm gaze soon landed on a woman who was picking tomatoes in front of a vegetable stall. The woman was about 30 years old. Her hair was permed and only reached her shoulders. She wore glasses and no makeup. Her complexion looked a little bad. She was dressed in pajamas and came out to buy groceries. She was just an ordinary woman in the ordinary world. When she was picking tomatoes, even the owner of the vegetable stall recognized her. He smiled and said, "Su Rong, are you making tomato scrambled eggs for your husband again?" The woman named Su Rong raised her head and revealed a gentle smile. "Yes, he likes to eat these. This is the only dish I know how to make." The boss smiled and said, "I don't think your husband only likes this dish. It's because you know how to make this dish that he likes it. If you learn to make other dishes, maybe he will like it too?" Su Rong couldn't help but smile. The happiness in her eyes made people feel very happy. Xiao Jin just stared at her quietly. Su Rong picked out the tomatoes. They were all big, round, and red, and looked moist. She also bought some other vegetables. When she carried them home, she was still humming a tune. It was obvious that she was very happy. On the way home, many people greeted her. It could be seen that this woman named Su Rong had a good relationship with the surrounding neighbors. Everyone who greeted her had a kind smile, and she responded very happily. She was very happy. She didn't need to express it. One could tell just by looking at her. Xiao Jin followed behind her. She followed Su Rong to many places and finally stepped into an old apartment building. The apartment building was built decades ago. The property management was average, and anyone could enter. There were no elevators in the building. There were only a few floors, and they had to walk up. Perhaps she was too happy, but she didn't notice that there was a strange and beautiful girl behind her. The girl was so quiet that it was as if she didn't exist. However, when they were going upstairs, the girl noticed an advertisement outside the neighborhood. "Apartments are for sale in this building. Please consult XXXXX for details." She followed Su Rong upstairs. There were only the two of them in the corridor. Su Rong finally noticed that something was wrong. She turned around and saw Xiao Jin. She was surprised by the girl's fresh and beautiful appearance. However, she didn't remember anything about her. She hesitated. "Young lady, are you a new resident here?" Xiao Jin nodded. "I just moved in." "Hello." Su Rong remembered that her neighbor upstairs was selling his house. Perhaps he had already sold it. She smiled. "Hello, I'm Su Rong." Xiao Jin replied, "I'm Xiao Jin." Su Rong didn't question Xiao Jin's refusal to call her auntie. She just smiled and said, "Xiao Jin. Good name." Xiao Jin stepped forward and said, "My parents aren't home yet. I don't have the keys to the new house. Can I sit in your house for a while?" This was abrupt enough for a stranger. Su Rong only hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Okay." She even took out a tomato from the bag and handed it to Xiao Jin. "Do you want a tomato?" Xiao Jin reached out and took it. She didn't refuse. She took the tomato and stepped into Su Rong's happy little home with her. The house wasn't big. It was about 100 square meters, and the decorations were very warm. It was very clean inside, unlike the old neighborhood outside. When they entered the house, they smelled the fragrance of food. It was very, very fragrant. It was a smell that could only be made in a warm home. After entering, they saw the living room and dining table. It was covered with a small floral cloth. It was very clean. Su Rong smelled the fragrance and said happily, "Hubby, we have a little guest." Someone came out of the kitchen. He was an average-looking man, about 1.7 meters tall, not much taller than Xiao Jin. His face was somewhat delicate, like a teacher, but his face was a little pale, and he didn't look well. With a shy smile on his face, he said, "Hello." Xiao Jin said softly, "Hello." Su Rong walked to his side, took his arm, and said happily, "This is the new resident who moved in upstairs. She's still studying. Her name is Xiao Jin. Her parents haven't come home yet, and she doesn't have the key, so she came to our house to wait for a while." The man looked at Su Rong gently and smiled. "Of course, my food is ready. You can have a meal here." "Is it done?" Su Rong exclaimed, "Ah, the tomatoes I bought are back too. Wait, I'll make tomato scrambled eggs for you." She turned around and said naturally, "Xiao Jin, you should have dinner too. We can wait for your parents to come back." For a stranger, the couple seemed to be overly enthusiastic. But they could be touched by the happy atmosphere. Xiao Jin blinked. For a moment, there was a trace of hesitation in her heart. Looking at Su Rong's enthusiastic face, Xiao Jin nodded slowly in the end. "Okay. It was just a meal." Su Rong's husband was called Ming Chu. He was 31 years old and worked at a telecommunications company nearby. He was an ordinary employee who worked from 9 to 5. Su Rong was a primary school teacher and taught simple Chinese. Other than preparing for classes, she wasn't very busy. The two of them didn't have any children and lived in this small family. It was ordinary and warm. Their salary wasn't high, but they lived a happy and satisfied life. During dinner, Su Rong enthusiastically put food in Xiao Jin's bowl. From time to time, she would look at Ming Chu and smile. The two of them were like the happiest people in the world. Some public displays of affection would make you feel that it was hypocritical. Some public displays of affection didn't need to be shown, because people could feel their happiness and love at all times when they were together. It wasn't cloying, but it was happy enough. Obviously, Su Rong and Ming Chu were like that. After dinner, Xiao Jin wiped her mouth and thanked Su Rong and Ming Chu. Then, she said goodbye and left. Their neighbor upstairs had decided to sell the house and moved out long ago. She wouldn't be exposed. However, Xiao Jin didn't intend to continue with this lie. She returned home very late. Xiao Fei was shocked to see that Xiao Jin didn't come home very late. "Where did you go?" When she called, she only said that she was outside and didn't say where she was. Xiao Jin said, "I went to look for a house." "Xiao Fei," she stuttered, "you want to buy a house? You want to move out?" She raised her voice. "Xiao Jin, no, I want a house. Is Zhenming home?" Xiao Fei, she had a bad premonition. Mu Zhenming was obviously home. He even took the coffee cup downstairs and asked, "Where did you go?" Xiao Jin said directly, "Zhenming, I want to buy a house. Do you have 2 million yuan? I'll borrow it from you and return it to you." That house was sold for 2 million yuan. It was considered cheap in the imperial capital. The main thing was that it wasn't in the city center and was an old house. In a remote place, it couldn't be sold for a sky-high price. Mu Zhenming almost spat out the coffee in his mouth. "What kind of house do you want to buy for only 2 million? Just by hearing the word only, one could tell that a 2 million yuan house was nothing in his eyes. "It's a little far away. The housing there isn't very expensive." Xiao Jin said, "Something came up, so I need to borrow 2 million to buy a house." If she wanted to, she could get the money anytime, but for now, she might as well borrow it. Xiao Fei came forward and asked, "Where do you want to buy a house?" "Xiao Jin, Qingqing District." Mu Zhenming frowned. "Qingqing District is quite far away. Did you buy it so far away? The house might not have any investment value." Xiao Jin nodded. They wanted to ask Xiao Jin what he was going to do with the house, but Xiao Jin didn't say anything. In the end, Mu Zhenming still lent Xiao Jin 2 million. Xiao Fei wasn't worried that Xiao Jin would buy a house. She was worried that Xiao Jin would move out after buying the house. Xiao Jin wasn't going to move out. She just needed to do something. The house above Su Rong's house was sold for 2 million yuan. Xiao Jin bought the house the next day after she got the money. Now, she had a legitimate reason to go to Su Rong's house. Moreover, it was easy to get along with her. She didn't need to arouse suspicion. The house she bought had old furniture. She didn't plan to live in it, so she didn't care. Mu Zhenming went to check on the house and found that it was indeed very remote. There was nothing special about it. So, what was Xiao Jin's reason for buying it? No one knew the reason for this. The next day, she chose not to go home and went straight to Su Rong's house. Compared to yesterday, when she went upstairs, she saw an unfamiliar woman in Su Rong's house. The woman was dressed fashionably and exquisitely. Compared to Su Rong, she was a completely different person. She was wearing sunglasses and the jewelry on her wrists, neck, and ears were all branded. She stood in the house and looked around, frowning as if she was puzzled. Xiao Jin saw her when she passed by and called out, "Su Rong." Su Rong turned her head and saw Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin. The fashionably dressed woman also turned her head and was puzzled when she saw Xiao Jin. "This is? Master, this is the daughter of the neighbor upstairs. Her name is Xiao Jin." Su Rong looked at her cautiously. The fashionably dressed woman looked at Xiao Jin and was surprised by her appearance. Then, she didn't pay much attention to her. Xiao Jin immediately knew who she was. She was Master Yao Zhu. She didn't expect her to come to Su Rong's house. She glanced at it and went upstairs. Master Yao Zhu's real name was Yuan Wan. She came to check on Su Rong's house because she wanted to know what went wrong during her divination. She saw that Su Rong and Ming Chu's lifelines were very strange, but she didn't see any problems in their house. She looked at Ming Chu a few more times and felt that it didn't make sense. Su Rong and Ming Chu were so loving. Even she, who had no lack of suitors, was envious of the atmosphere. What was the problem? All of a sudden, she thought of Xiao Jin. It was rare for such a beautiful girl to live in a place like this. However, this thought only flashed through her mind. Before she left, she raised her head and looked upstairs. The door was closed, and there was no sound of movement. The house wasn't very soundproof. When Xiao Jin went upstairs, it was very quiet. Because she was upstairs, Xiao Jin could clearly hear Su Rong and Ming Chu's conversation. "Ming Chu, who is it?" "Su Rong, she's a master I met online." "Don't worry, she's just here to take a look." "Ming Chu, what can I see?" "Su Rong, didn't you always say that we can't be together forever? I'll find a master to take a look at it." "Are you relieved now?" "Ming Chu, don't worry," his voice became softer and softer. Xiao Jin only listened for a while, then opened the door and went back to the Mu family. Hearing that she borrowed money to buy a house, Mu Zillion was very shocked. "Why did you buy a house in such a remote place?" The Mu couple had asked this question countless times. This time, Xiao Jin gave a simple explanation. "Because I want to buy it." Mu Zillion, awesome. Xiao Fei said, "You came back so late because you went there? Isn't it too far? It'll take you 2 hours to go back and forth by subway." Xiao Jin came back late at night. Xiao Fei was a bit worried. "If you want to go there and take a look, I'll ask the driver to pick you up every day." Xiao Jin, "No need, I just want to go there and take a look." The driver was too high profile. Mu Zillion couldn't help but ask, "I heard from Dad that it's just an ordinary community. The environment is very messy. What are you going to do there?" Xiao Jin, "I've been a god for too long. I'm going to be immortal." Mu Zillion, shameless. Although Xiao Jin's reason was shameless, it was still a reason. She had always done things as she pleased, and the Mu family had learned a thing or two about it over the past month. That night, they discussed this matter behind Xiao Jin's back, even though Xiao Jin could hear them. Xiao Fei couldn't help but say, 2 million for such a remote place? That's a little willful. Mu Zhenming comforted him. "It's fine. It's just 2 million. As long as the child is happy." Although Qiao Jin was borrowing the money, he couldn't let Qiao Jin return it. Mu Zilian said, "Dad, this isn't your attitude when I ask you for pocket money." Mu Zhenming sneered. "Qiao Jin really bought a house with the money. When you asked me for money, you said that you were drinking in the bar when you went for tuition. Also, this is the first time your sister asked me for money in a long time. She said that she would return it if she borrowed it. She has never taken the initiative to ask for pocket money, but when you ask for money, you want to eat 3 meals a day." There were many similar incidents, and Mu Zhenming found Mu Qilian, this disappointing thing, to be an eyesore. Mu Zilian choked. Mu Xianxia said leisurely, "Why humiliate yourself?" Mu Zilian was speechless. Was this family still okay? Speaking of which, after discussing Qiao Jin's intention to buy a house, Qiao Fei still couldn't figure it out. Qiao Fei could only say that she would go over the next day. But what could she see from it? When she went over, she bumped into Su Rong, who was returning home. Su Rong saw a woman in expensive clothes walking upstairs Qiao Jin's house. She instinctively asked, "Are you Qiao Jin's mother?" Qiao Fei was stunned for a moment. When she saw Su Rong, she nodded and said, "Yes." Su Rong immediately smiled and said, "Qiao Jin said that his parents bought a house here. I only saw you 2 days ago. Are you busy with work?" Qiao Fei, yes, we're busy, so we don't come over often." It was a fact that Qiao Jin had bought a house, and Qiao Fei didn't say much about it. When she went out in the morning, she asked Qiao Jin for the key. When she entered the room, she did not see anything special. It was even dusty because no one had lived in it for too long. Qiao Fei frowned, but he couldn't see anything wrong with it. He even asked a cleaning lady to clean the house. In any case, Qiao Jin had to come over. This thick layer of dust was not good for the body. This child didn't even know how to get someone to clean up. She really didn't care about these things at all. She watched as the housekeeper cleaned the house and went out to get some new furniture for Qiao Jin. It was still a little troublesome to get the other large pieces of furniture. After a busy day, the house finally looked decent. He hoped that he could give Qiao Jin a surprise. But tonight, she planned to go back with Qiao Jin. She knew that Qiao Jin would come. After school, Qiao Jin came over as expected. She wasn't surprised to see Qiao Fei. When Qiao Fei asked for the key this morning, she knew that Qiao Fei would come. She raised her eyebrows slightly when she saw that the house had changed a lot. Qiao Fei said as if he was presenting a treasure, "Look, you didn't renovate the house properly after buying it. The location is a little remote, but it will look good after cleaning. Mom also changed some of the furniture for you. If you like it in the future, you can come and live here." However, Qiao Fei couldn't find anything good about the environment. The property management was not good, and the environment was really average. The house was surrounded by the market and other residential buildings, and the house was not soundproof. He really didn't know why his daughter bought this place. She had money to build as much as she wanted. Qiao Fei thought resentfully. Anyway, it was her father's house. When they went downstairs, Qiao Fei and Qiao Jin saw Su Rong and Ming Chu coming out to buy groceries hand in hand. The couple looked so sweet. When they saw Qiao Jin, they took the initiative to greet him, especially Su Rong. "Qiao Jin, your mother is so beautiful. She's as beautiful as you." Qiao Fei was happy to be praised. When she saw Ming Chu smiling shyly at them, she asked, "Is this your husband?" Su Rong nodded, "His name is Ming Chu." Ming Chu nodded to them, "Nice to meet you." After chatting for a while, Ming Chu and Su Rong said goodbye to Qiao Jin and Su Rong as they were going to the supermarket. After they left, even Qiao Fei said, "They are so close. They look so happy." She was not envious, but sighed with emotion. Qiao Jin suddenly looked at Qiao Fei and smiled, "Look?" Qiao Fei was stunned. She didn't know what she meant. She just said, "Yes, they are happy." There are not many people who can see such a sweet couple. When they went out of the community, they bumped into Yuan Yuan, who came to deal with the matter. Qiao Fei glanced at Yuan Yuan and whispered to Qiao Jin, "I didn't expect there to be so many beautiful women living here." She only saw Yuan Yuan, but she said there were many beautiful women living here. Qiao Jin smiled and didn't say anything. She went back with Qiao Fei. Xiaofei realized that Xiao Jin didn't show much curiosity about the place along the way. She couldn't help but ask, "Why did you buy it there?" "I don't see anything special about it. I have my reasons." Xiaofei didn't know how to ask. Alas, his daughter's rebellious phase really hurt his money. When Yuan Yuan knocked on the door, she found that Su Rong and Ming Chu weren't there. She was a little annoyed. She couldn't see anything wrong with Su Rong, but she was confident in her divination skills. She even asked a few people in the same profession to do the math. Basically, those with real skills all said that there was something wrong with Su Rong's lifeline. But they couldn't tell what the problem was. This was too inconceivable. Yuan Yuan walked out after making a phone call. "Yes, they're just an ordinary couple. There's nothing wrong with them at all. No, they don't have any special interactions. I've been watching them for 2 days. The couple is either at work or at home every day. That's why it's strange. No matter how I look at her lifeline, I feel that there's something wrong with it." Her husband. "Sigh, maybe I'm wrong. They're a happy couple. If I come here often, I won't be able to find an excuse." When he returned home that night, Xiaofei told Mu Zhenming and the others what he had seen. She had said that there was nothing special about it. She still did not understand why Xiao Jin bought the house here. What they didn't know was that Xiao Jin was chatting with Song Yanqing upstairs. Song Yanqing took the initiative to reveal that he knew that Xiao Jin bought a house. "Song Yanqing, I heard that you bought a house in Qingqing district." "Jin Jinyou, yes. It's little Jin Jin, you know." "Song Yanqing, Zai will tell me about you." He didn't deny it directly. At least he clearly told Xiao Jin that he was paying attention to her. Xiao Jin didn't care. He continued to reply, "I'm thinking about something." "Song Yanqing, what's the matter?" Xiao Jin hesitated and then told Song Yanqing his thoughts. "It's little Jin Jinyou, perhaps you've encountered a troublesome matter." "Troublesome?" Song Yanqing found it interesting. How rare was it for Xiao Jin to find it troublesome? His eyes showed interest. Recently, when he chatted with Xiao Jin, his typing speed had increased a little. "Song Yanqing, mind telling me? Maybe I can give you an idea." "Powerful kid, I want to tell you, but I don't really understand what's going on. I just want to know if I should break this illusion." Song Yanqing, illusion? Powerful kid, there's not much time left. I'll tell you when the time comes. Song Yanqing expressed that he understood and didn't reply again. Xiao Jin didn't say it clearly, so he didn't know what was going on. But he could feel that she seemed to be conflicted. During this period of time, if something could make her feel conflicted, it must be very troublesome. Where did this kind of trouble come from? Song Yanqing found it interesting. Could it be related to the house she bought? He quickly thought of this and asked a heir to find out about the house. The exam was getting closer and closer, but she wasn't worried. She still went to the residential area in Qingqing district every day. If she didn't go home every day, Xiaofei would have suspected that she really planned to live in Qingqing district. What kind of magic was there? Xiao Jin came every day to see Su Rong and Ming Chu. She wanted to see how happy they were every day. The people around them all had good comments about them. Their appearance wasn't considered ordinary in the big wide world, but it was rare to see a sweet couple. The blissful atmosphere they exuded was too rare in this impetuous era. A few days later, a policeman came to the door. That day, Xiao Jin felt something. When she came over after school, she opened the door and saw a male policeman in uniform knocking on the door downstairs. He was knocking on Su Rong's door. The door opened. It was Su Rong who opened the door. Xiao Jin couldn't see Su Rong's face, but he could hear Su Rong's surprised voice. "Mr. Policeman? What's the matter? Are you Miss Su Rong?" There was a hint of seriousness in the policeman's voice. "Our police station notified you last month." "Why did you?" Before she could finish, Ming Chu's voice came from the other side of the door. "Honey, what's wrong?" "Who is it?" When Ming Chu walked to the door, the male police officer swallowed his words. He stared at Ming Chu with wide eyes. He looked at Su Rong and then back at Ming Chu, as if he was trying his best to swallow. After a while, he said in a trembling voice, "Miss Su, this is Mr. Ming?" Su Rong seemed a little confused. Yes, what's wrong? Ming Chu's voice was still as shy as before. Mr. Policeman, may I ask what happened? Xiao Jin heard the policeman's voice tremble. No. No, you're Mr. Ming Chu? Have you been at home for a month? Ming Chu replied gently, of course, I've always been with my wife. Is there a problem? No. Everything's fine now. The policeman's voice trembled, but he didn't dare to speak. It could be said that he left in a fluster. A policeman wouldn't panic to such an extent. There must have been something shocking. When Xiao Jin saw the policeman leave, he followed him downstairs. When Su Rong and Ming Chu saw the policeman leave, they naturally closed the door. They didn't see Xiao Jin, who had chased after them. When the policeman came downstairs, he saw a police car parked downstairs. When he saw his colleague in the car, he sweated profusely. I saw a ghost. The colleague immediately said, don't talk nonsense. We are the police. The male policeman was flustered. Really, I saw Ming Chu upstairs. Pfft, the other colleague almost choked on his saliva. You saw Ming Chu? How is that possible? Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Jin ran down from upstairs and shouted, Mr. Policeman. The two policemen looked over and were surprised to see a beautiful girl like Xiao Jin. The policeman quickly calmed himself down, even though his back was drenched in cold sweat. Unexpectedly, Xiao Jin asked, Mr. Policeman, why are you looking for Su Rong and Ming Chu? At this moment, Yuan Wan also came over. She saw the policeman and Xiao Jin downstairs and walked over. She was about to go upstairs when she heard the policeman say, Little girl, do you live here? Tell me, did you see Su Rong and Ming Chu together? Hearing Su Rong and Ming Chu's names, Yuan Wan suddenly stood on the spot. She looked over with a little surprise. Xiao Jin answered straightforwardly, yes. I just moved here not long ago, but Su Rong and Ming Chu are both good people. They are very happy. The two policemen looked at each other and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. The policeman in the car also came down and looked at Xiao Jin seriously. He asked again, are you sure? Xiao Jin nodded and looked a little confused. Of course, what's the matter? Everyone in the neighborhood knows about it. The two policemen's faces turned pale in broad daylight. The one who asked the question swallowed. Maybe, they are twins? Or maybe you saw wrongly? The other one directly denied it. How is that possible? The DNA test has been done. Besides, how could I see wrongly? Ming Chu and Su Rong are indeed husband and wife. Hearing this, Yuan Wan realized that something was wrong. She quickly came forward and asked, Hello, Mr. Policeman, I would like to ask what happened to Su Rong and Ming Chu? I'm their friend. Is there anything wrong? The policeman glanced at Xiao Jin and Yuan Wan and realized that there was something fishy about this matter. They couldn't let the two innocent people know about it, so they immediately said, No, we just came to inquire about some trivial matters. Although the two of them said that, they quickly drove back to the police station. This matter was no small matter. In fact, it had become somewhat strange. Yuan Wan was a little puzzled when she saw the police drive away. When she saw that Xiao Jin was also standing there, she smiled and looked at Xiao Jin. Beautiful lady, can you tell me why the police are looking for Mr. Ming Chu and Miss Su Rong? Xiao Jin shook his head blankly. I don't know. Yuan Wan suddenly felt helpless. However, she had already begun to suspect that the police wouldn't come looking for Ming Chu and Su Rong for no reason. Could it be that something had happened to them? Yuan Wan suddenly realized that perhaps there was a breakthrough in the area that she had always felt was not right. So what exactly happened that made the police come looking for Su Rong and Ming Chu? Usually, this kind of thing only happened when someone committed a crime. Thinking of this, Yuan Wan immediately ran upstairs. Xiao Jin stood in the same place. He lowered his head and looked at his fingertips. She seemed to be thinking about something for a long time. Then, she sighed silently. There wasn't much time left. The Qingqing District Police Station received a rather ridiculous investigation. A month ago, a man named Ming Chu fell off a cliff and died at the bottom of the mountain. The police found his body and tested his DNA. All the identification information showed that he was Ming Chu. He was 31 years old and used to be a programmer in a company. He had a virtuous and kind wife, Su Rong. They were very loving and had gone through many hardships together. Su Rong's parents died early. Ming Chu's biological parents had many children at home, so they didn't care much about Ming Chu, who didn't listen to their advice and married an ordinary girl, Su Rong. That was not the point. The point was that when the police asked Su Rong to come and claim the body, Su Rong didn't admit that it was her husband. The police thought that she was upset, so they could only ask Ming Chu's family to come and claim the body back to the funeral home. Then Su Rong suddenly disappeared. Because of her sudden disappearance and an accidental fall off a cliff, the police didn't notice anything strange for a long time. Until Ming Chu's family said that they couldn't contact Su Rong, they suspected that Ming Chu's death was not an accident and had something to do with Su Rong. The police didn't think it was possible. After their investigation, they found that Su Rong and Ming Chu were very loving. There was no hostility between them. On the day Ming Chu went to the mountain, Su Rong was in school. However, it was hard to explain Su Rong's sudden disappearance. They spent a few days investigating Su Rong's whereabouts. It turned out that she didn't disappear. She just went back to an old house that her parents left for her in the capital. According to the information, she hadn't been back for more than 10 years. The police came to check as usual, but they didn't expect to find such shocking news. Ming Chu didn't die. They clearly saw that Ming Chu was still alive. But how could it be? At that time, the DNA test showed that the body wasn't unrecognizable. It was exactly the same as Ming Chu's photo. Even Ming Chu's family had claimed it. How could Ming Chu still be alive? They then quickly carried out the investigation and were shocked to find that Su Rong had brought Ming Chu here a month ago. The neighbors all said that the young couple was very loving and would be together wherever they went. Every day, Ming Chu came back from work and cooked for her. Su Rong didn't go to work and only went out to buy vegetables occasionally. Everyone in the neighborhood praised him. Even the women were jealous that Su Rong had found such a good husband. Even if Ming Chu wasn't very outstanding, he couldn't hide the love in his eyes for Su Rong. A person that many people knew to be dead was still alive. The police in Xianxia district also called Ming Chu's family to confirm. Ming Chu's family was even more shocked than them. How is this possible? Are you kidding me? When my son died, I saw it with my own eyes. It was my son. You've already tested the DNA, and the forensic report is out. Now you're telling us that Ming Chu is still alive? Then who did we burn? The police were also at a loss. That's right, who was the one who was burned? If he was careless, could it be that he had mistaken the person who had fallen to his death? This was a huge mistake. It was possible that they did not investigate clearly. This was a rather serious mistake. The police hurriedly restarted the investigation, but for Xiao Jin, this was something that happened within a day or two. Yuan Yuan also found out about Ming Chu's death. The moment she saw it, her face turned pale. She finally knew what was wrong. The lifeline she had been looking at all this time was the lifeline that was wrong. Ming Chu had died long ago. She didn't know what she was looking at. She only had a little divination ability. She didn't expect to encounter such an outrageous thing. Through the lifeline, she could conclude that the real Ming Chu was dead. Then who was this man who looked exactly like Ming Chu? Was he Ming Chu's twin brother? No, according to the information network, Ming Chu was Ming Chu himself. Yuan Yuan was suddenly confused. If so, did Su Rong know that the real Ming Chu was dead? According to the information, the police had informed Su Rong that Ming Chu was dead. If Su Rong didn't know, if she didn't know, why did she move? Yuan Yuan suddenly thought of something that others didn't expect. She even planned to investigate Su Rong and Ming Chu on the internet that day. This was a very bold decision because at home, she had heard from the older generation that there were actually many unknown things in this world. It was already a blessing from the heavens for them to be able to grasp divination. There were also some people who had unimaginable abilities. Then, did Ming Chu come back from the dead? How did he do it? Su Rong and Ming Chu went to bed very early every night. Yuan Yuan knew that it was wrong for her to sneak in. She even stole the key to their house to investigate. God knew why she, a master of divination, would do such a thing. It was probably because she was too curious. She couldn't help it. she quietly opened the door. The house was very quiet. Fortunately, the bedroom door wasn't closed. She first looked around the living room quietly, but she didn't find any traces. Standing at the door, through the dim moonlight outside, she saw that there was only Su Rong lying on the small bed. Where was Ming Chu? Yuan Wan suddenly sweated. If there was only Su Rong lying on the bed, didn't that mean that Ming Chu didn't sleep? She suddenly thought of something terrible. Her hair stood on end and she looked around. The room was cold and cheerless. There was no movement. She trembled as she prepared to leave. Who knew that a slight noise would wake Su Rong up? Who is it? She turned over and sat up. She was wearing white pajamas. She turned on the table lamp and saw Yuan Wan at the bedroom door. She was shocked. Master, what are you doing here? She frowned. Did you sneak in? Yuan Wan didn't know how she could remain rational at this moment. She couldn't even maintain the demeanor of a master. She just asked, where is Ming Chu? Her words seemed to have reminded Su Rong of something. She turned her head and saw a scene that she would never forget. Next to Su Rong, a figure gradually turned from transparent to solid. It was like a scene from a movie. It was like a fantasy. The person who appeared was Ming Chu. He seemed to be lying on the bed. He opened his eyes and looked like he had just woken up. He rubbed his eyes and sat up. Rong, what's wrong? Su Rong immediately revealed a gentle smile. Did I wake you up? She leaned over and allowed Ming Chu to embrace her, as if she didn't realize how Ming Chu had appeared just now. A scream was stuck in her throat. Yuan Wan was almost scared out of her wits. An inexplicable force blocked her mouth, preventing her from screaming. Then, a gust of wind blew and swept Yuan Wan away. The door of the bedroom slowly closed. Yuan Wan was dragged to the staircase. With a click, the door that she had secretly opened closed automatically. She stood at the staircase, facing the dim yellow light, still in shock. Cold sweat dripped down her forehead. Xiao Jin stood upstairs with a faint smile. What did you see? The sudden voice made Yuan Wan shiver again. She ran down the stairs subconsciously, but when she looked up, she saw Xiao Jin. Yuan Wan was still in shock and didn't know how to describe the situation in front of her. She seemed to have been swept out by an inexplicable force just now. She was probably crazy. What she saw tonight was even more ridiculous than her divination. Su Rong. Ming Chu, she trembled and didn't know what nonsense she was talking about. Xiao Jin chuckled. You dare to barge in without any ability. You're really brave. You should be glad that she didn't hurt anyone. Yuan Wan's pupils shrank. She looked at Xiao Jin. Who are you? Xiao Jin, you don't need to know who I am. Go back. Don't tell anyone about what happened today. Yuan Wan almost screamed, but she restrained herself and only said in a panic, do you know what she is? What? Xiao Jin raised his eyebrows slightly. You use such words to describe your customer? Yuan Wan's face suddenly turned pale. I've never seen such, there are many things you haven't seen. Xiao Jin laughed. You can predict that she has some problems. You're quite capable, but unfortunately, that's all you have. If Yuan Wan was said like this in normal times, she would have refuted in anger. But now, her face kept changing between green and red, and she couldn't say a word. She calmed her breathing and said after a while, are you in the same profession? Xiao Jin, I'm not in the same profession. Leave. I said, don't tell anyone about what happened today. You can't do anything about it. Yuan Wan was scared. But won't they hurt others? She's been here for a month. Who have you seen her hurt? Xiao Jin glanced at Yuan Wan, if you say a few more words, you won't be leaving today. Yuan Wan was so frightened that she ran away in a panic. Although she did not know who Xiao Jin was, his words made her realize that she had come into contact with an existence that was not to be trifled with. The ancestor was right. There were things in this world that she couldn't understand. Now, it was already good enough that she could keep her life. After she left in a panic, Xiao Jin pinched his chin. As soon as she saw Yuan Wan, she knew that she was going to ruin things. So he found an excuse to sleep here tonight. Yuan Wan saw the truth. Ming Chu was no longer Ming Chu, but what was he now? This was an existence that even Xiao Jin found inconceivable, and it was also her first time seeing it. It wasn't dangerous. Instead, it was rather shocking. She was so surprised that even she hesitated. She returned to her room. There were still a few days left, so there was no hurry. Yuan Wan, who was downstairs, left the neighborhood. She was almost crawling and rolling. For the time being, she didn't know who Su Rong and Ming Chu were, but she definitely didn't dare to come. And that girl? Who was that girl? What did she know? Was she the one who made the gust of wind that swept her out? She left the place in a panic. In the night, there were also figures shuttling back and forth between the roofs. The next day, Xiao Jin asked for a leave of absence from school. She saw Su Rong going out with Ming Chu as usual. Because the police had been visiting and investigating these days, people looked at them strangely. But they didn't find anything, and a neighbor reminded Su Rong. Su Rong just smiled and didn't take it seriously. She held Ming Chu's hand and walked down the street. Not far away, an old couple happened to be looking at them. Their eyes were full of horror. They looked at Su Rong and Ming Chu in disbelief. In broad daylight, they trembled as if they had seen ghosts. The old woman seemed to be unable to bear the shock. She rolled her eyes and fainted. Next to them, there were two hidden police officers. That's Ming Chu. That's Ming Chu. After waking up, the old woman cried and explained to the police officers, but I saw my son's body being burned with my own eyes. How could he still be alive? How could he still be alive? The police officers also felt that this matter was unimaginable. At this time, they received an order. This matter was handed over to a special organization. There was no need for the police to investigate further. Although they didn't know what the special organization was, they still followed the order and retreated. Later, a few men and women in coats came to the hospital. They looked very cool. "Granny, we have something to do now. Please come with us to Su Rong's house to investigate Ming Chu, okay?" He Yao asked politely. They actually didn't understand why such a matter was handed over to them. Based on the information, they felt that the most likely possibility was that the police didn't investigate clearly and the person who was burned to death might be another tourist who had lost his footing. Ming Chu didn't die. But later, when they looked at the information carefully, they found that many things were wrong. However, this matter was strange from the beginning to the end. They could only deal with this matter to see if Ming Chu was a spiritual psyche master. The newly brought little spiritual psyche master was also brought back by them. She looked at all this curiously. She was wearing new clothes and biting a piece of bread. Her hair was braided and she was held by the tallest Chowie Kai. The old couple was actually a little scared because they saw their son's body being burned with their own eyes. They really didn't know what this Ming Chu, who was still alive, was. The older generation had a strong idea that he might be a strange existence. They carefully followed He Yao's group to Su Rong's house. In the end, he saw Xiao Jin. He Yao's heart skipped a beat when she saw Xiao Jin here. Ishuadai didn't come to class today. Chowie Kai and Hua Yanming, who were behind her, saw her. They looked at each other and realized that she was probably a spiritual reader. Otherwise, Xiao Jin would not have appeared here. However, Xiao Jin's appearance here meant that he might be a demonized spiritualist. What made He Yao stiffen was that the people who were monitoring the spirit group clearly said that Xiao Jin was at home. He was at home. How did they do that? Since Xiao Jin had chosen to show himself, he had no intention of hiding from He Yao. When He Yao saw Xiao Jin, she went up to him and asked, "Xiao Jin, why are you here?" Xiao Jin smiled. "I bought a house here. I live here." He Yao? The spirit group was useless. For so long, their reports were that Xiao Jin was at home. In the end, he had bought a house here, but they were still at home. Although they knew that they couldn't monitor Xiao Jin, they were still shocked that he was so weak. Obviously, his previous whereabouts, obviously, they couldn't be taken seriously. He Yao didn't know how Xiao Jin did it, but she knew that he had done it. She stood there and He Yao even sent a message to the spirit group to ask for Xiao Jin's address. Spies, he's still at home. I heard that he took a day off and didn't go to school. He probably caught a cold. Yao, you guys are really a bunch of little geniuses. Even Xianxia, who didn't like Xiao Jin, twitched his mouth when he saw the replies in the group. He looked at Xiao Jin and didn't know what to say. Seeing Yao with the old couple, Xiao Jin chuckled. I didn't expect you guys to handle this. Is there no one else in the spirit group? Yao's face stiffened. We just came back. The other groups have other things to do. There were so many strange situations that the spirit group couldn't handle it all. Since Yao's group came back, the spirit group transferred this matter to them. Xiao Jin glanced at the old couple. Yao asked them to take the old couple upstairs to check on the situation. She then chatted with Xiao Jin for a while. The little girl in Xiao Kai's arms looked at Xiao Jin curiously before they left. After they left, Xiao Jin asked, Is the little girl yours? Yao nodded. I have to thank you for this. Xiao Jin, you don't have to thank me. Train her well. She's a good seedling. Yao felt that the little girl was honored to be praised as a good seedling. She thought for a moment and said, her surname is Lan. The people in her family want to save trouble, so we changed the name of her orchid. She is now called Lan Xiaoni. Xiao Jin. I don't think this name is better than Lan Xiaoni. Yao blushed. I think it's better than Lan Xiaoni. Xiao Jin glanced at her. You gave her the name? Yao, she was almost 30 years old. She didn't expect to feel embarrassed in front of a little girl like Xiao Jin. It was too embarrassing. Xiao Jin smiled. Yao's face turned even redder. She could only change the topic. What's the situation? Resurrected from the dead, a demonized spiritual reader? Xiao Jin paused and then said softly, It's not a resurrection from the dead, nor is it a demonized spiritual reader. I don't want you to interfere in this matter. Yao was stunned. A spiritual reader? Xiao Jin said, sort of, but not entirely. Her ability is useless against you. She didn't point out who was the real spiritual reader between Su Rong and Ming Chu. Yao didn't understand. Since Xiao Jin didn't want them to interfere in this matter, she would do as she was told. As long as he was sure that Su Rong and Ming Chu would be fine, he wouldn't care. Just like other spiritual readers, he just needed to monitor them. However, she was still curious about how Lan Xiaoni did it. Everyone knew that Ming Chu was dead. If Ming Chu wasn't dead, who was the one who was cremated, Yao couldn't stay downstairs for too long. She went upstairs first and saw the tense atmosphere in the room. Who did you say died? Who died? Ming Chu is standing here. He's not dead. Compared to Su Rong's usual happiness and gentleness, Lan Xiaoni seemed to have been angered. As she got angry, even Ming Chu looked at this group of people with hostility. Ming Chu's parents were shocked. Now that they looked at Ming Chu up close, they realized how scary it was. Ming Chu was still alive. He was really still alive. This was their Ming Chu. His appearance and temperament were exactly the same as before. Even the ecology and the slightest movements were like that. They couldn't believe it. Ming Chu's mother cried, Son, I'm your mother. Ming Chu was a little angry, Of course I know you're my mother. But why did you come to disturb me and Rong Rong? Ming Chu's mother was shocked, Disturb, you? Ming Chu continued, I'm living happily with Rong Rong now. You came to my house and said I was dead. Are you kidding me? If I were dead, would I still be standing here? Indeed, the people from the spirit team looked at him as if he was alive. Did the police make a mistake? Ming Chu's father seemed to realize that his son was still alive. He was a little angry. If you're still alive, why didn't you call home? Why did you let your wife mess around and leave home with her for so long? You've grown up, haven't you? Ming Chu replied coldly, If I didn't leave, what would you say about her? You didn't like her in the past. I wanted to live with Rong Rong in a place where no one would disturb us. Is that wrong? Ming Chu's father was furious, You. This was obviously a spiritual psyche master incident. However, Xianxia and the others couldn't see anything wrong with Ming Chu and Su Rong. They even used a detector to check, but there was no reaction. Then why did Xiao Jin appear here, At this moment, Lan Xiaoni, who had finished eating bread, was being held by Chow Kai. She suddenly reached out as if she wanted to touch Ming Chu. Su Rong's expression changed and she pulled Ming Chu away. Ming Chu took 2 steps back. Naturally, Lan Xiaoni didn't touch him. Her expression was a little confused. This scene didn't escape the other's eyes. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Why don't you dare to let Xiaoni touch him? Lan Xiaoni had spatial abilities. Was there something wrong with Ming Chu? Su Rong reacted quickly. Don't touch my husband. This child is still young. If he gets hurt, I can't bear the consequences. Xianxia and the others knew that this was not the reason. At this moment, Yao stepped forward and said, forget it. She looked at Ming Chu and Su Rong and said, we're sorry for disturbing you. We'll leave now, but can your parents stay here? She then winked at the members of the spirit group. Chow Kai and the others knew that Yao had made up her mind. Just as they were about to retreat, Ming Chu's father flung his sleeves furiously. Humph, if you don't like us here, we won't stay here either. When your mother received the news of your death, she cried and went to the hospital several times. You unfilial son, you actually hid here and lied to your parents with your wife who doesn't know how to care for her in-laws. After saying that, he pulled his wife away. Hearing this, Ming Chu didn't react, but a trace of pain flashed through Su Rong's eyes. Yao noticed this, but she didn't say anything. She only told the members of the spirit group to leave as soon as possible. Don't disturb them. With a bang, the door slammed shut. Su Rong fell to the ground and tears gushed out. Ming Chu lowered his head and looked at her. His eyes were calm at the moment. When they went downstairs, Xianxia couldn't help but complain, did the spirit group make a mistake? She didn't have the aura of a spiritual reader. Hua Yanming said, something is wrong. She doesn't dare to let Xiaoni touch him. Yao said, maybe she just doesn't want anyone to touch her husband. She even lied to her in-laws, let alone strangers. Chow Kai let out a long sigh. Xiao Jin was gone. Yao took them away. Although they didn't find anything wrong, they still had to observe for a while. They also had to monitor Xiao Jin. Xianxia angrily sent a message in the group. Team 3 Xianxia, you want to monitor him? Do you know where Xiao Jin is now, monitoring team? Is he not at home? Team 3 Xianxia, he ran to Qingqing district and you still say he's at home? I don't know what your eyes are like, monitoring team, I can clearly see that he's at home, team leader? Team 4 Xianxia, ha ha ha, so ridiculous. Team 7 I play Yasuo, is the monitoring team so weak now? How could they make such a big mistake? These few words disturbed the spirit group. Those monitoring Xiao Jin would probably start to doubt their lives. Xiao Jin went upstairs after they left. She gave it a gentle push and the door opened. Inside the room, Su Rong was squatting on the ground, crying in despair. She said over and over again, no, really. He's still alive, Ming Chu is still alive. Ah, he's clearly, by my side. Her cries were heart-wrenching and filled with despair. Ming Chu just stood there and looked at Su Rong calmly. It was different from Xiao Jin's calmness. It was a kind of calmness that didn't have any desires. It was as if he didn't have any human emotions. If he didn't move, he would look like a puppet. When Su Rong looked up with tears in her eyes, Ming Chu's heart ached. He lowered his head and hugged Su Rong. Rong, don't cry. I'm right by your side. I'm really by your side, over and over again, he repeated it tirelessly. Xiao Jin pulled a piece of paper from the table, squatted down, and handed it to Su Rong. Su Rong did not respond for a long time. She cried for a long time, so long that the sky outside turned dark. Ming Chu kept hugging her and repeating those words. His voice was not hoarse, and his tone was still the same, as if he really felt sorry for Su Rong. Neither of them seemed to have noticed that Xiao Jin was at home. After a while, Su Rong finally raised her head slowly and looked at Xiao Jin with a hollow look in her eyes when she was almost burping from crying. Xiao Jin sat by the stool. Seeing that she had stopped crying, he took out a tissue and handed it to her. Su Rong took it and said in a hoarse voice, "Thank you." Ming Chu also said, "Thank you." Xiao Jin said, "You're welcome." Su Rong wiped her tears and stood up with red eyes. She smiled at Xiao Jin and said, "I've let you see a joke." It's just that they went too far. How could they come to my door and say that Ming Chu is dead? Ming Chu is clearly by my side. After saying that, she tilted her head slightly. Ming Chu pulled her into his arms and she smiled in relief and happiness. Xiao Jin just looked at this scene indifferently. When Su Rong's emotions had completely calmed down, he said softly, "You always knew, didn't you? You always knew that he was fake. Maintaining his existence consumed a lot of your energy. You were getting weaker and weaker. You felt it too." Su Rong's smile gradually disappeared. She said, "I don't know what you're talking about." Xiao Jin stood up. "You know." She stood up and told Su Rong about the past without hesitation. "In 10,000 years, you're the only one I've seen who can gather the spirits of the dead and make them real. You're also a wizard. Your ability is to bring your husband back." Su Rong's face was wooden, as if she didn't know what Xiao Jin was talking about. Xiao Jin turned around and looked at everything in the room. "Actually, you already knew. That he was dead. When you received the news, you were in despair and collapsed. He was your only hope. When he died, you didn't want to live anymore. You were really in love. Everything was like what you remembered. You were very happy, I know. So when you saw him appear again, you were overjoyed. You thought it was a miracle. But you know that he's still fake. You can let him see people, but you can't let him become real. When you sleep, he will disappear, and no one will hug you to sleep. But when you wake up, he will reappear in your heart. You're just desperate, not stupid. A drowning person will grasp at the last straw, so you don't want all of this to disappear. But everything is fair. You'll lose everything if you get it. You can't hold on any longer. Your body is getting weaker and weaker. You can't maintain the energy he needs to exist. You know that." After saying all this, she turned to look at Su Rong again. Her face was pale. Just as Xiao Jin said, she couldn't hold on any longer. The death aura in her eyes was increasing bit by bit. Xiao Jin looked at her and reached out to her. "I'm very surprised by you. You've done something that almost no one can do. As long as you want to live, I can save you. It's not too late." Su Rong stared at Xiao Jin's outstretched hand. The young girl's palm was so white, her face so exquisite and ethereal. Her temperament was like the savior of the world. She really was like a compassionate god. As long as he reached out to her, he would be saved. Su Rong looked at her outstretched hand and suddenly laughed. That laughter was very soft and did not have any meaning behind it. It was just that he found it funny. She said, "Have you never been in love before? Or perhaps, you have never enjoyed the taste of love?" Xiao Jin retracted his hand and narrowed his eyes. "I don't really need that kind of thing." Su Rong leaned into Ming Chu's arms and smiled faintly at her. Her entire body was radiating with happiness. "You're very beautiful and very elegant. I know you're not an ordinary person." She knew it the first time they met. She did not refuse. She saw that Xiao Jin's body was emitting an intense light. A person with darkness in his heart would never let others see light in him. Su Rong said quietly, "If you are willing, there will be a lot of people who will fall in love with you, and there will be countless people who will pursue you. But if you are not willing, no one can let you enjoy that feeling. A person's life is so short. You don't even know if there will be a next life. Even if there is, perhaps you will become another person and have no memories. Such a short life. Naturally, you have to pursue something meaningful. Love is something that many people pursue, but they may not get it in their lifetime. You don't understand how difficult it is to have someone you love and someone who truly loves you." Su Rong and Ming Chu met during their university days. At that time, Su Rong's parents had passed away early, and she was just an ordinary girl. Ming Chu was her senior, and they met through a volunteer program. At that time, Ming Chu was still very outstanding. He could have been admitted to a better school and carried out his brilliant life as a postgraduate and doctoral student, but he gave up all of this for Su Rong. At that time, Su Rong couldn't believe all of this. Since she was young, she didn't have the guidance of her parents. She experienced a lot of the fickleness of human nature, and most of the time, she was looked down upon. She was very poor, so poor that she couldn't even afford a basic cell phone. Being with Ming Chu was the happiest time of her life. They graduated one after another. For Su Rong, Ming Chu gave up his postgraduate studies and started working early. Because his parents didn't agree to him and Su Rong being together. In order to support Su Rong and himself, he needed to enter society earlier. At that time, they were very bitter. They were like countless duckweeds wandering in the world. Perhaps their lives weren't so smooth, but they lived more happily than anyone else. Every day when they returned home, Ming Chu would prepare dinner. Countless nights, he would gently pull Su Rong into his arms and hug her to sleep. That was the warmest moment of her life. Their happy life didn't last long. Ming Chu was tricked by his parents. They didn't let them meet. They struggled and despaired, but they didn't start any other love. Some people, once they were set on someone, would stay with them forever. Su Rong knew that Ming Chu was her sky. They struggled for a few years. It wasn't until they were almost 30 that Ming Chu's parents finally gave in. They finally got married and had their own little family. Su Rong thought that her happy days had arrived. Although she and Ming Chu had experienced many years of ups and downs, they had also achieved a positive outcome. What was rare was that they didn't smooth out their edges and corners. Their love for each other was still passionate and gentle. Perhaps you won't understand what it feels like to want to be with the person you love the most all the time. I love him, and he loves me. We wish that we couldn't be apart at all times. My biggest regret is that we didn't have the crystallization of our love, or that we didn't have the time. Su Rong's tone was indifferent. She seemed to have cried enough. At this moment, she was smiling as she said these words. It wasn't the kind of smile that was deliberately faked, but a genuine smile of happiness. Then the nightmare came. Ming Chu liked to climb mountains, but Su Rong did not allow such a dangerous hobby after they got married. That day, Su Rong was in class. It was rare for him to have a day off, so he persuaded Su Rong. This mountain was not steep, and many people went there. It was just a natural weekend off. Su Rong even wanted to accompany him again the next day. Who would have thought that fate would be so heinous? He slipped and fell off the cliff. When Su Rong received the news, she almost fainted. During that time, she was absent-minded. She didn't eat or sleep. She didn't know what she was doing in life. The days without Ming Chu were terrifyingly cold. She was filled with regret and despair. She felt that there was no reason for her to continue living. She thought that she might have heard wrongly. Ming Chu was still alive. He would come back. He would definitely come back. Later, when she opened the door, she saw Ming Chu standing outside with a gentle smile. Rong Rong, are you awake? It was so real, as if all hope for life had been born in an instant. After saying this, she closed her eyes. I know it's fake, but what does it matter? He really did come back. As long as she had Ming Chu with her in her last days. He was still by her side, just like in her memory. He would still call her Rong Rong. She could feel the changes in her body. She had no regrets. Compared to others, she was so lucky to be able to spend her last days with the person she loved the most. Xiao Jin looked at the smile on her face. An indescribable emotion flashed through her heart. She only asked, isn't it good to be alive? Su Rong said, you will know that there is no meaning in living without him. Her life had been extremely difficult. She had no parents, no money, and no ability. Her life was the portrayal of thousands of ordinary people. Many people spent their entire lives like this. She was so lucky to be able to receive Ming Chu's love. She didn't dare to ask for more, but she wasn't willing to give up. Xiao Jin looked at her and fell silent. She didn't know what to say. After a while, she said, if you are alive, maybe you can meet someone else. Su Rong only looked at her and smiled. You don't understand. Xiao Jin, no one else will be like him. Xiao Jin glanced at Ming Chu. His gaze was very gentle. It was a gentleness that only looked at her. He only looked at Su Rong. That was how Su Rong remembered him. Because the Ming Chu in her memory was such a person, the Ming Chu who had returned now was such a person. Xiao Jin seemed to understand a little. Su Rong still smiled and asked her, How much longer do I have? Xiao Jin hesitated. There's still half a month. When she couldn't maintain her power, Su Rong and Ming Chu would disappear together. Su Rong said, that's enough. She didn't have any extravagant hopes in her life. In the last half a month, she could travel the country with Ming Chu. Xiao Jin knew that she couldn't persuade her. She was just suddenly being kind. It was probably because of something. When she walked out of the entrance of the neighborhood, it suddenly started drizzling in the usually warm imperial capital. She went back upstairs, only to find that she hadn't bought an umbrella. Although he wouldn't be drenched by the rain when he walked out, but it might scare others. When she went downstairs, Su Rong's door opened. She handed him a pure white, modern oil paper umbrella embroidered with flying cranes. It was very beautiful. She had a blissful and gentle smile on her face. Ming Chu bought this for me when he was traveling. I might not need it anymore, so I'll give it to you. Xiao Jin would never accept someone's kindness for no reason. However, at this moment, she hesitated for a moment before finally accepting the umbrella. She said, thank you. Su Rong said, you're welcome. Ming Chu's voice came from inside the door. She turned around and responded. That was something from her memory, so Ming Chu would do it according to her memory. All of this was clearly fake to Xiao Jin, but to Su Rong, it was real. She walked down the stairs and slowly opened the umbrella. On the surface of the umbrella, a painting of flying cranes unfolded. Under a few flying cranes, Su Rong and Ming Chu's names were embroidered on the edge of the umbrella. As she walked, it swayed, but it was still incomparably clear. She held the umbrella and walked in the rain, like a fairy walking from the horizon. Beautiful, but aloof, with a coldness that made people not dare to approach. When Xiao Jin walked to the entrance of the neighborhood, she saw a car parked by the roadside. She walked over and the car door opened. The rain poured in with the wind and wet the car door in an instant. She quickly closed the umbrella and the rainwater dissipated along the surface of the umbrella. When she sat in the car, the seat was not wet. Xiao Jin said, why are you here? Xianxia looked at the umbrella in her hand and showed a hint of curiosity. You bought it? It was rare to see such beautiful oil paper umbrellas in the city. When she put it away, it was a long section between them. Xiao Jin placed it neatly on her lap. She looked at him first. A friend gave it to me. You haven't answered me yet? Xianxia retracted his gaze and looked at her again. The weather forecast said it would rain today. I know you stayed here last night, so I came over to settle some things. I also wanted to see if you had left. He paused for a moment and continued, okay, I'll bring you back. His voice was like the most pleasant sound of a string. Every word fell on the tip of one's heart and shook it. Ah Tong couldn't help but take a look from the rearview mirror. Was young Master Solo from the mother's womb? He didn't dare to believe it. If it were another woman, she would have fallen under his suit pants. Xiao Jin didn't have any special reaction when he heard it. These two were indeed immortals. Immortals wouldn't be easily moved by mortals. You came at the right time. Xiao Jin looked at the rain outside the window. It's just like this when it rains. Xianxia chuckled. So have you settled your matters here? Xiao Jin, almost. She thought of what she heard from Su Rong and asked him, in this life, isn't living the most important thing? Xianxia frowned. Huh? Xiao Jin, why would there be people who don't want to live because of another person's death? She had encountered something that she couldn't understand. Xianxia instantly understood what had happened. He said softly, I haven't seen it, but I understand that everyone has different thoughts. Some people's existence could not be replaced by others. Once they disappeared, they would completely lose their sense of direction and would no longer have the motivation to live. Perhaps to that person, the dead person is her motivation to live on. Xiao Jin nodded thoughtfully. She lowered her head and looked at the umbrella on her lap. It was very beautiful. Ming Chu had probably paid a hefty price to buy this umbrella for Su Rong. This was not something that could be produced by an assembly line. Xiao Jin didn't understand why Su Rong had given it to him. Perhaps it was because she felt that she wouldn't be able to take it away after she died. Xianxia sensed that Xiao Jin was more depressed than usual. Perhaps this was not how she should be feeling, but he increasingly felt that this Xiao Jin was real enough. In the past, there was always a layer of fog that made it hard for others to see through. She stood at a high position and saw through too many things. In fact, she would not understand the brilliance of this ordinary world. The car drove silently in the direction of the Mu family. In the car, Xiao Jin suddenly said, "Why don't you come to my house for dinner tonight? I'll tell Feifei to ask the kitchen to cook your favorite food. What do you like to eat?" Xianxia was a little surprised by Xiao Jin's sudden invitation. Because Xiao Jin had sent him home so many times, he had never mentioned it. He didn't care about this and had decided to visit when the time was right. But now that Xiao Jin had mentioned it, he would definitely not refuse. So he replied, "Okay." Dan felt that his young master had probably turned over a new leaf. Miss Qiao had already taken the initiative to invite him home for dinner. Could other matters be far away? Could it be that his young master was finally liberated after being single for decades? Where was his love? Before going home, Xiao Jin naturally called Xiao Fei first. Xiao Fei almost fainted when he received the news that Song Yanqing was coming home for dinner. "Song? Lord Song is coming?" Xiao Fei was shocked and felt that it was a little sudden. He hadn't come to visit before, but now he was coming. He hurriedly ordered the kitchen to prepare Song Yanqing's favorite dishes. In order not to offend Xiao Jin, he ordered a few dishes that he would eat. Xiao Fei, of course, ordered the kitchen to hurry up and make sure that Lord Song was satisfied. Although the Mu family's chefs had always been 5-star, he didn't know how they compared to the Song family. Song Yanqing was coming, so Mu Zhenming rushed home to give him face. Even Mu Xiangshan, who had gone fishing outside, came back. He happened to bump into Mu Zhenming. Seeing that he only came back now, Mu Xiangshan snorted coldly. "You're working until so late every day. You don't even care about your own health when you're suffering from myocardial strain. I think I'll have to send you off sooner or later." Mu Xiangshan's words were vicious. Mu Zhenming also snorted coldly. "You have high blood pressure, yet you still stay up late and wake up early every day. I think you're quite healthy and there's nothing wrong with you. I can still send you off alive." Mu Xiangshan, unfilial son, Song Yanqing was coming home for dinner. Muzilian, who had planned to go to the disco, was also summoned back. If he didn't come back, his leg would be broken. When he came back, he expressed his shock. "Brother Yanqing is coming. How good is his relationship with Xiao Jin?" Xiao Fei declared, "Isn't it normal for friends to visit each other?" Muzilian, "Only you would believe that." Xiao Fei snorted. Muzilian couldn't help but sigh. "The most powerful person in our family is still Xiao Jin. Look at him. Not only is he fine after provoking GC Kai, he even has such a good relationship with brother Yanqing. It's because he's good-looking that he can do whatever he wants. Muzichu, if you're not convinced, you can also change your personality." Muzilian. "Are you even human?" Muzilian glared at Mu Zhenming. "What nonsense are you talking about? Xiao Jin and Guanqing have a normal relationship. What did you say about her provoking GC Kai again?" Mu Zhenming knew about GC Kai. Muzilian didn't tell his family about his return that day, so he told them about it. Mu Zhenming frowned. "Forget it. GC Kai didn't pursue the matter back then. He won't pursue it behind our backs." Mu Xiangshan snorted coldly. "If he can let it slide, he must have taken a liking to your daughter's beauty." Everyone, Muzilian was dumbfounded. "That can't be. What kind of beauty hasn't brother Sikai seen before?" That was the first time he met Xiao Jin that day. Although Mu Xiangshan was uncomfortable with Xiao Jin, he still narrowed his eyes and said, "You found someone like Xiao Jin?" She wasn't extremely beautiful, but with that aura, she was really invincible. They had seen her change and were used to it. Moreover, they were all family and didn't have any messy thoughts. It was different for outsiders. Xiao Fei was also a little worried. Jin is indeed becoming more and more beautiful. I'm just afraid that she'll meet a bad guy. Muzilian. I have a feeling that Xiao Jin is more of a bad guy. Everyone. At 7:30 p.m., Xiao Jin and Song Yanqing finally arrived. Because of her delay, Song Yanqing might not be able to sleep on time tonight. But it didn't matter. When Song Yanqing appeared in the Mu family mansion, Mu Zillion even felt that he had found a suitable candidate for the style of his glass room. When he walked in, he was just like Xiao Jin. It was as if he was embracing the wind and the moon, and his whole body was cold. He was tall and slender. When he walked in with Xiao Jin, everyone felt that they were a match made in heaven. Even the innocent Xiao Fei felt that something was wrong when she saw the two of them. Song Yanqing walked in, as gentle as jade. He first greeted Grandpa Mu, Uncle Mu, Auntie Mu. Hello. Then, he looked at his two younger brothers and smiled. Chi Chu, Chi Lian, hello. Hey, brother Yanqing, hello, brother Yanqing. Mu Zillion was the first to stand up like a lackey. He couldn't stand Song Yanqing being so polite and hurried over to join in the conversation. Xiao Jin looked at him strangely and whispered, "You look like the little eunuch on TV that Fei watches." Mu Zillion, he turned to look at Xiao Jin. "Are you going to break off our sibling relationship here?" Song Yanqing almost laughed out loud. When he walked over, Mu Zhenming politely invited him to sit down. Mu Xiangshan was an elder and didn't think much of it. He looked at Song Yanqing with a pleasant expression and said with some emotion, "Xiao Jin is lucky to have a friend like you." "Xiao Jin," Song Yanqing chuckled. "Grandpa Mu, you're wrong. It's my fortune to be friends with Xiao Jin." Mu Xiangshan, if you're forced, blink. Mu Zhenming frowned. "Dad." Xiao Jin was already used to it. She walked over to Song Yanqing and sat down naturally. The kitchen began to serve the dishes. Xiao Fei said enthusiastically, "We made a few dishes that you like. Try them." Song Yanqing smiled and said, "Thank you." It was his first time visiting, but he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. It was very natural, and it made people feel relieved. After all, he was the young master of the Song family. She was afraid that he would not be easy to get along with. However, just like the rumors said, he looked like a gentle person. There was an inexplicable similarity between him and Xiao Jin. Could it be that the two of them had been together for a long time? Mu Xiangshan asked a few questions about the Song family, and Song Yanqing answered them one by one. At the dinner table, Mu Zhenming could also discuss some business matters with him. Xiao Jin realized that he didn't quite understand, so he wasn't willing to listen. She had never been interested in such things. When they were eating, He Yao texted her again, asking about Su Rong and Ming Chu. Xiao Jin only left a message, "Don't disturb me." It was enough that He Yao understood. Su Rong and Ming Chu only had a dozen days left. There was no need to do anything else. This was her choice. When Xiao Jin looked at the time, she suddenly heard Xiao Fei's voice. "Jin, there are guests here. Why do you keep looking at your phone? You can play with your phone after dinner." She looked up and saw Xiao Fei winking at her. At least Song Yanqing was here now. She couldn't be so rude. Xiao Jin paused and put her phone aside. Song Yanqing immediately smiled and said, "It's okay. She doesn't understand what we're talking about. It's natural that she doesn't like to listen." This explanation made Xiao Fei think that Song Yanqing was Xiao Jin's family. Mu Zillion couldn't help but feel melancholy at the situation. Someone who had a powerful backer was indeed different. He even treated her differently. Now, it was obvious that whoever offended Xiao Jin would have to think twice. The person behind him wasn't an ordinary person. After the meal, the first visit to the Mu family came to an end. No matter how warm and polite they were too embarrassed to ask Song Yanqing to stay and rest. Mu Zhenming and Xiao Fei sent him to the door, but Xiao Jin didn't send him off. She only stood by the window and watched Song Yanqing leave. When she got into the car, she saw Song Yanqing raise his head. When he saw her standing by the window, a gentle smile appeared on his face. This smile really gave people the feeling of flowers blooming in spring. Xiao Jin paused for a moment as if he had bumped into the softest part of his heart. He then realized what had happened. He looked really good when he smiled. His fate had been swapped and he didn't have a happy life. Even with all these things, he still had the most gentle smile. How nice. She turned around and saw that the world was still as noisy as ever. Even Master Yao Zhu's fans were still shouting at her on Weibo. Xiao Jin smiled and sent a private message to Master Yao Shu, "Speak less and you can live for 2 more days." In just a moment, Master Yao Shu directly deleted the provocative Weibo post and quickly posted a new one. "Master Yao Shu, it's my fault for measuring the heart of a gentleman with my own yardstick. I shouldn't have slandered a real master. I'm very sorry for you to come today. You're a real master and have the ability to forgive others." This sentence almost made Yuan Wan's hair stand on end. Wasn't this what Xiao Jin said at Su Rong's house? This master fortune teller was Xiao Jin. Even if it wasn't, she actually knew this sentence. This showed how scary she was. It scared Master Yao Zhu so much that he quickly apologized. It was possible that the person who saved him at Su Rong's house was also Xiao Jin. Wasn't he courting death by rushing to his savior? Yuan Wan was extremely regretful now. Could it be that she recommended Su Rong to Xiao Jin and Xiao Jin went over to settle this matter? But she remembered that Xiao Jin lived there, so who was Xiao Jin? Yuan Wan then realized that she didn't know who this girl was. She found someone to investigate this girl's information, but there were no leads. Following her Weibo post, not only her fans, but her peers as well. A real master? He's a real master? You admit defeat? This isn't like you. What happened? Didn't you say you were going to deal with offline matters? Why did you suddenly ask? Yuan Wan replied one by one with a straight face, "Don't ask. If you ask, it's a super awesome master. If you want to get your fortune told, hurry up and go. 1,000 yuan is a drop in the bucket." Of course, it wasn't that she didn't suffer any losses. Some fans were skeptical, and some felt that 1,000 yuan was too expensive. They thought that Yuan Wan was collaborating with the other party to make her reveal the truth. They wondered if something had happened to make Yuan Wan admit defeat. Yuan Wan didn't dare to say that Su Rong's was too scary. It was beyond her understanding. This bunch of ignorant people. Wasn't it good to be an ordinary person? It was just a Weibo post. There were no new fans, and she even lost some fans. Yuan Wan didn't feel that it was a loss. She had undoubtedly come into contact with the other side of the world and was even saved by someone. Her knowledge had been broadened, and she knew that there was always someone better out there. One had to keep a low profile. Acting cool would get you struck by lightning sooner or later. However, Yuan Wan's situation was not without benefits. Just as Xiao Jin had predicted, she was on fire. This fire was small, but as more and more people came to her for fortune-telling, those who got their fortune told would definitely recommend her to others. In just a few days, Xiao Jin's fans had increased to 100,000. Everyone on Weibo was saying that the master was like a god. The anti-fans had been taught a lesson beforehand and spoke in a sarcastic manner, but they did not dare to say anything. If they questioned her, a large group of fans would surround and attack her to protect her dignity. After she became famous, she did not need any more explanation. Of course, because fortune-telling was expensive, only a small number of people could afford it. Moreover, she only accepted things that she really wanted to know. Things like winning the lottery or when she would become rich, she rejected them immediately. Furthermore, there were murderers who came to her for fortune-telling and asked if she could escape the punishment of the law. Between her reputation and a friendly society, Xiao Jin chose the latter. She called the police and got the police to punish the culprit. The culprit was then locked up. Even if he wanted to scold Xiao Jin, he did not have the chance. Of course, with her accurate fortune-telling, it was impossible not to attract attention. In a few days, she was targeted by the spirit group. If there was trouble in real life, there would definitely be trouble online. There were many people like this who would show off on the internet once they had the ability. However, Xiao Jin was a genuine fortune-teller. She had investigated those who had gone through fortune-telling before. Although it was a trivial matter, she had basically achieved a 100% accuracy rate after testing. The spirit group instantly concluded that the other party must have a prophetic ability. However, when it came to finding information, there were all kinds of problems and situations. In short, they could not find any information about Xiao Jin's identity. This instantly made the spirit group feel that something was wrong. When Hua Yanming and Chao Kai saw the members of the spirit group complaining in the group, they suddenly felt a familiar aura, when they were investigating Xiao Jin, there was also a problem. In the end, they only found information about Xiao Jin from real life. The exploded computer was still in the warehouse, witnessing history. They had also read about this famous master online. Was he really that awesome? Of course, it wasn't up to them to decide whether he was awesome or not. Those who had done fortune-telling had already confirmed it. Later on, there were too many fortune-tellers, so Xiao Jin set a limit to only receive 10 customers a day. This made the fans even more dumbfounded. If she wanted to earn money, she could only earn 10,000 yuan a day at most. The key was that her calculations were super accurate and no one could doubt her. Setting a quota limit was too much. The first 10 people to place their orders every day would get their fortunes told, while the rest would have to wait until the next day. The highest number of orders was the normal 1,000 yuan. Other price packages were too expensive, so no one ordered them for the time being. Xiao Jin didn't care about these things. It was the last few days before the summer vacation. She went to school and did some fortune-telling. There was nothing else to do. Everything seemed to exude a peaceful aura. The Feng family's side was still causing trouble. Who knew how long they could endure? When the final exam came, Xiao Jin took the exam in school and took a plane to another city. Her sudden departure was hidden from everyone. The spirit group monitoring her dropped the chain again. No one knew that she went to another city. She simply called home and said that she would be back the next day. She was just taking a break before the summer vacation. Xiao Fei thought about her character of doing what she said and became even more worried. Why was she still in her rebellious period? This was just a small city. It was the place where Su Rong was born. She grew up here and had many painful memories, but also many beautiful memories. When she arrived in this city, she found a remote place and set up a formation. The light and shadow in front of her became chaotic, as if there was a space-time turbulence. All the scenery began to distort. After a few seconds, everything returned to normal. However, the scenery in front of her was completely different from where she was just standing. She was standing on an asphalt road, surrounded by a dense forest. In front of her was a wide river. Sunlight poured down, illuminating the river and making it sparkle. Su Rong and Ming Chu snuggled up to each other and sat on the riverbank. Xiao Jin stood behind them, quietly watching this scene. She was holding the umbrella that Su Rong gave her. There was no one around, and everything was very quiet. There were only the sounds of unknown insects and the occasional bird call. Su Rong leaned on Ming Chu's shoulder, and both of them had a faint smile on their faces. Su Rong whispered to Ming Chu, "Ming Chu, do you know? My home is on the other side of this river. Although it's very remote and very poor, I spent a very happy time here when I was young." Ming Chu said gently, "I know, Rong Rong." Su Rong looked at the setting sun and couldn't help but sigh. Look, the scenery here is so beautiful. Even when the sun sets, it's still so beautiful. To be able to see such beautiful scenery and meet you in this world is really the happiest thing for me. Ming Chu nodded gently. Me too. Su Rong's face bloomed with a bright smile. The setting sun fell on her ordinary face, but at this moment, she seemed to be stunningly beautiful. She looked at the other side of the river, and tears fell drop by drop, but her expression was always happy. Ming Chu, we will meet again in the next life, right? Ming Chu, yes, we will meet again. Su Rong, I just want to be able to be with you for the first time in the next life, even if I don't have any memories. Even if we don't meet again, I am already very happy to be with you in this life. No one will be happier than me, I know. The sun seemed to be setting, and Su Rong felt the power in her body disappearing bit by bit. The river surged endlessly, and every drop of water seemed to never tire. They ran forward, and there was always an end. Her voice gradually weakened, Ming Chu, I love you. How I wish that I could have met you earlier. From the moment I was born, she held Ming Chu's hand tightly. Ming Chu looked at the setting sun, still as calm as ever. Until the woman fell weakly on his shoulder. At that moment, Xiao Jin felt a special vibration. She saw Su Rong and Ming Chu's bodies gradually dissipating. The orange sunset gradually disappeared into the horizon. Darkness was about to descend. Their bodies turned into transparent energy, like countless flashing butterflies, flapping their wings and rushing toward Xiao Jin. She opened the umbrella, and countless fluttering butterflies emitted a moving radiance in the dark sky. They only circled in the sky for a moment before surging toward the umbrella. Finally, they surged into the umbrella. At that moment, even the flying cranes in the umbrella seemed to come alive. They seemed to be fluctuating, but after a moment, they returned to calmness. The girl closed the umbrella and said softly in their direction, "Thank you." Xiao Jin used an array to set up a monument by the river. Su Rong and Ming Chu's names were engraved on the monument. She stayed in the city for a night and returned to the capital the next day. However, she received a phone call. It was from the property manager of the old house where Su Rong lived. He said that Su Rong had left something for Xiao Jin. She went over to take the thing. It was a notarized will. Su Rong left her house to Xiao Jin. She didn't choose Ming Chu's parents. Xiao Jin was actually a little puzzled. She had never helped Su Rong, but Su Rong had made a huge contribution to her. If she wanted to calculate karma, perhaps she owed Su Rong something that was difficult to repay. The pure spiritual reader that only existed in legends had taken the initiative to leave the spiritual seed to her. Now, she even left her a house. This was not something that the demonized spiritual seed could compare to. She could even use this to begin to offset the backlash on her body. However, it was not worth it. This kind of faint emotion only lasted for a moment. She held the house and felt a little funny for a moment. She didn't have much use for the house, but it was left by Su Rong. She could sell her own house and only keep Su Rong's house. She didn't intend to touch anything in it. She took this thing home and was bumped into by Xiao Fei. "Why did you go to Lu City yesterday? Girls are running around alone now. You don't even tell your mother." She noticed the thing in Xiao Jin's hand and was a little curious. "What are you holding?" Xiao Jin pursed her lips. "The house I bought. Someone passed away downstairs. They left the house to me." Xiao Fei. She was shocked. They passed away. How could they leave the house to you?" "Oh my God, Jean, you didn't move there for someone else's inheritance, did you?" Xiao Jin, she felt funny. "You think too much. It's just because of an accident." She tilted her head and thought for a moment. "Then let's keep the house. It's not good to sell it to others. I don't plan to touch the things inside." Xiao Fei was still in a daze. She had no idea how Xiao Jin could bring back a house in just half a month. Xiao Jin said casually, "Why don't you sell my house? I will return the money to Zhenming. I raised the price when I sold it." "You bought new appliances." Xiao Fei, what kind of business genius was this? Not only did he not spend any money, but he also got a property for free. Although it was located in a remote area, it was still worth a few million. No, who was the one who passed away? Xiao Jin couldn't do something he shouldn't do. Xiao Fei hurriedly pulled Xiao Jin to ask. Unfortunately, Xiao Jin didn't want to answer. He simply explained that a friend had passed away and left it to her. She wasn't going to make up any excuses. Su Rong and Ming Chu died naturally. The excuse of suicide was too casual. She also told He Yao that Su Rong had passed away. Ming Chu had disappeared too. He Yao didn't ask anything. She vaguely knew that since Xiao Jin didn't say anything, there must be something else. However, they had to give an explanation to the shocked Ming family. They could only make up an excuse that the two of them had committed suicide. The two elders of the Ming family didn't have much of a reaction. Even if their son was dead. As early as when Ming Chu insisted on marrying Su Rong, their hearts had already faded. However, He Yao told Xiao Jin that Ming Chu's family asked about the old house left by Su Rong's parents. She saw from the file that the house was transferred to Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin was not the kind of person who would do this for the house. There must be something else. Xiao Jin did not intend to touch Su Rong's house, but he was not so kind. His son and daughter-in-law committed suicide, but the first thing he cared about was the house. Only she knew the truth about the suicide. To others, it was suicide. No wonder Su Rong chose to die. To her, her husband's parents were just strangers. All the warmth she received in the world came from Ming Chu, because Ming Chu understood the beauty of the world. She could not live anymore when they were gone. Xiao Jin did not care if they knew about the house. Even if they knew, the house had been given to him. They could not do anything about it. Even if they wanted to make trouble, Xiao Jin knew that He Yao would never let them do it in front of her. As long as Xiao Jin did not say anything. After dealing with this matter, Xiao Jin prepared for the trip abroad. Because they would gather at the airport, Xiao Fei helped Xiao Jin prepare all the luggage the night before they left. The school helped them with the visa when they registered. Xiao Fei was very worried about Xiao Jin's first trip abroad. You must follow your two brothers when you go abroad. Xiao Fei reminded her worriedly, just follow the school and your brother. Don't get lost. After all, this is not China. You are not familiar with the place. What if you get lost and don't know how to report it to the police? Xiao Jin was a little amused. Fei Fei, do you think I am a child? Xiao Fei smiled a little embarrassedly. Of course I know you are not a child. But going abroad is different. Mom is just worried. Xiao Jin, don't worry. I will come back safely. Do you have anything you like? I will bring it back for you from abroad. Xiao Fei, no, it is so convenient now. Mom can ask someone to bring her anything she likes. You can have fun. After all, it was Xiao Jin's first time going abroad. Xiao Fei definitely wanted her to have a good time. She simply packed a few sets of clothes. Everything else was arranged by the school, so she didn't have to worry too much. However, Xiao Fei was still worried about Xiao Jin, so he talked about it with Mu Zhenming at night. Mu Zhenming said he has to go abroad to broaden his horizons. When the child grows up, there will be schools to look after him. You don't have to worry so much. Qiji is also abroad. When the time comes, I will ask him to look after Xiao Jin. Xiao Fei sighed, Xiao Jin is a girl after all. Mu Zhenming, I think she's more independent than you think. Xiao Fei suddenly said sadly, in my heart, she will always be a child. Mu Zhenming, alright, this matter can't be explained clearly. Early the next morning, Xiao Jin woke up and took a car to the airport with Muzichu and his brother. It wasn't their first time going abroad. Although they weren't interested in this activity, it was still a little refreshing to accompany Xiao Jin. In the car, Muzillian even teased Xiao Jin, it's your first time going abroad. You don't know what it's like abroad, right? Don't run around. Xiao Jin used to stay in a small place in Hui City. This was her first time going abroad. He was probably afraid that she would make a fool of herself. Xiao Jin only pursed her lips and smiled faintly. She still had the umbrella in her hand. Other than holding the umbrella, she didn't even carry her bag. This naturally attracted Muzillian's attention. Why did you bring an umbrella? If it rains, you can buy one overseas. The design of the umbrella was simple, but it looked beautiful. Muzillian only thought that she had bought it somewhere as a souvenir. Xiao Jin, I like it. Muzillian, that was weird. Muzichu also said coldly, Muzillian, you don't have to say so much. Muzillian felt like he was being targeted. No, I was just saying. Besides, it's very strange for her to take an umbrella overseas, okay? She could have put it in her suitcase, but she had to bring it with her. Muzichu, you can pretend that you didn't see it. Muzillian, F***ck, he was too talkative. Then, they met up with the rest of the group at the airport. There were many people from the school going this time, but it was impossible for the same flight to be so coincidental, so they set off in batches. Xiao Jin happened to be in the same group as the Zhong siblings. There were about 10 people in their group. Other than these few, the rest were ordinary students. Ordinary here, of course, referred to those with average family backgrounds and good grades. For this event, they couldn't be missed. Xiao Jin and the rest were all famous people in the event group, so naturally, they were the center of attention. This group of students was especially curious about why these people were here. They were clearly a group of rich young masters and young ladies who didn't lack money. Some people even complained secretly. If it weren't for them, my friend wouldn't be unable to come. Seriously, they are so rich, but they still snatch other people's places to go overseas. Can't they afford to go overseas? So stingy. Yes, we originally agreed to go shopping on Celebrity Avenue, but because of them, my friend can't come. Have you forgotten that this event is based on the ranking of results? In other words, if your results weren't as good as others, you couldn't blame others. Not all college students of this era had normal values. Xiao Jin heard those whispers, but she didn't think much of it. She glanced at a girl in ordinary clothes. That girl was wearing a pure white cotton shirt and jeans. Judging from the color and style, it was a little old, probably washed too many times. From this, it could be seen that the other party's economic conditions were ordinary. Because even her figure exuded a sense of inferiority and extreme lack of confidence. She was surrounded by several boys and girls. They were the group of people who had complained earlier. When their eyes swept over her, there was a faint sense of dominance. She hugged her backpack and tightened her body. It was a defensive and nervous posture. She was fearful of her surroundings. Xiao Jin retracted her gaze. Mizuchu had already helped her change her boarding pass and pushed her suitcase to line up for check-in. Because the tickets were bought by the school, they were all in economy class this time. This was a brand new experience for the two young masters. Zhongli Xiyu and Zhongli Peining were also queuing up. Zhongli Peining was honest, but Zhongli Xiyu was a little impatient. Why can't we buy first class? The pampered young master had never experienced the taste of economy class before. Zhongli Peining comfortingly pulled her brother's wrist. It's okay. It's just a dozen hours. It'll be over soon. She could suffer losses, but her brother couldn't. Zhongli Xiyu glanced at Xiao Jin. If it weren't for following Xiao Jin, they wouldn't have realized that the school was buying economy class when they signed up. If they had known earlier, they would have bought first class separately. Zhongli Xiyu complained, and Muzillian also complained. Why can't we buy first class tickets alone? Mizuchu, isn't it good to get along with everyone? Don't make it special. It will be very difficult for your school. Xiao Jin, Chi-Chu is right. The school will do whatever it wants. How can we make it special? Qi Lian, you are really insensible. Muzillian. Big sister, if it weren't for you, they wouldn't be here at all, okay? Muzillian looked at Xiao Jin with a bit of a breakdown. You haven't said why you signed up for the activity. I haven't asked you yet, but you are blaming me. Xiao Jin looked at him strangely. I didn't ask you to come with me. Why don't you go back now? Anyway, it's not time yet. You can choose not to go. Muzillian, he wanted to do so, but if he turned back now, his brother, this beast, would definitely complain. If his parents knew that he didn't accompany Xiao Jin abroad, he would die very elegantly. He could only glare at Xiao Jin hatefully. Troublemaker, after checking in the luggage, Xiao Jin only brought the umbrella in his hand. Mizuchu turned his head and asked him, do you want to check in the umbrella too? Xiao Jin shook his head. Mizuchu didn't force him. Muzillian spoke again. It's a hindrance to take an umbrella. He still said that he wasn't a troublemaker. Xiao Jin didn't say a word. People came and went at the airport. Many people were stunned when they saw Xiao Jin. Muzillian and Mizuchu didn't look bad either. There was even a lot of bold girls who came up to the two brothers and directly asked for their WeChat and phone numbers. Of course, Mizuchu wouldn't give it to them. On the contrary, Muzillian, this playboy, gave a few numbers. When the girl left, he even blew a kiss to others. Mizuchu said coldly, those who do too many bad things will eventually suffer retribution. Muzillian, what are you talking about? Isn't it normal for girls to ask for my phone number? How can I watch a beauty leave so sadly? Do you think I'm you? What a cold-blooded, heartless bachelor. Due to their different personalities, Mizuchu had never been in a relationship. Mizuchu only sneered. Some of the two of them asked for a phone number, and Zhongli Xiyu also had one. On the other hand, no boy dared to come forward and ask for a phone number as beautiful as Xiao Jin. It was probably because he saw Muzillian and Mizuchu surrounding her. When the students at the back of the queue saw this, someone started complaining again. So what if you're handsome? It was indeed amazing to be handsome. Her grades were good and she was rich. Who wouldn't take a few more glances at her? After everything was done, they went through the security check together. This time, there were 2 school teachers leading the team, and one of them was even a director. The activities abroad were to participate in cultural activities and travel, meet the students and teachers of foreign famous schools, listen to the lessons of foreign famous teachers, and have a meal together. It was also equivalent to an additional activity. It was prepared for the students with good grades. Who knew that Xiao Jin and the others would sign up this time? Because they came on time, they didn't have to wait long before they heard the announcement of boarding. The 3 of them didn't sit together. When the school bought the tickets, it wasn't so coincidental. Other than a few people who could sit nearby, the others were separated. Zhongli Shiyu became the closest to Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin sat in the second of the 4 seats in the middle. Zhongli Shiyu sat in the 3 seats on her right. Mizuchu's first reaction was to find the passenger next to Xiao Jin to change seats. The passenger next to Xiao Jin was a man with a big belly and a big waist. He looked to be in his 30s. He was dressed in gold and silver and looked a little fierce. When he saw Xiao Jin sitting next to him, his eyes lit up. Mizuchu came forward and asked him politely, "Hello, brother. My sister and I are together, but our tickets are different. Can we change seats?" As long as the guest agreed, the seats in the economy class could be changed. However, the man didn't appreciate it. "Why should we change? I'm used to this seat." Musilian couldn't help but complain, "What's so good about the edge seats? Do you like the aisle?" The man immediately revealed a fierce expression. "What does it have to do with you? If you're so arrogant, why don't you take first class?" Before Musilian could curse, he was stopped by Mizuchu. On Xiao Jin's left was a woman carrying a child. She looked at them and was a little surprised, but she didn't dare to cause trouble. The child was sleeping. Mizuchu and the others walked to their seats and asked if they could change seats. However, the young man sitting next to them was a little scared when he saw the big man and subconsciously shook his head and refused. Xiao Jin sat in her seat with a calm expression. It was just that the economy class was narrow. The model of this plane was relatively old, unlike many large international flights. They could only say that they were unlucky. The seat wasn't that big. When the man sat down, his body was already big and muscular. When he leaned to the side, it was as if he was leaning against Xiao Jin's armrest, taking up all of her space. Now that they were close, she could even smell the disgusting oily smell of the man. It was really oily. How many days had it been since he washed his hair? Xiao Jin frowned. She couldn't lean to the side. Next to her was a woman carrying a child. It would be easy to squeeze others. Mizuchu also noticed Xiao Jin's predicament, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Just then, a timid voice came from behind Xiao Jin. "Xiao Jin, do you want to switch seats with me? I'm by the window." Xiao Jin turned around and saw that it was the girl who was dressed in ordinary clothes and had low self-esteem. She looked at Xiao Jin with some hesitation. Xiao Jin shook his head and smiled. "It's okay. I'll sit here. You can go sit." The girl hesitantly glanced at the man next to him and could only return to her seat. "I told you to pretend to be a good person. Duan Ruyan, why are you so shameless?" When she passed by the seats of her classmates, a male classmate gave her a disgusted look. Her body trembled, and the male classmate reached out to grab her arm and said in a low voice, "Don't get close to people you can't afford to offend." Duan Ruyan's body trembled even faster. When the other passengers looked at him strangely, the boy did not dare to cause trouble and quickly let go of her. Duan Ruyan returned to her seat as if she was escaping. Fortunately, when the teacher came up, he noticed Xiao Jin's predicament. Mizuchu also whispered something to the teacher. The male teacher walked over and switched seats with Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin agreed this time. The fierce-looking man saw this scene and did not know what to say. He could only watch as Xiao Jin left from the other side with a regretful expression. It was rare to see such a beautiful and classy girl. What a pity. Bastard who ruined his plans. He glared fiercely at the male teacher. Xiao Jin swapped seats, and the male teacher happened to sit in front of Duan Ruyan. When she saw Xiao Jin coming over, Duan Ruyan was a little surprised. The stewardess came over to greet all the passengers. When they noticed Xiao Jin, they were a little surprised, and their smiles became even more charming. The plane began to take off. Two young girls were sitting next to Xiao Jin. Although they were surprised by Xiao Jin's beauty, they were too embarrassed to talk. After the plane began to take off, they took out their tablets to watch TV. They wore headphones and had their own entertainment. The flight time of more than 10 hours was boring. Musilian and Musichu were already prepared for this. They asked Xiao Jin to download some TV dramas and watch them by herself, so that she would not be too bored. Sometimes, she would feel Duan Ruyan's gaze, but before that, they did not know each other. After an unknown period of time, the child suddenly cried. Then came the sound of the woman coaxing the child awkwardly. Actually, the child stopped crying after a few cries. Xiao Jin noticed that the child was the child of the woman who had been sitting next to her. However, before the child could cry, a fierce voice rang out, crying, 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 "Where's your mother? Isn't it annoying to cry? Why did you bring the little boy on the plane if you wanted to cry? Aren't you embarrassed to disturb others' sleep? F***ck. His words were louder than the child's cries. It was so loud that half of the passengers who were gradually falling asleep on the plane woke up. The stewardess heard the noise and hurried over. The child actually stopped crying, but he was frightened by this sentence again and began to cry. Then, there was the woman's awkward apology and coaxing voice. There was another earth-shattering scolding. A passenger complained the child didn't cry much. He only cried twice. You're shouting louder than him. You're disturbing others' sleep. The fierce-looking man immediately scolded, "What does it have to do with you? Son of a bitch." His filthy mouth immediately scared the passenger who was speaking, and he didn't dare to open his mouth again. Of course, the stewardess quickly advised them that nothing could happen on the plane. Otherwise, they would have to make an emergency landing. The troublemakers would also be detained. Probably thinking of this, the man didn't dare to do anything. After cursing a few times, he unbuckled his seatbelt and prepared to go to the bathroom. The bathroom was at the back, and he had to walk past Xiao Jin when he walked through the corridor. When he saw Xiao Jin, his eyes lit up. When he walked over, he pretended to be unsteady, and his huge body fell on Xiao Jin. If he fell down, his waist would hit Xiao Jin's face. That scene could not be described as just disgusting. However, just as he was about to fall, he suddenly felt an inexplicably powerful force pushing him from behind. He staggered a few steps, as if he really did lose his footing, and directly fell down, landing on the corridor. Boom, if it wasn't for the fat on his back, he probably would have fallen hard. This gave the stewardess a huge fright. The passengers were dumbfounded at first, then some of them couldn't help but smile. Serves you right, the man stood up in shock and anger. Which one of you pushed me? However, when he looked back, the corridor he walked through was empty. The passengers on both sides were sitting just right. The stewardess came from the other side. It was impossible for anyone to stand up and push him so quickly. He was nearly 200 pounds. It was not easy to push him. He was shocked and angry when he couldn't find the culprit. On the way back, everyone looked like the culprit. He looked even fiercer. He didn't suspect the people around Xiao Jin. After all, they were all in his sight. Who could push him? The 10-hour-long flight was quite fast. There was no trouble in the second half of the flight, so she had a good night's sleep. When she got off the plane, it was drizzling in America. The moist air entered her nose. The air in this foreign country was no different from the air in China. She took the umbrella and got off the plane. Musilian and Musicha followed her. Musilian looked at the man in the distance. He saw that the man was staring at Xiao Jin. His lecherous eyes were exposed. Musilian scolded fiercely, "If you look at me again, I'll dig your eyeballs out." He couldn't hold it in on the plane. Now that he got off the plane, he had nothing to worry about. Of course, he scolded him. The man glared at Musilian. He seemed like he wanted to scold him back. However, when he saw Musichu and the others standing together, he was scared and could only leave. Musilian spat, "What a disgusting thing. Brother, let me tell you. Next time, no matter what, you must take the first-class cabin. Not everyone was like that, but it was still disgusting to meet such a weirdo. Musicha didn't object this time. Xiao Jin looked at the man's back as he left, and only smiled. The male teacher announced for them to gather. It was daytime when they arrived here. However, they had been on the plane for more than 10 hours. What they needed now was rest. The hotel had been booked. They just needed to go to the hotel. The bus was already waiting outside. The school had arranged everything very well. They went to collect their luggage and got on the bus. The bus was very empty. Musilian and Musicha sat together. Xiao Jin sat in front of them. No one dared to sit beside Xiao Jin. Someone whispered, "Why is she always holding that umbrella?" "I don't know. She likes it, maybe there's something wrong with her." Really, they spoke very softly, not daring to let Xiao Jin and Musicha hear them. Xiao Jin heard it, but she did not respond. He just looked at the light rain outside the window. Duan Ruyan's gaze lingered on Xiao Jin. This timid girl was sitting in the corner. They looked at Xiao Jin with envy and hope. What a luminous being she was in the light. When they arrived at the hotel, Musilian couldn't hold it in anymore. He often came overseas to play. Coincidentally, Mu Qiji was also working in a company in the US. Moreover, they were in the same city. Musilian directly told the teacher that they would bring their sister to look for Big Brother, and the teacher agreed. But when he told Xiao Jin about it, Xiao Jin didn't agree. She said lightly, "I'm not in a hurry to see Qiji, I want to rest first." Musilian's eyes widened. "Didn't you sleep for more than 10 hours on the plane?" He had noticed that Xiao Jin didn't wake up much the entire time. To be able to sleep for more than 10 hours in such an environment, Xiao Jin was really impressive. Xiao Jin said, "I'm just very tired. I want to rest." Since she said so, Musilian naturally couldn't force her. However, he didn't like to stay in the hotel. Moreover, the room was too small. He asked the front desk to change to a bigger room. The teachers turned a blind eye and couldn't be bothered. As long as she was there, it was fine. Xiao Jin didn't change. Musicha saw that Xiao Jin didn't go over and hesitated for a moment. After confirming that Xiao Jin would stay in the hotel and not go anywhere, he went to look for Mu Qiji with Musilian. The hotel room had 2 single beds for 2 people. She was assigned to the same room as Duan Ruyan. Duan Ruyan was a little excited when she heard the teacher let her stay in the same room as Xiao Jin, but the other students were in disbelief. One of them even blurted out, "Teacher, isn't this inappropriate?" Before the teacher could speak, Xiao Jin said coldly, "I think it's appropriate." No one dared to say anything when she spoke. Although Xiao Jin's matter had caused a stir in the school, everyone now knew that she was Musilian's sister. In other words, she was the daughter of the Mu family. They did not dare to provoke her. Zhongli Xiyu and Zhongli Peining also separated. However, they were also rich and willful. They went to the hotel and changed to a high-end suite. They did not want to stay in the same room as other students. When they returned to the room, Duan Ruyan pushed her suitcase in. When she saw Xiao Jin, she could not help but feel ashamed. She said softly, "Xiao Jin, if you need any help, just let me know." "Let me know?" Xiao Jin seemed to be surprised by this word. He turned to look at her and said, "What do I need to tell you? Shouldn't you be helping me?" Duan Ruyan's face stiffened. She said that because she was used to it. She was ordered around by those people. Every time they wanted her to do something, they just ordered her to do it. The help that Xiao Jin said did not exist. However, she was too embarrassed to say it. This had nothing to do with Xiao Jin. She could only hide her grievances in the bottom of her heart. No one else needed to know. Xiao Jin retracted his gaze and said, "I don't need your help." "Student Duan, is this your first time in the United States?" Duan Ruyan nodded embarrassedly and said, "Yes." This was her first time going abroad. She studied hard and finally got the chance to go to school. Fortunately, she applied for it. Unlike most of the other students, she did not have an excellent family background. She could only rely on her own efforts. Other than this, she did not have any other merits worth mentioning. Duan Ruyan put down her suitcase and looked at Xiao Jin carefully. This was the most beautiful girl she had ever seen. The tip of her eyebrows and the corners of her eyes exuded a smoky temperament. She really looked like a fairy who lived in the heavenly palace. Even talking to him felt like blasphemy. Wasn't this blasphemy? For someone like her, it was a great honor to be able to speak with Xiao Mu. Xiao Jin stayed in the room for a while. Then, he took out the tablet and looked at it. Duan Ruyan thought that Xiao Jin was studying, so she didn't dare to make a sound when she was busy. She was afraid that she would disturb Xiao Jin. In fact, Xiao Jin was looking for local tourism information in America to gain some knowledge. She basically had no pressure when it came to language. At this moment, Xiao Jin noticed that Duan Ruyan had taken out her old smartphone. Her face stiffened for a moment as if she had seen something. When she subconsciously raised her head to look at Xiao Jin had already retracted his gaze. "Student Xiao, I'm going out for a while," Duan Ruyan whispered to Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin nodded, and Duan Ruyan tiptoed out of the room. After she left, Xiao Jin put down the tablet and followed her out. When she went out, she tilted her head and glanced at the wall. A devil's face appeared on the wall. It looked at her and was still as ferocious as ever. When Duan Ruyan arrived downstairs, there were already 3 men and a woman waiting in the hotel lobby. The woman had an average height and a medium figure. Her skin was fair, and she was wearing exquisite makeup. The other 3 men each had their own characteristics, but they were not very eye-catching in the team led by Muzilian and Muzichu. One of the men had been in contact with Duan Ruyan on the plane. When the woman saw Duan Ruyan, who was late, she waited until Duan Ruyan came closer before she scolded in a low voice, "We've been waiting for you for so long. What were you doing upstairs? Do you really think you're a phoenix just because you're in the same room as the Mu family? A chicken is a chicken. Do you really think you can fly to the top? She only thinks highly of you because she thinks you're above everyone else. Do you really think that someone like her would take a fancy to you?" A series of harsh words pierced Duan Ruyan's heart, but she just blinked and replied timidly, "I was waiting for the elevator for a long time." "I'm sorry, Miss Yao." Yao Hongyin glared at her bitterly. Although she was scolding her, she secretly hated that she had not been assigned to the same room as Xiao Jin. Otherwise, she would have been the one living with Xiao Jin. If she had a good relationship with them, she would not have to worry about not being able to enter the Mu brothers' social circle. After a long time, everyone knew the relationship between the Muzilian brothers and Xiao Jin. Of course, judging from their attitude, even if Xiao Jin was not the biological daughter of the Mu family, she was better than their biological daughter. These people could not tolerate looking down on her. Of course, not everyone in a key university had such qualities and thoughts, but the difference in environment was too big. They were also geniuses who had been admitted to other universities, but their mentality gradually became distorted as they compared with each other. Their families were not poor, but they were well off. They thought they could have a better life, but they did not expect the students here to have such a big family. Some people worked hard, and some people were willing to fall. Duan Ruyan could be said to be from the poorest family, so of course, she became the target of their bullying. When the other boys saw that there were foreigners staring at them, they realized that the cultures of the 2 countries were different. Afraid of causing misunderstandings, they said to Yao Hongyin, "Well, Hongyin, don't waste time with her. It's almost time for our appointment with Peter. Don't be late for the first time and leave a bad impression on him." Yao Hongyin nodded. "Okay." When Duan Ruyan heard them talking about Peter, who she had never heard of before, she was confused and scared. "What are you talking about? Where are we going? Have you told the teacher?" "Of course I told the teacher." Yao Hongyin reached out and grabbed Duan Ruyan's arm. She was strong and grabbed Duan Ruyan like she was holding a chick. "It's none of your business where we're going." This time, it was different from the past. They were abroad. If anything happened, Duan Ruyan might not even have time to contact the teacher. She instinctively felt scared and shook her head desperately. "I still have some homework to do." "You've already told the teacher that I don't have the teacher's permission. Why don't we just forget about it?" "Of course we've told the teacher that you have to go too." The other 3 men also pushed Duan Ruyan. Duan Ruyan was no match for them, so she could only be half forced out of the hotel lobby. After they left, Xiao Jin's figure slowly appeared behind her. The summer in the United States was the same as in China. The humid heat wave hit the hotel's surroundings. The air conditioner in the hotel was on, so it did not feel so much. Xiao Jin was wearing a white shirt, slender jeans, and a pair of limited white sneakers. She looked fresh and elegant. Her waist-length seaweed hair made people feel that she was a siren from the sea, which attracted the attention of many foreigners. The aesthetics between the two countries were not very similar, but looking at Xiao Jin, there was a particularly comfortable beauty and temperament. At least foreigners would not think of her as ugly. She was probably a legendary Oriental beauty. She was indeed extraordinary. Most of her daily clothes were arranged by Xiao Fei. Her aesthetics were good, so she never made a mistake when matching Xiao Jin. Of course, she looked good, and the sack was not easy to make mistakes. She watched Duan Ruyan being pulled away by Yao Hongyin and the others. Her face was full of reluctance. The surrounding walls surged with layers of black air, extending out from the hotel. Except for her, no one else could see such a situation. Zhongli Peining and Zhongli Shiyu were eating delicacies alone in the hotel lobby. When they caught a glimpse of Xiao Jin, they immediately became alert. Their mission was to monitor Xiao Jin. Now that Xiao Jin had made a move, of course, they had to pay special attention. They saw Xiao Jin step out of the hotel alone. The two siblings looked at each other. After leaving a tip, they got up and prepared to follow Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin came out of the hotel and saw a Bentley slowly driving over. It was not surprising to see such a luxurious car in this area. The surprising thing was the person inside. In the car, Adan was in disbelief. "Young master, do you think Miss Qiao won't suspect anything if we deliberately stay in this hotel? What does she need to suspect?" The man in the car had a perfect and intoxicating smile on his face. When he saw the familiar figure outside the hotel, the gentleness in his eyes gradually increased. "She knows that I will come to find her, from the perspective of a friend." Adan was speechless. He suddenly understood what the young master meant. Just like the famous saying of the century, "You are a good person. Right now, you're my friend, so you should have about the same level of destructive power, right?" Yet, young master was actually using this method to slowly conquer her. TSK, how terrifying. Sure enough, Xiao Jin appeared at the entrance of the hotel. Opening the car window, the man seemed to carry a clear chill, dispelling the summer heat wave, bringing a particularly fresh and intoxicating feeling. He saw Xiao Jin standing outside. "It's very hot outside. You can just wait inside." Xiao Jin walked forward. "I didn't purposely wait for you. When I was about to go out, I felt that you were coming." The other, Song Yanqing, was not embarrassed at all. His noble temperament remained unchanged. "It seems that I'm more important. You originally planned to go out, but changed your mind when you heard that I was here." Xiao Jin thought about it and nodded. He wasn't wrong. The other, awesome. She was just a little curious about Duan Ruyan. She had predicted that her life would not be in danger. Since Song Yanqing was here, she must have come to see Song Yanqing. "Why are you here?" She lowered her head and asked. She opened the car door and let Song Yanqing out. In the past, this kind of work was done by Adan. When Adan saw Xiao Jin's behavior, he naturally would not be so ignorant as to say, "I'll do it." If he really did that, perhaps he would not be the chief bodyguard by the young master's side tomorrow. Adan thought sadly. Song Yanqing stepped out of the car, and his tall and straight body stretched out. In an instant, he was taller than Xiao Jin by a head. His graceful and powerful aura quickly attracted the attention of the pedestrians on the roadside. Everyone looked at this Asian man who suddenly appeared, and even the foreigners had a stunned expression. Beauty was really appreciated by the whole world. If there was a difference, it must be that your degree of beauty was not enough. Song Yanqing slightly lowered his eyes to look at the girl next to him and said, "This time, there is a company activity and signing a contract. My father asked me to deal with it." "Ah, you, sir, asked you to deal with it in the country." "Oh." Xiao Jin expressed that he understood. The two siblings, who originally wanted to follow her, hid in the hotel lobby. Looking at the situation outside, it was not good to go out. Zhongli Peining saw Song Yanqing, and her eyes showed incomparable amazement. "Is that the young master of the Song family?" The other party was tall and straight like a pine tree, and his temperament was even better. Coupled with that peerlessly perfect face, there was really no better adjective to describe him. Zhongli Shiyu's expression was a little strange. Compared to the principle of the same sex repelling each other, he only noticed that the way Song Yanqing and Xiao Jin spoke was actually particularly intimate. Seeing his sister's infatuated look, he immediately warned, the one beside him is that woman. Not to mention Song Yanqing's identity, just that woman alone was not to be trifled with. Zhongli Peining glanced at her brother and rolled her eyes. What do you think I'm thinking? Everyone loves beauty. Have you ever seen someone as beautiful as her? Can I take a few more glances? Don't worry, I know what I'm capable of. I don't have any thoughts about this kind of immortal level man. He is especially compatible with immortals, so he and Xiao Jin are so compatible. Although Zhongli Shiyu knew that his sister did not have any thoughts that she should not have, hearing her belittle herself like this, he was still a little uncomfortable. Who said that? You're so beautiful, how do you know you're not worthy of him? Zhongli Peining asked him meaningfully, brother, compared to Xiao Jin, who is prettier? Zhongli Shiyu answered without hesitation, you're beautiful. Actually, she couldn't say whether she was beautiful or not. Xiao Jin and Zhongli Peining were totally different. Zhongli Peining was very happy. Of course I'm happy to hear that. But I know in my heart that it's not that I'm not as good as Xiao Jin, but that Xiao Jin is too rare. She looked at the two people outside and said, when I first met her, I was already thinking about how popular she would be if she entered the entertainment industry. Zhongli Shiyu, the two of them looked outside the door. At this moment, Xiao Jin and Song Yanqing were already planning to come in. She thought for a moment and said, the air conditioner is on inside. The air conditioner was turned on because it was too hot. It was just the right temperature for them, but for Song Yanqing, it was too cold. Song Yanqing chuckled. It's okay. It'll only take a few minutes to enter the room. Yi, go in and help me with the accommodation procedures first. Yi said, okay. Although it was said to be the accommodation procedures, it had already been arranged when they came. They only needed to take the room card. The hotel they were staying in was also a 5-star hotel. Its reputation was not too well known, but it was enough for their selection criteria. The hotel manager knew that Song Yanqing had come and planned to personally receive him. Yi went to greet him and did not make a big fuss. The hotel's air conditioning was indeed very cold for Song Yanqing, but his body had been slowly changing recently. He was no longer as cold as before. A few minutes later, they went upstairs together. Xiao Jin naturally followed him to his suite. Of course, he was just a guest. Zhongli Peining and Zhongli Shiyu naturally wouldn't follow. Seeing this, Zhongli Peining was particularly curious. Are they really boyfriend and girlfriend? Why does the information show that they haven't seen each other many times? Zhongli Shiyu, ever since the monitoring group lost her tracking record in the WeChat group, I don't believe that the spirit group has investigated any information about her. Zhongli Peining, **** upstairs, Song Yanqing asked Xiao Jin, what were you going to do just now? Xiao Jin thought for a moment and said, I saw a particularly interesting person. I just wanted to follow and see what the other party's situation was. Song Yanqing entered the room and continued to ask with slight interest, an unawakened spiritual reader? Or a demonized spiritual reader? Xiao Jin nodded. It could be. Everything you said is possible. Song Yanqing instantly understood. It could be an unawakened spiritual reader, but it could be a demonized spiritual reader. That would be useful to her, but it wouldn't be enough for her to chase after it. It seems that it's not an ordinary spiritual reader. For you to chase after it abroad, it's either being watched by the Rakshasa world, or it's an array master or a spiritual reader. He guessed correctly. Xiao Jin didn't intend to hide it. There aren't many spiritual readers. He paused and continued, it could be an array master. Duan Ruyan being an array master was just her speculation. Her speculation was wrong before she fully awakened. Just like when she signed up, she felt that something was useful to her. It wasn't until she saw it that she confirmed that this person was Duan Ruyan. However, there was still a group of people who hadn't arrived yet, so she wasn't completely sure. If Duan Ruyan was only one of them, then this event would give her a big surprise. Song Yanqing showed a little curiosity about not being demonized. Is there a chance to be saved when you're not demonized? There was always a process for a person to be demonized. It was not that easy for a spiritual reader to awaken. If he saved her before she was demonized, would it be possible for her to wake up and not be demonized? Xiao Jin shook her head. It's very difficult. Those who can be demonized must have been targeted for a long time. There is also an equivalent exchange. If you want to get the ability, you have to be demonized. Stronger abilities. Basically, no demonized spiritualist can resist this temptation. There was a strong incentive for this. For example, Zhao Chunfeng, who had killed Tan Shuajia and a few others, had been motivated by the desire to avenge his parents. The cracks were already riddled with holes, and the demon had infiltrated silently. Generally speaking, 99% of psionic readers who awakened with a strong desire for revenge were demonized. She thought Duan Ruyan was probably the same. She had been bullied too much. Not to mention that she couldn't save this situation, it wouldn't end well for her to be kind and save others. Even if she could, she had a premonition that Duan Ruyan would be too late. Because she was an array master, even the demon was chasing after her. This was fundamentally different from Song Yanqing. The demon followed him for a purpose, and he could see the Rakshasa realm. Duan Ruyan couldn't see it, but she must be gradually coming into contact with the demon. Song Yanqing seemed to be able to understand this situation. He suddenly said to Xiao Jin, "Don't interfere in other people's affairs." Xiao Jin looked at him curiously. "I didn't say I was going to intervene." Song Yanqing smiled. "I know, there are some things that are useless even if you intervene. If she can be demonized and she isn't strong enough, you can save her once, but not twice." Because he had witnessed the Rakshasa realm, and his ability as a spiritual speaker was forced to awaken by the Rakshasa realm, he knew how powerful the demons of the Rakshasa realm were at seducing people. They would seep into your limbs and bones all the time, just to seduce you. Once they succeeded, they would gradually lose themselves. They might even lose their sanity. Xiao Jin could ignore him back then, so naturally, he wouldn't care about others. Xiao Jin nodded. "I understand." She had existed for 10,000 years and had witnessed countless things like this. Naturally, she wouldn't do something that was thankless. However, there were demonizations in the world, and naturally there were existences like Su Rong and Ming Chu. Thinking of Su Rong and Ming Chu, she felt a little complicated. She said, "I don't think I've told you about Su Rong and Ming Chu." "Song Yanqing, you can tell me now." Xiao Jin thought for a moment and told him about Su Rong and Ming Chu. She wasn't good at telling stories, so she just told it lightly and casually, with a kind of indifference. However, in this story, one could still feel a faint sadness. After Xiao Jin finished, Song Yanqing said, "It's very shocking." It was really surprising that her obsession could be strong enough to bring her deceased husband back. "Song Yanqing, that's why you asked me that question that day." No wonder she was in a bad mood. Song Yanqing was surprised that this kind of thing could make Xiao Jin's mood fluctuate, but he also felt an inexplicable joy. To be able to make her feel touched, it probably made her understand that there were beautiful things in this world. If she stood in a high place and treated everyone the same, she wouldn't be able to feel that kind of beauty. Xiao Jin pinched his chin. "Is Ming Chu everything to Su Rong?" "Sort of," Song Yanqing said. "Although I haven't experienced such a thing, I understand her thoughts. You said that she has no parents, and her life has not been smooth sailing since she was young. This world is only a burden to her. For the sake of living, she can't feel that there are more beautiful things in this world because just trying to survive is squeezing all her time." He explained gently, as if he was unfolding a picture of Su Rong's life. Meeting Ming Chu was the most beautiful thing in her life. Because there was someone who had brought her everything and brought her to appreciate the beauty of life. If this person was no longer around, it would be equivalent to destroying her. No one knew whether tomorrow or an accident would come first. This could only be said to be the sorrow of fate. If there were no accidents, perhaps they would live like this for the rest of their lives. Perhaps they would gradually wear each other down and quarrel. Perhaps by then, Su Rong would no longer be so stubborn. However, there were no ifs in life. Everything disappeared at the right time. This was fate. Xiaojin shook his head and sighed silently. She gave me an umbrella, and before she left, she gave me a gift. I don't think what I did was worth it. I don't understand her thoughts, but I will cherish them. This was the kindness of the other party, which made her feel different. She had no reason to ignore it. Song Yanqing curled the corners of his lips, like a cool breeze and bright moon. Perhaps this is the reason she wanted you to know. She is a good person. Xiaojin nodded. Just like you. Song Yanqing, alright, at least in her heart, the meaning of being a good person was not ordinary. When night fell, Xiaojin saw the Musilian brothers who had returned. Musilian saw her and said, Big brother is very unhappy that you did not look for him when you came to America. He wants you to video call him tonight and let him see if you have become ugly. This did not sound like something Muchiji would say. Obviously, Musilian was bullshitting. Musicha shot a cold look at Musilian and said quickly, Big brother wants you to call him. Xiaojin nodded. I will. Musichu asked, Are you really not going to change rooms and sleep with others? Are you used to it? It was not that they looked down on the students who shared a room with Xiaojin. It was just that Xiaojin sleeping alone was more comfortable than two people sleeping in the same room. It was not as if they did not have the means to help Xiaojin change rooms. Xiaojin said, It's fine. It's just an activity. I don't want to be special. The Mu brothers who were shot were speechless. Musilian saw the change in Musichu's eyes and immediately shouted, I'm not going to share a room with others. If you want to stay, you can stay by yourself. The room was already booked. There was no reason to change back. Musichu took a deep breath and gave up on the idea. It did not matter what his sister thought. He really could not overcome the difficulty of sharing a room with others. Xiaojin did not care about what others thought. She would not force others to agree with her. She went down to eat with them. They ate together. It was all arranged by the school. The teachers were afraid that these students would have their own ideas, so they still advised them to integrate as much as possible. Tonight, a large group of people would arrive, and tomorrow, they would go to school with them to start this study trip. Zhongli Peining and her brother didn't really want to come during dinner time. However, when they thought that Xiaojin would also be there, they still came. Dinner was Western food. The Western food in this hotel was not bad, but it was torture for people who were not used to it. Xiaojin ate quite well. During the meal, Ro Yan and the remaining 4 people finally came back. As expected, they were criticized by the teacher. The short-haired girl who was with Duan Ruyan could not help but smile and apologize. She told the teacher that they had been shopping for too long and lost track of time. Actually, the teacher had called and knew that they might be looking for an excuse. But now that they were back safely, it was fine. Of course, the teacher also noticed that Duan Ruyan's expression was not very good. At least when she returned, her expression was one of terror. The teacher asked with concern, Student Duan, what's wrong with you? They were not from the same school, and this teacher was not Duan Ruyan's teacher. He was just a teacher who led the school. He did not know Duan Ruyan well and did not know what situation she might have encountered. It was natural for him to be concerned. Yao Hongyin immediately grabbed Duan Ruyan's hand and pinched her arm to stop her from talking nonsense. Yao Hongyin explained with a smile, It's nothing, teacher. We met with a small car accident on our way back. We were almost hit by a car. Duan Ruyan is timid, so she got scared. The other boys behind him also echoed in agreement. They were all college students, so the teacher did not think there was anything wrong. Hearing this, he said with concern, Student Duan, in this case, do you need to rest for a while? I'll ask the hotel staff to send dinner to your room. Duan Ruyan raised her head and looked at the teacher with a look of hope after the panic. However, the teacher really couldn't see the begging in the depths of her eyes. Teacher. Yao Hongyin held her and no one else could see. She was in pain and her face twitched. Okay. I'll go back to my room to rest. Her voice was like a mosquito. The teacher felt that she was really timid and even spoke carefully. They couldn't be blamed. It was rare to see such a thing on the campus of a key university. As for campus violence, it was difficult for the teacher to think of it. On the other side, Zhongli Peining and Zhongli Shiyu's observation skills were outstanding. Naturally, they saw something fishy. Zhongli Peining pushed her brother's arm. "Brother, don't you feel that there's something strange between the two girls?" Zhongli Shiyu also saw it, but he couldn't guess the specifics. He just frowned and said, "It's a little strange." At this moment, Qiao Jin, who was sitting at another table and eating with the Mu brothers, stood up and said softly, "Teacher, I'm Duan Ruyan's roommate. I'll send her back to rest. I'm also full." The teacher's face lit up. "Oh, right, how could I forget this? Come, student Qiao, send student Duan back to rest." Yao Hongyin originally wanted to say that they could send her back so that Duan Ruyan would shut up and not say anything that shouldn't be said. She didn't expect Qiao Jin to interfere. Of course, they didn't dare to go against Qiao Jin. Qiao Jin even walked in front of them and looked down at them. "Students, you just came back. You must be hungry. Hurry up and eat." Those who didn't know would think that she was concerned about them, but Musilian and Musicha felt that Qiao Jin was a little. It wasn't targeted, but if Qiao Jin was concerned about others, he wouldn't be in this state. They didn't understand the situation and could only frown and look over. Of course, those students didn't dare to refuse Qiao Jin's kindness. Okay. Thank you for your concern." Yao Hongyin gritted her teeth. Seeing the disregard in Qiao Jin's eyes, she couldn't help but feel indignant. Wasn't he just lucky enough to be associated with the Mu family? What was there to be proud of? Without the Mu family, he might be picking up garbage to eat. It was said that her results were not very good when she entered the school. No one knew how much money the Mu family had given her. Now that she had suddenly joined a study tour, it was either because the Mu family had bribed her or had helped her hire a famous teacher to tutor her. That was why she had such good results. If they had such resources, wouldn't they be 1,000 times more powerful than Qiao Jin? Tsk, the few of them went to eat. Qiao Jin sent Duan Ruyan, who was trembling slightly, back home. She was trembling mainly because of Yao Hongyin's pinch. The other party didn't show any mercy. Duan Ruyan's trembling slowed down the moment she climbed onto her shoulder. Qiao Jin supported her as he escorted her back. In a low voice, she said, "Qiao Jin, thank you." His voice was already choked with sobs. She had suffered quite a shock tonight, and even had a nightmare. This nightmare was about to begin, and she didn't know how to face it. She didn't expect Yao Hongyin and the others to be so crazy that they actually sent her to that kind of place, that kind of naked and undisguised gaze, a group of foreigners speaking a strange language. She was like the most embarrassing person in the world. Standing there and letting them size her up, she was just a product. And she couldn't even resist. If it weren't for the teacher's urging, she might not have been able to come back tonight. When she reached the room, Duan Ruyan sat in front of her bed in shock. Qiao Jin was busy in the bathroom. After a while, she saw a folded warm towel in front of her. Duan Ruyan raised her head because she was too flustered. She saw the girl's calm eyes and delicate facial features. Her temperament was like smoke. She didn't seem to be friendly, but she didn't seem to have any other intentions. Duan Ruyan took the towel and said in a trembling voice, Thank you." Qiao Jin said, "You're welcome." Duan Ruyan wiped her face with the towel. For a moment, she wanted Qiao Jin to save her. Because she was the daughter of the Mu family. But, why, no one would help others for no reason. She might even hurt Qiao Jin. Perhaps it was because of the first time, Duan Ruyan had seen many people who seemed to have good intentions but actually had bad intentions. Perhaps Qiao Jin was the same. But, there was nothing about her that caught her eye. She knew that this kind of person wouldn't do such a thing. She was not on the same level as Yao Hongyin and the others. Duan Ruyan was very grateful for Qiao Jin's kindness. Duan Ruyan didn't say it in the end. She had to face her own problems. "Are you hungry?" The girl's greeting was still indifferent. Her voice was steady as if there were no fluctuations. Duan Ruyan shook her head. She didn't have any appetite after what happened tonight. Qiao Jin pursed his lips and said, "Rest early. If you're hungry, call the hotel to send food over." Duan Ruyan nodded. When she lay down, she actually felt a moment of relaxation. In a foreign country, a girl she had never met actually brought her a kind of incomparable peace. Are you really willing to do this? It's too late. Look, if you don't do it now, you'll become even more miserable. You might not even be able to go back alive. Just promise me. It's such a simple thing, Hong. Duan Ruyan opened her eyes, sweating profusely. She was dreaming again. In the dream, she could not see the figures clearly. They were approaching her, and they always wanted her to agree to something. She didn't know what she should agree to. She would have dreams every night, and they would always be able to easily grasp her weakness. Every word they said would make her tremble in fear. The ferocious aura hidden in the darkness seemed to give her a sense of satisfaction. However, she always wakes up. She stared at the ceiling. In the dark environment, her pupils suddenly dilated. She did not move. The sensor light in the room did not light up, but she felt that there was someone beside her. A lively person. It was Xiao Jin. She tilted her head. The curtains blocked the light from the city outside, and the room was extremely dark. Actually, she couldn't see Xiao Jin's figure clearly. She knew that Xiao Jin was sleeping soundly. She had a perfect face, an immortal-like temperament, and an aristocratic family background. She was envious of everything he did. This life was so perfect that there was almost no flaw to be found. Perhaps in this world, there were always some people who were born to be in the clouds. She held her breath. The room was terrifyingly quiet. She did not hear any sound, not even the slightest sound of breathing. Her heart trembled. She wanted to hear more clearly. Suddenly, she heard a voice. You can't sleep? It was Xiao Jin's voice. The stone in her heart finally fell to the ground. Duan Ruyan was a little surprised and said timidly, Student Xiao, how did you know I was awake? Did I wake you up? Xiao Jin said, No, I saw you moving. Duan Ruyan was speechless. She didn't know how Xiao Jin could see it when it was so dark. Perhaps her eyesight was naturally superior. Duan Ruyan was still a little short-sighted. Thinking of this, Duan Ruyan sighed again. How could a perfect person be perfect everywhere? I had a nightmare and just woke up. I'm sorry to disturb you. Xiao Jin didn't say anything. She knew what Duan Rolan was dreaming about. The aura of the Rakshasa realm's invasion on her body was very serious. It was easy to imagine what her nightmare was about. What was the most disgusting thing about the Rakshasa realm? It was about repeating the past over and over again, forcing you to see this tragic scene, forcing you to remember the unfair treatment you received. Step by step, it aroused hatred, making it impossible for people to escape. In the dream, the person dreaming was not the master, but the people of the Rakshasa realm. This was what Xiao Jin had once seen a demonized spiritualist who had told her. So in the end, there was no way to escape. The hope of recovering after demonization was zero. Basically, one could only become a puppet of the demon. After all, the Rakshasa realm and the real world were not two related worlds. Xiao Jin couldn't control this kind of dream infiltration. After a while, Xiao Jin slowly said, I didn't wake you up. I just didn't fall asleep. You should go to bed early. Duan Ruyan nodded softly. She was vaguely curious. Why was Xiao Jin still not sleeping in the middle of the night? She didn't know that Xiao Jin didn't need to rest at all. They were in the same room. As long as Duan Ruyan made any strange movements, she would immediately wake up. In the latter half of the night, Duan Ruyan didn't sleep much. Xiao Jin naturally didn't sleep either. However, when they woke up early in the morning, one was energetic and the other was dispirited. There was still a difference. However, there was an event today and everyone had to wake up early. Duan Ruyan had no choice. Perhaps she was destined to lose focus during today's study tour. The last batch of students arrived 2 hours late because their flight was delayed. When they arrived, it was already late at night, so the teachers did not disturb the students who had arrived earlier. Early in the morning, everyone gathered together happily and became familiar with each other. However, it was obvious that Xiao Jin was separated from the Mu brothers. Similarly, the Zhong siblings were also separated from each other. Naturally, the Mu clan was an influential figure, and no one else could come into contact with them. Zhong Lijia was a new transfer student. He had not even familiarized himself with the school before he followed them to the event. He did not even know many of his classmates. Moreover, they seemed to be either rich or noble. Naturally, they would not strike up a conversation with them. This group of students was also divided into several factions. The professor leading the team excitedly announced today's activities. Today, we will be meeting and exchanging knowledge with students from foreign famous schools. We will have joint activities for 2 days. Everyone can learn and communicate with each other. As for the rest, just treat it as viewing the scenery. We won't be returning to the hotel at night. We'll be staying at the event venue. But we'll be back when the time comes. You don't have to bring too many things. After the professor made the announcement, the group of students cheered. Communicating with students from foreign famous schools was also building a social network. It was beneficial for the future. As long as they had the ability. Of course, those who could come here for this event didn't have to worry about this. Even someone like Duan Ruyan had excellent results. Xiao Jin didn't find it fun to meet people. Among the large group of students, she looked around and finally determined that Duan Ruyan was her target. Because no other students had any special reactions. But she had a vague feeling that something was wrong. She was the most eye-catching in the crowd. Any special behavior would attract attention, so she had always maintained a calm state. With Musilian and Musichu by her side to help her get things, the other female students were quite envious. Musilian and Duan Ruyan might not have a sister, so they were very conscious of being older brothers. They didn't look at Xiao Jin with disdain like before. Perhaps at that time, she wasn't very good looking. Xiao Jin thought so. When they went out, Musichu took a sun hat and put it on Xiao Jin. He said concisely, "Sunscreen." Xiao Jin looked at the sun. In fact, the sun didn't hurt her. Instead, it was good for her. The ultraviolet rays that others were afraid of were nothing in their eyes. However, Xiao Jin didn't reject Musichu's kindness. Musilian even went to buy ice cream for Xiao Jin. Of course, in order to show his elegance as the little prince of the campus, he treated everyone in the student group to one, including the teachers. Everyone was flattered. They originally thought that these people were high and mighty, but now, an ice cream had closed the gap. In the past, they thought that they were all rich children, so they weren't to be trifled with. Now, they felt that they were quite approachable. Take this. You're Xiao Jin's roommate, right? I'll treat you guys. Musilian stuffed an ice cream into Duan Ruyan's hand. Duan Ruyan took it in a daze. She didn't expect Musilian to remember her. Although she was Xiao Jin's roommate. It also meant that the other party had a good memory. Of course, if she wasn't Xiao Jin's roommate, perhaps Musilian wouldn't have remembered her. Duan Ruyan blinked. When the ice cream entered her mouth, it was very sweet. It was really sweet. The sweetness reached the bottom of her heart. She looked at the girl in the distance. She didn't turn back, but she was as beautiful as the sun, radiating light recklessly. Their group soon met up with the students from another famous school. Everyone took 3 buses in batches. Because they were all alternating, the order was messed up, and the teacher arranged it. This way, everyone would know other students at the first stop. Xiao Jin did not separate from the Mu brothers. He sat on a bus and looked at the blonde foreigners around him. In fact, the quality of foreign students was similar to that of domestic students. There were ordinary ones and handsome ones. Everyone seemed to be very enthusiastic. The first person that the foreigners had their eyes on was Xiao Jin. Some even came over to ask for Xiao Jin's phone number and wanted to have a pleasant academic exchange. However, before this step could be carried out, Musichu destroyed it. To him, any man who wanted to get close to his sister was like a pig trying to grab cabbage. Song Yanqing, forget it, except for brother Yanqing. Little did he know that his sister was sending a message to Song Yanqing with her head lowered. Jin Jinyao, I keep feeling that something is wrong. Xiao Jin rarely sent such an uncertain tone. Song Yanqing quickly replied when he saw the message, even though he was working. Song Yanqing, what's wrong? Tell me in detail, and I'll help you analyze it. Jin Jinyao, reality is mixed with falsehood. The other party is typing. After a long time, Song Yanqing sent a message helplessly. Song Yanqing, I seem to understand the meaning of this sentence, but I don't know the story behind it. It's Jean Jinyo, I'll reply to you tonight. Song Yanqing, okay. Xiao Jin looked up. Surrounded by foreigners, she suddenly whispered, Chi Chu, can you check the information of the students this time? Musicha looked up at her. No, what do you want to do? Even if they were from the Mu family, the school was not run by their family. The principal and vice principal's background were even bigger than theirs. It was not realistic to check the students' information. Xiao Jin, then there's no need to ask anymore. Musichu, he frowned slightly. Why do you want to know the students' information for no reason? If you want to know, I can get off the bus and ask them one by one for you. Xiao Jin, that's too troublesome. At most, you'll know who they are. Will they tell you anything else? Musichu, it was not realistic, so he mentioned it casually. With his personality, he could not ask everyone's name with a cold face. Fortunately, Xiao Jin did not agree. Musilian, what are you whispering about? Saying bad things behind my back? Xiao Jin, Musichu, to some extent, Musilian was more like Mu Xiangshan's grandson. Mu Xiangshan, who was far away in China, suddenly sneezed. The bus swayed for a few hours. Along the way, the students chatted from novelty to sleepiness. Not excluding those who chatted passionately, a few hours were not a problem. Musilian and Musichu had already begun to doze off. Only Xiao Jin opened her eyes and looked at the road outside the window gradually becoming barren. It was not as luxurious as the roads in the city. They were now on a desolate asphalt road, heading towards a small town. Why was the Rakshasa world so active now? She suddenly had this inexplicable thought. In her previous world, the Rakshasa world in her eyes was a world that had nothing to do with the real world. They had their own rules, and the human world had its own rules. And the current Rakshasa realm was abnormally active. Although Duan Ruyan could not see the Luosha realm, she had been entangled by demons. Those who could be entangled by demons were definitely not ordinary people. Was there something special about Duan Ruyan? Formation Master had yet to awaken. Xiao Jin paused. She suddenly thought of a possibility. However, he had to have the opportunity to verify this possibility. It was already past noon when they arrived at the small town. Everyone's stomachs were rumbling with hunger as they woke up one after another. Fortunately, the town was considered luxurious. There were cliffs around the town, and the foreign-style scenery was especially popular among the students. When everyone got out of the car and gathered together, Xiao Jin noticed that there was a spiritualist in the opposing team. Of course, she was not surprised that there was a spirit reader in a foreign country. The Zhong siblings were talking to the foreign student. Obviously, they knew each other. It seemed that the scale of the astral group was rather large. Yep, it was world-class. Once they left the small town, everyone was happy to keep each other company. With the help of the teachers, they found their respective hotels and guesthouses. In addition, the small town had internet and surveillance, so the school allowed them to move freely. The foreign students went straight to the bar in the small town. This town was not small. It was a famous tourist town, and there were many tourists. There was a huge fountain in the middle of the town. It was a famous wishing square, and one could come here to make a wish. Xiao Jin did as the Romans did. Under Musich's lead, she threw a coin into the pool to make a wish. The moment the coin fell into the water, she looked at the small splash and suddenly understood something. Everyone else had their own activities to do. Musilian and Musichu were watching Xiao Jin. They were chatting with a few foreign students. Xiao Jin didn't like groups. She liked to be alone. She found an excuse to wander around the town. Musichu and Musilian were worried. They couldn't monitor her all the time. They only told her to answer the phone at all times. If she met a stranger, she shouldn't talk to them and she shouldn't go with them. She didn't wander around. Soon, she found the teachers who were also drinking in the small bar. After all, it was rare for everyone to relax. The foreign professors were generous. They drank beer and had all kinds of academic discussions with their professors. The waiter who was mixing drinks for them looked like he was listening to a book. Xiao Jin found a male teacher. When she sat down, she casually asked, "Teacher, does our school come here every year?" The male teacher was a little surprised to see Xiao Jin. He immediately replied, "Of course not. Our school activities change places every year. We also change schools." Xiao Jin, "Oh. Then can students participate in this kind of activity every year?" The male teacher said directly, "Of course not. Generally speaking, we don't recommend students to come here repeatedly. When choosing, we consider students who haven't been here before." Of course, a school was so big. Only a few dozen students would come out of tens of thousands. Even if most of the students came from good families, they would still choose to experience it. Basically, there wouldn't be a repeat every year. Xiao Jin suddenly asked, "How many times has Duan Ruyan been here?" Duan. Oh, Duan Ruyan? The male teacher was suddenly enlightened. He said, "Of course it's her first time here." Xiao Jin smiled. "Teacher, I know it's abrupt, but are you sure? Has this town been used as an event location before?" The male teacher thought seriously. "Oh, I really don't know. The teachers who lead the team every year are different. I can help you ask." This wasn't a secret. The male teacher was just a little confused. "Aren't you and Duan Ruyan roommates?" Xiao Jin smiled. "Of course we're roommates. Student Duan is a good classmate." Yes. The male teacher also smiled and said, "I remember that her grades were very good." Xiao Jin nodded. "All right, thank you for your answer." She turned around, her smile fading away. She must have been to the school in this small town. She had just been by the wishing pool when she suddenly felt Duan Ruyan's aura. She had been here before. The annual activities of this school were rarely repeated. Duan Ruyan was only a sophomore this year. How could she have been here before? With her family background and current school conditions, it was impossible for her to go abroad. She lowered her head and sent Xianxia a message. "It's Jin Jinyo, I know what's wrong. This is a formation. It's Jin Jinyo. She's not unawakened, she's already a demonized array master." After sending these two messages, she looked up and bumped into Duan Ruyan outside the bar. She looked a little lost and didn't know where to go. It didn't look like she was going to enter the bar. Xiao Jin saw Duan Ruyan and smiled faintly. "Student Duan, where are you going?" Duan Ruyan saw Xiao Jin and was about to say something when Yao Hongyin's voice came from not far away. "Duan Ruyan, what are you doing? Didn't you see the message I sent you?" Duan Ruyan suddenly turned around and looked at Yao Hongyin. I didn't look at my phone." She was still trembling. It seemed that she was really afraid of Yao Hongyin. Xiao Jin looked at Yao Hongyin with interest. Yao Hongyin still didn't know what had happened to her. She still looked fierce. The moment she rushed over, she reached out to grab Duan Ruyan's arm. However, when she saw Xiao Jin, she suddenly stopped and withdrew her hand. Why was this jinx everywhere? In front of Xiao Jin, she really couldn't abuse Duan Ruyan. After all, they were classmates. "What are you doing here? Why aren't you leaving?" Yao Hongyin wanted to pull Duan Ruyan away. Duan Ruyan asked her, Where are you taking me?" Yao Hongyin glared at her with her back facing Xiao Jin. "I already said that I'll call you over if there's something. You'll know when you get there." Duan Ruyan was speechless. She was silent. Her face looked a little pale. Seeing this, Xiao Jin didn't say anything. At this moment, the WeChat in his phone kept vibrating. Obviously, Song Yanqing had replied. Xiao Jin watched Duan Ruyan being pulled away by Yao Hongyin before looking down at the message. Song Yanqing, an awakened demonized array master. Song Yanqing, what's going on? If it was a demonized array master, the nature could be said to be much more serious. Xiao Jin said that demonized spiritualists would gradually become violent and murderous. This was also the reason why demonized spiritualists had to be eradicated. Furthermore, an array master was more dangerous than an ordinary spiritualist. Xiao Jin wanted to type, but typing was too troublesome. He directly made a phone call. When Song Yanqing saw the call, he made a pause gesture to the person on the other end of the video call. The person on the other end was obviously a little surprised, but he still nodded and let Song Yanqing answer the call. Song Yanqing stood up and walked to the side to answer the phone. As soon as he picked up, he heard Xiao Jin's calm voice. It's nothing serious. It just makes me feel a little strange. She should be the guide. What does guide mean? A demonized spiritual reader who works for the Rakshasa world. She's a formation master. It's a pity to let her lose her mind. The Rakshasa world usually raises such puppets in the human realm. Although they were two different worlds, since the Rakshasa realm needed a demonized spiritual reader, it must be useful. Ordinary demonized psychic masters were not worthy of the Rakshasa realm's attention, but special psychic masters were different. Xiao Jin was certain that Duan Ruyan was a demonized array master because she had heard Duan Ruyan's voice when she was by the wishing pond. She had been here before, and this was already something that was wrong. In addition, Xiao Jin saw it. I think there's something wrong with this school event. She couldn't have come here for no reason. Maybe what happened to her in the past was true, causing her to become a demonized spiritual reader. Song Yanqing also said, "What's the matter?" Xiao Jin deduced, "It's probably campus violence." This was very common. In fact, it was a little uncommon in key universities. This kind of school had a strong academic atmosphere because the students here were all elite students. Most of them were immersed in their daily studies and were too busy. There might be people who were not pleasing to the eye, but it was rare to see such a painstaking effort to target an ordinary student. In particular, the methods used seemed very despicable. It was hard to imagine. Song Yanqing nodded. The world is big. Anything can happen. That was true. After all, there were all kinds of weirdos in fortune-telling. Xiao Jin was used to it now. In the past, there was no such thing as weirdos. Now, you think Duan Ruyan is a demonized array master and has probably been here a long time ago. If you want to know why, you have to dig out her secrets? Xiao Jin. Not necessarily. I can use some means, but I think there is someone else behind her. However, it depended on the person. Sometimes, Xiao Jin would use some methods to achieve her goal, although the other party was a demonized spiritual reader. However, Duan Ruyan gave her a different feeling. There was a sense of loss in her, like someone who had been lost in the long river of time and could not find the way back. If she had really been here, then she had other reasons for approaching Yao Hangyin. Xiao Jin, I'll take care of the rest myself. Song Yanqing, okay. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Jin keenly sensed that someone was approaching quickly from behind. However, she did not directly make a move since there was no malicious intent. Hi. She turned around and saw a tall and handsome foreign boy. He had brown curly hair and was particularly charming when he smiled. I heard your name is Xiao Jin. He spoke in Chinese, and it was surprisingly standard. Of course, the students here were all top students from famous schools, so it was not surprising that they were good at Chinese. This person was the foreign spiritual reader who had spoken to Zhong Li Peining and her sister. Xiao Jin just said lightly, yes. Hello, my name is Jerson. He reached out his hand, revealing a row of big white teeth. He was bright and sunny. Can we be friends? Xiao Jin stared at his outstretched hand for about 3 seconds. No. Jerson, Xiao Jin's direct and straightforward rejection stunned him for a moment, but then he smiled again. It's okay. Maybe you are Chinese and think I'm too abrupt. Huaxia people seem to be like this. They were more shy. Perhaps they couldn't accept him talking about making friends. In fact, in Xiao Jin's mind, only Song Yanqing could be considered a friend. Friends had to be verified before they could be together. It was too easy for Gelson to make friends, and besides, she did not like to make friends. They were even less interested in foreigners like Jerson. She turned around and was about to leave. Jerson thought to himself that he was not ugly after all. Although there was a huge difference in aesthetic standards between the East and the West, he was recognized as handsome. Even Asians would say that they were handsome. Could it be that he was not handsome? Jerson thought it unlikely. It probably needs some buffering agent. Thinking of this, Jerson's eyes revealed a hint of naughtiness. He stared at the ground where Xiao Jin had walked, and suddenly something seemed to be about to rise out of it. The floor seemed to be pushed up. If it was at a normal angle, Xiao Jin should have slipped and fallen. His hand even made a gesture of catching it. However, the floor that was about to jump up was pressed down by a foot. In an instant, Xiao Jin turned around. Under the calm in his beautiful deep eyes, there seemed to be a hidden blade. I don't like people who don't know their limits. If there is a next time, you will pay the price. Jerson had never seen such a gaze. That pair of eyes was bright and beautiful. The gaze was as calm as water, but it hit a turbulent current. It made Jerson's hair stand on end. Jerson immediately raised his hand. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. A wise man submits to circumstances. At that moment, Jerson realized the powerful threat of Xiao Jin. No wonder the Zhong siblings said that this girl was not to be trifled with, but they clearly told him that she had the ability to predict the future. Oh, this was a somewhat outrageous psychic. Seeing Jerson raise his hand in surrender, Xiao Jin looked away and soon saw Musachu walking over from a distance. Musachu also saw Jerson and Xiao Jin. He came forward and glanced at Jerson, who was now stiff and embarrassed, and asked softly, "What did he just say to you?" He looked very unhappy. Naturally, Jerson had offended Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin, no. She asked, "Where's Ji Lian?" "They're having fun together." Who was Musilian? The little prince of disco. At this time, he must be making friends and gathering in a bar. Night was about to fall, and even the small town could usher in its own lively time. The bar was naturally the most lively place. Jerson took advantage of the time when Xiao Jin and Musachu were talking to each other. Bit by bit, like a crab, he slowly moved away. He just felt that this Chinese girl was beautiful and pure, like an angel in the Bible. Now he felt that she might have the face of an angel, the aura of hell. Musachu noticed Jerson's little movements and only said, "This person has a good relationship with the Zhong siblings who came with us." Musachu was also very observant. The Zhong siblings had just transferred to the school, but he already had some impression of them in this gathering. He also noticed their conversation with Jerson just now. They had obviously known each other for a long time. They happened to know each other in different schools and even met in this event. It could only be said that the Zhong family had a wide network. Musachu did not know about the psychic, so he did not know that there was another rule in this world. Is that so? Xiao Jin's response was somewhat perfunctory, but her eyes saw an interesting scene. Outside the town, a black sedan slowly drove in. It happened to be parked opposite where Xiao Jin was now. It was a small town hotel. From the car, a woman with a face full of happiness got out. Her lower abdomen was flat, but when she got out of the car, she carefully protected her stomach. Obviously, she was pregnant. On the other side, her husband, who was driving the car, carefully took care of her, looking very serious and caring. In addition, they had Asian faces, which made the people nearby take a few more glances at them out of curiosity. Musachu followed his gaze and said, "The scenery here is not bad, so tourists come here every year. There are quite a lot of Asians, but most of them are from our country." These two were probably the same. He could tell from their auras. Xiao Jin turned his head, indicating that she was just looking around. She wanted to go back to the hotel to rest, so she went back with Musachu. When they passed by the couple, the man just happened to come down with the luggage in the trunk. The luggage was a little heavy, and the woman said with concern, "De Xian, be careful. There are a few suitcases, don't sprain your back." When Xiao Jin and the others passed by, because of Xiao Jin's outstanding temperament, she even looked at them curiously. The man with the luggage had a bright smile on his face. "It's okay, Rulan, I'm not that weak." When he finished speaking, his gaze inadvertently swept across Xiao Jin's face. After returning to the hotel, Xiao Jin began to rest. The hotel this time was relatively small, so everyone had a single room. They were separated, but the soundproofing wasn't very good. The girls stayed on one floor, and the boys stayed on the other to avoid any accidents. Dozens of students stayed in two hotels. Because of the arrangement, a group of students stayed nearby. This time, there were only so many choices in the hotel. Musilian and Musachu had no choice. Xiao Jin lay on the bed and could hear the movements of the people next door. Of course, even if the soundproofing was good, she could still hear them. But after a while, the flirtatious tone was mixed with strange gasps. These students were more daring than he had imagined. Of course, they were already university students, so this was normal. Ordinary people might blush when they heard this, but Xiao Jin didn't react. Humans had been like this since ancient times. It was just the act of reproduction. There was nothing special about it. However, someone couldn't bear to listen and suddenly cursed. Obviously, it scared the two lovebirds who were in love, and their voices quickly disappeared. There was no water in the room. When Xiao Jin went out to get the hot water, she bumped into Yao Hongyin coming out of the room next to hers. When she saw Xiao Jin, her face turned green and white. She didn't expect Xiao Jin to come back at this time. Shouldn't she be in town? Yao Hongyin couldn't explain her feelings. She subconsciously closed the door behind her. At least there was someone in there who couldn't be seen by Xiao Jin. However, Xiao Jin wasn't interested in looking at her at all. He walked past her without looking sideways. In contrast, Yao Hongyin was like a cooked prawn, red from head to toe. It was rare for her to know what shame felt like. Just now, Yao Hongyin took Duan Ruyan away, but now she was here. It had only been half an hour. When Xiao Jin came back from getting the hot water, Yao Hongyin had returned to normal. She was thick-skinned. At this moment, she looked at Xiao Jin as if nothing had happened. "Hello, Xiao Jin." Her smile was very charming, with the youthful vitality of a modern university student. However, Xiao Jin walked past her as if he didn't hear her. This made Yao Hongyin's smile instantly gloomy. Such disregard was like a slap to her face, bringing a certain degree of humiliation to her personality. Isn't it just climbing up to the Mu clan? Climbing up to the Mu clan, what right did she have? Yao Hongyin was furious, and her whole body seemed to be trembling. However, if no one paid attention to her, her actions would be as laughable as a clown's. When Xiao Jin was about to enter the house, Yao Hongyin suddenly heard a very cold and ethereal voice. "I advise you to turn over a new leaf as soon as possible." Yao Hongyin was speechless. She became even more furious. What did Xiao Jin mean? What did she mean? Was it because he had hooked up with a foreign exchange student? Did she feel ashamed of it? She was just a university student. Wasn't this behavior normal? However, she didn't know that Xiao Jin's words meant something else. He meant well. If Yao Hongyin changed and became a good person now, there might be a chance to save herself. The death aura had already wrapped around her head. It was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper was ready to cut her. If Xiao Jin's guess was right, Yao Hongyin was probably going to be dead. As for why, it probably had something to do with Duan Ruyan. She just reminded him and wouldn't interfere in others' affairs. The fate of others had nothing to do with her. She went into her room, blocked out the noise around her, and rested for a while. When it was night time, Musicha called her to go downstairs for dinner. Xiao Jin got up, washed up, and went downstairs for dinner. Musicha was ready to go that night. When he saw her, he said, "Don't be bored all the time. Won't it be fun if we go together?" "Xiao Jin, I'm not interested." "Musichu? Miss, what is the purpose of this activity?" If she didn't participate in any activities and didn't interact with any classmates, what was the point of Xiao Jin signing up? "Xiao Jin, because I'm bored." Musichu, instant kill. Okay, Missy's mind wasn't something that ordinary people could understand. "Musichu, you really don't want to go? We'll all go to the bar in town later. Don't worry, we're all decent people. We'll just drink. If you don't want to drink, you can drink something else." "I'm going too." "Are you sure you don't want to go?" "Xiao Jin, okay." Musichu, he didn't expect Xiao Jin to agree so quickly this time. He was a little caught off guard. Musicha looked at Xiao Jin with a hint of suspicion and didn't say anything. After dinner, a large group of people went to the bar. This activity was supported by the teachers. The bar here was very formal, and it was full of tourists. It was understandable for the university students to exercise. Duan Ruyan was also in the crowd. Her face was even paler than before. Yao Hongyin was still standing next to her. She just didn't know who was controlling who. Duan Ruyan seemed to have noticed something. She looked up and saw Xiao Jin in the crowd. His eyes were focused in front of him and didn't seem to be looking at her. Duan Ruyan's face dimmed for a moment. Today, they booked the entire bar. Even if other tourists were here, they could drink to their heart's content. The bar was considered a large building in the town. The logo outside was very European style, and the lights at night flashed with colorful lights. However, when Xiao Jin approached, she smelled a burnt smell. It smelled like something was burned. The smell was only faintly discernible. She looked around and didn't find anything wrong. She realized something. Seeing that Xiao Jin was stunned, Musicha grabbed her arm and whispered, "It's okay, I'll accompany you." He thought that because Xiao Jin had been to a bar before, he was now resistant to such places. After all, she had been injected with drugs here before. Xiao Jin shook his head. She followed the crowd into the bar. As soon as they entered the bar, the burnt smell became even stronger, but the others didn't have any reaction. Obviously, they couldn't smell it. In that case, it wasn't their problem. He was the one who smelled the scent of the past. Xiao Jin closed his eyes. There had been a fire here. It should have been very big. The fire was very fierce, and it caused irreparable damage. Therefore, it left a deep memory of the past. She opened her eyes. Red dots flickered in her eyes. She saw a different scene. This used to be a hotel-like building. It was surrounded by closed doors. A figure was running inside, screaming miserably. "Save me, I beg you to let me out. There's a fire, let me out. Ah. I'm in so much pain, I beg you to save me, save me." The mournful and desperate cries were like a lingering nightmare that lingered in her ears. She opened her eyes. The music in the bar was deafening. The enthusiastic foreign students had already started rolling. Musilian was really the most handsome boy on the dance floor. Clearly, he had developed his advantages in China. There were a few foreign female students around him. Xiao Jin looked away. She saw Duan Ruyan sitting at the side. Yao Hongyin was whispering to a foreign boy. She was sitting next to them, drinking a glass of something that she didn't know was alcohol. She drank it one by one like a soulless puppet. At this moment, Xiao Jin saw the male teacher she had asked during the day walking towards her. "Xiao Jin." The male teacher was very polite. "I've asked the school about what you asked me this afternoon. We did come here once for an activity, but it was a long time ago, about 20 years ago. The specific details were updated by the school many years ago. Some of them are gone, so I can't let you know more." Xiao Jin nodded and smiled. "Thank you, teacher." Perhaps it wasn't that the school didn't have any information, but that they didn't dare to release it. Naturally, they wouldn't let a student know. Musicha saw the male teacher leave and was a little curious. "What did the teacher say to you?" Xiao Jin said, "Nothing. He just asked if the school had been here before." "Why are you asking about this?" Musicha revealed a rare smile. "Are you curious about this?" "Xiao Jin, I'm just asking." She said to Musichu, "I'm going to walk around. You can go play with Qi Lian. Don't worry, nothing will happen to me." Musichu's eyes were deep. "You always do things that are out of line." She wasn't like an ordinary girl who wanted to avoid others' eyes. Xiao Jin smiled and walked towards the bar counter. Musichu didn't follow her. It was fine as long as she was within sight. There were many people and the bar was very noisy. Xiao Jin asked a few of the bar staff in elegant and fluent English. Only then did he find out a secret. This bar used to be converted from a hotel. It was said that there was a big fire and everything was burned down. In order not to let this place go to waste, the government rebuilt the bar and business was very good. As for what was burned in the fire, no one knew. They had only moved to the small town in recent years, so there were many things that they did not know. He only knew that it used to be a hotel, but now it was a bar. This matched the memory Xiao Jin saw. Something had happened to this bar before. A hotel had been burned down. What had happened inside? Someone had probably been burned to death. In fact, it was very common for people to die in a fire, but it would not leave such a deep impression that Xiao Jin could sense it the moment he entered. Maybe something else happened. In his memory, the person who was burned to death was crying for help, but no one came to save her. A hotel wouldn't lock a person up in the hotel for no reason. 20 years ago, the school held a similar event. Her gaze gently swept over Duan Ruyan. It was enough to connect some things. 20 years ago, the person who was burned to death in the hotel was probably Duan Ruyan. In other words, it was difficult to determine whether the current Duan Ruyan was a person or not. The array formation could allow her to sense, but she could not completely know the details of what had happened in the past. What she wanted to know was why Duan Ruyan was here. The school's information was confidential. As a student, she didn't have the power to obtain it directly. It was even more unrealistic to speculate with arrays. Most arrays were used to trap others. Seeing the past and knowing the future was the ability of a spiritual speaking master. Xiao Jin could set up a heaven-defying array, but he was just a demonized array master. She didn't have anything better to do. Some things, as long as one wanted to investigate, would always leave some traces. Since Duan Ruyan appeared here and had some contact with her, there must be a result of this matter. Xiao Jin asked a few students about Duan Ruyan's memories. Because these students had contact with Duan Ruyan under the circumstances she saw. Among them, there were a few boys who were close to Yao Hongyin. They had controlled Duan Ruyan together. They seemed to know her name, age, which department she was studying, and how her grades were. But they didn't know where she lived, where she was from, or which school she was from. They only remembered one-sided memories of the school. In other words, this memory might be fake. Xiao Jin concluded that there was definitely no one called Duan Ruyan in this student activity. She only existed in the memories of the teachers and students. As for Yao Hongyin, who was close to her, Xiao Jin narrowed her eyes. After this event, there would probably be 2 students removed from the school's memory at the same time. After asking around, Xiao Jin returned to her original position. Musichu knew that Xiao Jin wouldn't say anything if he asked Xiao Jin, so he didn't say much. On the dance floor, Musilian was so high that he forgot himself. This student activity didn't seem to be as boring as he had imagined. The one who roared the most reluctantly at the beginning was now having the most fun. If it weren't for Musichu's stare, Musilian would have already started flirting with one of the foreign girls. Xiao Jin glanced at him and suddenly asked Musichu, "Does he usually dance like this at home?" Musichu. I don't know. He did not attend such events. Usually, it was Musilian who went. He glanced at the Musilian on the dance floor and sighed, "That's about it." Xiao Jin, yes. She looked at it for a while and felt that it was not very interesting, so she said that she wanted to go out for a walk. Musichu couldn't stop her, and he was a little worried about her in the middle of the night, so he went with her. Not long after leaving the bar, Xiao Jin once again saw the couple she had seen during the day. At this moment, the woman was standing at the side making a phone call. If one looked carefully, they would be able to see that the man standing next to her had a slightly impatient look on his face. However, the corners of his lips curled into a gentle arc, as if he was extremely patient with this woman. "Oh, I know. I'll be careful. I'm on my honeymoon. Don't talk about these awful things." Zhao Rolan hung up the phone. Wei Dixuan asked her gently, "What's wrong?" Zhao Rolan sighed. "It's all about my godsister." Sigh. "Let's not talk about it." She glanced at Wei Dixuan as if she was avoiding and hesitating. After all, it was not good to talk about what had happened back then. They were already married and were now on their honeymoon. It was only the first day, and Lin Si had called her from afar to remind her of these terrible things, which made her a little unhappy. She pinched the jade around her neck and felt a little cold. When she looked up, she saw Xiao Jin. This beautiful girl had seen him during the day, and now she saw him again. Zhao Rolan was just curious. Anyone who saw a beautiful person would take a second look. But she didn't think too much about it. However, Wei Dixuan's gaze circled around Xiao Jin again, as if he could still feel the disgusting probing in the depths of his eyes. Afraid of arousing Zhao Rolan's suspicion, Wei Dixuan quickly turned his head and said sweetly to Zhao Rolan, "Your godsister called you because she cares about you. I envy you for having a sister who cares about you so much." Zhao Rolan glanced at Wei Dixuan. "Doesn't your sister care about you? I remember that they often call you. After all, she's your godsister, and you're her biological sister." Wei Dixuan's face stiffened. He was raised by a rural family, so naturally, he couldn't compare to Zhao Roland's single-parent family. Of course, they all care about me. Wei Dixuan quickly left with Zhao Roland in his arms. Xiao Jin and Musichu quickly returned to the hotel. Xiao Jin received a message from the cat treasure. It was Lin Si, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Missing is better than past. Hey, master. I'm sorry to disturb you, but my sister and her husband are on their honeymoon now. I don't know where they went, and my mother refused to tell me. Because of what Xiao Jin had once divined, Lin Si had always had a knot in her heart. Now that she knew that Xiao Jin was different from before, she basically didn't send messages to Xiao Jin anymore. It was just that Zhao Roland and Wei Dixuan had just gotten married. She watched the video of the wedding. Although it was sweet, she felt that something was wrong. Now, she could only send a message to the master, hoping that he wouldn't dislike her for talking too much. Today, so you can only watch. Missing is better than past. The master's words were still so hurtful. Missing is better than past. Master, will anything happen to them on their honeymoon this time? Today, it's hard to say. Missing is better than past. Missing is better than past. Missing is better than past. My sister is already pregnant. He can't be so crazy, right? However, Xiao Jin didn't say anything. She thought of Zhao Roland's belly today. Yes, she was indeed pregnant. But so what? For a person with a purpose, even if she was pregnant, it wouldn't stop his determination to a certain extent. Instead, it would become a bargaining chip to clear his name. His calculations were pretty good. Xiao Jin didn't care about this kind of thing. It was a person's life. If he could avoid it, then he would avoid it. If he couldn't, then it would be gone. It was a very simple matter. She had done her best to remind him. That night, she went to bed very early. Many students who went to the disco party came back very late. Although it was very noisy, they did not wake up Xiao Jin, who was sleeping soundly. When they woke up in the morning, the professor announced that there would be a short academic exchange today. After the exchange, they would return to the hotel in the city and then officially go to the other party school to visit and listen to the lectures of the famous professors. Musilian had gone to the disco party very late last night, but he was still in high spirits when he woke up this morning. Most students were used to staying up late to study. People with active minds basically slept very little, but it was still rare to see someone in a good state of mind like Musilian. Many foreigners gave Musilian a thumbs up. After everyone had gathered and the academic exchange was about to end, Yao Hongyin arrived late and complained a little. What's going on? Why didn't anyone call me? When the teachers saw Yao Hongyin coming over, they were obviously stunned. After a long while, one of them said, maybe the other students forgot. These teachers were responsible for counting all the students in the morning. No one expected that Yao Hongyin would be left out. It wasn't until she came that they realized something. How did they miss a student? When they counted, they didn't feel that anything was wrong. When Musilian saw Yao Hongyin, he felt a little strange. He even teased, she's so unpopular. Didn't anyone wake her up in the morning? Musichu paused. The teachers didn't count? Obviously, he also didn't understand why Yao Hongyin was left behind. It wasn't that they knew Yao Hongyin, but it was the teacher's responsibility to ensure the safety of every student. The teachers wouldn't make such a mistake. Looking at the teachers' expressions, it was obvious that they didn't remember. In fact, Musichu had a very good memory. He noticed when Yao Hongyin didn't come. After all, there were dozens of people. Even if they were all strangers, he could roughly remember. Moreover, he could tell that something was wrong by counting the number of people. He thought that the other party had applied for leave and was late. He didn't expect that the teachers didn't call her at all. Yao Hongyin entered the group and looked at the people around her angrily. Even the three boys who were closer to her complained, "What's wrong with you guys? You didn't remember to call me when you left in the morning?" Huh? One of the boys was obviously a little confused. He said slowly, "I thought you came first." "Yeah, we didn't notice that you didn't come just now." In fact, it wasn't that they didn't notice, but they had subconsciously begun to ignore Yao Hongyin as a student. Of course, this wasn't intentional. Something had begun to enter the array's reincarnation point. This was a cycle of reincarnation point. It was an extremely powerful array. She could break it, but it wasn't the right time. Yao Hongyin was targeted. She glanced at the crowd. Duan Ruyan lowered her head, as if the things around her had nothing to do with her. She was still weak, timid, and self-abased. She didn't fit in with this group of competent college students. Xiao Jin retracted his gaze. On the other side, Yao Hongyin was still brooding over the fact that her teacher and classmates were not around. The people around her could only say that they had forgotten, but they could not explain why they did not think of Yao Hongyin at that moment. It was as if subconsciously, they did not think that there was such a classmate in this event. This made people feel a little confused, but they didn't dare to say it out loud. However, the exchange event was about to end, and everyone had to return to the hotel in the afternoon. Xiao Jin went to the teacher to ask for leave. "Teacher, I think the scenery here is very good. I want to stay here for 2 more days, is that okay?" In the face of Xiao Jin's willful request, the teacher was dumbfounded. "But there's going to be a cooperative exchange with the school soon. Don't you want to participate?" Xiao Jin was very patient. "Teacher, I know it's wrong of me to do this. The scenery here is very good. I want to stay for a while. At most, I'll return to the hotel in 2 days. Is that okay?" Her excuse was actually not sincere at all, but for some reason, the teacher still agreed. Musichu and Musilian knew that Xiao Jin was going to stay. For the first time, Musilian called Xiao Fei and Mu Zhenming to complain. She expressed her anger at Xiao Jin's excessive behavior. "She's too irresponsible. She was the one who wanted to come to the exchange event. Now that she's in a small town, she's saying that the scenery is beautiful and she wants to stay for a few more days. What can we do?" Most importantly, all the students had left. He and his blockhead brother had to stay here to watch over Xiao Jin. There weren't many people in the bar at night. It was as sad as it could be. Those tourists who came to sightsee rarely found suitable peers. After Xiao Fei heard about Xiao Jin's behavior, he was a little surprised. After the shock, he said, "Little sister has never been abroad to see good scenery. If she wants to see it, you can accompany her. Anyway, you have nothing to do." Musilian. He immediately realized that it was useless to say this to Xiao Fei. This woman only had eyes for her daughter. Musilian said angrily, "Give the phone to Dad." Mu Zhenming's voice faintly came from the side. "Listen to your mother." Musilian, he hung up the phone expressionlessly. Then, he said to Musichu, "Brother, we can't leave this town." Musichu said, "If Xiao Jin wants to stay here and play, let her. Didn't we come out this time to make her happy?" Musilian. So he was the only one in this family who was resisting Xiao Jin's evil forces? When did it become like this? At this moment, Xiao Jin walked over. "We're still staying in the same place. If you don't want to stay here, you can go into the city. I'll come and find you. You don't have to accompany me." Musichu, "No need. We'll stay here with you." Xiao Jin, "Okay." Musilian, "This woman was just being polite, wasn't she?" Xiao Jin unexpectedly asked for leave, allowing the 3 of them to stay. Other than them, everyone else had left. Zhongli Peining and Zhongli Shiyu didn't expect that Xiao Jin would suddenly ask for leave. At this time, it was too late to ask for leave. They could only grit their teeth and leave first. First, they had to set up a line of sight to follow and monitor Xiao Jin. However, if Xiao Jin left their line of sight, both of them knew very well that they might not be able to monitor him. Xiao Jin saw that Duan Ruyan glanced at him before she left. Her eyes were blank, as if she was a puppet without a soul, as if she was being controlled by something. Xiao Jin knew that she would not leave. She will come back. After seeing off the school's car, Musicha turned around and asked her, "Why are you staying? Is it really because of the beautiful scenery here?" He vaguely felt that it could not be such a simple reason. "Xiao Jin, the scenery is beautiful." Musichu, that afternoon, Xiao Jin noticed that Zhao Rolan was taken by Wei Dixuan. The 2 of them drove to the ridge of the town, probably really to see the scenery. But at the same time, the ridge was dangerous, so it was also a good time to make a move. She watched Zhao Rolan and Wei Dixuan leave from afar and raised her hand to look at her palm. Reality was mixed with falsehood, so there must be something that was real. What happened to Duan Ruyan back then, she would tell Xiao Jin herself. But Xiao Jin now felt that perhaps the two things had collided. Xiao Jin called the school teacher in the evening. "Teacher, is Yao Hongyin here?" Xiao Jin, who is Yao Hongyin?" Xiao Jin's lips curled up. "Nothing, teacher. I'm just asking." After hanging up the phone, Xiao Jin looked at the time. It was about time. Although she didn't know the specific process, she could guess that Yao Hongyin was targeted by Duan Ruyan. That was why she disappeared. This kind of disappearance was real. She slowly disappeared from people's memories as if such a person had never existed. This kind of ability was very scary. Because it was scary, although it could be done, the price was very high, and there must be some kind of purpose. If Duan Ruyan died 20 years ago, then Yao Hongyin should have nothing to do with her, because at that time, Yao Hongyin was just a newborn or an unborn baby. Why did Yao Hongyin become the target? She looked at the continuous green ridge outside the town. Although the scenery was beautiful, it was also creepy. At night, no one played. Musilian went back to the hotel to eat out of boredom. He happened to mention something. "I heard that the most popular bar in town used to be a hotel. There was a big fire and a Huaxia person was killed. It was abandoned for a long time and was turned into a bar. The business is good." Muchichu stopped eating and asked, "Where did you hear that from?" "Musilian, there is a Huaxia couple here who have lived for many years. When I went to eat snacks in the afternoon, they talked to me. The old man has lived here for a long time and has no one to talk to. He is very gossipy. It is said that 20 years ago, there was also a school activity. For some reason, a student was locked in the hotel. There was a fire behind and he couldn't come out. The locals also have rumors of ghosts and gods. They were afraid. Later, the government came to modify it and it became a bar. Damn, that bar is really scary. It burned a person alive, a Huaxia person." Xiao Jin didn't expect Musilian to have this kind of attribute. She couldn't help but ask in surprise, "What's the name of the dead student?" "How would I know?" Musilian shook his head. "The old man hasn't talked to anyone for a long time. He knew that I was also here for the school activity, so he just casually gossiped with me." "How can I ask who's dead?" He even rolled his eyes. Xiao Jin cut a piece of steak in the middle of the plate. "I know something. 20 years ago, our school was holding an event, and they came here. Maybe the people who died were from our school." Musilian and Musichu, what was supposed to be a good topic of conversation, started to be filled with a sinister and terrifying aura. Musilian suddenly shuddered. "Where did you hear that?" This was what Musichu had asked him earlier. "Xiao Jin, I asked the teacher when I was bored, and the teacher told me. I don't know if anyone died, but if something like that happened, the school would definitely keep it a secret, right?" "Of course." Musilian's expression was grave. "Who dares to announce this?" He was a student, and he was burned alive in the hotel. If such a huge mistake was made public, it would at least cause some impact. But it had been too long, and they had never heard of such a thing. Xiao Jin said, "Do you remember a female student called Yao Hongyin who was late this morning? When we left, we almost didn't take her with us." Musilian, "Oh, you're talking about that girl. I remember." "What's wrong?" Xiao Jin suddenly raised an eyebrow. "You remember?" She had a playful smile on her lips. Musilian was confused by her gaze. "Of course I remember." It seemed that when she set up the array at home, Musilian and the others were affected by more than that. Duan Ruyan's array couldn't affect them. Musilian was insensitive and didn't understand the meaning of Xiao Jin's words. Musichu was deep in thought. "Xiao Jin, why are you saying this?" Xiao Jin put down his knife and fork. "Why don't you call the activity director and ask him if he remembers a student named Yao Hongyin?" Then, he got up and said, "I'm going up to rest. You have to tell me tomorrow morning." Then, he left. Muchilian said, "Why did you call the director out of the blue to tell him these things?" Musicha felt that something serious was going on. He picked up the phone and called the director. The director quickly picked up. When he asked about Yao Hongyin, the other party's answer was exactly the same as what he had said to Xiao Jin. Mr. Mu, did you remember wrongly? We don't have a student named Yao Hongyin in this activity. Did you remember wrongly? You're quite concerned about Yao Hongyin. Your sister also called to ask, but we don't have a student with the surname Yao in this activity. Musichu's expression became uglier and uglier as the director answered. Musilian froze when he heard the voice from the speaker. Was he kidding? He didn't have much impression of Yao Hongyin, but he remembered that the teacher had called her name in the morning. Even if they had the same pronunciation, Yao Hongyin should be right. But now, the director said that there was no such person. How could there be such a ridiculous thing? Musichu asked several times, but the director said no. He even felt a little dissatisfied with Musichu. I'm old, but I haven't reached the point where I can't even remember a student. Musichu apologized and hung up. He and Musilian looked at each other. Both of them found it hard to understand the situation. Musilian suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. How did a living person disappear? Judging from his brother's attitude, it was obvious that he knew about this classmate. He knew about it too. But now, even the director said that he didn't know him. Musichu lowered his head and sent a message on his phone. In the WeChat group, he asked the student union to investigate the students' information and see if there was a student named Yao Hongyin who had participated in this study trip. However, the results came out very quickly. The people from the student union said that there was no such person in the school. Yao Hongyin was not mentioned in the student files. There were no names with the same pronunciation, but there was a large number of people with the surname Yao, but they were not related to Yao Hongyin. The people from the student council even asked Musichu if he had misremembered a name or word. In other words, only the two of them remembered that there was a student named Yao Hongyin. The others had all forgotten about her. What kind of fantasy story was this? It couldn't be that he and his brother had misremembered at the same time, right? Then, Musilian recalled that Xiao Jin was the one who had first brought up this matter. In other words, Xiao Jin still remembered this matter. Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin went up to rest. F***ck, Musichu got up and said calmly, I might have remembered wrongly. I don't remember her name being Yao Hongyin. Xiao Jin must have made a mistake. Go upstairs and rest first. We'll know when we return to the hotel tomorrow morning. Musilian also got up and nodded. A living person can't disappear. We must have remembered the name wrong. It was all Xiao Jin's fault for misleading them. Maybe the teacher didn't call Yao Hongyin at that time. Most people wouldn't believe such a ridiculous thing. Musichu saw Musilian go up and narrowed his eyes. He knew that something was really wrong. Musilian could be fooled, but he couldn't. He heard clearly in the morning that the teacher called Yao Hongyin. The fact was that the Yao Hongyin they thought didn't exist. Xiao Jin said that she was going back to her room, but she didn't. She picked up Su Rong's umbrella and went out. The weather in the town changed quickly, and it even began to drizzle. The climate in this town was special, and it often rained. During the day, it always made people feel relaxed and happy, but at night, it wasn't so tempting. The town rested early, and people basically didn't go out at night. It was a small place, unlike the city. Behind them was a continuous stretch of flat land and mountains. At a glance, it was green, but at night, it wasn't very clear. On the wide asphalt road, a car was driving in the rain. In front of them was the road with very low visibility, and only the car's headlights were stubbornly illuminating. Zhao Roland looked at the rainy sky, and it was late at night. She wasn't very interested. Dixuan, why do we have to come out at night? Wei Dixuan, who was driving, still looked gentle. Lan, didn't we agree that I'll take you to a beautiful place? Don't worry, I booked a hotel there. It's just right to drive there now. If you're tired, you can rest for a while. It won't be too long. Zhao Roland was pregnant, and she was already sleepy. She was extremely sleepy, so when she heard this, she leaned against the back of the car seat and slowly fell asleep. She was awakened by a sudden jerk of the brakes. When she woke up, it was still dark outside the car window. Her slightly sleepy eyes only heard Wei Dixuan's cold voice, which seemed to be mixed with the wind and rain. Lan, there seems to be something wrong with the car. I'll get out and take a look. Stay in the car and don't move. Zhao Rolan. Okay. She subconsciously responded in a low voice. Her mind was so tired that she did not know how to think. She heard the sound of the door closing and the door swinging. After a while, Zhao Rolan didn't hear anything for a long time. She was a little flustered. She subconsciously raised her head and looked back. She couldn't see anything through the glass of the car. It was already dark outside, and it was raining. The pitter-patter of rain was getting heavier and heavier. In this kind of weather, it even made people feel a little frustrated. Zhao Rolan was very sure that she didn't see Wei Dixuan. Dixuan? She called out twice in a panic, but did not see any movement. Crackle crackle, the raindrops fell on the car, making all sorts of noises. In this environment, she saw a tall black figure appear outside the car window. At that moment, Zhao Rolan's heart almost stopped, a shrill cry escaped from her mouth. Facing such a strange figure in an unfamiliar environment, even in the middle of the night, was enough to scare Zhao Rolan out of her wits. She instinctively wanted to crawl to the driver's seat because she saw the black figure holding something in his hand. It looked like a sharp blade. Under such circumstances, what could it be? Zhao Rolan was trembling all over. Her whole body was cold and she didn't know what to do. Her tears gushed out in an instant. She screamed, Dixuan, Dixuan. However, she knew that Dixuan must be in danger. She didn't think about other situations at all. How could she encounter such a thing when she came out? Zhao Rolan scrambled to the driver's seat because she saw that Wei Dixuan locked the door when he got out of the car. Why did he lock the door? At that moment, Zhao Rolan, who was extremely scared, suddenly felt cold all over when she thought of this. If he locked the door, wouldn't he get in as well? Maybe he had the key in his hand. Zhao Rolan glanced at the car and found that the car key was indeed not there. Maybe he wanted Zhao Rolan to be safer in the car. Dong, the black figure outside the window raised something and smashed it on the car window. Ah! Zhao Rolan screamed again. She looked back and saw the black figure smashing the window again and again. The ordinary car window was not protected by any safety measures. Once it was smashed, it cracked like a spider. It looked like it was in imminent danger. Perhaps in the next second, it would completely shatter. At that time, Zhao Rolan, who was in the car, would be doomed. Dixuan, Dixuan. At this time, Zhao Rolan couldn't think of anything else. Her tears fell down and she just called Dixuan's name. Her face was completely pale. She never thought that death would suddenly come at this moment. What are you doing? Suddenly, a puzzled question came from outside the car window. Mixed with the wind and rain, Zhao Rolan almost couldn't hear it clearly. She could only hear a girl's voice in a trance. However, the figure who was smashing the car window stopped. Run, run. Call the police, call the police. Zhao Rolan used all her strength to shout as loudly as she could, hoping that the girl who suddenly appeared could call the police for her. At least there was still a chance to save her. This person definitely wanted to kill her, absolutely. Through the rain, she saw that there seemed to be two figures standing outside. How could there be two figures in such a place in the middle of the night? Although this was a tourist attraction, there weren't many people, especially abroad. Basically, no one would come out in the middle of the night. Tonight, Zhao Rolan admired herself for being able to think about these things at this time. When the black figure saw the two girls who suddenly appeared, and both of them had Huaxia faces, he was obviously a little flustered. What was even more unexpected was that he could still step forward when he saw that the situation was not right. One of them looked weak and timid. The person beside her seemed to have no soul. She just stared blankly at the black figure. She looked even more sinister than the person who was about to commit murder. He was obviously a little flustered. He had a huge axe in his hand, and he had just used one end of the axe to smash the window. As long as he killed the woman inside, his mission would be complete. And now, the other two girls in front of him still asked patiently, "What are you doing?" The other party seemed to know that he was a foreigner and spoke in English. Wei Dixuan was also lying on the ground. He had been knocked unconscious by a man with an axe. When acting, one had to be thorough. After all, what was done was done. Thinking of this, the black figure decided to go all out. He raised his axe and rushed towards the two Chinese girls. Ah! In the wind and rain, only the woman's shrill screams could be heard. Zhao Rolan was scared out of her wits when she saw the black figure slashing the two girls with a sharp weapon outside the window. This was the first time Zhao Rolan had seen such a murder scene. It was beyond her understanding of more than 20 years. She was pregnant. How could she encounter such a thing? She didn't even faint, she could only watch as she died. This made Zhao Rolan feel even more hopeless. Screech, suddenly, there was a soft sound. Zhao Rolan was stunned. Suddenly, she saw a small lock pop out of the originally locked window. This was a sign that it had been opened. She subconsciously pulled on the door buckle. The door opened. At that moment, Zhao Rolan almost fell into an unbelievable ecstasy. She turned around and saw that the black figure was still killing the two girls. What was strange was that even under such circumstances, there were no cries of agony. It made one's hair stand on end for no reason. Zhao Rolan, who was in extreme fear, couldn't feel this abnormality. She almost exploded with the greatest will to live. She opened the door and ran out. She ran so suddenly that the black figure didn't expect her to get out of the car. He was stunned for a moment. When he looked down, he saw two corpses on the ground. One of the girls was twitching. Her leg had been cut off, but she couldn't make a sound. Her expression showed that she was in extreme pain. Blood mixed with the rain. Her eyes were wide open. She seemed to be unwilling to accept this. Slowly, she breathed her last. The other girl's waist was only cut by him. Blood seeped out, but her face was very clear. Her eyes were staring straight at him. This made the perpetrator's hair stand. He couldn't care less about the two people who couldn't escape. He chased after Zhao Rolan with the axe. She had to run back. Zhao Rolan ran on the asphalt road. Her body and mind were completely broken. However, she felt that something was protecting her. It didn't make her legs go weak and stop. Her stomach hurt a little. It was probably because the child was affected. But she couldn't care less. She knew that she wouldn't survive today. There was no hope for the child. There was something burning in her heart. If Zhao Rolan could lower her head, she would see that the Buddha jade pendant that her mother had asked for was shattering bit by bit. She heard the footsteps behind her. Her tears flowed uncontrollably. She was terrified and desperate. The town in the distance flickered with a dim yellow light. As long as he ran closer, there would be some hope. Help, help! Zhao Rolan screamed for help in English. Anyone who heard her heart-wrenching voice would know how desperate she was. However, the black figure behind her was getting closer and closer to Zhao Rolan. She could almost hear the man's approaching footsteps. Her strength was almost exhausted, and she was holding on with her last breath. If she died here, then it would all be over. She had just married Wei Dixuan and was pregnant with a little life. How could she die like this? In a trance, she seemed to recall the words her mother had said when she gave her the jade pendant, "There's always a what if. I'm doing this for peace of mind. Just take it with you. I've already agreed to your marriage. Don't tell me that in order to ensure your safety, you can't even let your mother feel at ease?" Perhaps her scream was loud enough, or perhaps someone in the town noticed it and didn't ignore it. Soon, a few patrolling police officers appeared on the streets of the town connected by the asphalt road. The moment he saw the police appear, the man in black who had almost caught up with Zhao Rolan turned around and ran. Obviously, he knew that there was no benefit in fighting with the police, and foreign police were usually equipped with guns. Help, help! The moment she saw the police, Zhao Rolan felt that it was the most exciting moment of her life. She wasn't even excited about marrying Wei Dixuan. At that moment, the police were like her second parents. The police also noticed the man in black chasing behind Zhao Rolan and immediately shouted, "Stop, don't move." Unfortunately, the man in black ran too fast, and the police shot directly. Unfortunately, their shooting wasn't very accurate, and the man in black still ran away. Some police officers chased after him, and someone on the other side caught Zhao Rolan who was running over. She cried like a dehydrated fish, and when she ran into the arms of the police and was helped up, she felt something break with a crack. She lowered her head and saw that a few pieces of jade had fallen off her body. She was stunned for a moment before falling to the ground and bawling her eyes out. In the wind and rain, a girl was quietly holding an umbrella not far away, watching this scene. She also saw the man in black running away. If someone approached, she would find that the umbrella didn't just help her block the rain, but also seemed to be a transparent barrier that prevented anything from entering. Her body was clean, not even a drop of water. She tilted her head and returned to the hotel. Zhao Rolan wasn't dead. Her fate line had changed. The 1 million yuan had played a role in the end. It wasn't money that saved her life. The 1 million yuan was helped by the master to help poor children, and there was a blessing. This blessing protected Zhao Rolan and allowed her to escape. However, this might only happen once in a lifetime. She wasn't dead now, but if she couldn't recognize Wei Dixuan, she would still be doomed. It all depended on the results of the police investigation. Back at the hotel, Zhao Roland's scream had already woken up everyone in the town. Everyone turned on the lights, not knowing what had happened. When Musichu woke up, he bumped into Qiao Jin, who had just come in. He frowned and asked, "You went out?" Qiao Jin replied without batting an eyelid, "I went to the washroom." Musichu, isn't there a bathroom upstairs? He knew that Qiao Jin was lying through his teeth. His face darkened. "I don't like it when you hide too many things from us. I'm your brother now. I'm worried about your safety." "I know," Qiao Jin answered calmly. "I'll be fine, I can promise you that. However, there are many things that are not suitable for you to know now." "Musichu, are you referring to the fact that everyone has forgotten about Yao Hongyin except for the three of us? Why is that?" He was very smart and would always be able to guess some things. Musichu said, "There are many strange things in this world, right? It's just like when you took drugs and got better instantly. Even the doctors couldn't tell what was wrong with you, just like how you saved Brother Yanqing." He looked at Qiao Jin, his calm eyes scrutinizing and a hint of anger. He was angry, which was rare. Qiao Jin was still calm, as if he was listening to Musichu talk about something unimportant. Qiao Jin said, "You know that I won't tell you." It was not in the same world, so Qiao Jin would not let the Mu family know for the time being. Musichu said, "I will always be suspicious. Mom and the others just don't ask. It's not that they don't want to know. You can't hide it from us forever." Qiao Jin said, "It's not that I can't do it." Musichu, he looked at Qiao Jin, and there was a trace of disappointment in his eyes. "What kind of existence are you? In fact, you have never put our family in the same position. Can I ask, who are you? You are not Qiao Jin, are you?" This question was actually very interesting, because Qiao Jin had known that Musichu would ask it. She just said, "I am Qiao Jin." She used to be Qiao Jin, and she was still Qiao Jin. The Qiao Jin in her life was one of her consciousnesses, and he was also her. However, after combining other consciousnesses, kindness might only have a very low position in her heart. She respected everything as cause and effect, and implemented an equivalent exchange. She did feel like she was not involved. Just like how they had always felt, she seemed to be in another world, on another level. Musichu suddenly calmed down, and the turbulent undercurrent gradually subsided. He asked softly, "Are we family in your heart?" Qiao Jin was silent for a moment, and then nodded. They were family. However, in just a few months, Qiao Jin had learned a lot. They were very cute, which was Qiao Jin's feeling. Having a family in this world was something she had never thought of before. Therefore, she did treat the Mu family as her family. However, because of her personality, she felt that she was a part of their family, but she could not express it in other ways. Under her protection, they would not be hurt, which was the best explanation. She did not tell Musichu for his own good. Another world had its own set of rules. If he knew too much, he would be targeted by others. Musichu sighed slowly and nodded. "I understand." Then, he did not ask any more questions. Since she still didn't want to tell him, he didn't want to force her. This was the only thing an older brother could do. Because she did not seem to need their protection. Zhao Roland's incident caused a stir in the entire town. Everyone knew that a homicidal maniac had appeared. The police followed the man in black's trail and found Zhao Roland's car. They also saw the unconscious Wei Dixuan. However, according to what Zhao Roland said later, there were still 2 girls' corpses at the scene. However, the police only found the body of a short-haired Chinese girl at the scene. In other words, there was still one missing. Moreover, the culprit had not been caught. This incident caused panic in the small town. After all, no one would have expected such a vicious murder to occur in such a peaceful town. The police chased the man in black for a long time that night, but they could not find him. However, according to the clues, he might have escaped back to the town. In other words, he might be a tourist or a local resident. This time, the police station took it very seriously. They were afraid that he was a serial killer, and they even transferred police from other places. Everyone had to investigate these 2 days, and the tourists in the town could not leave for the time being. Even if they wanted to leave, they had to be cleared of suspicion first. Zhao Roland fainted in fear that night and woke up early the next morning. She called her parents as soon as she woke up in the morning. When her mother heard that Zhao Roland almost had such a big accident, she almost fainted from fright. Later, Zhao Roland said that her jade pendant was broken. After hearing the whole story, her mother cried out, "It's really God's blessing. We met a real master who saved your life." If the other party hadn't offered to donate 1 million yuan to the temple, there wouldn't have been this jade pendant. Whether or not Zhao Roland would have escaped was another matter. Even if the whole thing seemed to have nothing to do with the jade pendant was broken without touching it. It was as if it had blocked a disaster for Zhao Roland. At this time, Zhao Roland was still in doubt. Is it really because the master saved my life? What are you still doubting? This must be a real master. Not only do you have to thank him, but you also have to thank your sister C. If it weren't for Lin Ci's insistence that this master was very effective, Mother Zhao wouldn't have asked for this jade pendant for Zhao Roland. Now that her daughter was protected in the hospital, Mother Zhao was relieved and finally asked Wei Dixuan, what was he doing last night? Zhao Roland thought of the police's statement and said, Dixuan was knocked unconscious by the murderer when he got out of the car last night, so he couldn't save me. He almost lost his life, Mother Zhao concluded. I don't believe it. Zhao Roland was shocked. Mother Zhao said, when you said that you wanted to travel here, I felt strange. You also said that this place was proposed by Wei Dixuan. Why did he choose this place and take you to see the scenery in the middle of the night? What scenery? Why did the car break down at this time and you got out of the car to check? The murderer had a sharp weapon to smash the window to kill you. Why didn't he kill Wei Dixuan first? Wasn't he afraid that Wei Dixuan would give evidence against him after he woke up? This isn't right. Zhao Roland originally didn't doubt Wei Dixuan. Now that she was questioned by her mother, she was stunned and couldn't find a point to refute. Yes, how could it be so coincidental? She was also highly educated and her brain wasn't bad, but she didn't think of some things at all. After thinking of this, she asked the police. The police said that Wei Dixuan hadn't woken up yet and told her directly, Madam, we also suspect that your husband has something to do with this matter. The murderer didn't have any means of transportation at the time, which means that he might have just happened to pass by, or he might have deliberately waited there. According to the situation at the scene, we think that the second scenario is the most likely. The murderer who deliberately waited there to kill you would definitely not leave you alive. The idea of killing you first and then killing your husband is also not big. Normally, the murderer would choose to kill your husband first and then silence you. Otherwise, your husband would wake up halfway and have a high chance of escaping. And he was only knocked out, of course, we only suspect. To some extent, the police's suspicions were normal, especially when Zhao Roland saw Wei Dixuan lock the car door. It seemed like he was protecting her, but who knew if he was preventing her from escaping easily? At that time, the car door was locked, but it was unlocked for no reason. After that, she wondered if her husband, who had woken up halfway, had unlocked the door. However, the police said that the key had fallen on the ground and was stained with blood. The traces were not destroyed, which meant that her husband had not touched the key again. Zhao Roland was completely shocked. Musichu and Musilian were also implicated and couldn't leave the town. Musilian didn't know what had happened. He only felt that everything was strange now. He said to Musichu, I suddenly feel that we shouldn't have come. He should have been in China, dancing happily, and not here. First, he encountered a supernatural ghost story, and now, there was a murder case. Musichu said, we're already here. Musillian, in other words, it had already happened. No matter how much they regretted it, it was useless. The only thing they could be thankful for was that it didn't happen to them. Because of their special identities, Musichu informed the school. After the school learned of the situation, they contacted the local police station. After the police station ruled it out, they said that the school could pick them up the next day. However, what they didn't expect was that the school actually called the police and said that a student had gone missing. They said that the missing student was a classmate called Zhao Hongyin. In other words, she had been remembered. They were almost shocked to find that no one had any special opinions about Zhao Hongyin's disappearance. The only difference was that when they woke up early in the morning, the teacher suddenly remembered, right, there was still a classmate called Zhao Hongyin. The team checked and found that Zhao Hongyin was gone. They were so scared that they hurriedly called the police. The local police did an autopsy on the dead Chinese girl and confirmed that she was the missing Zhao Hongyin. A student came here and was killed. The activities director's hair fell out at that time. It's over, something big has happened, the group of students exploded. All the students were in a panic and didn't dare to stay abroad any longer. The activities were forced to end early. The school directly chartered a plane to pick up this batch of students. At least, there couldn't be anything else. Xiao Jin and the others were also ordered to return to China. The car to pick them up would arrive that night. The activities director couldn't understand why he couldn't remember that there was a classmate named Zhao Hongyin in his team when Musichu and the others called. Xiao Jin was in the hotel. She received Lin Si's gratitude that contained incomparable excitement. She knew about her godsister. Her mother and Mother Zhao would arrive at this place tomorrow to pick up Zhao Rolan. Wei Dixuan was temporarily controlled because he was a suspect, but he insisted that he didn't have such absurd thoughts. Because there was no conclusive evidence and the murderer hadn't been caught, the police could only let him go for the time being. However, Lin Si Liao concluded that there was something wrong with his brother-in-law. She believed in the master and almost instantly understood that all of this was arranged by Wei Dixuan. She only asked her mother to quickly take her sister back to the country and not let her contact Wei Dixuan again. At this time, Zhao Rolan had already fallen into deep self-doubt. After experiencing a life-and-death situation, she seemed to understand a lot. She didn't resist her mother's decision too much. However, Wei Dixuan insisted on leaving with Zhao Rolan. He cried and said that he didn't know anything. Zhao Rolan's suspicion was on the verge of collapse. In this way, Mother Zhao directly decided not to leave. She transferred Zhao Rolan to a nearby city and hired bodyguards to watch over her 24 hours a day to ensure that there wouldn't be any accidents. On the one hand, she deserved to be investigated by the police. She wanted to see how long this Wei Dixuan could hold on. At this time, Xiao Jin saw a girl come in from outside the hotel. She seemed to have an inferior and timid look. When she saw Xiao Jin, she revealed a pale smile. Student Xiao. She was Duan Ruyan. Xiao Jin said, "Your array has been broken." But the person she wanted to bring back was killed, and there was a gap in her array. Duan Ruyan just smiled. Xiao Jin asked her slowly, "Why are you trapped here?" Duan Ruyan said, "Because I betrayed the demons." Xiao Jin raised his eyebrows slightly. He had never heard of anyone who could betray the demons. Duan Ruyan still looked cautious. At this time, there was even a shy smile on her face. However, this kind of shyness was like a purity that had not been polluted by the big dive out of society. When she came to the city and faced everything new, she was cautious and shy. Xiao Jin said, 20 years ago, you died here, burned to death by fire. It must have been very painful, right? I know. When he smelled the strong smell, he could also feel the bone-deep despair. How terrible it was for a person to be burned alive. Duan Ruyan said, I was indeed dying at that time. She softly talked about the past. At that time I was bewitched and awakened. I originally had the ability to escape, but when I faced those people, I didn't do it and didn't complete my revenge. My performance made the demons very dissatisfied, so they trapped me in this realm, day after day, year after year. They used my ability to achieve their goal for them. Xiao Jin said, why didn't you do it? As long as she did it, her demonization would be complete, and she would have taken her revenge. She would probably be free. It's the same purgatory. Which one do you jump to? Duan Ruyan showed a gentle smile. I came to you today to ask for your help. I know you can help me get out of this vicious circle. Xiao Jin said, then you should know that I don't get involved in other people's karma. This was the reason why she didn't choose to save him. Duan Ruyan said, I know, so I will give you something that will satisfy you. I am an array master, and I work for the demons. The demonized spiritual seed I have is better than other wizards. I know you need it, so I will give it to you. With her words, the world began to slowly darken, and the surrounding airflow became more and more obvious. The demons of the Rakshasa realm appeared more and more clearly. They looked at Duan Ruyan and roared at Xiao Jin with ferocious expressions. Some devils even gradually grabbed Duan Ruyan's body. Xiao Jin saw that she was almost completely corroded by the Rakshasa realm. Although she didn't demonize back then, she wasn't too far off. This was also the reason why she was trapped. For the rest of his life, he would never be free. Everything in the world had rules. Duan Ruyan had chosen to agree at that time, but she had failed to do so. That was the price she had to pay. Xiao Jin said, the devils of the Rakshasa realm can't do it directly. Who trapped you? Duan Ruyan looked at her and was a little surprised. Then she smiled and said, you are indeed more powerful than I thought, but, he is very scary. Duan Ruyan's face twisted. She was most likely terrified of the person she had set up the rune. Xiao Jin raised his eyebrows slightly. Maybe I know who it is. Duan Ruyan actually didn't know what Xiao Jin was. She just felt that Xiao Jin could save her. Xiao Jin could indeed save her, but she felt that there should be a chain of interests behind it. Duan Ruyan was part of the chain of interests. Yao Hongyin wasn't the first. If Duan Ruyan didn't disappear, she definitely wouldn't be the last. These people who disappeared all had their uses. Duan Ruyan's body was already on the verge of collapse. The other side was forcing her to return to the starting point. She couldn't resist anymore. She looked at Xiao Jin with a hint of pleading in her eyes. Please. It was just that she was living in another form, in a state that was neither human nor ghost. The demon at that time had deceived her. It was already a few days later that she wanted to take revenge. The fire burned down the hotel, and her body was dug out from the body. The bloody handprints she left on the door caused quite a bit of panic among all the students at that time. Some were afraid, while others were terrified. They all knew that the staff had left without informing them because they had said that no one was in the hotel. Duan Ruyan did not know where the phone was, and she did not know who to inform. The school then sent people to rescue the group of students and covered up the matter. No one paid for Duan Ruyan's death. The school only said that she had died in an accident. Out of pity, they informed her parents and compensated her parents with hundreds of thousands of yuan. At that time, her parents were almost completely disheartened. Why did I stop taking revenge? At that time, I wanted to find someone else, but I found some strange energy in their house. I couldn't get in, so I went to find the teacher. She saw that group of people bullying Duan Ruyan. Because she was afraid of the student's family background, she pretended not to see it. However, when she went to find the teacher, she saw the teacher holding her newborn daughter and crying silently while looking at her photo. At that moment, she was touched. I might be stupid, but I know that she had no choice. She also had her own daughter. If I killed her, her daughter would lose her mother, so she gave up on revenge. She was a demonized array master. If she gave up on revenge at the first stop, she could not talk about revenge later. Because of that, she was trapped here and became a puppet of the demon. Someone secretly controlled her and made her the one who delivered the sacrifice. She did not know what a sacrifice was. She only knew that she would appear at this time every year and take away a person, perhaps anywhere. This year, she happened to return to the starting point and met Xiao Jin. Perhaps this was the difference. Duan Ruyan had a premonition that all of this would happen to Xiao Jin. Sacrifice? Xiao Jin chewed on the word and frowned slightly. Sacrifice was not a good word. It was obvious that it was used to do unreasonable things. It was certain that his old enemy was still alive. If he was still alive, then it would not be strange for him to do these things. He did not have Xiao Jin's ability to use the demonized spiritual seed as a shield. Furthermore, it was very difficult to obtain the demonized spiritual seed. It might not be available at all times. He would find the most convenient way, and this convenient way was to use humans as sacrifices. In his eyes, humans were no different from livestock. Therefore, out of the two array masters, Xiao Jin was able to become the strongest, but he was like a rat hiding in the gutter his whole life, unable to show his face. Thinking of this, Xiao Jin's eyes flashed with a cold light. 10,000 years ago, they were rivals, and he did not do anything for them. Now, he still did not do anything for them. Karma had even taken away his life. Who knew how many lives he had taken over all these years? After reading about Duan Ruyan's past, she roughly knew what was going on. She thought for a moment and said, when it started, it should end. She would be freed the same way she died. Duan Ro wanted to laugh, I know. Not far away, the bar was on fire again. Amidst the flames, Xiao Jin noticed that there was no one inside. Now that the firefighting facilities were in place, it was enough for everyone inside to escape. It's on fire. It's on fire. Xiao Jin, brother, run. Musilian rushed downstairs and pulled Xiao Jin to run. They were not blind. Of course, they saw the bar on fire. They had to wait to be picked up tonight. The murder case had just been solved, and the bar was already on fire. Damn it, the year was too unlucky for this town. Musilian noticed that Xiao Jin did not move. He said indifferently, the fire is in the bar. It's so far away from us. Why are you panicking? F*CK, the houses in this town are all connected. What if it burns here? Mu Qilian had the foresight to be afraid, but Xiao Jin still did not move. She retracted her palm, and the extremely thick black color dissipated. She smiled. If it really burned here, we would have left long ago. Musilian stared at her. Are you crazy? Xiao Jin, yes. Musilian, Musichu also came downstairs. Seeing the fire in the distance and hearing the screams of pedestrians, his face was a little heavy. The car is here to pick us up. Let's go. This time, Xiao Jin did not say anything. He left with Musichu and the others. In the fire, she could still hear Duan Ruyan's screams. It was a replay of what happened 20 years ago. These painful howls were memories from back then, and only she could hear them. She had seen countless scenes more desperate than this. At this moment, her heart was as calm as still water, but it was a little different. No one knew why the bar was suddenly on fire. Fortunately, the fire prevention measures were in place, and the fire was quickly extinguished. No casualties were found, but some property damage was caused. When Xiao Jin and the others returned to the city, they were quickly taken to the airport and left on a plane. She only had time to inform Xianxia that she was returning to China. The school did not dare to let them stay here. When they returned to China, Xiao Fei and Mu Zhenming drove to pick them up. When Xiao Fei saw them, she almost cried out, I heard that a lot of things happened to you abroad. I was so worried. Musichu said in a deep voice, Mom, we're fine. We just encountered something unexpected. As he said this, his eyes faintly swept over Xiao Jin. It's good that you're fine. Mu Zhenming patted their shoulders and asked Xiao Jin and the others to get into the car. After getting into the car, Xiao Fei finally calmed down. I heard that a lot of things happened during your study trip, and a student even died? This news was too serious and could not be suppressed. There was already news from overseas. Xiao Jin said, this is something that the school should handle. She said it coldly. In fact, the current school was no longer the school of the past. The group of leaders back then had already retired due to various reasons. The principal now was not the same as before. However, there were some things that had to be paid for sooner or later. She looked out of the car window with an indifferent expression. After taking Duan Ruyan's things, she naturally had to do something for her. After returning home that night, Xiao Jin received a call from Xianxia. He had already received the news that the school wanted Xiao Jin and the others to return to China. He only sent a message to Xiao Jin to ask if it was about the demonized array master. Xiao Jin replied yes. Xianxia understood and said that he would return to China soon. At least he had to find an excuse. He really had something to do abroad. When he returned, Xiao Jin would tell him the specific details of this matter. The next morning, Xiao Jin went out. It was summer vacation. She wore a coat and went to the funeral home. There were photos of the new deceased hanging inside. Yao Hongyin was still smiling. She treated Duan Ruyan as her classmate and bullied her wantonly. The things that happened on the trip were real, but it was the key to Duan Ruyan targeting her. In short, one would not die if one did not seek death. Yao Hongyin had many family members. Her body had been brought back to the country and was about to be cremated. In front of her photo, a middle-aged woman was crying herself hoarse. Why? I knew it. Why? Why can't I avoid this? Xiao Jin saw the woman's face. Someone was supporting her. She was crying so hard that she could not stand steadily. Someone couldn't bear it and whispered, "The culprit will be caught. They will definitely be caught." No one would have thought that such a thing would happen. She was on a study trip, the woman cried even more desperately. If I had known that they were going to that place, I would never have let her go. I would never have let her go. This person looked exactly the same as the teacher in Duan Ruyan's memory. Back then, she had let her teacher go because of her daughter. Now, her daughter had embarked on the same path of no return. Why? Karma came at the right time. Perhaps Duan Ruyan did not know that the sacrifice she had chosen this time would be the daughter of the teacher she had let go of in a moment of kindness. Xiao Jin did not do anything. Everything was destined. She glanced at the woman and turned to leave. Duan Ruyan was dead. The shackles on her were gone. Xiao Jin chose to save her. Her own karma was involved in this matter. There would be other changes. This matter would not end so easily. Even if she did not use her own means to take revenge, she had to at least let the wicked have their own end. Duan Ruyan actually knew that. She was a smart child. She knew that if she took revenge, she would definitely be reduced to a puppet of the devil. When that time came, more people would die. She was an array formation master and was very powerful. She chose Xiao Jin to save her. Not only would she be free, but she would also be given justice in the future. Although she was already dead. In a villa in the empire where the sun never sets. An ear-piercing shriek rang out, "My puppet is gone. An array formation master puppet that I valued is gone. This is a puppet that was going to be a sacrifice to the emperor. It's gone just like that." Someone comforted her in a low voice. "Don't worry, Joanna. You should figure out what happened first. Why is your puppet gone? Is there anyone who can remove the restriction that the emperor gave you?" Joanna's expression turned ugly. "But there's nothing left. Gone. I can only feel that the aura from the east. Damn Huaxia people and that stinky man who ignored me. They are all Huaxia people. Why are they so arrogant? I'm going to the east. If I can't catch them, I'll kill some Chinese to vent my anger. No, no, no. Do you think Huaxia is still the Huaxia of the past? There are many array masters there, and the spirit group is also watching. You have to keep a low profile. Joanna, the emperor said that we can't cause too much trouble. He said that there might be a powerful existence in the east, so we should avoid going to Huaxia for a while. There's someone more powerful than the emperor?" This conversation gradually dissipated in the air. Duan Ruyan's matter was far from over. Some things had even developed beyond Xiao Jin's expectations. For example, she had caught more fish than she had expected. First of all, Yao Hongyin's death was not kept a secret from the school. This directly led to the failure of the study trip in the next few years. Those who knew Yao Hongyin were incredulous at her death. The school strongly requested the foreign police to investigate the murderer. After all, the nature of this matter was too terrible. However, the school could not shirk its responsibility. At that time, Yao Hongyin should have returned to the hotel in the city with them. No one knew why Yao Hongyin appeared in that small town at night and was hacked to death. This was undoubtedly the dereliction of duty of the leading professor and the director. But in fact, they were quite innocent. The power of the array was not something ordinary people could resist. There was another student, Duan Ruyan, who seemed to have never existed in the school's memory. In the process of the police investigation, it also attracted the attention of foreign reporters. Coincidentally, there was a big fire in the local bar. After a lot of strange things, insiders of the matter came out one after another, saying that the same thing had happened 20 years ago. A student of the school was burned to death in the hotel. The bar was the reconstruction of the hotel. Now that there was a big fire again, it was equivalent to being destroyed again. This incident happened strangely. The reporters knew that it was a matter of Xianxia. Adhering to the principle of watching a show, they investigated it. In the end, they were surprised to find that when the incident happened, the school was the same as the one they were in now. In other words, 20 years ago, this school burned a student to death, but the incident was not reported. 20 years later, the bar was on fire again, and the student of this school was hacked to death here. How big of a dereliction of duty was this? Xiao Jin's school was called Yanhui University. It was one of the top universities in China, and it was a well-known aristocratic school. Such incidents happened one after another in a university. More than a group of people were going to be laid off. The reporters directly released the news. Because it was abroad, they could not control it at all. When the school saw the news, it was too late. The reporters also interviewed the people who worked in the hotel at that time. It had been a long time, and most of the people involved at that time had disappeared. Some people had been paid to keep quiet, but in order to get rid of the responsibility of this matter, they directly came forward and said that the school did not allow them to talk about it. At that time, they had asked the students who were burned to death, and the school said that no one was in the hotel. In fact, they all knew that there was another student resting in the hotel at that time. Because of this, the person in charge of the hotel was sentenced to prison. When this matter was exposed, the world was in an uproar. Needless to say, the foreign media acted as soon as they heard the news. They couldn't wait to smear Xiaoxia's name as much as they could. Therefore, this time, it was another piece of evidence that could be used against Xiaoxia. When the country's leaders saw this, they were dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the old leaders of Yanhui University who had already retired felt their hearts turn cold. The foreign media's reports were posted on Weibo, and Weibo's trending searches exploded. Hashtag 20 years ago, Yanhui University students were locked in a hotel and burned alive. Hashtag Yanhui University concealed the death of a student. Hashtag burned to death, suspected of being bullied in college. Hashtag the three hot searches were shocking, followed by an explosion that could not be ignored. Netizens instantly butchered these few topics to hundreds of millions of discussions. I can't believe that such a cruel thing happened abroad 20 years ago. It's our Chinese compatriots. Burned alive, burned alive. Oh my God, a girl in her 20s, what kind of torture did she suffer before she died? According to the latest media report, an insider revealed that Death Girl was not feeling well at that time and was resting in the hotel. A group of students from the school went out for an activity. At that time, the hotel staff called them after work to ask if all the students were there. After all, the communication network was not very developed 20 years ago, and foreign countries had a very human right to get off work system. There was no one in the hotel. It was the students of the school who said that there was no one in the hotel. The teachers also said that there was no one in the hotel. In the end, an accident happened. Moreover, the girl seemed to be bullied, so it was obvious that they wanted to lock her up in the hotel to scare her or bully her. They did not expect that it would cause such a major tragedy. It is said that the girl who was burned to death is surnamed Duan. She is a college student that her parents painstakingly cultivated from the countryside. A female college student cultivated 20 years ago. It is really heartbreaking. It's too scary. I can't believe that this happened in Zhongbin University. This matter is so big. I don't know how many leaders of Yanhui University will be fired. Oh my God. Weibo, forums, all the places that could be discussed were in an uproar. The school was dumbfounded by this matter. All the public relations and public opinion were useless. The current principal had to shoulder the responsibility, so it was inevitable that he would be fired. In fact, the current principal was quite innocent. The main responsibility was the previous principal. The previous principal had retired now, but it was inevitable that he would be investigated. Xiao Jin's karma was too strong. The things that had been suppressed for 20 years exploded. No matter who was sitting in this position now, they would be implicated. The group of students who bullied Duan Ruyan back then naturally could not escape. The reason why they could escape responsibility back then was more or less because they had a strong stance. Now that the matter was exposed, in order to protect themselves, the old leaders exposed many important people. Their enemies were also eyeing them covetously. This time, they could not escape if they did not lose a layer of skin. In general, the people who killed Duan Ruyan back then had to pay the price. However, they were 20 years late. Justice that came late was not justice at all. Because she had been dead for 20 years, those people had enjoyed 20 more years of good times. Xiao Jin was squatting in the courtyard, fishing with Mu Xiangshan's fishing rod. She didn't even put the bait. When Mu Xiangshan came over and saw her, he glared at her. You, Jiang Taigong, are fishing willing to take the bait? Xiao Jin, yeah, I came when fate brought me here. Mu Xiangshan. You're crazy. He rolled his eyes and sat down. The old man and the young man looked at the calm surface of the pond. After a while, Mu Xiangshan suddenly said, the matter at your school is quite big, huh? Xiao Jin, I think so. Mu Xiangshan, looking at her lukewarm expression, he felt a little angry. Just as Mu Xiangshan was about to say something, a servant came in and reported, Master, young Master Song is here. Mu Xiangshan, he stood up and said, please come in. Then, he glanced at Xiao Jin and said sarcastically, it seems that there are still people who care about you. I don't know what kind of luck you have. With that, he left. When Xiao Jin heard that Song Yanqing was here, she put down her fishing rod. Since there was no bait, she let him fish on his own. Whether or not the fish took the bait was not within her expectations. She washed her hands and walked to the living room to see Song Yanqing. Mu Xiangshan was talking to him. Since they were the only two people in the house, Mu Xiangshan naturally received him. Today, Song Yanqing was wearing an ink-colored shirt, black slim-fit casual pants, and custom-made leather shoes. His shirt was painted with many swaying bamboo leaves, which made him look even younger. His eyebrows were as cold and tough as pine and bamboo, but he also had the elegant charm of a mature man. When he saw Song Yanqing, Xiao Jin waved at him and then said to Mu Xiangshan, Grandpa, I'm taking him to the backyard to fish. Mu Xiangshan was about to say that if he went fishing, he might not be able to eat fish until his next life. However, Song Yanqing was here, so he held back and only said, go ahead. Anyway, Song Yanqing was here to see Xiao Jin, so he was very clear about this fact. Song Yanqing smiled apologetically. Grandpa Mu, I'm going with Xiao Jin. Mu Xiangshan said, okay. Otherwise, why would you stay and chat with me? Song Yanqing followed Xiao Jin and saw that she was wearing a pure black one-piece dress with shoulder straps today. As she walked, she fluttered in the wind. However, she was wearing a pair of flat sandals. Her pink toes were exposed, and they were all small and cute. It was probably more convenient to look at them at home. He couldn't help but laugh. In his heart, he thought that she looked good in anything. However, her mother seemed to be in charge of her clothes. Auntie had good taste. She turned her head and asked him, what are you laughing at? Song Yanqing said, I'm not laughing at you. Xiao Jin said, I feel like you're laughing at me. Song Yanqing said, I'm just laughing. I don't mean anything else. Only then did Xiao Jin stop asking him. He brought him to the backyard, where there was a man-made fish pond. Fishing was purely a pastime, but it was a good way to pass the time. Xiao Jin said, do you know how to fish? Song Yanqing said, yes. Xiao Jin gave him the fishing rod. This is mine. Song Yanqing picked it up and looked at it. He couldn't help but laugh. You're not going to use the bait? Xiao Jin said, Grandpa is fishing with earthworms. I don't want to touch it. Only then did she speak the truth. Song Yanqing said, I don't like it either. Is there any other fish feed? Xiao Jin shook his head. I didn't take it. Should I ask someone to bring it over? Song Yanqing put down his fishing rod. I'm not fishing anymore. Let's sit here and talk. Xiao Jin thought for a moment. That's fine. She sat on a small stool, looking rather well-behaved. Song Yanqing sat on a recliner next to her and looked at the scenery in front of him. He said slowly, have you dealt with the matter this time? I saw a lot of news in the country. The matter had blown up so much that he would definitely know about it. He thought for a moment and knew that it probably had something to do with Xiao Jin. After all, there couldn't be so many coincidences happening in the same town. Xiao Jin nodded. A wisp of black qi flowed out of his fingertips, but compared to the usual black, this qi was much thicker and seemed to have a halo. She said, let's see how the rest of the matter develops naturally. The rest has been dealt with. She will rest in peace. Song Yanqing heard her whisper and thought of the report he had seen on the news. Xiao Jin was referring to the girl who had been burned to death 20 years ago. Her death was indeed very tragic. Thinking of what had happened abroad, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. You said she ate and lived with you for several days? It's a formation. Xiao Jin said directly, this formation has been set up for decades and has become quite mature. So I just felt that something was wrong at that time. Usually, she acted based on her intuition outside. Now that she was still facing the backlash, she rarely set up a formation to deal with everything. If she set up a large formation, she would instantly know that something was wrong with Duanruyan. There is a chain of interests behind Duanruyan. Someone is using people like her to choose sacrifices. After all, this can make the chosen sacrifice disappear from people's memories and save a lot of trouble. Sacrifice? Song Yanqing frowned slightly. He felt that he would discover something new from Xiao Jin's story all the time. At the same time, the new term gave him a sense of discomfort. Sacrifices are sacrifices, of course. They are useful. Xiao Jin looked at Song Yanqing. The meaning in her cold eyes was obvious. Song Yanqing didn't need Xiao Jin to remind him too much. If he could be caught as a sacrifice, his fate could be imagined. He had always thought that these things would only be seen in cults. He didn't expect that a formation master would also need this kind of thing. Xiao Jin didn't want to tell him about her sworn enemy for the time being because it was her own business. The formation master who can control Duanruyan has already become a powerful formation master. They should have a large group. Otherwise, there is no need to touch Duanruyan. She carefully analyzed the situation and thought about the possibility that her sworn enemy from back then was also developing his own forces in this era. He was probably some big shot hiding behind the scenes, and the group of array masters he had raised was slowly surfacing. However, Xiao Jin wasn't worried about this. After she completely dealt with her backlash, the first thing she would do was to kill him. She would eliminate all future troubles. Song Yanqing frowned slightly. The things behind them shouldn't be simple. I think people like them may not only be formations but also control many things in this world, such as commerce, power, and finance. This was very natural. With power, they would never be satisfied with the status quo. They will control everything that is within their reach. Song Yanqing speculated based on Xiao Jin's words. There is an organization behind this. There are several famous organizations abroad that control many people. I don't know if it has anything to do with this organization. Maybe. Xiao Jin got to the point. The spirit group has a lot to do with them, but the spirit group may not know what they are doing behind the scenes. Just like how the spirit group was controlled by different families, there should also be similar organizations controlled overseas. I've killed Duanruyan this time. They can't find me, but some of them will suffer the backlash. They'll probably come to Huaxia soon. Song Yanqing's expression was a little solemn. He realized that from now on, the world would begin to be in turmoil. But I have another thing to tell you this time. He looked at Xiao Jin seriously. Xiao Jin raised his eyebrows. You found someone to swap your life providence with? Song Yanqing said, it's just a guess. It's possible. He took out his phone and pulled up a news report. It's quite surprising. Xiao Jin took a closer look and found that it was a photoshopped fashion magazine photo. Even so, he could still see the other party's astonishing appearance. The mixed-race American superstar, Ferdinand. Xiao Jin let out an ah and said, it's pretty. Song Yanqing, Xiao Jin said, but you're the best looking. Song Yanqing had to admit that this sentence pleased him. He couldn't help but laugh. Guess why I think it's him? Xiao Jin glanced at him. Intuition. Just like her own intuition, she had noticed something wrong with this person the moment she saw him. It was as if someone else's face had grown on his body. Of course, this didn't mean that he had plastic surgery or anything. It was just a metaphor. It was as if he had stolen something from someone else. But it was probably too eye-catching, so Qiao Jin and Song Yanqing had never thought of starting with a well-known person. They hadn't expected him to be so high-profile. I happened to see his photo when I went abroad this time. I felt that he was very familiar at first glance, as if he was. Song Yanqing raised his eyebrows. Another me in this world. In fact, he doesn't look like me at all. Even Yi doesn't think that we are similar at all. First, I got someone to investigate and ruled out the fact that he might be my brother. The rest is the truth. If he wasn't your brother, then he was the one who swapped fate. Just as Qiao Jin trusted his intuition, Song Yanqing also trusted his intuition. After he became a spiritualist, some of his intuitions were terrifyingly accurate. Ferdinand hadn't actually appeared before. He had only appeared recently. A TV series had become a hit in the entire United States. Even China was shocked. He had a lot of fans, almost all over the world, all because he had an intoxicating and peerless face. He was also the son of the retired former world superstar, Louisa. Louisa's husband was a mysterious super-rich man in China with a powerful background. Song Yanqing didn't tell his father for the time being. Instead, he chose to tell Qiao Jin. Qiao Jin's reaction made him even more certain that he had found the right person. Qiao Jin looked at the other party for a long time and suddenly revealed a strange smile. I think the other party must have raised the objection of his family to become a celebrity. If it were me, I would definitely not let someone who stole someone else's life providence be so high profile. It was because he was too high profile that he was immediately discovered. Of course, if it weren't for Qiao Jin, this matter might not have been discovered. But there were no ifs. Even though he had discovered Ferdinand, he wasn't anxious. He just slowly asked Qiao Jin, actually, I'd like to know, what's the difference between him swapping my fate and myself? There's a big difference. Qiao Jin said, you still have some things that are deceived, and you've been tainted with his bad luck. He should be the one who's weak, not you. And the most important thing is your luck. If it weren't for him, you would have led the Song family to a better stage long ago, and not be like this now. Of course, to be specific, your luck being taken away by him is the biggest disadvantage. Song Yanqing suddenly smiled and said, actually, I don't think my luck is too bad. At least, I still met you, right? Qiao Jin pinched his chin and looked up at him, a little puzzled. Those bottomless black pupils were like obsidian, full of charming brilliance. At this moment, he was looking at him attentively. Qiao Jin thought for a moment and said, actually, what you said makes sense. It means that your luck is stronger than I thought. Song Yanqing. The topic returned to Ferdinand. The two of them looked at Ferdinand's information. From the information, Ferdinand had been abroad since he was a child, which corresponded to their initial guess. Secondly, his mother was a foreigner, so it was more likely that his father had handled it. Qiao Jin asked, who's his father? Song Yanqing said, Shi Kenyun, a very powerful person. He was also a famous star in China at the end of the last century. With the wealth he accumulated in the entertainment industry and the help of a woman, he entered the business world and started some illegal activities. Later, after the country strictly controlled him, he went ashore and started a legitimate business. Now, his business is very large, and he has some dealings with our Song family. Qiao Jin heard the main point. With the help of a woman? That woman can't be Louisa, right? Song Yanqing's lips curled up slightly. He gave Qiao Jin a more straightforward explanation. She's probably his mistress. Although he might not have been willing, he was a star at that time. Even if he wasn't willing, it was his own choice. Later, Shi Kenyun was also a ruthless person. He used this woman to make a fortune, and when he rose, he kicked her away. He also met Louisa with his appearance. There was no news of the woman who had once kept Shi Kenyun. Only Shi Kenyun knew where she had gone. Qiao Jin was deep in thought. Shi Kenyun's information could still be found now. After all, he was also a well-known star back then. If it weren't for his outstanding face, he wouldn't have been so infatuated by the rich woman. There were many rich women who wanted to spend money for Xianxia back then. However, this man was poisonous. There was no news of him in recent years. It seemed that he had disappeared at the beginning of this century. He didn't expect to find a wife in the entertainment industry. Now, his son also wanted to be in the entertainment industry. It was probably his genes. Ferdinand's genes entered the entertainment industry, so it was destined that he would become popular. Xiaojin looked and concluded, it's not their family who swapped their fate. It should be someone they know. The cost of swapping fate was huge. If they swapped it themselves, there would be all kinds of abnormalities. However, there was nothing wrong with Louisa and Xianxia's information. That could only mean that someone had helped them switch. He's actually willing to help a child change his fate. What's the story behind this? Xiaojin stroked his chin in amusement. Xianxia then asked the key question, if I want to change my life chart back, what do I need to do? You don't have to do anything. Xiaojin stood up and said, it's easy to change a fate chart. You don't need to kill Ferdinand. You just need to destroy the spiritual seed of the array master who changed the fate chart. Even if he dies, his spiritual seed will still be there. Once his spiritual seed disappears, the array he set up will also disappear. Then, the fate chart will naturally return. So you have to keep an eye on Ferdinand and see who he contacts. After a pause, Xiaojin said, it's best to investigate his parents. I don't think they told Ferdinand that his life was stolen. If he knew, he would never appear in the entertainment industry. This is a very dangerous thing. Xianxia speculated playfully, maybe he knows, but he's very confident. Even if I find out, I can't do anything to him. Xiaojin said, that's fine. I'm here. She just couldn't find them now, but that was because they still had to survive. Xiaojin was never afraid of anyone if they were to face them head-on. Of course, even if she were to play dirty now, she wouldn't give anyone an opportunity to take advantage of her. As she thought of this, a memory suddenly flashed through her mind. She remembered that she had been set up by her old rival, but she couldn't remember how. She only vaguely remembered a sentence. We were born different from humans. They were meant to be slaves. Why do you have to treat them well? She didn't know who said this, but it was obvious that she wouldn't say such inhumane words. Xianxia didn't feel uncomfortable with such protective words. He just smiled faintly and said, yes, I feel very safe with you around. Xiaojin, you're my friend. As a friend, I will be your most solid support. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. You're right. So, if you have any problems in other areas, I can also be your most solid support. Xiaojin, I don't have any problems. Xianxia, how did you do on the exam? Xiaojin. I think it was pretty good. Of course, compared to Xianxia, who was once favored by the heavens, excellent results might not mean much to him. Xianxia, then you've improved. It's fine as long as you do better than before. We can take it slow. After all, you're still 2 years away from graduation. Xiaojin nodded. Yes, it's summer vacation now. It's time for me to rest. This arrangement was quite reasonable. Students would have 2 months of entertainment time in addition to studying. Of course, these 2 months were for Xiaojin. The other students would also work hard during the summer vacation and participate in a lot of tutoring and other professional skills. Just like Musilian and Musichu. Even Musilian, who didn't do a proper job, would participate in various activities with his brother. Rich second-generation activities like horse racing and golf were elegant and cultivated sentiments. Of course, these activities were never part of Xiaojin's consideration. Even though Xiao Fei had mentioned it many times, he didn't give up when he saw that she wasn't interested. Xianxia also mentioned this matter. Actually, you can find something to do during the summer vacation. Like your brother, you can make more friends. When he said this sentence, he had some inexplicable hesitation in his heart. He did not understand the source of this hesitation. Such a powerful child could actually have a wider world, but Xianxia felt that there was no need to make new friends. It was as if Xiaojin was his only friend. Xiaojin, not interested. She was too lazy to do things that she didn't want to do. It was the same reason that she was too lazy to change her WeChat name. This answer was not out of Song Yanqing's expectations. He thought for a moment. It's boring to stay at home all the time. I'm going to play chess with a master in the afternoon. Do you want to come and watch? In the past, when he was bored at home, he rarely interacted with people of the same age. Basically, he accompanied some very old people to play chess. After all, quiet entertainment that tested one's patience had become an extra pastime now. Xiao Jin was a little confused. Play chess? Song Yanqing, go. Xiao Jin thought for a moment and nodded. Okay. A special guest came to Jiaing's shop today. This was a relatively low-key club, and the distinguished guests who came and went were basically old people. The environment here was quiet and pleasant, so it was very popular among the old people. Today, however, a curious customer came to the ink shop. Many of the old people who had seen big scenes, and even those who used to be all-powerful in society, were now craning their necks and looking curiously in one direction. In the go-room of the family's ink shop, there was an indescribably handsome and rich young master sitting upright, playing chess with an elderly man. If other people were here, they would probably exclaim in surprise when they saw the old man. However, this old man was a little absent-minded while playing chess. From time to time, he would look sideways in one direction. After the elegant young master placed a chess piece, he looked at him slightly. It's rare to see you not paying attention when playing chess. Cough. The old man suddenly coughed loudly, and then retracted his gaze. It's not like you suddenly dropped a bomb today, it really made people curious. Song Yanqing just smiled helplessly. I used to bring back a lot of rare things from abroad, but I've never seen you like this. Today, I brought someone here, why are you so curious? That's different, that's different. At the mention of this, the old man was excited. He didn't even care about placing a chess piece. He looked at the back of a figure. Recently, I've heard people talking about it. Could it be true? You brought her here, so she must be extraordinary. It's the first time in so many years. I'm very pleased. He looked in the direction of the calligraphy and painting shop opposite. Although the museum wasn't big, the collection was something that even the museums outside would be envious of. A girl in a white pantsuit was looking at these things curiously. She didn't know much, she was just curious. Now, people felt that what attracted attention was not the calligraphy and paintings themselves, but this beautiful figure. Even these old people who had countless outstanding children had to admit that this girl was the most eye-catching they had ever seen. Not only was she beautiful, but her temperament was really rare. If she was born in their era, who knew how many distinguished scholars would bow down to her? Now, it was not surprising that the young master of the Song family had taken a fancy to her. Moreover, this indirectly proved that young Master Song's taste was really good. He hadn't made a move for 25 years, but now, he had picked the best one. Song Yanqing smiled faintly. You think too much. We're just friends now. Friends? When the old man heard this, he actually had a somewhat disgusted expression. I still don't believe my grandson's words. It's fine if I believe that you're not gay, but now you still say that you're a friend. Don't tell me you want to learn from those bastards? You're not that kind of person. Song Yanqing, it's still too early for a young lady to understand these things. The old man was a little surprised. Really? How could there still be young people who didn't understand these ambiguous feelings, especially in the imperial capital? Don't blame him for looking at people through colored glasses. It was really rare to find such a pure and innocent person in this day and age. Song Yanqing, it's true. She was smarter than others in some aspects, but that was because the things she came into contact with were different from ordinary people. She actually didn't know much about worldly feelings. Song Yanqing had already seen through it. Tisk, tsk, tisk, the old man was even more curious. How could he not understand Song Yanqing these days? He could only say that the young lady was really ruthless. He glanced at Xiao Jin again and continued to ask, do you have such thoughts? Song Yanqing paused slightly when he heard that. He lowered his eyes and then smiled. It was like the moon in the wind. One could only see the beauty, but one could not understand the meaning behind it. I can't deny it, but I can't be sure either. He was only slightly moved, perhaps because Xiao Jin was different from the rest. However, before he was completely confident, he would not easily reveal anything. After all, he could see that Xiao Jin did not have such thoughts at all. She was extremely pure. Song Yanqing did not want to rush to disrupt this beauty. How rare. The old man had only heard rumors from his grandson that Song Yanqing had not found a girlfriend for more than 20 years. Even if it was due to physical reasons, it was either a physical problem, a mental problem, or a homosexual. Later on, they were all suspicious. Now that he saw this, he was much more relieved. That's good. No wonder there had been rumors a while ago. Now it seemed that it was not groundless. To be able to be close to Song Yanqing was somewhat special. Ji Pingan is here, someone whispered. The old man and Song Yanqing both heard it. Naturally, Xiao Jin also heard it. Her eyes only moved slightly, then she focused on the calligraphy in front of her. She did not understand it, but she could feel some of the artistic conception. She only felt that this person's drawing was very beautiful. Ji Pingan walked in from outside with his hands behind his back, frowning slightly. When he saw everyone, a kind smile appeared on his face. After greeting each of them, he came to the chess room where Song Yanqing and the old man were. Old Kai, I knew you were playing chess with Yanqing again. How was the game? When Ji Pingan saw the old man, he smiled. The old man was called Bai Jiangkai. He was their good friend. Bai Jiangkai laughed loudly and said, It's only been a while. Yanqing's chess skills are getting more and more ridiculous. It's hard for me to win a game against him. Ji Pingan rebutted, You've been like this since a few years ago. You don't have to say such polite words. Bai Jiangkai said, Go away. Ji Pingan also laughed, and the frown on his face eased a little. Song Yanqing also called out gently, Grandpa Ji, long time no see. Ji Pingan nodded. How have you been recently? Song Yanqing said, Not bad. Ji Pingan, that's good. He stood at the side and watched the game between the two of them. Clearly, he was prepared to watch the game. Bai Jiangkai and Song Yanqing looked at each other. After placing down their black pieces, Bai Jiangkai said faintly, Olden, it's best if you don't worry too much about the matters of the children. At our age, what else do you want? Wasn't he just trying to make himself feel better? Why do you care so much? You still can't get anything good out of it. He snorted coldly. When Ji Pingan heard this, he was a little worried. He could only sigh. I wish. Many things had happened in the Ji family recently. This matter was related to Ji Fanjing. Everyone knew that his mother was a mistress back then. Ji Pingan's elder brother was already old, and now was the best time to fight for power. Under his father's arrangement, Ji Fanjing was going to enter the company's headquarters to start an internship. At first, he was given a small management position, but he was squeezed by his second brother's people. Ji Fanjing was made a basic intern, but he couldn't do anything. It would have been fine if that was the case, but Ji Fanjing's mother was not convinced. She rarely came back, and because of this, she had been telling Ji Chiyue about it. Ji Chiyue was also confused, so he told his father about it. Ji Pingan could not say anything to him, so he could only go to his eldest brother. His eldest brother rearranged it, and his second brother's family was beside him. In other words, they were saying that Ji Fanjing was just the child of a mistress, and he was an illegitimate child back then. Even if he was promoted, he would still be an illegitimate child. Ji Pingan was so angry that he choked. It had been so many years, and he had already accepted what happened back then. Moreover, he had watched Ji Fanjing grow up. No matter what, he was still his biological grandson. How could he listen to it? He was not convinced, so he said a few words to his second brother. Unexpectedly, his eldest brother was so angry that he was sent to the hospital again, and this news spread. That was why it was said that every family had their own difficulties. Ji Pingan said, She's making a fuss every day. It's impossible to pretend that you didn't hear it. Big brother has already rearranged it. She wants her son to be the manager directly, and it's in the headquarters of the group. She doesn't even think about whether it's suitable or not. You have to at least be able to convince people. Although he didn't let his parents become university teachers or people's teachers when he was fighting for the world, he should be part of the group of professors now. However, the Ji family also provided a lot of help in business. Later on, when his parents were old, Ji Pinggan's temperament became gentler. He merged with the family business and only took shares, but left his son with a lot of benefits. At least his two brothers did not take advantage of him. Now, because of his grandson, things were getting ugly. Ji Pinggan said as he looked at Song Yanqing. If I had a grandson like Yanqing, I think my eldest brother would have no objections even if I asked him to give up his position. Song Yanqing laughed. Grandpa Ji, you're exaggerating, Bai Jiangkai mocked Ji Pinggan. Go away, you don't have that fortune. Besides, what do you think of triumphant return by saying that? Triumphant return is not bad either. Ji Triumphant Return was the outstanding grandson that his eldest brother had nurtured. In terms of ability, he was definitely better than other young masters, but his temper was indeed a little too strange. Ji Pinggan, old Master Ji, we meet again. While Ji Pinggan was still sighing, he suddenly heard a clear voice. He looked up and saw that it was Xiao Jin. He was a little surprised. Little girl, you're here too? He had seen this girl a few times and had always had a deep impression of her. Xiao Jin smiled and said, yes. Seeing Xiao Jin, for some reason, Ji Pinggan felt that the irritation in his heart had calmed down. This girl seemed to have the ability to make people feel better. He also smiled and said, young people nowadays rarely like this place. There aren't many who are willing to be meticulous here. Bai Jiang pouted. Guanqing brought him here. Ji Pinggan was a little surprised. However, when he thought of some rumors, he put away his surprise. It was a pity, he felt that Song Yanqing and Xiao Jin were both outstanding. At that time, he had even thought of marriage. However, it was difficult to find someone in the Ji family who was compatible with Song Yanqing, so he gave up. As for Xiao Jin, he had also thought about it. At first, he wanted to do what Mu Xiangshan said, but later, no one was good enough for Xiao Jin. He felt that she would be wronged if she was matched with anyone. It was a pity. If Triumphant Return's temper wasn't bad, Ji Pinggan would have wanted to be the matchmaker. However, he could not harm Xiao Jin. End of chapter 349. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.